Chapter 1. Uchiha Ling. In the winter of the 35th year of Konoha, ensnared in the quagmire of war, had initially gained significant advantages in the early stages of the conflict. However, the battle was far from over. Now, the situation had devolved into localized skirmishes, and for the Wind Country, which had intervened midway, the Fire Country would certainly impart some harsh lessons. After all, following the Great War with the Rain Country, the famed Three Sannin had begun to emerge, and Konoha's White Fan was making waves in the ninja world indeed. Konoha was at its zenith. Yet, the cruelty and protraction of war had surpassed the expectations of Konoha's higher-ups. Injured soldiers were constantly being withdrawn from the front lines, and each day new names were etched onto the memorial stone, casting a somber pall over the once thriving Konoha, akin to the bitter chill of winter. Alas, this child has been unconscious for 2 days. May nothing dire occur. A middle-aged woman in Uchiha garb sighed as she gazed at the motionless child before her. Ling is so unfortunate. Losing his parents at such a tender age, it is truly pitiful. All because of this damned war. Her face etched with sorrow, she brushed the child's forehead tenderly, sighed once more, and then exited the room. Sensing the absence of anyone in the room, the boy on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, his black pupils swirling with a blood-red tomo. Ugh, my head still aches a bit, but at least after 2 days, I've finally sorted through this brat's memories. The boy was named Uchiha Ling, but the soul inhabiting his body had traversed from another world. Never would I have imagined that such a phenomenon as transmigration would occur to me. Uchiha Ling, an Uchiha? This is indeed a commendable vessel. Accepting his circumstances, Ling felt a measure of satisfaction with his new body. However, the thought of the cursed fate that plagued this clan caused him to frown. Yet, it was only the 35th year of Konoha. The legendary Itachi would not be born for another 8 years, and the calamity of clan extermination was still a distant specter. Perhaps Itachi will even come to call me uncle, though he truly is an unappealing child, Ling mused to himself. As for whether to save this proud clan, Ling, burdened with the Uchiha name, deemed that utterly impossible. Since arriving in this world, Uchiha Ling had aspirations for greatness. A peaceful and uneventful life was far from his desires. Moreover, he had long yearned for the formidable jutsu and fierce battles, and now presented with the opportunity to pursue such a path, he was determined to train diligently until the very end. The Uchiha clan's rebellion, an ill-advised attempt to confront the village with their own strength, seemed to Ling nothing short of self-destruction. Furthermore, the village's elder council, led by Danzo, had long harbored intentions against the Uchiha. Perhaps the third Hokage shared similar sentiments, but could not act directly, thus passing this hot potato to Danzo. The shadowy figures behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, reveled in the Uchiha clan's impending demise, while the villagers harbored considerable disdain for the Uchiha as well. At this juncture, the only ones who did not wish for the clan's extinction were likely the Uchiha themselves. Having transmigrated, Uchiha Ling found that his original parents had perished on the battlefield, leaving him devoid of any emotional ties to this clan. So, you might as well quietly choose your demise. I shall close my eyes in silence. Uchiha Ling silently mourned for this tragic clan. However, what shall I do about my eyes? As an orphan with no kin, I lack siblings as well. I couldn't possibly remain forever at the level of a three-demo Sharingan. Uchiha Ling's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the world of Hokage. In the later stages, even a Mangeki Sharingan would only serve as a mere accessory, while the three-demo Sharingan would merely be fodder. As an Uchiha, his greatest advantage lay in the top-tier bloodline limit, yet the enhancements provided by a three-demo Sharingan were minimal against shadow-level opponents. Of course, aside from the Sharingan, he could also master wood release and sage techniques through the transplantation of first Hokage cells, as well as learn forbidden techniques. These methods could lead to tremendous power enhancements. But without strength, how could one obtain such things? Uchiha Ling felt ensnared in a vicious cycle, unable to awaken the Mangeki, lacking the strength to acquire forbidden techniques, and remaining stagnant at the level of an elite Chunin due to the inability to awaken the Mangeki. Ding! A strong will to become more powerful detected. The Strongman Assistance Growth System has officially activated. Ding. Binding the Strongman Assistance Growth System. 12. A voice that seemed celestial resonated within Uchiha Ling's mind. As a young man of the 21st century, Ling was no stranger to reading transmigration novels. This was undoubtedly a classic case of transmigration coupled with a system. Uchiha Ling couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he realized the system deity had not forsaken him. Ding. System binding complete. System, are you here to help me soar? Quickly issue me a task weight. First let me see the marketplace to feast my eyes, Uchiha Ling exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ding. This system is solely an assistance growth system. Its purpose is to cultivate the host into a powerful individual with a sound mindset. Thus there is no existence of task rewards or a marketplace. Uchiha Ling felt utterly despondent. Why did his system feel so different from others? Then what use are you? Ding. This system can quantify target capabilities and absorb negative energy to assist in evolution. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Ling's mind. Uchiha Ling inquired with curiosity. Oh, capability quantification should refer to an attribute panel. But what on earth is negative energy? Is there really such a method for Sharingan evolution? Ding. The Sharingan is known as the cursed negative energy, serves as nourishment for the Sharingan. And those Sharingan that grow through this method possess capabilities far superior to those stimulated by mental energy. When the host eliminates an enemy, the system can extract negative energies such as hatred, fear, anger, and despair to facilitate the growth of the Sharingan. Simultaneously, the host can also collect the Uchiha clan Sharingan, which harbor immense negative energy, greatly aiding the enhancement and breakthrough of the host's ocular prowess. Oh yeah, indeed, heaven does not forsake the desperate. The issue with my eyes has been resolved. Now, it's time to embark on a grand undertaking. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. However, moments later, Uchiha Ling found himself somewhat helpless after all. He was merely 5 years old, and the signs of large clans began their training far earlier than common children. Even so, he had only entered the Ninja Academy for half a year. Currently, the only jutsu he had mastered were the fundamental three-body technique, substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and clone jutsu, along with the method for chakra extraction. At present, his strength was insufficient to even serve as a mere background character, and even if he awakened the single Tomo Sharingan, his small body lacked the chakra to maintain it. Thus, he could only diligently train to enhance his strength. Regarding his training path, Uchiha Ling had formulated a plan. The integration of physical techniques and ninjutsu, combined with the Sharingan as a premier bloodline limit, rendered ordinary Genjutsu ineffective. Against him, human energy is finite, and he could not excel in every area. Physical techniques form the foundation of training, although ninjas generally exhibit high attack, low defense. A powerful physique significantly boosts chakra capacity. In terms of physical training, Ling had no shortcuts, thus physical conditioning would become his foundational course for the coming years. As for ninjutsu, aside from the Drank fundamental three-body technique, he also possessed a standard crank offensive jutsu, the Great Fireball technique. However, the previous Uchiha Ling could hardly be considered a prodigy. Having failed to master it, this was not entirely his fault, as even a genius like Sasuke only learned it at 6 or 7 years of age. Yet, as the transmigrated Uchiha Ling, he could distinctly feel his mental prowess had significantly increased, and with the awakening of the Sharingan, his learning capacity was naturally greatly enhanced. Thus, he was filled with confidence regarding this modest crank jutsu. Chapter 2. I have a bold idea. System, display my current attributes. Uchiha Ling called out in his mind. Ding. The host's current attributes are as follows. Name, Uchiha Ling. Strength, apprentice. Ability, single Tomo Sharingan 0-100. Jutsu, basic three-body technique. Does evolving the Sharingan require 100 points of negative energy? How many enemies must I eliminate? Ding. Indeed. However, the higher the level of the Sharingan, the greater the amount of negative energy required for evolution. Enemies of varying strengths possess different mental intensities, thus generating varying amounts of negative energy. A genin can produce 2 points of negative energy, A Chunin 10 points, a special Jinin 20 points, an elite Jinin 50 points, a Kazekage 100 points, a Kage level 500 points, and beyond Kage level remains for the host to explore. Upon hearing the system's response, Uchiha Ling couldn't help but lament, the road ahead is indeed long and arduous. Having completed the organization of his predecessor's memories, Ling no longer needed to feign unconsciousness. It was time to report to school, and his foundational training must commence. Indulging in laziness was not a commendable habit. Stepping out of the door, he encountered the middle-aged woman who had previously cared for him. As memories surged, he recognized her as Aunt Reiko, a neighbor who shared a close bond with his parents. Uchiha Ling approached her and greeted, "Good morning, Aunt Reiko." Surprised by Ling's voice, Reiko set aside her tasks and excitedly exclaimed, "Ling, you're awake. That day when you fainted really frightened me." "Oh my." "Ling, if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask Aunt Reiko for help." Ling managed a faint smile, his tone strained as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Reiko, rest assured. I will be strong." Upon hearing this, a look of sorrow deepened on Reiko's face. "Why not come stay at our home? You're just a child, and I worry about you." "I truly appreciate Aunt Reiko's kindness, but the village provides living assistance for war orphans. I'm fine on my own," Ling replied, firmly declining her offer. He understood that being alone afforded him greater freedom, especially since he was destined to betray the village. Remaining unnoticed was preferable. Indeed, Uchiha Ling had already resolved to defect from Konoha. Firstly, after the Uchiha massacre, he could not linger in the village like Sasuke. Secondly, much like Orochimaru, Ling harbored ambitions that would not allow him to confine himself like a caged bird. Upon grasping Ling's decision, Reiko refrained from pressing further. After bidding her farewell, he made his way toward the ninja academy, guided by the recollections in his mind. The atmosphere at the ninja school mirrored the desolation of a village at war. Even the 6- or 7-year-old children could sense the bleakness surrounding them. Some children, like Ling, were also war orphans. Their understanding of conflict had long transcended youthful glory and prestige in the ninja world, evolving instead into pain and despair. Yet, they felt powerless, for war would not cease. Perhaps one day, they too would tread the battlefield, living a life fraught with uncertainty. "Let's set a modest goal, such as unifying the ninja world," Ling thought, inexplicably. In his past life as a young man in a great nation, war had seemed distant. He understood it brought suffering, hatred, and death. However, experiencing it firsthand, he realized the most terrifying aspect of war was its ability to extinguish hope. This was the most tragic outcome. War had snuffed out the hopes of countless individuals and shattered lives, particularly those conflicts driven by greed, such as the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. I am beginning to comprehend Jiraiya's perspective. Peace cannot be achieved merely through unification, but through understanding. Yet, how can one truly understand the human heart? Thus, the ninja world can only achieve a fleeting semblance of peace through military force. No one would believe that a mere 5-year-old child could harbor such thoughts. Yet Uchiha Ling had found his purpose. The ninja world needs peace. Sigh. It seems I have also found a place to land after betraying the village. I shall go to Nagato and find a meal there. It is a delightful decision. However, he was still just a 5-year-old child, while Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan were still playing in the muddy streets of Amagakure. Contemplating such matters felt a bit premature. Lost in thought, Ling arrived at the classroom door. Hearing the teacher's voice from within, he knocked gently. The teacher, who had been lecturing, paused and stepped down from the platform. Upon opening the door, he saw Ling. "Good morning, Teacher Ryoji." Uchiha Ling bowed his head politely in greeting. The teacher, named Nagata Ryoji, was tall with a square face and was a chunin, albeit one with extensive combat experience. Unfortunately, he had suffered a severe injury to his arm during the war. While he could still perform jutsu, he could no longer fight, thus taking on the role of a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Ryoji appeared momentarily taken aback. Before regaining his composure, he placed a comforting hand on Ling's shoulder and spoke with genuine concern. "Ah, it's you, Ling. I heard you fainted. I was quite worried. Do you need to rest a few more days? Your grades in school have always been commendable. I would allow you to take a week off to recuperate." Perhaps feeling sympathy for Ling's circumstances, or perhaps reminded of his own painful memories caused by war, the ordinary ninja's voice carried a certain melancholy. Thank you for your concern. Teacher, my health is perfectly fine. Uchiha Ling, am ready to return to school and continue my studies. Ling puffed out his chest, striving to convey a sense of determination. However, the assertiveness of a 5-year-old child was inherently limited. Observing the young boy before him, Ryoji felt an indescribable mix of emotions. The hatred for war, the faith in the will of fire, and the uncertainty about the future of the ninja world all collided within him, leading to a moment of self-mockery. Soon, a smile broke through his expression as he addressed Uchiha Ling. Very well then, come inside. The students in the classroom were already aware of Ling's situation, yet they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Roughly half of the 50 children in the class were war orphans. Most had been found outside the village, and with the possibility of spies ruled out, their only path forward was to be nurtured within the village, destined to become ninjas in service of their home. Most of the remaining individuals are commoner ninjas. At this point, Konoha has only recently been established, and it is exceedingly difficult for commoner ninjas to rise to prominence. During times of war, they are often treated as mere cannon fodder, while those from renowned clans are spared from perilous missions. The ninja world has perpetually been under the dominion of powerful clans until Senju Tobirama founded the Ninja Academy, which instilled hope in the hearts of commoner ninjas. Among the legendary Sannin, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru hail from commoner backgrounds. Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato, also began to shine during the Second Great Ninja War, garnering a modicum of fame and providing great hope to these commoner ninjas. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Ling, these aspirations seem nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are disciples of the third Hokage and, in a sense, heirs to the will of fire. Moreover, with Orochimaru's subsequent defection, Jiraiya's forced retreat, and the death of Minato during the Nine Tails incident, the power within the village largely reverted back to the clan ninjas. The ninja world has always operated on the principle of strength. Only when commoner ninjas become formidable can they hope to contend with the established clans. Nevertheless, the resources for advanced ninjutsu training are monopolized by these clans, and the Ninja Academy merely teaches rudimentary techniques. Upon graduation, they find themselves destined for the battlefield as mere fodder, rendering the prospects for commoner ninjas truly disheartening. Uchiha Ling cannot help but reflect on the remarkable figures from the original narrative, the 12 ninja warriors, be it the Inuzuka or the Nara clans. These are the very foundations of the ninja clans, endowing them with an advantage over commoner ninjas in the ninja world. Indeed, the ninja world is in dire need of reform, Ling resolutely affirmed within his heart. Chapter 3. Classmates, Cultivation, and Joy. A group of young children in the classroom continued to whisper about Uchiha Ling, while some cast sympathetic glances his way. Ignoring them, Ling directly took his seat. Ling Jun, are you all right? A concerned voice echoed in his ear, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Uchiha Ling turned to face the source of the voice. Oh, it was his deskmate, Kitayama Rei, a rather ordinary commoner female ninja, who seemed to harbor quite an affection for his former self. Noticing Uchiha Ling's gaze upon her, Kitayama Rei's face flushed slightly as she hastily turned away, unable to meet his eyes. Though merely 5 years old this year, Uchiha Ling had inherited the striking looks of the Uchiha clan, presenting as an undeniably adorable young boy. The Uchiha family bore a sense of pride, and the previous incarnation shared this pride, typically regarding others with a haughty demeanor, often disregarding the affections of girls. Yet, this arrogance only served to make him all the more appealing in the eyes of countless young girls. All right, everyone, quiet down, called the god Ryuka, and the classroom fell silent. Ling was intent on absorbing the knowledge of this new world. However, the lessons were rather simplistic, particularly for one with the soul of an adult like Uchiha Ling. Before long, he found himself fighting off drowsiness. Perhaps it would be prudent to scan the classroom for familiar faces, he mused. His gaze swept around the room, and indeed, he spotted 2 individuals of note, the future elite Jonin, Nara Hashikage, who was currently resting his forehead on his hand while chewing on a kunai, and the future tutor of Konohamaru, Ebisu, who was surprisingly already wearing blindfolds in his youth. The remaining classmates were rather forgettable, serving merely as background characters, with a few destined to become mere cannon fodder in the Third Great Ninja War. However, 3 individuals did catch Ling's attention, 2 from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ki, and Hinata Bunya from the Hyuga clan, whose forehead bandage indicated his branch family status. The Uchiha clan sported distinctive attire, adorned with flame-patterned fan insignias. Even when promoted to ninja status and receiving the standard ninja vest, the proud Uchiha would never don such an unattractive garment for missions. This attitude led to considerable discontent from the village regarding the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, given the Uchiha's status as the foremost clan in the ninja world, even the declining Senju clan and the auxiliary-oriented Hyuga clan could not contend with them, prompting the village to turn a blind eye to their aloofness. The Uchiha clan's inability to integrate into the village was a path to destruction. The current Uchiha was no longer the terrifying entity of the Warring States period. With the establishment of ninja villages, those Uchiha who failed to adapt to the trend of integration would inevitably be cast aside by history. Yet, Ling couldn't help but admire the Uchiha family uniform. He internally critiqued, pondering the even more striking Akatsuki robes, wondering who had designed them. That concludes today's lesson. Remember to practice at home, class. You are all dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. At last, school was over, and a chorus of excited children erupted as they rushed out. Ling yawned and leisurely exited the classroom. This was undoubtedly the most vibrant moment of their time at school, Nagata Ryuk mused, sighing at the carefree nature of youth. Upon leaving the ninja academy, Uchiha Ling made his way to the training grounds. Despite the winter season, the sun still hung in the sky. As classes ended at 5 o'clock, 1, 2, 3, 239, 240. A petite figure was diligently performing push-ups on the training field, Uchiha Ling. He had long devised a training regimen for his time at the ninja academy. Each morning consisted of 2 hours of ninjutsu training, followed by 2 hours of taijutsu training after school, which included body flicker technique, fire release ninjutsu, shuriken and kunai throwing, physical conditioning, and seal speed practice. His physical training and throwing practice took place at the Konoha training grounds, while ninjutsu training occurred in the vast forest behind the Uchiha clan compound. As Ling preferred to keep his training private. After completing 500 push-ups, Ling donned a pair of 50-kilogram leg weights and began to run laps around the field. 2 hours of high-intensity physical training would be arduous even for an adult in his previous world. However, in the Naruto universe, infused with chakra, even 4- or 5-year-old children possessed remarkably robust physiques. Time slipped away quietly, and the sun gradually descended, casting elongated shadows across the field. Ling finally completed his laps. Exhausted after running 100 laps around the field, he felt utterly drained. His legs trembled, his youthful face appeared pale, and his empty stomach growled audibly. That's enough for today, he decided. After a brief rest to recover some energy, Uchiha Ling set off homeward, but noticed a ramen shop, Ichiraka Ramen, along the way. Intrigued by this well-known establishment from the original story, he thought, yes, I'll have dinner here and fill my stomach before heading home. Upon entering the shop, a delightful aroma enveloped him, confirming the quality of the food. What would you like, young man? A kind voice inquired. It was the owner, Tsuchi. At this moment, Tsuchi appeared quite youthful, likely in his 20s, and his daughter Ahem had yet to be born, leaving him to run the shop alone. With an innocent smile, Ling replied, Uncle, I'll have a bowl of chashu ramen, please. All right, young man, just a moment, Tsuchi responded with a warm smile, embodying the same amiable nature as portrayed in the original work. There were endless debates regarding Tsuchi's true identity in Ling's previous life. Some claimed he was the true mastermind, even dubbing him Otsutsuki Tsuchi. Ling, however, felt no chakra emanating from him. Perhaps he was indeed just a kind man passionate about making ramen. System. Display the attributes of the person before me, Ling thought. Ding. Name, Tsuchi. Strength, commoner adult. Ability, ramen making. Perhaps I overthought that. An overactive imagination can be a hindrance, he mused. Your ramen is ready. Please enjoy, Tsuchi announced as he presented a steaming bowl of ramen that immediately whetted Ling's appetite. This tastes delightful. No wonder Naruto loves Ichiraku ramen so much. The kindness of Uncle Tsuchi is what truly matters. Young man, you are a student at the Ninja Academy, correct? Tsuchi inquired. Ling nodded and replied, yes, I just enrolled this year. Uncle, may I have another bowl? Your ramen is delicious. Haha, sure, I'll give you a discount. Tsuchi smiled at Ling's compliment. Thank you, uncle. My name is Uchiha Ling. You must remember me. Tsuchi smiled back. Ling? What a lovely name. After finishing dinner and bidding farewell to Uncle Tsuchi, Uchiha Ling made his way home. The 2 bowls of ramen cost a total of 80 ryo, and as a war orphan, he received a monthly allowance of 2,000 ryo, alongside 1,000 ryo in family compensation, which would continue until his graduation from the Ninja Academy. Thus, Ling had no need to worry about financial matters. Chapter 4. The Third Hokage and the Inheritance of His Parents. Uchiha Ling strolled leisurely toward the Uchiha estate, finding that a post-dinner walk aided his digestion. Ling felt the fatigue of his training gradually dissipate, leaving him enveloped in a sense of relaxation, a satisfied expression gracing his features. This feeling of fulfillment was truly delightful. At this moment, while Ling reveled in comfort, there was another who bore a sense of helplessness, namely, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. War inevitably brings loss of life. And the third Hokage consistently extended his condolences to the families of the fallen ninjas, primarily to guide the war orphans who had lost their loved ones, ensuring they did not stray onto a misguided path. Ling's father, Uchiha Uchiha, is an elite jonin who has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, while his mother, Uchiha Haching, serves as a squad leader in the Konoha Medical Corps. Both are pivotal figures within Konoha, and their sacrifices have undoubtedly grieved the third Hokage profoundly. The deceased cannot be resurrected. Thus, the paramount task is to correctly guide the hatred of their descendants, fostering a love for Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan possesses formidable talents. The Ninja Academy dismisses classes at 5 o'clock, prompting the third Hokage to arrive early at Ling's residence. intending to convey the village's care for him. However, night has fallen completely, and there is still no sign of Uchiha Ling Sarutobi. With his right hand clutching a pipe and his left arm resting behind his back, puffs away thoughtfully. Yet, an air of vexation looms within him. Why hasn't that little brat returned yet? It is already nearing 8 o'clock, and he has been waiting for several hours. He cannot simply return now. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha mansion, a sigh of relief escapes as Uchiha Ling returns, stretching his non-existent slender waist and stepping into the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he notices the lights are on inside. Who could it be? Uchiha Ling wonders internally. The third Hokage, sensing a faint chakra fluctuation outside, feels a wave of emotion. This little rascal has finally returned. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night here. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage calls out. Is that you, Ling? Come in. What the heck? This is my home. Why do I feel like an outsider? Uchiha Ling silently complains. But he dares not delay and quickly opens the door. Inside stands a middle-aged ninja clad in Hokage robes, holding a pipe, sporting a tuft of goat-like beard, and possessing a pair of sharp eyes. Ling recognizes him as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the third Hokage is just entering middle age. His abilities and vitality at their zenith, exuding an aura that is both sharp and polished. Good day, third Hokage, Uchiha Ling greets him. At this point, the third Hokage is a little over 40, far removed from the benevolent yet cunning politician he would later become. Otherwise, Ling would find it quite difficult to act in his presence. Ah, you have been unconscious for 2 days and just woke up today. Did you encounter any difficulties at school? The third Hokage inquires kindly. Uchiha Ling expresses his gratitude and replies, Rest assured, third Hokage, I am perfectly fine. School dismisses at 5, does it not? Why have you returned so late? Oh, I went to practice after school, which is why I am late, Ling responds. Embodying the demeanor of a well-behaved child, articulating each word carefully. You are still young. Do not overexert yourself in training and risk your health. However, why is Ling so eager to train so diligently? The third Hokage's eyes narrow slightly, and a gentle smile graces his lips, radiating kindness. Ling comprehended that the third Hokage was probing into his intentions. The third speculated that after the demise of his parents, Ling's relentless pursuit of cultivation was undoubtedly fueled by the power of vengeance. However, it remained to be seen whether this animosity was directed towards Konoha, the Sand Shinobi, or stemmed from other motivations. Clarity on this matter was essential. Ling endeavored to showcase an acting prowess rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. Upon hearing the inquiry from the third generation, his eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears, and his small head bowed in sorrow. With a voice choked with emotion, he uttered, It is because I am too weak. If I were strong enough, my father and mother would not. Oh, Ling, how could this possibly be your fault? No one would blame a 5-year-old child. The demise of Yujiro and Kazuki also weighs upon the village. They were heroes of Konoha, perishing in their quest to protect it, sacrificing themselves for the peace of the ninja world. Their bravery will forever be etched in the memories of all. Ling must resolutely uplift herself, not to let them down, for they will undoubtedly take pride in their choices. The impassioned speeches from 3 generations profoundly moved Uchiha Ling. Ling spoke excitedly. Yes, I will not disappoint my father and mother. I shall inherit their glory and take it upon myself to defend Konoha, striving for peace in the ninja world. I will certainly work even harder. Uchiha Ling vowed, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Ling is a considerate and admirable child. A smile of appreciation graced the face of the third Hokage. He then produced a small wooden box, which, although modest in size, sparked a sense of anticipation within Uchiha Ling that it contained something remarkable. As expected, the third Hokage did not let Ling down. Ling, why Kai and Kazuki left you some belongings when they departed. They hold great affection for you. Take good care of this box and do not let their expectations go unfulfilled, the third Hokage advised earnestly, placing the box on the table. I shall not inspect these items. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek out your uncle. Do not bottle up your troubles. The villagers are all your family. That struck a chord, old man, thought Ling. Your words resonate deeply. Yes, I understand. I will become a hero like my father and mother. Ling replied. Haha, it is wonderful to hear you express such thoughts. I shall take my leave now. Make sure to rest well, the third Hokage said with a smile, patting Ling on the shoulder. Goodbye, Uncle Third. After closing the door, Ling felt a flutter of excitement within, eager to discover what treasures his beloved parents had left for him. Impatiently, he opened the wooden box, revealing an unopened letter inside. Ling opened the letter, which contained the heartfelt wishes of his parents. Ling, we hope you never have the opportunity to read this letter. However, by the time you do, your mother and I will likely have departed. Please forgive us for our seemingly irresponsible absence. The village needs us. And the battlefield is indeed the ultimate resting place for us ninjas. To perish in battle is a source of pride for our Uchiha clan. Ling, you are destined to become a remarkable ninja in the future. We lament that we cannot personally guide you on your journey of growth. Nevertheless, we hold steadfast belief that, despite the arduous path ahead, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a formidable individual. The legacy we can bequeath to you is limited. comprising merely a few ninjutsu techniques and some financial resources. The road that lies before you must be traversed alone. Promise us. You must cherish your life and persevere. After reading this heartfelt message, Uchiha Ling fell into a contemplative silence, for the hearts of parents are indeed filled with sorrow. His arrival into this world equated to the loss of their original child. In his past life, Ling was an orphan, thus loneliness and indifference had permeated his soul. Yet, upon receiving this letter, he felt a weight of melancholy settle within him. Ling contemplated that since he intended to steal the Book of Seals during his betrayal of the village, he might as well learn the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation contained within it. There exist two methods to resurrect the deceased: impure world reincarnation and the rebirth of heaven cycle. The former is documented in the Book of Seals, which he could seize when he defected from Konoha. Orochimaru is also proficient in this forbidden technique, having refined it further. Perhaps he could engage in a pure transaction with his uncle, the snake. The utility of impure world reincarnation is immense, as the formidable mainstays of the Fourth Great Ninja War were all summoned through this technique. Such a power, best kept in one's own hands, is invaluable. As for the rebirth of heaven cycle, it necessitates the possession of the Rinnegan and drains the life force and chakra of the user, presenting a near-fatal flaw that led Ling to forego this super S-rank ninjutsu. War is perpetually fraught with contradictions, regardless of the ruthlessness displayed by ninjas on the battlefield. They are sincere when it comes to their loved ones and friends. No one wishes to lose family. Thus, it is war that inflicts suffering, this very ninja system. Hence, the pursuit of peace is paramount. Chapter 5, The Final Assessment. Ding. A significant presence of spiritual energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? The mechanical voice of the system disrupted Uchiha Ling's thoughts. Is this the letter? Wasn't it said to absorb negative energy? Can such a positive, uplifting message be absorbed as well? Ling pondered in confusion within his mind. Ding. The letter contains pure spiritual energy, infused with strong waves of conviction by the writer. In simpler terms, it is a universal energy devoid of attributes. Ah, I see now. Absorb it. Ding. Absorption initiated. Absorption complete. A total of 50 energy points acquired. 1 Tomo Sharingan 5100. As the spiritual energy from the letter was drawn away, Ling sensed that the once heart-wrenching farewell note seemed to lose its essence. If the original letter was infused with the earnest hopes of his parents, it now merely contained disjointed expressions of emotion. The energy amassed was considerable, allowing him to progress more swiftly towards achieving the double Tomo Sharingan. Folding the letter and placing it securely in its envelope, Ling turned his gaze back to the wooden box. Inside lay a stack of silver notes, totaling a substantial 200,000 ryo. While this seemed like a great sum, the life of a ninja is notoriously expensive, with both ninja tools and medicinal supplies holding considerable value. Ling felt a twinge of envy towards Tian from the 12 Little Strong. His family had opened a ninja tool shop, and during battles, tools were freely dispensed without cost. In addition to silver notes, he possessed 6 ninjutsu scrolls and a training journal. How fortunate it was, effortlessly acquired. Among his treasures were the C-rank fire release, Phoenix fire technique, the B-rank fire release, Dragon fire technique, and the A-rank fire release, Great Dragon fire technique. He also had the C-rank medical ninjutsu, Hemostasis technique, and the A-rank medical ninjutsu, Healing technique. Surprisingly, he even possessed the C-rank ninjutsu, Shadow clone technique. Unlike the multi-shadow clone technique, the shadow clone technique could only create a single clone that possessed half the chakra of the original. The experience of the clone would return to the original, making an excessive number of clones burdensome for the body. Moreover, Ling did not possess chakra comparable to that of tailed beasts, so the shadow clone technique was more than sufficient for him. As of now, no one was aware of using the shadow clone technique to assist in training, thus it afforded him a unique advantage. Ling's gaze then shifted to the training journal. He opened it to find a piece of chakra testing paper tucked within. The journal contained insights from his father, Uchiha Uchiha, regarding the characteristics of fire-type chakra transformations. This was indeed a valuable resource. Mastering the transformation of chakra properties would significantly enhance one's strength. It is well known that chakra is energy extracted from the human body's 130 trillion cells, possessing not only form transformations but also property transformations. The famed Rasengan is a powerful ninjutsu developed from chakra's form transformation, while Sasuke's Chidori represents a perfect amalgamation of form and property transformation. When wind-type chakra is infused into the Rasengan, it can evolve into the more formidable Rasen Shuriken. Uchiha Ling drew out the chakra testing paper, gently infusing his chakra into it. Zing! The paper split cleanly in half as if sliced by a sharp blade, and then spontaneously combusted in mid-air until reduced to ashes. Quite impressive. A naturally dual attribute user of wind and fire. It seems I can also cultivate the Rasengan as an unmarked ninjutsu with no attribute requirements. The Rasengan was certainly favored by Ling. However, without wind-type chakra, he would be unable to upgrade it to the Rasen Shuriken, rendering it somewhat futile. Fortunately, his innate talent was commendable. A night passed without incident. At dawn the following day, Ling rose early, had breakfast, and made his way to a secluded area in the woods behind the Uchiha estate, where he began his training. Fire release, Great fireball technique, Ling exclaimed. A fireball, nearly half a meter in diameter, trailed a long tail as it crashed to the ground. Boom. The impact created a massive crater in the earth. Sigh indeed. I cannot compare to Itachi. Although both had succeeded in their first attempts, Ling's fireball paled in comparison to his brother's. He felt a sense of helplessness. If the clan were to learn that 5-year-old Ling had mastered the great fireball technique, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Considering even Uchiha Obito had only performed it at the age of 10, with his current chakra level, he could only execute the great fireball technique 3 times at most before exhausting his reserves. His chakra was too limited, and his control over it was imprecise, leading to considerable wastage. 2 hours later, Ling hung precariously from a stout branch, loosening his chakra as he executed a graceful somersault, landing smoothly on the ground. After concluding his morning training, Uchiha Ling made his way to school. The monotonous lessons had him on the verge of slumber, prompting him to focus intently on refining his chakra. He had no intention of squandering 4 years of his life in the company of these young children at the Ninja Academy. Well, that concludes today's lesson. I have an important announcement. In 1 month, we shall be on break, so make sure to utilize this time wisely for your revision. In 20 days, the final assessments will take place. Those who fail will have to attend remedial classes during their vacation, declared Ryoji Nagatani with a mischievous grin. He found the lackadaisical attitude of the students exasperating, yet he relished the thought of their impending woes come exam time. Indeed. Upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, the young ones, initially elated, were quickly cast into despair upon learning of the forthcoming assessments. Ah, our first major evaluation since enrolling? I must make a striking impression. I refuse to be treated as mere cannon fodder post-graduation. Ling had already resolved when he would betray Konohagakure on the night of the Nine-Tails assault. In the ensuing chaos, he would seize the opportunity to pilfer the sealing scroll, subsequently defecting from the village. The Nine-Tails attack occurred in the 48th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, coming on the heels of the Third Shinobi World War that had already ignited. If memory served correctly, the declaration of war by the Sand Village, citing the death of the third Kazekage, happened around the 43rd year of the Hidden Leaf. Throughout this conflict, the Hidden Leaf Village, engaged on multiple fronts, faced catastrophic losses, reducing its strength to unprecedented lows. Even Uchiha Ling could not guarantee his survival amidst such turmoil. Thus, the years following graduation from the Ninja Academy would be crucial for his progress, as it would determine his chances of survival during the war. Being assigned to a capable J-Nin team to undertake missions would prevent him from being cast aside as expendable on perilous assignments. Naturally, this hinged upon his exceptional abilities capturing the attention of the village as higher-ups, convincing them of his potential as a worthy asset. The assessments at the Ninja Academy would serve as his opportunity to showcase his talent. Chapter 6. The assessments commence. Upon exiting the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Ling hurried towards the training grounds. He felt confident about securing first place in the final assessments. While he regarded the other students with indifference, he recognized that the Hyuga clan's prodigies posed a particular challenge. At their tender age of 5, none had undergone extensive training, resulting in negligible differences in physical prowess. Save for the clan heirs, the Hyuga clan, renowned for their gentle fist techniques, made it imprudent to engage them in a contest of physical skill. Moreover, Ling's own ninjutsu repertoire was limited, and under the scrutiny of their Byakugan, even his body replacement technique would prove ineffective. It seemed he would have to resort to the great fireball technique, a signature Uchiha fire jutsu, whose power approached that of B-rank ninjutsu. Ling utilized his skills with finesse. It would be unwise to dismiss this group of children, for even a lower-ranked ninja would hesitate to confront them directly. Although the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan may not rival the Sharingan in combat prowess, it possesses an inherent advantage from birth. The Sharingan, even among the Uchiha clan, is a rare gem, with many clan members never awakening it in their lifetime. While being a genius is indeed commendable, an excess of talent borders on the monstrous. Uchiha Ling, who awakened his eyes at the tender age of 5, undoubtedly embodies such an extraordinary existence. However, Ling had no intention of revealing his true capabilities during this minor assessment. It was far more advantageous to showcase only a portion of his talent. In the ensuing 20 days, Ling intensified his training regimen, dedicating over 6 hours daily to rigorous practice, with the weight on his legs increasing to 70 kilograms. His shadow clones tirelessly engaged in the training of ninjutsu, mastering the great fireball technique and becoming increasingly adept at the body flicker technique. Climbing trees, once a task needing utmost concentration to reach the top, had transformed into a trivial endeavor, as effortless as eating or drinking. Time slipped away, and soon the assessment day arrived. On the training ground of the Ninja Academy, dozens of children gathered, their expressions ranging from relaxed to anxious. Teacher Ryoji Nagata stood to the side, clearing his throat twice before announcing, "All right, everyone quiet down. The assessment is about to commence." He then retrieved a list from behind him, beginning with shuriken throwing. "When I call your name, step forward to demonstrate." The first participant, Kohei Yamazaki. A chubby boy emerged from the crowd, visibly anxious. With a whoosh, 6 shuriken were thrown, one missing its target and another hitting the bullseye. Ryoji noted this expressionlessly, stating, "Kohei Yamazaki, 1 miss and 1 hit. Average performance." As time progressed, many had completed their demonstrations. Wanya Hyuga, all hits, 5 bullseyes, well done. Next up, Uchiha Ling. It was soon Ling's turn, and the distance to the wooden post, a mere 10 meters, was child's play for him, utterly devoid of challenge. Approaching the front, he nonchalantly withdrew 6 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, executing a graceful flick of his wrists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling returned to the line, hands in pockets, never glancing back at the results. A true man never looks back. Wow, Ling is amazing, all bullseyes, exclaimed a group of girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, the boys regarded him with envy, unable to accept being outdone by a peer. Excellent, Uchiha Ling, all bullseyes, a perfect score. Everyone should learn from Ling, Ryoji praised. His mood brightened by the emergence of a prodigy in the class. The shuriken throwing assessment concluded swiftly. Ryoji retrieved another list, stating, "Next, we shall proceed to practical sparring. Pairing off based on the shuriken scores, we will spar until one party concedes. I will call the names. First up, Uchiha Kaido versus Nara Janine." The two stepped forward, facing each other, forming opposing hand seals before rushing at one another with wooden kunai. Their skirmish was simplistic and direct, lacking the intricate ninjutsu or flair. Reminiscent of children at play. How utterly dull, Ling thought, stifling a yawn. Despite the lack of excitement, the two appeared deeply engrossed in their exchange. The tide soon shifted. Janine evaded Kaido's kunai attack, intentionally exposing a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido lunged forward with a triumphant grin, thrusting his kunai. Bang! Janine was struck, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Kaido's astonishment was palpable as he felt a sudden pain in his back, his body sent flying. Janine, a true elite shinobi, demonstrated remarkable combat instincts even at a young age. Kaido's expression darkened, as a proud Uchiha. Being bested by a child of his age would surely earn him scorn from his parents. Janine emerged victorious, and the two exchanged conciliatory hand seals. Next pair, Wanya Hyuga and Uchiha Ling. At last, it was Ling's turn. Stretching his shoulders, he stepped into the arena. Wanya Hyuga, I look forward to your guidance. The young Hyuga, fixated on Ling with earnestness, declared. Although his shuriken performance fell short of Ling's, he remained confident in his combat abilities. Knowing that an unawakened Uchiha was not significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Uchiha Ling, I look forward to your guidance as well. The two locked eyes, each wary of the other. With a firm grip on his kunai, Ling surged forward towards Hinata Bunya. Midway through, 2 shurikens were deftly launched at his opponent from an acute angle. Hinata Bunya, wielding his kunai with precision, swiftly deflected the shurikens with a series of resounding clashes. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, he found Ling's assault already looming before him. Hinata Bunya's pupils contracted in astonishment at the remarkable speed, and he instinctively sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding Ling's sweeping strike. With a sharp exclamation, his eyes transformed to a ghostly white, the veins around them bulging ominously. Quick to react, Hinata Bunya evaded Ling's attack and immediately retaliated with a palm strike aimed at his opponent's chest acupuncture point. With a swift leap, Ling propelled himself into the air, deftly wielding his kunai as it sliced towards Hinata Muni. Hinata reacted by arching his body backward, narrowly evading the assault. However, Ling's subsequent punch was already imminent, leaving him no time to evade. He could only shield his chest with his arms. Thud. Hinata stumbled back a few steps. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, his complexion slightly flushed. Yet, instead of deterring him, Ling's strike ignited Hinata's ferocity. His gaze sharpened, and he ceased his retreat, opting to confront Uchiha Ling head-on. Hinata's gentle fist technique, inherently a close combat martial art, demanded vigilance from Uchiha Ling as his opponent advanced. Thud, thud, thud. The two engaged in a fervent exchange of martial prowess. After 20 days of rigorous training, Ling's physical capabilities had surpassed those of his peers, nonetheless. Each powerful punch that collided with Hinata felt akin to striking a cloud. Soon, Hinata seized an opportunity, delivering a palm strike to Ling's left arm. Ling sensed a sudden weakness in his limb, his chakra flowing sluggishly. With a decisive kick, he pushed Hinata back, retreating a few steps while maintaining a vigilant gaze upon him. Simultaneously, he concentrated his chakra towards his left arm, and after a brief moment, it regained its full functionality. Chapter 7, Victory and Attention. The battle had persisted for 5 minutes, leading to considerable depletion of stamina and chakra on both sides. Uchiha Ling was slightly out of breath, while Hinata displayed signs of fatigue. Outside the arena, Liangjia observed intently, astonished by the spectacle before him. Was this truly a skirmish between novice warriors? Their prowess seemed to nearly reach that of a genin, particularly Ling, whose combat instincts were remarkably sharp. In the arena, Uchiha Ling found himself facing a formidable opponent, and it appeared that he would have to resort to his ultimate technique. With a focused gaze, Ling resolved that it was time to conclude this battle. Uchiha Ling swiftly formed hand seals, and with a resounding thud, a tangible shadow clone materialized beside him. 2 kunai were simultaneously launched, and the 2 figures darted towards Hyuga Monya. Monya, wary of the impending threat, unleashed a series of palm strikes. Bang, bang. Upon the side of the 2 plumes of smoke, A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet it was too late. One of the kunai that flew behind him transformed into Uchiha Ling. "It is over," Ling murmured softly. He quickly formed hand seals again. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a sharp exclamation, a fireball of 1/2 meter in diameter erupted from Ling's mouth. The air around it warped from the searing heat. And Hugomonia found himself unable to evade. For the first time, he felt death looming perilously close. In a flash, a figure darted past, grasping Hugomonia and swiftly retreating outside the danger zone. It was Ryosuke Nagata, who, upon witnessing Uchiha Ling preparing to unleash his jutsu, realized that Monia was destined to lose, and thus had been poised for a rescue. Boom. The great fireball struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Staring at the gaping hole, Hugomonia gasped in horror, realizing that had it struck a person, it could have obliterated them entirely. Ryosuke Nagata was equally astonished. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's signature fire release technique, yet he had never heard of anyone mastering it at such a tender age. Wow, Ling is incredible. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Ling was indeed a prodigy, capable of mastering such a formidable jutsu. Among the crowd, the 2 members of the Uchiha clan were particularly dumbfounded. Having been taught this technique by their parents, they understood just how difficult it was to execute perfectly. In the arena, Uchiha Ling panted heavily, his complexion pale. After unleashing that jutsu, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, yet a faint smile graced his lips. "This battle is mine." The tactics employed by Ling are precisely those utilized by Naruto during his battle with Zabuza in the original work, as Ling employed the shadow clone technique. He simultaneously executed both the clone technique and transformation technique, launching a frontal feint with 1 shadow clone and 1 regular clone. While the true attack originated from his transformed body that resembled a shuriken, the Byakugan could perceive the flow of chakra within a human body, however. The shadow clone was a tangible entity, and coupled with the distraction from the clone nearby, Hinata Fumino's defeat was not unjust. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage naturally paid attention to the final assessment, utilizing the telescope technique to conveniently monitor the entirety of Konoha. This Narajinta is quite remarkable. Despite his youth, he possesses excellent combat instincts, a voice remarked, belonging to another individual in the office, dressed in a black and white kimono. With bandages wrapped around his head obscuring his right eye and a cross-shaped scar on his chin, he exuded a dark yet sharp aura. Indeed, this batch of children has some promising talents. The 3rd Hokage responded with a smile. If Uchiha Ling were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's roots, known as the Darkness of Shinobi. At that moment, although one of Danzo's eyes was bandaged, Ling knew that he had yet to acquire the Sharingan. He likely possessed cells of the 1st Hokage, but with his ordinary physique, he could hardly withstand the potent vitality of Hashirama's cells. Therefore, it was certain that he would seek Orochimaru's assistance for research. Whether he had already begun collaborating with Orochimaru remained uncertain. Once he realized that the Sharingan could suppress the overwhelming vitality of the 1st Hokage's cells, his obsession with the Sharingan would undoubtedly escalate to an extreme level. As the representative of Konoha's Hawk faction, advocating for the unification of the shinobi world through war, Danzo's affection for Konoha was no less fervent than that of the 3rd Hokage. He had long harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, whom he viewed as a detrimental tumor to the unity of Konoha. In his perspective, the village's foundation was beyond their comprehension, and its will was not something they could oppose. However, the 3rd Hokage had his own considerations. Firstly, although the Uchiha clan had fallen from grace, their strength remained formidable, and their power was indispensable during wartime. Secondly, for the sake of the village's balance and stability, given that Konoha was still in its infancy, if the higher-ups were to take action against the Uchiha clan, other clans within the village would surely become discontented. Nonetheless, Danzo disagreed with the 3rd Hokage's philosophy, believing that the 3rd was overly lenient and indulgent towards the Uchiha. Yet, as the Hokage, the 3rd had the final say, leaving Danzo with no recourse but to pursue the position of Hokage to realize his vision. However, should the Uchiha exhibit even a hint of treasonous intent, he vowed to suppress it with ruthless measures, at which point he would have the opportunity to acquire a multitude of Sharingan. Uchiha Ling held a degree of admiration for Danzo, aligning with his belief that peace could only be achieved through unification by war. However, while Danzo had grand ideals, his capabilities were lacking. He was somewhat ambitious yet incompetent, ultimately losing his way in the pursuit of the Hokage position. The scene in the crystal ball continued to unfold, soon showcasing the battle between Uchiha Ling and Hinata Fumino. Upon witnessing Ling's application of the shadow clone strategy, the 3rd Hokage's eyes lit up. When Ling unleashed the great fireball technique, the 3rd could not help but display a look of astonishment. What a genius! Danzo, observing Ling's performance, was equally taken aback. Yet he quickly lowered his head in contemplation, his expression shifting between shadow and light, lost in thought. Let our roots cultivate this child, Hinata, Danzo declared. That is impossible. This child's parents sacrificed themselves for the village. I will not allow you to ruin his future. The 3rd spoke with unwavering conviction, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon his old rival. The roots were not a place for nurturing shinobi, but rather a breeding ground for killing machines. Under the guise of cultivation, they would become mere mindless puppets. Danzo, undeterred, pressed on with a stern tone. Hinata, do you not see how immense this Uchiha brat's talent is? The Uchiha see only their clan, not the village. One Uchiha Madara is more than enough. The third Hokage retorted fiercely, asserting that Ling's prowess lay in his mastery of ninjutsu, and his abilities should not be exaggerated. He is an exceptional child, destined to become a ninja who loves the village and will inherit the will of fire. Danzo seethed with indignation, gripping his cane tightly, though it creaking under pressure. He would not overlook any hint of discord that could threaten Konoha, yet the third always countered his views. Hinata, mark my words. Do not regret your decision today. Danzo left with a grim expression. Sigh. Danzo, how can I entrust the position of Hokage to you? The third Hokage lamented, hoping that his judgment would prove correct. Observing the small figure within the crystal ball and recalling their conversation from that night, a warm smile graced his face. He believed Ling would grow to be a ninja who cherished Konoha. He had confidence in his discernment. If he could be deceived by a 5-year-old child, he would have little else to say. Chapter 8. A hasty 3 years unbeknownst to Uchiha Ling, who had secured his position as the top student after defeating Hinata Fumino. The affairs within the Hokage's office carried on unperturbed. This battle ended in victory for Uchiha Ling, announced Nagata Ryosuke, the mediator. Uchiha Ling, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Hinata Fumino stated earnestly after they formed a reconciliation seal. I lost this time, but I will surely defeat you next time, he added. Ling, taken aback for a moment, responded with a smile. I welcome your challenge at any time. Seeing the two establish a healthy competitive relationship, Nagata Ryosuke expressed his satisfaction, proclaiming, what an exhilarating battle. Everyone should learn from these two. Subsequent bouts between the two continued. But after witnessing the fierce clash between Ling and Hinata, the childish skirmishes lacked excitement. As the final sparring session concluded, Nagata Ryosuke announced the results of the end-of-term assessment. Uchiha Ling rightfully claimed the title of first in his grade, with Hinata Fumino in second. With the news of Uchiha Ling's first-place achievement spreading, he gained a modest renown within the village. The Uchiha clan, upon learning of Ling's talent, paid him greater attention. However, none of this concerned Ling. He remained devoted to his training, spending nearly all his time outside practicing after the Ninja Academy's break. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In the 38th year of Konoha, the landscape of the ninja world stabilized. With large-scale wars becoming increasingly unlikely as the Second Great Ninja War approached its conclusion. In this war, no victor emerged. The animosity between various ninja villages only intensified, setting the stage for the next conflict to erupt. Yet, the battlefield remained a place of glory, with the legendary Sannin, including Konoha's White Fang and Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, having faced off against Hanzo of the Salamander. The Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, alongside Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, had all risen to the level of Kage. With the addition of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha now boasted 5 Kage-level powerhouses, solidifying its status as the foremost shinobi village in the world. However, Uchiha Ling, being well-versed in the original narrative, is acutely aware of the impending circumstances facing Konohagakure. The legendary Konoha White Fang, having forsaken a mission, caused grievous losses to the village and succumbed to the unbearable weight of public opinion, ultimately taking his own life. Tsunade's brother, Senju Ropetree, along with his beloved Kato Dan, met with a tragic fate, while the Princess of Slugs fell victim to hemophobia. Orochimaru, having grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death, was particularly struck by Tsunade's despondency, leading him to contemplate the fragility of existence and the pursuit of immortality. This ambition spurred him to embark on human experimentation to develop forbidden jutsu. Within the village, the economy gradually began to recover, with the commercial district regaining its former vibrancy. A stark contrast to the desolation of previous years. The recent enrollment period for the new class of the Ninja Academy had just concluded, and Uchiha Ling attended the ceremony. Among the new students were many familiar faces from the original work: the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi, Uchiha Ling's young cousin, Uchiha Obito, as well as Marino Ibiki and Noera Rin. Not to mention, the son of Konoha White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, alongside his close friend, Might Guy. At this point in time, Konoha White Fang was still alive, and Kakashi remained the aloof child he was known to be, garnering attention wherever he went as the son of a hero. Now 8 years of age, Uchiha Ling had undergone years of rigorous training, which imbued his 1.5-meter frame with a sense of composure. After 3 years of diligent effort, he had made significant strides, mastering the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, and proficiently executing the B-rank fire release, Dragon Fire technique. His extensive training in physical combat had elevated his physical prowess far beyond that of his peers, resulting in a substantial chakra reserve, which he estimated had reached the level of a Chunin. The transformation of his fire attribute chakra had also seen notable advancement, greatly enhancing the potency of his fire-based jutsu. Additionally, inspired by the methods of Naruto Uzumaki from the original story, he commenced training in wind attribute chakra manipulation. However, due to his tender age and lack of experience, He encountered a bottleneck in mastering this aspect, as many ninjas only began to engage in chakra transformation training upon reaching the Jonin rank. He had fully grasped the original work signature jutsu, the Rasengan, which had become his most formidable technique to date. With his Sharingan still in its single tomo state, and having yet to leave the village, Uchiha Ling had no opportunity to gather negative energy. However, that chance was not far off, as he would graduate from the Ninja Academy in a year. After completing 200 laps around the training grounds with added weight, Ling found himself slightly breathless, as the burden on his legs had now increased to 500 kilograms. It must be said that being a ninja is indeed an extraordinary vocation. Presently, Ling could shatter stones half his height with a mere punch, relying solely on his physical strength. System, display my current attributes, Uchiha Ling gasped, mentally prompting. The system responded with its characteristic mechanical tone, beep. Current attributes of the host are as follows. Name, Uchiha Ling strength. Chunin abilities, single tomo Sharingan, 5100, techniques, basic body flicker technique, C-rank fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, shadow clone technique, hemostasis technique, B-rank fire release, dragon fire technique, A-rank Rasengan. Uchiha Ling's advantages lay not only in his family's jutsu legacy, but also in the mature soul residing within him. Unlike his peers, who squandered time, he maintained strict self-discipline, ensuring the completion of his daily rigorous training. Consequently, this blend of effort and innate talent forged an extraordinary 8-year-old. All that remained for him was to acquire combat experience. Ling, are you still training? A boisterous voice interrupted, belonging to a lively child of 5 or 6, clad in the distinctive Uchiha uniform and sporting striking orange goggles, Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Obito had yet to become the formidable figure that would later shake the very foundations of the ninja world. He was simply a cheerful, carefree child with a sensitive heart. Having both lost their parents to the Ninja World War, Ling and Obito naturally formed a close bond as friends. Obito, reliant on his accomplished older cousin, was eager for his recognition. Hey Ling, I passed the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy. From today on, I'm officially a ninja. Uchiha Obito proclaimed proudly, his face alight with an expression that screamed, look how impressive I am, praise me. Ling pretended to be perplexed, scratching his head as he spoke. Huh? I recall that during the entrance examination, anyone could pass, right? Were you not the top scorer? The top scorer, indeed. Obito, feeling utterly disillusioned, twitched his lips in a forced smile and replied, hee hee, well, I am a genius. Such trivial matters are of no concern to someone like me. Of course I wouldn't stoop to compete for them. Yes, that is exactly it. Ling, in a state of bewilderment, remarked, oh, is that so? I have heard that the top student is named Kakashi Hitaki, the son of White Fawn. It is said that he is a genius as well. Indeed, upon hearing Kakashi's name, his lifelong rival and close friend Obito was instantly thrown into disarray. How can he possibly surpass me? I simply choose not to compete with him. If I were to take this seriously, I could easily outshine that arrogant dead fisheye, Obito exclaimed. All right, since our little genius has passed the entrance exam, I shall treat you to ramen. Great, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. The uncle's ramen is absolutely fantastic. Obito joyfully danced with excitement. Chapter 9, Obito Uchiha. It remains as lively as ever. Ling entered the noodle shop and was somewhat surprised to discover that Kakashi and Noera Rin were also present, along with their classmates, Saratobi Asuma and Might Guy. Ah, you bunch of rascals, are you holding a reunion? Why was I not invited? Exclaimed Obito, who had also noticed his fellow classmates. Oh, it's Obito. We intended to invite you after school, but you rushed off in such haste that we couldn't catch you. A feminine voice chimed in. The voice belonged to a girl with short brown hair adorned with 2 purple markings on her face, none other than the object of Obito's affection, Noera Rin. Haha, that was because I was eager to find Ling. Obito scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Cut it out, you fool, sneered a boy with short white hair beside him. Hey, you jerk Kakashi, what did you say? I challenge you to a duel. Obito retorted, his temper flaring as he pointed at Kakashi. Hey, everyone, please don't argue. Obito, come sit with us, said Ling, turning to the side. This must be Senior Ling, right? Let's all eat together. Isn't Senior Ling the prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan? I often see you training hard at the training ground. You are my idol, guy. Is this what youth is all about? Exclaimed a boy with a watermelon head, his voice brimming with excitement, none other than the future Leaf Village's foremost taijutsu master, Might Guy. Everyone's attention turned to Ling, who responded with a serene smile. Please, do not call me senior. Simply refer to me as Ling. Obito and I are of the same clan and have been good friends since childhood. He has officially enrolled today, and I brought him here for ramen. Why don't we all join? This meal is on me. Absolutely. Ling is quite wealthy, so everyone can eat to their heart's content, Obito chimed in enthusiastically. Ling's lips twitched slightly as he joined the others. He felt a profound sympathy for Obito, his spirited and amiable kinsman, given the tribulations he had endured. During the Third Shinobi World War, Obito had perished beneath a pile of stones while attempting to save Kakashi, losing an eye in the process. Later, under the manipulation of Uchiha Madara, he witnessed the tragic death of Rin, his beloved, at the hands of Kakashi, his dearest friend, plunging him into utter despair regarding the world. Subsequently, he became a pawn of Madara, navigating the tumultuous landscape of the ninja world and igniting the Fourth Shinobi World War, ultimately serving as a mere vessel for Madara's ambitions. Truly, he was a character beset by misfortune, and Ling wished to alter his fate. However, the Fourth Shinobi World War was also something he anticipated, thus necessitating Obito's descent into darkness. The pivotal moment of Obito's transformation was Rin's death, a fact Madara astutely recognized, leading him to orchestrate Rin's abduction by the hidden Mist Village and sealing the Three Tails within her. This would allow for her resurrection through Edo Tensei, potentially granting them an ally in the pursuit of peace. Observing the orange-goggled youth before him, Ling mused, "Uncle, another bowl, please." He glanced at the 5 empty bowls before Obito, feeling a hint of exasperation. "TCH, are you a pig?" A mocking voice rang out. "What did you say, Kakashi? You scoundrel? I challenge you to a duel. I will surely defeat you. Do you dare accept?" Obito shouted, his frustration palpable. "Boring. The bottom of the barrel remains the bottom of the barrel," Kakashi retorted, mercilessly. Obito's face flushed with indignation as he pointed a trembling finger at Kakashi, exclaiming, "You dead fish-eyed fool. It's only because I was serious. I'm a genius." "Oh, then I accept your challenge, Uchiha's genius and bottom of the barrel Obito." After their meal and bidding farewell to Uncle Yile, the group of youngsters made their way to the training ground, with Ling trailing behind. "Ling, do you think they'll be all right?" "It would be unfortunate if someone got hurt," Rin inquired anxiously. "No need to worry. If danger arises, I will intervene. Let them enjoy themselves," Ling replied, waving his hand dismissively. Soon, the two stood opposite each other, assuming combat stances. Kakashi, the prodigious son of the White Fang, and Obito, a scion of the Uchiha clan, had both received exceptional training prior to enrollment. However, the chakra reserves of these 4- and 5-year-olds were minimal, thus, physical prowess and combat awareness became the keys to victory. Kakashi's mastery of the White Fang's techniques undeniably conferred an advantage in taijutsu, and his calm, decisive demeanor endowed him with formidable instincts in battle. Kakashi was not merely a genuine genius, he was a born ninja. Yet, his talents were tragically stifled by the shadows of political intrigue. The death of his father inflicted a profound blow, and the subsequent losses of Obito and Rin plunged him into despair. By the time he truly grasped the essence of companionship, it was too late. Obito had sacrificed himself to save him, gifting him an eye, while Rin met her end at his own hand. Thus, the once great Kakashi devolved into a despondent figure, ironically dubbed the dead fish-eyed uncle. "Ah, Kakashi, you devious fiend. How could you strike from behind?" Obito exclaimed as he stumbled, landing face first into the dirt. "TCH. Bottom of the barrel. Again, I will definitely defeat you," Obito declared, brushing off the dirt and lunging at Kakashi with a kunai in hand. Kakashi sidestepped, his right hand reaching out to grasp Obito's arm. In a moment of panic, Obito lifted his leg to kick at Kakashi, but the latter anticipated the move, yanking Obito's arm and causing him to lose his balance, crashing to the ground once more. Struggling to rise, Obito, unwilling to concede, charged forward again. A figure flashed past, a hand resting firmly on Obito's shoulder. It was Uchiha Ling. Ling gently spoke. "Well, Obito, perhaps it's best to let this go. You are not a match for Kakashi. Continuing the struggle would be futile." However, Obito's expression betrayed his inner turmoil. He was unwilling to accept defeat, particularly at the hands of Kakashi. At that moment, Rin approached, her brow furrowed with concern for Obito. "Obito, are you hurt?" Upon hearing Rin's words of care, Obito felt rejuvenated, an exhilarating sense of invincibility coursing through him. As if he could take on 10 opponents, his face alight with joy. Yet, Rin spoke again. "Please, stop fighting. Obito, you cannot defeat Kakashi." Instantly, Obito's countenance fell. While a man may accept defeat, how could he do so in front of the woman he cherished? He glared fiercely at Kakashi, as if he wished to consume him whole. "Ah, you scoundrel, Kakashi. I want to let go." Ling covered Obito's mouth, and in that instant, the world felt significantly quieter. Then, with a smile, he addressed the crowd. "It is quite late already. Everyone should return and rest." Once the crowd had dispersed, Ling released his grip and stood quietly beside Obito. "Why did you stop me?" "I wanted to take down that dead fish-eyed fool," Obito exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Oh, aren't you a genius? How is it that you were just bested by Kakashi?" Ling teased. Obito scratched his head awkwardly, his words coming out in fragmented bursts. "That's because." Ling turned to face Obito, gazing intently into his eyes, and spoke earnestly. "Obito, you must understand that this world is not devoid of geniuses. Yet very few can truly become formidable warriors. Do you know why that is?" "Huh?" Obito replied, bewildered. Ling continued, "That is because there exists something more significant than talent. Effort." Chapter 10. The Strategy for Cultivating Obito. Is effort truly more important than talent? Obito was somewhat taken aback. Ling nodded and remarked, "Indeed, perseverance can surpass genius." The Uchiha clan is undoubtedly a unique lineage within the world of ninjas, possessing the Sharingan, a powerful Kekkai Genkai, and a natural affinity for chakra. This exceptional trait endows them with an abundance of chakra, far exceeding that of their peers, and their strength is unparalleled in this era. The pride of the Uchiha has deeply permeated the minds of every clan member. Consequently, this has led to a stagnation in their aspirations, as they became ensnared by the allure of power, ultimately resulting in their demise. On the night of their extinction, apart from the deceased Uchiha Shursui, the entire Uchiha clan consisted solely of the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, as well as Obito and Madara. Gazing at Obito before him, Ling couldn't help but reminisce about Itachi, who was exceptionally talented, combining diligence with innate ability. Unfortunately, although his vision transcended that of his clan, his heart remained too constricted. What the ninja world demands is transformation, a new order forged through war and iron will, rather than a conservative maintenance of stability. Ling solemnly remarked. Possessing talent is indeed a stroke of fortune. It bestows upon you a higher starting point and a more distant future. However, if one relies solely on their innate abilities without exerting effort, they will inevitably be cast aside. The world of shinobi is undeniably ruthless. Oblivious and carefree as he often was, Obito fell into a contemplative silence, for no one understands the bitterness of war more profoundly than an orphan of conflict. If I do not strive, I too may meet my demise in some future battle, he pondered, his heart weighed down by the gravity of the thought. After a brief pause, Obito's gaze became resolute, and he boldly declared, in that case, Ling, I shall train alongside you from now on. The prospect of Obito willingly dedicating himself to rigorous training brought a sense of relief to Ling. In the original narrative, Obito shared a carefree disposition reminiscent of young Naruto. However, it was only after enduring a series of harrowing trials that he transformed into the brooding antagonist he would later become. Ling jested, all right. But training with me will be quite arduous. You must not regret it later. How could I? I am a genius, Taito assured, thumping his chest. With a slight curve of his lips, Ling smiled and said, very well, it is settled then. We shall gather at the training grounds at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The next morning, as dawn began to break, Obito, bearing the marks of fatigue beneath his eyes, implored Uchiha Ling, it is only 5 o'clock. Must we truly commence our training at such an early hour? Just allow me to sleep for another hour. No, make that 40 minutes, just 40 minutes. Ling disregarded Obito's pleading gaze and remarked, oh, were you not intending to train alongside me? How can one grow without enduring hardship? With such laziness, how do you expect to become a true ninja? Obito weakly replied, even ninjas need to sleep and rest, you know. Ling mockingly remarked. Then perhaps you should indulge in a bit more slumber. However, at this very moment, Kakashi is diligently honing his swordsmanship, and in your current state, you stand no chance of defeating him. Upon hearing this, Obito instantly lost his composure, exclaiming, what? That scoundrel Kakashi. He then declared, Ling, let us commence our training forthwith. With a mischievous grin, he added, first, let us don this. We shall run 100 laps around the playground. Ling, with a cunning smile, produced a pair of 50-kilogram leg weights. Ah, you must be jesting. Obito gasped, his eyes widening. He then chuckled nervously, could we perhaps lessen the load a tad? How about 50 laps instead, and 30 kilograms? We can gradually increase it later. Ling felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, nurturing a cunning and malevolent antagonist was not an easy task. At this moment, Obito had yet to discover his true aspirations, or perhaps ideal would be a more fitting term. In his perspective, attending school and training were merely obligations, and such passive learning could hardly ignite one's passion. In the original narrative, Naruto strived to become Hokage, seeking the validation of others through relentless training. Sasuke, driven by a thirst for vengeance, went to great lengths to enhance his power, even delving deep into the lair of snakes. Might Guy and Lee were similarly motivated to prove themselves, demonstrating that mastery of taijutsu could rival ninjutsu. Thus, they trained with fervor. At this juncture, it was evident that Obito had not yet identified his own ninja way. Defeating Kakashi to win Rin's affection seemed merely a means to satisfy his vanity. It appeared that the noble task of transforming Obito would ultimately fall to Madara. Ling mused with a sense of resignation. As time flowed steadily onward, Ling diligently endeavored to elevate his own abilities through daily training, while Obito, in contrast, took a more languid approach to his own development. Ling chose to disregard him. Every path is one's own choice. Obito, with his inherent talent, undoubtedly possessed great potential. Had he committed himself to diligent training, the outcome of the Battle of the Divine Bridge might have been altered. Yet, the world offers no what-ifs. Ling traversed through time and embarked on the quest for unification and peace within the ninja realm. Well-versed in the original narrative, he devoted himself to arduous training, striving to wield the power to effectuate change. Obito was merely a carefree youth. Had it not been for those unforeseen events, perhaps he would have lived a fulfilling life. Fate is indeed a curious phenomenon. Ling, I ranked second in the final assessment today. What do you think? Am I impressive? Observing the proud boy before him, Ling, despite his reluctance to dampen his spirits, inquired nonchalantly, oh? It seems your half-hearted training has yielded some results. But who claimed the first position? At the mere mention of the first place, Obito's countenance fell instantly. The first place is that scoundrel Kakashi. This time luck was on his side. I was so close to defeating him. Next time, I shall surely triumph. Obito declared vehemently. Next time, I fear there may not be such an opportunity. Ling sighed softly, just loud enough for him to hear. Ling, what did you say? Obito scratched his head, perplexed by the remark. Ling patted Obito's shoulder and said in a teasing manner, "Oh, it's nothing. I wish you the best in defeating Kakashi next time. Perhaps Lin will admire you for it." Obito, being but a mere child, could hardly withstand such jests, and his face flushed instantly. "That's not true. Lin and I are merely ordinary friends." "Ha ha ha, really?" Ling chuckled, then adopted a serious tone. "In just a few days, I shall graduate. Once we are assigned to different classes, I will be off on missions, leaving you to train alone. Do not grow complacent." "Huh? You're graduating, Ling?" Obito exclaimed with excitement. "I wish to graduate early as well. That way, I can become a great ninja." Ling couldn't help but envy the carefree spirit of these children. The bonds between Obito, Kakashi, and Lin, as well as the ties within Konoha, felt exceedingly fragile to him. Ling sighed inwardly. The death of Konoha's White Fang had occurred just months prior, leading to Kakashi's early graduation and his emergence as the youngest genin in Konoha. The bonds among the three were exploited by Uchiha Madara. Ultimately, Lin perished. Obito fell into darkness, and Kakashi succumbed to despair. Such fragile connections indeed. Uchiha Ling, destined to betray Konoha, would find himself alone in the village. What he sought were supporters on the path of his ideals, not fragile ties. Chapter 11. Graduation and Class Assignments. A week later, the long-anticipated day of graduation and class assignments arrived. In the bustling classroom, 50 children, aged around 8 or 9, sat with expressions brimming with excitement and anticipation. For them, graduation signified the transition into the world of ninjas, a chance for renown. Yet, only when they truly experienced the harsh realities of the ninja world would they long for the peaceful days spent in the Ninja Academy. Bang! The classroom door swung open, and Ryoji Nagata strode to the podium, his expression as serious as ever, though today, it bore a hint of satisfaction, reminiscent of a parent witnessing their child grow up. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly. "From this day forth, you have graduated from the academy. You are now ninjas." Pausing to glance at the group of exhilarated children below, he continued, "Next, I will call out the names of those who will be in the same class. First class, Uchiha Ling, Hyuga Hanabi, and Kitayama Rei. Your supervising jounin will be Uchiha Yoshinobu. Second class, Nara Shikaku." The class assignments concluded swiftly, with 2 unfortunate children assigned to the previous year's teams. No one would coddle them like a caretaker. However, their faces were filled with excitement, clearly unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Ling felt a sense of joy at being assigned to a teacher from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha symbolized formidable strength, indicating that his performance over the years had garnered the attention of the higher-ups. Soon, a series of genin entered the classroom, taking their future disciples away. And Uchiha Ling encountered his forthcoming guiding genin. The man, in his 30s, exuded an air of experience and wore the Uchiha uniform. His confident demeanor devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the clan. He was truly an intriguing individual, Ling mused as he scrutinized the genin before him. Subsequently, he called out in his mind, "System, display the attributes of the person before me." The mechanical voice of the system responded, "Ding. Name, Uchiha Haru. Strength, Semi-Kage. Abilities, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Techniques, A rank Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball, B rank Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Flame Flower, Earth Release, Heart Cutting Technique, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Spear, C rank." Uchiha Ling was somewhat taken aback to discover that this guiding genin possessed Semi-Kage strength. Uchiha Haru sensed Ling's gaze and smiled, saying, "You must be the child of Yujin and Kazuki. I even held you in my arms when you were a child." "Oh, do you know my parents, teacher?" Ling inquired, puzzled. "Haha, indeed. Speaking of your father, he is my cousin," Uchiha Haru remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Ling's spirits were somewhat subdued. Yuan Wu continued, "I have heard that you have consistently ranked first in your class. You truly embody the legacy of the Uchiha clan. I believe both Uchiha and Kazuki would be immensely proud to know how exceptional their son is. I will follow in my parents' footsteps and undoubtedly become an outstanding ninja in the future," Ling declared confidently. Yuan Wu merely smiled, refraining from further commentary, and then addressed the trio. "From now on, I shall be your guiding jonin. I am Uchiha Yuan Wu. Now, please introduce yourselves." Hinata Fumino inquired, "Teacher, what should we include in our introductions?" "Well, anything is permissible. Your name, hobbies, likes and dislikes, and of course, your aspirations," Yuan Wu replied. "Shouldn't the teacher introduce himself first?" Katana Rei interjected. Uchiha Yuan Wu paused momentarily before smiling and said, "Of course, I am Uchiha Yuan Wu. As for my hobbies, well, I cannot disclose that. As for aspirations, let us just say it is as it is." The three could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. How is he so much like Kakashi from the original story? Ling mused. Uchiha Yuan Wu waved his hand with a chuckle. "Ah, enough about me. It is your turn to introduce yourselves. Fumino, you may go first." "I am Hinata Fumino. I enjoy training, as I wish to prove myself. When it comes to aspirations." Fumino's expression wavered momentarily. Uchiha Yuanwu interjected to ease the tension. Well, having aspirations is commendable, even if you choose not to articulate them. Next, it's your turn. Ray. My mother is a medical ninja, and I aspire to become one as well, hoping to assist my comrades. Kitano Ray shyly introduced herself. Uchiha Yuanwu smiled. That is a commendable aspiration. He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Ling. Ling spoke. I am Uchiha Ling. My hobby? Well, I enjoy the ramen made by Uncle Yao. As for dislikes, I hold none. All experiences in life are invaluable treasures. As for my aspirations, I shall keep that a secret. Uchiha Yuanwu twitched his lips, pondering whether all geniuses were this capricious. Clearing his throat, Yuanwu stated, well, since we are all acquainted, let us conclude for today. Tomorrow morning at 7. We shall gather at the training ground for a survival exercise. Bea Ling expressed confusion. Isn't it a mission? We have already conducted survival exercises back in school. Oh. Although you have graduated, you are not yet true ninjas. Should you fail tomorrow's survival exercise, you will have to return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training. Uchiha Yuanwu explained with a detached demeanor. What? How can this be? Haven't we already graduated? Bea Ling exclaimed in disbelief, while Hinata Funya's expression shifted as she turned to Uchiha Yuanwu. Ah yes, that is indeed the case. Every class undergoes such exercises. Rather than being astonished, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to succeed in tomorrow's exercise. Oh, and do not think of inquiring your parents about the exercise details. They will not divulge them. Uchiha Yuanwu wore a mischievous grin. Well then, I shall take my leave. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. Seeing the guiding Jonin leave, Ling also prepared to exit. At that moment, Bea Ling's voice rang out. Ling, are you not going to stay and discuss tomorrow's tactics? Ling waved her hand nonchalantly and remarked, such matters are unnecessary. Together, we are no match for the teacher. He merely wishes to assess our capabilities. As for the method of evaluation, we shall discover it tomorrow. Is it truly all right? Bea Ling expressed her concern. Of course. If we fail the assessment, wouldn't he be left all alone? Ling jested. Let us not dwell on such thoughts, since we shall be a team from now on. How about I treat everyone to barbecue tonight? That sounds wonderful. If teacher Yuanwu knew there was barbecue to be had, he would surely regret leaving so early. Bea Ling replied with a smile. Suddenly, a figure flitted by. What are you all discussing? Bea Ling, with a look of disdain, retorted, Teacher Yuanwu, didn't you leave? Why have you returned? Uchiha Yuanwu, with a resolute demeanor, declared, you shall be my disciples from now on. I must take responsibility for you. Chapter 12. The old tradition of snatching the bell. Early the next morning, the three of them arrived at the training ground. Ling was apprehensive that Uchiha Yuanwu would be late, much like Kakashi in the original narrative, testing their patience. However, their teacher proved to be reliable, appearing before them shortly thereafter. Kitano Ray, unable to contain her enthusiasm, inquired, Teacher, what kind of assessment is this? Oh, do not be so hasty. Uchiha Yuanwu gestured dismissively before producing 3 small bells from behind him. This is the essence of your assessment, ringing the bells. There are a total of 3 bells. And any student who manages to seize a bell from me before noon shall be deemed qualified, he declared with a mischievous grin. Uchiha Ling twitched her lips, internally lamenting that the tradition of snatching bells had long been established, reminiscent of the times when the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had engaged in similar antics. Kitano Ray timidly asked, what happens if we fail to seize a bell? Yuanwu feigned regret as he replied, those who fail to grasp a bell shall, of course, be deemed unqualified and must return to the academy for remedial training. It is possible for all 3 of you to pass, but equally, you might all fail. Therefore, for your future paths, harboring a belief in defeating me is essential. Uchiha Yuanwu smirked devilishly. How could that be? You are our teacher. Kitano Ray exclaimed, slightly intimidated. In this scenario, if you wish to pass the assessment while I aim to thwart your success, we become adversaries. Underestimating your enemy can lead to dire consequences. He retorted mockingly. Moreover, with your meager skills, defeating me is a far-fetched dream. You should consider returning to the Ninja Academy for further training. He laughed heartily. How infuriating. Hinata Muni growled. My ninja way cannot end here. I will surely defeat you. Observing Muni's ignited fighting spirit, Yuanwu smiled and said, I look forward to your performance. Now, let the assessment commence. As soon as Uchiha Yuanwu's words echoed, Hinata Muni dashed forward, kunai in hand. Yuanwu remained unfazed, and as Muni's kunai approached, he effortlessly grasped her arm with his right hand. Unfazed, Muni swiftly swept her right leg toward him. But Yuanwu anticipated her move and captured her leg with his left hand, gripping it tightly. A glint of triumph flickered in Muni's eyes as she extended her left hand toward the bell at Yuanwu's waist. At that moment, with both of Yuanwu's hands occupied, it appeared he could only watch as the bell was snatched away. Kitano Ray displayed an excited expression, seemingly convinced that this test was quite simple. However, Uchiha Ling held a more skeptical view. Indeed, Yuanwu exerted force with his feet, flipping Muni away into the air. A perfect opportunity. Uchiha Ling's eyes lit up as he swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A volley of basketball-sized flames surged toward Yuanwu, who, demonstrating his exceptional reflexes, nimbly evaded the fireballs in midair. Before he could relax, a series of whooshing sounds announced Muni's gentle fist attack from behind. Yuanwu, seemingly dodging, was met with a strike that sent him reeling backward. As the smoke cleared, it was revealed to be a wooden substitute. Such formidable battle instincts. Not only did he evade my Phoenix Fire technique midair, but he also managed to use a substitution technique to avoid Muni's powerful strike. Uchiha Ling mused inwardly. Your combat awareness is commendable, and your coordination is decent, but if this is all you possess, you will not be able to seize the bells. Uchiha Yuanwu's mocking voice rang out. Muni, I will engage him. You must assist me in creating an opportunity, Uchiha Ling stated calmly. Understood. With a whoosh, several shuriken shot toward Uchiha Yuanwu, and Uchiha Ling swiftly formed a shadow clone. The shadow clone and the real body, both armed with kunai, charged at Uchiha Yuanwu, who effortlessly dodged the shuriken and entered into a taijutsu duel with Ling. The two clashed in midair, exchanging blows, and Ling felt his body, honed through rigorous training, beginning to falter. His arms ached as if they were breaking, and he could only barely fend off Yuanwu's relentless assaults. Yet, observing the subtle smile on Yuanwu's face, Ling understood that his opponent was not exerting much effort. It was merely a test of his capabilities. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken, launched by Hinata Muni, streaked toward Uchiha Yuanwu. Well done. Uchiha Ling internally praised, recognizing that this not only provided him with a moment to breathe, but also an opportunity to counterattack. Uchiha Ling swiftly formed hand seals once more, declaring, Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique. A scorching fire dragon, extending over 10 meters, surged toward Uchiha Yuanwu. Forced back by the shuriken, Yuanwu, even before landing, felt a searing heat radiating from behind. The fire dragon engulfed him, carving a deep trench into the ground, with lingering flames mingling with thick smoke, showcasing the immense destructive power of the technique. Ling, you haven't killed the teacher, have you? Katana Ray gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Hinata Muni's expression grew serious. His Byakugan activated. He sensed that Uchiha Yuanwu's chakra had vanished. Yet, he could not believe that a Nin could be so easily defeated, his Byakugan sweeping the area for any sign of chakra fluctuations. Uchiha Ling, too, had lost sight of Yuanwu, but in this moment, he maintained his composure, understanding that remaining steady amidst chaos was the path to victory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Reminiscent of the moment in the original story when Kakashi used Earth Style to pull Sasuke underground. Knowing Yuanwu's elemental affinity, Uchiha Ling realized that he was adept in Earth Style ninjutsu. As his mind raced, a voice echoed. Earth Style, inner decapitation technique. Two hands reached up from the depths of the earth, seizing Ling's legs and dragging him underground, leaving only his head above the surface. Uchiha Yuanwu soon appeared, a sly grin on his face as he remarked, Hee hee, kid, you truly possess extraordinary talent, having even mastered the dragon fire technique. Yet, your battle experience leaves much to be desired. Uchiha Ling smirked, oh, do you believe you've caught me? Speaking with only his head above ground was indeed a peculiar sight. With a sudden burst, Yuanwu watched as Uchiha Ling transformed into smoke. What? When did he use a shadow clone? Uchiha Yuanwu's expression shifted in surprise. Suddenly, several shuriken flew toward Uchiha Yuanwu's position, while Uchiha Ling performed hand seals, crying out, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Yuanwu dodged the shuriken. Yet the Great Fireball was nearly upon him, and he showed no sign of panic. The fireball struck him, enveloping him in smoke. Shadow clone. When? Uchiha Ling gasped, realizing that he had not seen Yuanwu forming any seals, meaning the figure that had pulled him underground was not the real Yuanwu. Just then, Ling felt a tightness in his nerves. Uchiha Yuanwu's attack was already on its way. Ling focused his mind, exerting force beneath his feet to leap into the air. His right leg lashed out like a vine whipped towards his opponent. Uchiha Yuanwu smiled slightly, effortlessly intercepting Ling's attack with one hand. He then flicked his wrist, sending Ling hurtling through the air. After landing, Ling took a few steps back to dissipate the force of the impact, then fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Yuanwu before him. Chapter 13, the so-called survival exercise. Truly, it has opened my eyes, Ling. Your strength already rivals that of an average Nin, and your combat awareness is formidable. You merely lack some experience, achieving such prowess at your age. You are indeed a prodigy. Uchiha Yuanwu generously offered his praise. Breathing heavily, Ling had just expended a considerable amount of chakra during the recent physical confrontation and the execution of the fire release jutsu. He retrieved a soldier pill and swallowed it. Ling Chong forced a smile and remarked, a genius? I merely exert more effort. With a chuckle, he added, however, the bell remains in my possession. If you cannot seize it, then. Uchiha Yuanwu shook his head with a hint of regret. Teacher Yuanwu, we have only just begun. Do not be so quick to draw conclusions. We certainly will not concede. Ling replied with a grin. Indeed, we shall not surrender. We will undoubtedly pass the assessment. Kitayama Ling and Hinata Fumino echoed, their spirits unyielding. Very well, then. I shall observe your forthcoming performances. I will not initiate any attacks. Let us see what tricks you can devise, Uchiha Yuanwu stated, refraining from further comments, his hands resting on his hips as if lost in thought. Upon returning to the group, Ling noticed the others wore expressions of distress. Kitayama Ling voiced, "The teacher's strength is overwhelming. We are no match for him. If this continues." Hinata Fumino's face reflected a struggle. Perhaps he truly aspired to be a great ninja, and the prospect of failing at the outset was hard to bear. He despondently remarked, "The teacher has been toying with us. With his prowess, we cannot even approach him. Are we truly destined to fail here?" After Ling contemplated their words in silence for a moment, he smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Do you recall what I mentioned yesterday? Oh, are you implying that the teacher was merely assessing our capabilities, and in fact, we have already passed the evaluation?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in Kitayama Rei's eyes. "Yes and no. Evaluating our abilities is indeed his intention, but perhaps the more crucial aspect is testing our sense of teamwork," Ling articulated confidently. Upon discovering that the assessment involved seizing the bells, he realized that this survival exercise was fundamentally an examination of their collaborative spirit. Although the two bells in the original narrative had transformed into three, he was convinced that ultimately, Uchiha Harumu would contrive a scenario that would compel them to forsake their comrades. Teamwork. Kitayama Rei pondered, while Hinata Fumiya fell into deep thought. Ling continued his analysis. "We are among the most outstanding performers in this session. If the assessment is based on strength, and even we cannot pass, then this year, no ninja will graduate. Therefore, this battle, characterized by an imbalance of power, is not intended to test our abilities. The teacher mentioned that some might pass the assessment while others might not. To me, this is merely a means to undermine our team spirit. As long as we do not fall for their tricks and maintain our unity, they will not be able to overcome us." Upon hearing Uchiha Ling's explanation, Hinata Fumino felt a sudden clarity. Indeed, Ling's analysis was quite astute. It seemed we had initially fallen into a misunderstanding, and the task of seizing the bells was merely a fade. So, should we simply wait until time runs out? Could that pose a problem? We certainly cannot allow them to underestimate us. We must. Although the chances of defeating him are slim, we must ensure he recognizes our prowess. Kitano Rei was filled with confidence, but hesitated for a moment before adding, "But can we truly succeed? Will Yenwu-sensei fall into our trap?" "Of course. Isn't he eager to see what tricks we can conjure? We must not disappoint him," Uchiha Ling replied with confidence. Hinata Fumino, growing impatient, exclaimed, "All right. Let us begin our preparations. We must make sure he understands our strength." Subsequently, the three swiftly vanished into the woods behind them, observing the trio of young ninjas conspiring for some time before they ventured into the forest to set their traps. Uchiha Yenwu wore a satisfied smile. Yet he refrained from following them. He thought to himself, "Let us see what surprises you can bring." 20 minutes later, Uchiha Ling emerged from the forest. Having consumed several military rations, his complexion noticeably revitalized, at least enough to engage in battle once more. With a confident demeanor, he addressed Yenwu-sensei, "Sensei, we are ready. I wonder if you dare to confront the traps we have devised." "Of course. You little rascals cannot frighten me," Uchiha Yenwu replied nonchalantly. Sensei is so confident. You haven't been peeking at our setup, have you?" Uchiha Ling asked skeptically. "How dare you question my character, you little brat?" Uchiha Yenwu retorted with a twitch of his lips. "Very well, Sensei. Prepare to witness our true might." With that, Ling turned and dashed into the forest. Seeing Uchiha Ling enter the woods, Uchiha Yenwu followed suit at a leisurely pace. The tranquil forest was occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds, and the complex branches and leaves created a dizzying spectacle. Uchiha Yenwu made no effort to muffle his footsteps, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing in the woods. Crack! The sound of a twig snapping caught Yenwu's attention, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. Whoosh! Several shurikens flew toward his previous position as he had anticipated. Yet, this was not the end. Thick logs of substantial girth came hurtling from all directions. Lightly stepping, Uchiha Yenwu leaped into the air, but before he could relax, several iron nets descended upon him from above. As he looked up, seeing the explosive tags affixed to the nets, Uchiha Yenwu realized the peril he was in and aimed to land quickly to evade the net's reach. Bang! A log beneath him transformed into Ling, who shouted, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." Fireballs, radiating intense heat, surged upward, enveloping Uchiha Yenwu in a conflagration of flames and iron nets. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the surrounding area was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. However, Uchiha Ling did not believe it would be so simple. Sure enough, moments later, Uchiha Yenwu emerged unscathed before Ling Ling. "I recall you used this technique during your first final assessment. It is indeed a clever strategy. Unfortunately, I have thoroughly studied your backgrounds," Uchiha Yenwu said with a smile. "Oh? Sensei, a ninja strategy should adeptly utilize the environment and adapt to different circumstances. Do you truly believe my tactics are limited to this?" Uchiha Ling replied with a faint smile. As his words fell, an enormous steel net erupted from the ground, ensnaring both of them. Kitano Rei and Hinata Fumino emerged, their faces alight with excitement. "Sensei, you have lost," Hinata Fumino stated calmly. Uchiha Yenwu remained unfazed, questioning, "Oh? Is this your strategy? To use your comrades as bait to achieve your objectives?" At that moment, a voice rang out, "Sensei, a ninja must learn to adapt. Do you think my two previous tactics were identical?" It was Uchiha Ling, who then formed hand seals to dispel his shadow clone technique. Bang! The Ling within the net transformed into a puff of smoke. However, Uchiha Yenwu maintained his composure, seemingly in control of the situation. Ling, you were correct. A single tactic cannot be deemed a strategy. However, let me impart a lesson. Experience is the best teacher. Bang! As his words echoed, the Uchiha Yenwu within the net also turned into a puff of smoke. Chapter 14. Yenwu's Astonishment. Shadow Clone. When did this happen? Uchiha Ling gasped, his mind racing. Suddenly realizing something. Damn it. The one who emerged from the explosion was merely a shadow clone, just like the tactic used to pull me underground earlier. I was too careless. Ling bitterly smiled, regretting his lack of foresight. Ah, Ling, do you now recognize your shortcomings? Achieving this level is commendable. Yet you still fell prey to an error born of inexperience. Why did you assume I was the real one? One must be adept at deception. Every decision made must be thoroughly contemplated. The battlefield offers no room for mistakes. Uchiha Yenwu's voice resonated, his expression unexpectedly serious. Yes, Sensei, I understand my shortcomings. Uchiha Ling replied earnestly. It seems your plan has failed. Are you prepared to concede? Uchiha Yenwu remarked with a faint smile. Damn it. Hinata Fumino clenched her fists tightly, unwilling to accept defeat, while Katano Rei hung his head, looking dejected. How could this be? We are ninjas. Even if it costs us our lives, we must defeat you. Ling shouted defiantly. Whoosh. Before his words could fully dissipate, he charged toward his opponent, 6 shurikens firmly grasped in hand, hurtling forward with determination. Seeing that Uchiha Ling had not given up, Uchiha Yenwu smiled appreciatively, swiftly dodging the onslaught of shurikens. With a firm grip on the kunai, Ling thrust fiercely towards the formidable Yuanwu before him. In response, Yuanwu deftly drew his own kunai, effortlessly deflecting Ling's attack. The clash of their techniques echoed through the air, the sharp kunai sparking fiercely as they collided. Yet, it was evident that Yuanwu was merely toying with Ling, his kunai moving like a venomous serpent. Ling felt his assaults lacking in effectiveness. No matter how he struck, Yuanwu effortlessly countered. In a matter of moments, several lacerations marred Ling's skin. Though Yuanwu's mastery over force meant they were but superficial wounds. However, a heavy dread settled in Ling's heart. He had completely fallen into Yuanwu's rhythm, leaving him with no hope of victory. Winya, come help me. Together we may have a chance. Ling cried out. Understood. Hinata Winya responded, swiftly charging towards Uchiha Yuanwu. With Winya joining the fray, Ling felt a significant alleviation of pressure. In close combat, Winya's prowess surpassed that of an ordinary genin, while Ling himself was firmly at the level of a nin. Yuanwu, not exerting his full strength, found himself increasingly challenged by their combined assault. You two brats actually make quite the pair, but it will be far from sufficient to defeat me, Yuanwu taunted with a smile. Damn it. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Winya unleashed her full power, a barrage of palm strikes flowing like an impenetrable storm. Yuanwu, showing no inclination to evade, was struck by Winya's assault. With a resounding crash, a wooden beam split in two, while Yuanwu stood by, his expression unfazed. Winya, do not fall into his rhythm. We must attack together. Create opportunities for me, Ling urged. Nodding in agreement, Winya and Ling pressed forward once more. Yuanwu continued to stand firm, and once again, they became entangled in fierce combat. Moments later, Winya was drenched in sweat, her body adorned with fresh wounds. As Ling's attack was evaded, Yuanwu seized Winya with one hand, attempting to throw him aside. However, a fierce determination flickered in Winya's eyes. He discarded his kunai, channeling chakra into his hands. He struck forcefully at Yuanwu's arm's chakra points. A look of surprise crossed Yuanwu's face, yet after enduring Winya's 2 strikes, he still managed to hurl him away. What an opportunity! Ling's eyes lit up as he gathered chakra frantically into his right hand, a pale blue sphere of energy rapidly taking form. Yuanwu sensed the immense power emanating from the chakra sphere, his eyes narrowing in response. Though Winya had momentarily disrupted the flow of chakra in Yuanwu's arm, the latter could resolve the situation in mere breaths. Yet, that fleeting moment prevented him from employing his substitution or shadow techniques, leaving him to watch as the chakra sphere surged towards him. In a moment of urgency, Yuanwu partially closed his eyes, then opened them wide. Sharingan, activate. 3 swirling tomo encircled his crimson pupils, radiating an aura of infinite power. Upon witnessing Yuanwu activate his Sharingan, Ling's heart sank. Indeed, in an instant, he felt the world spin disorientingly as Yuanwu appeared to his left. If this continued, the Razed would surely veer off course. Ling's heart was resolute. Believing this was merely an illusion, with unwavering determination, he would surely succeed. However, in an instant, he found himself disoriented, and darkness enveloped him. Damn it! Sharingan, activate! Ling shouted internally, and in that moment, a crimson tomo materialized within his previously vacant eyes, swiftly spinning into motion. Crack! A shattering sound echoed in his mind, and reality returned to his vision. Although Ling's Sharingan was but a single tomo, his formidable mental strength and high resistance to illusions, coupled with Uchiha Yuanwu's lack of full power, allowed him to effortlessly dispel the opponent's genjutsu. Upon witnessing Ling activate his Sharingan, Uchiha Yuanwu was taken aback. his face a portrait of astonishment. At merely 9 years of age, Ling had become the youngest prodigy in Uchiha history to awaken his eyes. It was no wonder that Yuanwu was so astounded. Itachi had yet to be born. Although Ling had dispelled the illusion, he had also afforded Uchiha Yuanwu the time necessary to regain control of his right arm. As the spiraling sphere approached, Uchiha Yuanwu called out, "Earth style, earth wall." A colossal earthen barrier, towering over 2 meters and half a meter thick, materialized before him. The spiraling sphere collided fiercely with it, creating a depression in the wall as cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Boom! With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled and dust filled the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ling swiftly formed hand seals, and a shadow clone dashed toward Uchiha Yuanwu. His right hand reached out and touched the bell, a glimmer of joy sparking in his eyes. As he had anticipated, the bell was now firmly grasped in his hand. But wait, why were there only 2? After a moment of contemplation, he realized this must be Yuanwu's doing. Was this the final decision point? Uchiha Yuanwu regarded Ling calmly, and after a brief pause, he inquired with a smile, "Ling, what is the name of this technique?" "Rasengan. I have named it the Rasengan," Ling replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Minato Namikaze had yet to master this technique, making Ling its originator. The sensation of such distinction was truly exhilarating. Indeed, upon hearing Ling's words, Uchiha Yuanwu's composure faltered. "Oh, you mean to say this is your original technique?" "Of course. My father imparted to me the insights on chakra transformation. And this technique is a product of that chakra alteration," Ling boldly fabricated, his gaze unwavering. "You are truly a genius," Yuanwu remarked, subsequently questioning Ling about what he held most dear. The eyes, for the Uchiha clan placed immense value on talent as reflected in one's ocular prowess. Ling vaguely remarked, "Just now, I was solely focused on defeating my teacher. After falling under their illusion, I felt a sudden clarity in my mind, as a warm current flowed towards my eyes, and then I was able to see." Upon hearing Ling's explanation, Uchiha Jinbu nodded, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Ling, a smile gracing his face, lost in thought. Chapter 15, Companions and Aspirations. After a brief silence, Uchiha Jinbu chuckled and said, "Ling, you are the most talented child I have ever encountered. Now, how will you choose? You possess only 2 bells. To whom will you give the other?" Ling raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Teacher, the assessment time has not yet concluded, has it? Since I have managed to seize 2 bells, I am certainly capable of acquiring a third." Uchiha Haru scratched his head nonchalantly and replied, "I accidentally misplaced the 3rd bell, so the assessment must conclude prematurely. Alas, at my age, such blunders are to be expected. How could this happen?" Upon hearing Haru's words, Kitayama-Rei gasped in shock. She felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she thought, does losing 1 bell mean that someone will inevitably fail the assessment? I hardly contributed in this exercise. Surely, I will be the one abandoned. Hinata Fumino also wore a grim expression, reluctant to compete with a girl for a position, yet contemplating the implications of forfeiting. Ling, however, was resolute in his disbelief of Haru's assertion. How could a future Hokage misplace something? Could the lost bell not be replaced? Nonetheless, he understood Haru's intentions and chose not to expose him. This assessment was indeed cunning, especially for a 9-year-old child, as failure would mean returning to school for remedial training. Furthermore, with 2 bells available, one could still safeguard a teammate, leaving only others to be forsaken. The decision seemed remarkably straightforward for a child of such tender years. Ling Dandan spoke softly, "Teacher, I have made up my mind." A glimmer of light flashed in Uchiha Yuanwu's eyes as he inquired, "What is your choice then?" "We 3 are a team. If one of us must be sacrificed, then we might as well abandon this assessment and return to the Ninja Academy together to retake it. Right, Ling, Winya?" Ling turned to address the 2. "Indeed, we are a team. We will not forsake our comrades," Bea Ling asserted with unwavering conviction. Hinata Winya also wore a resolute expression. Uchiha Yuanwu continued to intimidate them. "Have you made your decision? If this continues, you will all have to return to the Ninja Academy, and perhaps you may never become ninjas in this lifetime." After a moment, observing the steadfast resolve in their faces, Uchiha Yuanwu sighed, "You are making it very difficult for me. I cannot afford to have no students this year. I would be ridiculed by others. Therefore, you all pass." "Hooray! This is wonderful. From now on, I will be a ninja." Bea Ling cheered exuberantly. Ling and Hinata Fumino both displayed expressions of excitement. However, do not let pride overwhelm you. This is merely a starting point, and the journey ahead is still long, Uchiha Haramoto cautioned. "Indeed, Sensei, when shall we commence our missions? I have yet to venture beyond the village, and I am eager to witness the world outside," Kitano-Rei inquired, brimming with impatience. "The world beyond?" As the war draws to a close, banditry runs rampant along the borders of the various nations. A mix of wandering warriors and rogue ninjas lurk in the shadows, preying upon passing merchants. It is far from a peaceful place, Uchiha Haramoto mused inwardly. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let us conclude our discussion for today. Tomorrow, we shall embark on our first official mission, venturing into the world beyond the village." Ling smiled cheerfully and said, "Teacher, our first class has officially been established today. How about treating us to some barbecue?" Uchiha Yuenwu twitched his lips, amused by the boy's lack of scruples, always seeking to benefit at the expense of his own. After a chuckle, he replied, "Of course, I am your teacher after all." After the meal, Uchiha Yuenwu, feeling a pang of heartache, pulled out his withered wallet to settle the bill. Subsequently, everyone returned to their homes, with Uchiha Ling walking alongside Uchiha Yuenwu. Breaking the silence, Uchiha Yuenwu remarked, "You little rascal, hardly resemble a 9-year-old. Oh, are you referring to my strength, teacher?" Ling inquired. "No, I have observed your dedication over the years. Reaching this level is entirely justified," Uchiha Yuenwu responded calmly. "Hiki, then what about you, teacher? With your strength, why do you choose to teach students? Is the war on the front lines nearing its conclusion?" Ling questioned, puzzled. "Ah, the war." Mentioning the conflict, the man in his 30s fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. "Indeed, the war is drawing to a close. Many have already retreated to the village. Since the great upheaval ended, I have returned, as my clan wishes to avoid significant losses. I understand. Most of those who perish on the battlefield are ordinary ninjas. The elite from prominent clans seldom engage in perilous missions. Naturally, the higher-ups of the clans do not desire substantial casualties among their own. As for the village leadership, they can only turn a blind eye, as they still rely on the power of these clans." Ling continued to inquire, "What are your views on this war, teacher?" "War, in the end, is never a good thing. However, it is the fate of us ninjas, whether it is the will of the clan or the village. It is something an individual cannot resist," Uchiha Yuenwu remarked, his tone laden with profundity. "Oh." After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Yuenwu patted Ling's shoulder and said, "Do not dwell on such matters. At your tender age, it is better to focus on the present and prepare well for tomorrow's tasks." "Yes, teacher." "Could you tell me about my parents?" Ling nodded and asked. "Your parents, huh?" "Uchiha, he is my cousin. He was once a remarkably talented ninja, but like most from the Uchiha clan, he had a rather arrogant demeanor. We even had a few quarrels in our childhood. After becoming a ninja, he became notorious for his obsession with missions within the clan, until he met your mother, which tempered his temperament," Uchiha Yuenwu recounted slowly, lost in nostalgia. "My father was also a proud man. However, teacher, you do not seem like a typical Uchiha, being so solemn," Ling remarked wistfully. "Haha, speaking of which, you are no different, Ling. You hardly embody the essence of a child. It is rather unendearing." Uchiha Yuenwu laughed heartily. He then asked, "What is your ideal, Ling?" "I aspire to become a great ninja." "Oh, and why is that?" "So that I can realize my dreams." Uchiha Yuenwu felt a vein throb on his forehead. Ling inquired with curiosity, "What about the teacher? What is the teacher's ideal?" "Ah, my ideals seem to grow ever more distant," the teacher replied with a chuckle. "Surely, you possess a grand ambition, do you not?" "Indeed, it was this very aspiration that propelled me to this point. Yet now it feels as though I am moving in the opposite direction," Uchiha Haru sighed. "Perhaps it is merely a matter of the teacher's insufficient strength," Ling suggested playfully. "Ha, you cheeky rascal, the teacher is quite formidable," Uchiha Haru retorted with a laugh, then turned to Ling, saying, "However, I firmly believe that you will undoubtedly become an even more exceptional ninja in the future. Perhaps you will even realize your own aspirations. Of course, I am diligently working towards my ideals and will strive even harder in the times to come," Ling declared with confidence. "Huh. I eagerly await the day you achieve the path of the ninja." Chapter 16. The Elimination of Bandits. The following morning, the group arrived at the mission hall. "Ah, Ling, you are here to accept a mission as well, I presume?" A voice resonated. Ling turned to see Uchiha Chi and his class. Ling nodded in acknowledgement. "Teacher, which mission should we undertake?" Bea Ling inquired. Ling carefully examined the task list, noting that the lowest-ranked tasks were classified as C-level, indicating that they would involve combat. At that moment, the war had yet to cease, and the situation within various nations was tumultuous. Numerous small villages had suffered grievously from the ravages of conflict, rendering the villagers unable to sustain their livelihoods. Many were driven by desperation to turn to banditry, attacking passing merchants and looting their own settlements. Thus, their mission was to eradicate these marauders. Indeed, the protagonists from the original narrative were fortunate to have lived in an era of peace. Even in the 1960s, after a semblance of stability returned to the ninja world, small villages like the Hidden Grass Village, situated at the borders of great powers, remained engulfed in chaos, plagued by rampant thieves. A significant number of rogue ninjas also used this area as their stronghold. In this contemporary age, the notion of sending ninjas to find lost pets or care for children is utterly absurd. Such trivial tasks would not serve to enhance their experience. Uchiha Yuenwu pointed to a C-level task and remarked with keen interest, "I find this task quite appealing. There have been numerous bandit issues in Clear Town, possibly involving wandering rogue ninjas." After a brief pause, he added, "At that time, I shall refrain from intervening. All enemies will be entrusted to you. Is that acceptable?" Ling and Hinata Fumino nodded in acknowledgement as Kitano Ray asked nervously, "Teacher, what if we encounter an enemy we cannot handle?" "Ah, fret not. Should an emergency arise, I shall intervene. After all, you are my students, and if we fail to accomplish our task, it would be quite the embarrassment for me as your teacher." Uchiha Haruma replied with a sardonic expression. How infuriating. We are more than capable of defeating all our adversaries, Hinata Fumino retorted defiantly. Well, I believe you ought to adjust your mindset. This mission entails eradicating bandits, which is far more serious than your usual playful sparring. If you maintain such a mentality, it would be utterly disgraceful to be taken down by a mere bandit, Uchiha Haruma stated, fixing his gaze on Fumino with a calm yet chilling demeanor. Though his tone was level, the trio felt an unsettling chill, causing Kitano Rei to involuntarily take a step back. Soon, Haruma relinquished his imposing presence and waved his hand with a smile. All right, let us wrap things up. We depart in an hour. At the rear of Konoha village, a towering mountain loomed over a dense forest with stout, ancient trees reaching for the heavens. The quartet traversed through the woods, Uchiha Haruma leading the way with a map in hand. At our current pace, we will likely reach Saicho village by tomorrow evening. In the meantime, allow me to elucidate this mission, he remarked. The three nodded in agreement. Saicho village is nestled in the mountains, situated in a valley, with a waterfall cascading down from the peak. I visited there 2 decades ago. It is truly a picturesque locale, surrounded by both mountains and water. There is but one road in and out of the village, and I shall stand guard at the entrance to prevent any bandits from escaping. Uchiha Haruma explained slowly. Teacher, have you been there before? Kitano Rei queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Saicho village is a prosperous little settlement, albeit located on the fringes of the Land of Fire. During times of war, it becomes a target for many marauders. At the onset of the Ninja World War, I accompanied my teacher on a mission there. It has been 20 long years since. Uchiha Haruma reflected with a sigh. It is truly remarkable that you participated in the First Ninja World War, Hinata Fumino remarked. Oh, that war. Uchiha Haruma's interest waned at the mention. Sensing their teacher's reluctance to elaborate, the trio tacitly fell silent, focusing intently on their journey, and finally arrived at the outskirts of Saicho village by the following evening. The village was quiet in the dusk, yet a palpable stench of blood lingered ominously. Teacher, it seems the villagers here. Hinata Fumino frowned. Uchiha Haruma replied somberly, those bandits are ruthless, committing atrocities without remorse. Although some villagers have managed to flee, the elderly, women, and children left behind are at the mercy of those vile marauders. Kitano Rei exclaimed in righteous anger. You may organize the next course of action as you see fit, he then added, retreating calmly to the side. Ling, what shall we do? We are unaware of the situation inside, nor do we know how many bandits there are, Kitano Rei inquired. We need only bide our time. By capturing a single bandit, we will naturally acquire the information we seek, Ling analyzed. Soon, a gaunt middle-aged bandit emerged, a tattered headscarf wrapped around his brow and a worn-out hatchet in hand. He leaned against the doorway, dozing off, evidently oblivious to the imminent danger. Ling stealthily approached, reaching the back of the bandit, who showed no signs of awareness. Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, before a ninja, these bandits were destined for slaughter. Ling extended his left hand to cover the other person's mouth, silencing any sound. It was only at that moment that the middle-aged thug turned his head, his eyes wide with terror as they met Ling's gaze from behind. Ling held a kunai against the opponent's throat, who struggled even more vigorously. However, given Ling's strength, the resistance was ultimately futile. Ling dragged the middle-aged bandit to the position of the squad. Do not utter a sound, or I shall take your life in an instant. Do you understand? Ling admonished sternly. The other party nodded hastily, terrified of losing their life in a moment of carelessness. Releasing his left hand, the bandit pleaded, esteemed ninjas. I am but a victim of circumstance. I have never taken a life. Please, have mercy upon me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, compelling others to believe his words. Ling remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged as he inquired. Humph, I ask you, what is the current situation in the village? If you speak the truth, we may spare your life. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The village has now been occupied. As for the villagers, most have fled, and the remainder have fallen victim to the bandits, he said, stealing a glance at Ling's demeanor. Bail Ling, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed in a low voice, you wretched bandits, can you truly find peace in your hearts with such actions? It is not my fault, my lord. I am but a victim of circumstances. It is all the doing of the chief. Even before the ninjas engaged in battle, he was already a mountain bandit. Now, amidst the chaos, he has emerged to plunder. I assure you, it is not my doing. Upon hearing Bail Ling's accusations, the other party was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. Ling intercepted Kitano Rei and then inquired of the middle-aged bandit, I see. How many of you are there in total? Are there any ninjas among you? The bandit hastily replied, there are over 150 in total. Some are ordinary mountain bandits, while others are fleeing villagers. The second in command is a fallen samurai, with 7 or 8 warriors under his command. Additionally, there are 3 to 5 renegade ninjas, and the leader treats them quite courteously. Fearing for his own life, the middle-aged bandit divulged all the information he could muster. Ling nodded indifferently in response. Ninja master, does that mean before he could finish his sentence, the kunai in Ling's hand pierced the bandit's neck, blood gushing forth like a spring. Thud. As the body collapsed, the wide-eyed bandit expressed a mixture of terror and disbelief. Chapter 17. Ruthlessness, Divinity. Gazing at the corpse from which blood flowed incessantly, Ling felt a profound clarity within his heart. He had liberated himself from the constraints of his former moralities. The thrill of slaughter. Ling reveled in the sensation of wielding control over the lives of others, or perhaps, in mastering his own destiny. This intoxicating feeling of sovereignty over his fate enveloped him entirely. Uninfluenced by any objective factors, he was consumed by an inner exhilaration, a subjective yearning. Or perhaps it was simply his nature. Is this truly who I am? Ling pondered, momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was indeed such a person, selfish, cruel, and unfeeling. Words that scarcely encapsulated his essence. Passion was merely a facade he wore, while detachment and divine rationality constituted his true nature. Ding. You have gained 1 point of negative energy. Single Tomo Sharingan, 51-100. The voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. Ah, system. You have been with me for 4 years. Can you enlighten me about the essence of my being? Ling inquired calmly. Ding. From an objective standpoint. The host is a person whose rationality surpasses instinct, and whose divinity surpasses rationality. The once mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of vitality. And Ling could even sense a burgeoning emotion of excitement and approval blossoming within his mind, a sensation that struck him as profoundly peculiar. Oh, if that is the objective perspective, what of the subjective? System, do you possess emotions? Ding. The system does not possess emotions, only a flawless operational mode. The host may perceive it as complete divinization. System, you hold yourself in high regard, akin to a child seeking validation, Ling teased with a smile. Ding. This system is indeed exceptional. Ling could discern a sense of pride and confidence emanating from the system, an unusual sentiment. Haha, I too am quite exceptional, Ling continued. Certainly. The host shall become a true powerhouse. Ling. How could Bail Ling witness Ling slay the middle-aged bandit? The scent of blood provoked a spasm in her abdomen, and she exclaimed in shock. Ah, I am merely doing what I deem correct, Ling replied calmly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. However, Bail Ling's voice faltered as she observed Ling raise his head. What a sight those eyes were. Absent of the eerie Sharingan, devoid of the madness following a kill. They were simply serene and clear. How could such a gaze belong to a butcher? Bail Ling felt her heart constrict suddenly, an inexplicable fear flooding her mind. Ah. So be it. The necessary information has been obtained. Ling then turned his attention to Hinata Fumiya. Fumiya, investigate the level of the rogue ninjas in the village. Understood. Hinata Fumiya activated his Byakugan, gazing into the village. Moments later, he spoke. There are a total of 6 rogue ninjas in the village. 4 possess chakra at the level of a Jinin, while the other 2 appear to be Chunin. Ling nodded slightly and inquired, where are those 2 nin? The 6 ninjas are all together, gathered in the center of the village. Ling Dandan spoke, very well, I shall take charge of these ninjas. While the 2 of you deal with those mountain bandits. Is that agreeable? The 2 nodded in affirmation. Wait for my signal, once I commence the battle. You must act swiftly. With that, Ling stealthily entered the village. It was evident that the village had suffered considerable devastation. Many houses were still emitting thick plumes of smoke, and splatters of blood marred the walls. Ling walked past without a glance, heading straight towards the heart of the village. Moments later, several flickering flames appeared ahead. They belonged to a patrol team brandishing torches. Silently and stealthily, Ling maneuvered past them, unnoticed by the bandits who patrolled the area. For these rogues, their vigilance was merely a facade. They were akin to locusts, fleeting through a village for but a few days before moving on, their long-standing comfort having dulled their awareness. Before long, Ling arrived at the central edifice of the village. It appeared to be the largest dwelling, a choice location indeed for these ruffians. Observing the opulent structure before him, Ling couldn't help but smirk internally. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals, channeling his chakra with fervor, and exclaimed, Fire style, dragon fire technique. A formidable fire pillar, measuring over 10 meters in length, engulfed the elegant building, the air crackling from the intense heat. The resounding explosion echoed throughout the village, provoking an uproar of shouts and curses as a group of mountain bandits brandished their weapons, ready to investigate. Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Hinata Fumino, and together, they charged towards the disarrayed throng with kunai in hand. After employing his ninjutsu, Ling fixed his gaze intently on the movements of the small building. Moments later, a group of 6 figures emerged in disarray from within. Big brother, ninjas are coming to confront us, exclaimed one of them. It's that little brat over there, eliminate him. A middle-aged ninja with a scarred face instantly spotted Ling not far away. The others glared menacingly at him. He's merely a child, mocked a younger rogue ninja with a derisive laugh. Do not underestimate him. His forehead protector indicates he is a Konoha ninja. What are we afraid of? Once we finish this job, we shall head to the land of water. Do we fear Konoha? Shouted a lean man fiercely. As 2 shurikens swiftly flew from his hand towards Ling, Ling did not evade, and was struck directly by the shuriken, subsequently hurtling backward. Haha. These great ninja villages truly believe we are mere clay figures, sending a child to confront us. Yet it was I, old 5, who. Be careful. He is not dead. The others shouted. However, it was too late. When the traitorous ninja known as Old 5 turned around, Ling had already plunged a kunai into his heart. A copious stream of blood erupted from his mouth, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief and resentment. As if he could not fathom being slain by a mere child. Damn, this kid is formidable, everyone. Attack together. The scar-faced leader barked at the others upon witnessing Old Five's demise. Swish, swish, swish. Shurikens flew towards Ling. But he deftly dodged the onslaught and approached one of the rogue ninjas. This particular ninja was clearly a seasoned fighter, though astonished by Ling's prowess. He swiftly hurled his kunai and attempted to utilize a jutsu. However, to Ling, his speed appeared painfully sluggish. Swish. A shuriken sliced through the air, embedding itself in the ninja's forehead. His arm, which had been forming hand seals, dropped lifelessly, and his body collapsed to the ground. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Ling shouted, exhaling a dozen large fireballs that surged towards the two remaining lower ninjas. Such a widespread attack proved remarkably effective against these lower-tier ninjas. The two had little chance to resist before being struck by the fireballs, and after a few agonized cries, they were reduced to charred remains. Witnessing the grim fate of their comrades, the two mid-ranking ninja leaders felt a chill in their hearts. Yet, being ruthless individuals, they exchanged glances and advanced towards Ling from either side. As they approached, Ling coldly chuckled, unperturbed, and charged straight at the scar-faced leader. Chapter 18, Annihilation. In an instant, the two clashed with Ling, their kunai clashing rapidly, igniting fierce sparks in the air, thick with murderous intent. You little brat, you are nothing extraordinary. Since that's the case, you shall remain here today. The scar-faced leader growled menacingly. Is that so? Ling retorted with a cold laugh, fending off the leader's attack with his kunai before launching a powerful kick at his chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, dust filled the air. And it was Ling who was sent hurtling backward. Ha ha, kid, did you not expect this? The scar-faced leader boasted, patting his chest and laughing arrogantly. Earth release. Hardening technique. You are a rogue ninja from a Wagakure? Ling staggered back a few steps, eyeing the opponent warily. Heh, the little brat certainly has some knowledge. The scar-faced leader shook his head in regret, saying, Konoha truly is the cradle of geniuses. Alas, today you will meet your end here. Jokong, attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, several shurikens flew towards Ling. The rogue ninja named Jokong swiftly formed hand seals, invoking Earth Release, Rock Pillar Spear. A sharp earthen spike erupted from the ground, measuring nearly a meter in length. Bang! To the astonishment of both ninjas, Ling did not evade the attack and was struck. However, being seasoned mid-ranking ninjas, they remained vigilant. Jokong, to your side. The scar-faced leader called out. Jokong reacted swiftly, retreating promptly upon hearing the command. Ling gripped the sharp shuriken, leaving a long scar upon his adversary's body as blood gushed forth in an instant. Jokong's complexion turned pale, yet his eyes blazed crimson as he glared at the impish figure before him that had inflicted such harm. You have provoked my wrath, I assure you. Your demise will be most gruesome. Jokong bellowed with venomous fury. He then formed another seal with his hands and uttered a soft incantation. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. Within a radius of several meters, earthen spikes erupted from the ground. In a fleeting moment, Ling was struck by several earthen spikes, unable to evade them. Observing the small spirit before him fall victim to his ninjutsu without surprise, Jokong gasped for breath. This formidable B-rank attack had drained a significant portion of his chakra. At that instant, a sharp pain pierced his mind, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent, and years of battle instinct compelled him to lunge aside. Whoosh! 3 shurikens flew toward Jokong in a precise formation. Although he managed to evade 2 in this critical moment, one found its mark, embedding itself deeply into his chest. Hiss! The intense agony caused him to gasp sharply. Ah, you little brat! Jokong roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Swoosh! A kunai effortlessly sliced through his throat, silencing the words that were to follow. The assailant he had just targeted was merely a shadow clone. Now, the true body revealed itself. Heh, how tiresome, Ling remarked, shaking the blood from the kunai before turning his gaze toward the last remaining rogue ninja, the scar-faced one, unfazed by the demise of his companion. The scar-faced ninja spoke with an indifferent tone. You must be a recent graduate. Indeed, a prodigy. At your age, I had yet to take a life. Ling fell silent for a moment and inquired, Is this person your companion? You refer to Jokong? Indeed, we were once part of the same squad. After our mission failed, he betrayed the village. Every time we acquired spoils, I had to share them with this fool. However, as he was my teammate, I found it difficult to act against him. I must express my gratitude for your assistance in eliminating him, the scarred-faced man remarked nonchalantly. Oh, Ling paused. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Perhaps you might yet have the company of this fool on your journey. Heh, little brat. You exerted quite a bit of effort in that last battle, didn't you? My hardening technique is beyond your reach. Why not part ways amicably? The scarred man suggested with an air of confidence. Oh, are you pleading for mercy? Ling scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Humph. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? We have no conflicts of interest. These 5 rogue ninjas are sufficient for you to claim a victory. If a fight ensues, neither of us will emerge unscathed. The scarred man threatened menacingly. Oh, I believe adding you to the mix would be even better. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling launched into action, sending several shuriken hurtling at the scarred man from awkward angles. recognizing the futility of negotiation. The scarred man braced himself. Under the hardening technique, the shuriken merely struck him with a series of dull thuds. In that case, perish, he snarled as he charged at Ling with a kunai. Humph. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Ling formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball, trailing a scorching tail as it hurtled toward his opponent. Though the hardening technique significantly increased his physical defense, it was insufficient against ninjutsu. The scarred man, unwilling to withstand the assault head-on, swiftly formed hand seals, raising a colossal earthen wall from the ground. Boom. The fireball collided fiercely with the wall, sending debris flying and shrouding the area in dust. Now's my chance. Chakra surged within him, and a pale blue chakra sphere swiftly took shape in his right hand. Rasengan. Clutching the sphere, Ling dashed toward his adversary. The dust obscured the scarred man's vision, and by the time he noticed Ling rushing forth, it was too late. Sensing the impending danger, he could only guard his vital points, bracing himself for the impact. The rapidly spinning Rasengan struck precisely at his chest, its immense tearing power instantly shattering the opponent's hardening technique, resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh. With a harrowing scream, the scarred man was sent hurtling through the air, his body leaving a long, deep gash upon the ground. Gasping for breath, the scarred man struggled, his chest caved in, blood staining the earth around him. Ling gazed upon the scarred face before him, a fleeting glimmer of compassion vanishing from his eyes. With a swift motion, he launched a shuriken, mercifully ending the man's suffering. The shinobi world was rife with individuals like him, those who, paralyzed by the fear of their village's punishment for failure, found it all too easy to abandon their allegiance. Ding. Acquired 28 points of negative energy. Single Tomo Sharingan, 79-100. Is the Sharingan on the brink of evolution? Perhaps tonight. Ling's gaze darkened as he surveyed the distant bandits. For the sake of my ideal path, you shall perish. North and Hinata Fumino struggled valiantly against the relentless assaults of the mountain bandits. With their formidable strength, a mere punch could shatter stone. Striking these ordinary men would effortlessly claim lives. Yet, as fledgling warriors fresh from battle, their minds had yet to adapt, focusing solely on repelling the attackers. Thus far, aside from a few unfortunate bandits who had met their demise, the onslaught continued unabated. Ray, how are you holding up? Hinata Fumino called out anxiously. There are too many of them. I can barely hold on. Just a little longer, Ling will surely come to our aid. The chaos had left both combatants marred with wounds, and the bandits, sensing their hesitation to kill, redoubled their ferocity. The pressure on the two intensified. Curse it. Chapter 19, Carnage. The bandits surged forward, overwhelming Ray and Fumino. Brothers, press on. A handsome reward awaits for slaying these two brats, bellowed a tall man wielding a gleaming katana. He was none other than the second-in-command, Fujita Toshio. Despite being a fallen samurai, his austere attire lent him an air of authority, setting him apart amidst the rabble. Second-in-command has spoken. Everyone, give it your all. Charge forth, kill them. The disorganized mob, invigorated with fervor, pressed on, while Ray and Fumino found themselves in increasingly precarious circumstances. Suddenly, the tide shifted. Shurikens flew through the air, unerringly striking the bandits' vital points, necks, heads, hearts. In mere moments, the battlefield blossomed with crimson as a dozen bandits succumbed to death. The once formidable bandits deflated like punctured balloons, many fleeing in disarray. Don't run. There's just one of them. Slay him, and riches will be yours, roared the second-in-command. His authority restored a semblance of order among the bandits, who now fixated on the newly emerged foe, just another child. Their gazes, predatory like hungry wolves, sent chills down the spine. Yet, the corpses littering the ground deterred any advance. Ling, thank the heavens, you've arrived. You've dealt with your enemies? North exclaimed, relief washing over her. Indeed, 6 foes have been dispatched. But why are you in such disarray? Surely, there are no ninjas among you? Ling inquired, already surmising the answer. No one is born a killer for these inexperienced youths. This mission was a test of their mettle. As for mercy and hesitation, they had no place here. In the realm of ninjas, the weak perish. And once they embark on this path, retreat becomes impossible. Clinging to foolish compassion on the battlefield not only jeopardizes one's life but also endangers comrades. Upon hearing Ling's question, North lowered her head, a flush creeping to her cheeks. Hinata Fumino, equally conflicted, finally stammered. There were too many of them. We struggled to keep up. With that, she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Ling's eyes. Ling's lips twitched slightly. Wouldn't you throw shurikens? With so many living targets, even a handful tossed carelessly would yield commendable results. He nodded gently in response, ultimately refraining from saying more. The evolution of a person necessitates a process. When slaughter becomes habitual, one becomes desensitized. Perhaps in the future, they would find amusement in the memories of their past experiences. You should first recuperate your strength. I shall handle these foes, Uchiha Ling stated calmly, as if the 100 or so adversaries before him were merely a swarm of ants. Be cautious, Ling. After a few words of caution, the two retreated to the rear, leaving Ling facing a group of bandits. You have attacked the villages within the land of fire, ruthlessly slaughtering countless villagers. Today, you shall all remain here. His voice echoed with the chilling resonance of a death knell, cold and piercing. The bandits, gazing at the seemingly frail boy before them, felt a tremor of unease at his deathly proclamation. "Do not be afraid. There are so many of us. We can surely kill him," bellowed the second-in-command, Fujita Hisashi. "Yes, let us charge together. If we slay him, we will have a chance at survival. Charge." As the disorganized throng surged forward, shouting, Ling's expression remained indifferent, and he began forming hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. A soft incantation followed. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ling exerted himself fully, unleashing the great fireball technique, and felt an immediate depletion of chakra coursing through him. However, the results proved remarkably effective. A colossal fireball, measuring a staggering 3 meters in diameter, hurtled toward the bandits with a ferocious roar. Boom! With a thunderous explosion. The ground beneath Ling trembled violently. Hiss. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Bea Ling and Hinata Fumino gasped in astonishment at the aftermath of the explosion. The over 100 assailants had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping crater spanning 10 meters, drenched in blood, with severed limbs scattered about. "Ah, devil, spare me." Some of the surviving bandits, having narrowly escaped the epicenter of the blast, were hurled aside by the shockwave. In that moment, their courage evaporated. They collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy, fearing that the horrific scene before them would haunt their dreams for eternity, if they were ever to dream again. Swoosh. A sharp kunai swiftly sliced through the throat of a mountain bandit, instantly gushing blood as he clutched his neck, convulsing momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the earth. Ling resembled the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. With each flicker of the kunai in his grasp, it symbolized the extinguishing of a life. The second-in-command, witnessing the blood-soaked figure before him, felt a chill surge to the crown of his head, as if his heartbeat had momentarily stalled. His hand, gripping the katana, trembled slightly. But after a brief pause, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Stop, you vile fiend." Ling heard the words of his adversary, yet he remained unfazed, his figure darting about as he continued to reap the lives of the bandits. It was not until the last bandit fell to the ground that he paused. Ling flicked the blood from his kunai and turned to face the second-in-command, Fujita Toshio. "Demon? Are you referring to me?" Ling inquired, tilting his head in puzzlement. "They are already powerless. Why do you still wish to kill them?" Fujita, filled with rage, trembled as he demanded an explanation. "Oh, because I am the victor, and they are the vanquished," Ling calmly elucidated. "You madman! You demon!" Fujita's voice quivered with fury. "You ninjas unleash chaos without regard for the countless lives lost and families shattered. This is all the work of your great ninja villages, of you ninjas. Do you not possess a shred of remorse?" "Oh, I am striving for that." Ling fixed his gaze upon him and replied. What?" Fujita was bewildered. "My shinobi way. My peace requires your demise." With a swift motion, a shuriken accurately pierced his heart, blood oozing forth. "Why your peace?" Fujita coughed up copious amounts of blood, his eyes gradually losing their luster. With a clang, the katana fell to the ground, much like the warriors of this bygone era. Ding. Negative energy acquired, 136 points. Single Tomo Sharingan, 215-100. The Sharingan can evolve. Shall it evolve now? "Let us wait until we return to the village," Ling responded within his mind. As he gazed upon Fujita's lifeless body, he found it somewhat amusing. This warrior of a bygone age had a clear view of war, yet if he desired peace, he should strive for it. What worth is there in becoming a bandit? Can he not see hope? Has he compromised with reality? Ling shook her head, realizing that she had indeed become the most suitable nourishment on my path forward. Chapter 20. Returning to the village. Ling, with her intricate gaze, directed her attention towards Uchiha Ling. Countless thoughts swirled within her mind. Ling should not be like this. Despite his reticence and few friends, he ought to embody the essence of a radiant, charming youth, rather than the cold-blooded executioner who has just extinguished over 100 lives before me. Is this what it means to be a ninja? Is this the essence of growth? Nakano Rei felt a tumult of confusion in her mind. The exhilaration she felt at the outset had long since dissipated, leaving her with a profound sense of the cruelty and sorrow of war. Nevertheless, "I shall become an exceptional medical ninja. Yes, I certainly will. In due time, I will mend the wounds of sadness," Nakano Rei resolutely affirmed within herself. Uchiha Ling noticed the gaze Nakano Rei cast upon him. His expression remained unchanged, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "The mission has been accomplished. Let us report back to our teacher." "All right." They both nodded in response. Outside the village, Uchiha Haru lay on a rock, feigning sleep. Yet the slight furrow of his brow revealed that his mood was not as carefree as it appeared. For Uchiha Haru, who had endured painful memories, these 3 young ones felt akin to his own children. However, he understood that the path of the strong must be forged independently. Excessive interference would yield counterproductive results. Thus, all he needed was to provide appropriate guidance. Yet, this was their first mission, and a real one at that. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood, particularly concerning Uchiha Ling within the team. Ling has captivated the attention of his family by achieving the top score in his entire grade. Thus the family has taken a keen interest in this prodigy. Currently, the relationship between the family and the village has developed considerable strains. The Uchiha clan's influence has long been confined to the security division. The Uchiha desires transformation, and naturally, they hold great expectations for the rising genius, Uchiha Ling. The family has invested significant effort to secure a position for a leading jonin, primarily to better protect and nurture him. When it was revealed that Ling awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 9, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan were profoundly shaken. Therefore, should any mishap befall Ling during this mission, the pressure that Uchiha Haru would endure is unimaginable. From Uchiha Haru's perspective, Ling is the only child of his cousin Yujiru. Thus he can be regarded as his nephew. Although Ling possesses extraordinary talent and far surpasses his peers in strength, this being his first real combat experience, Haru's anxiety is palpable. Listening to the intermittent sounds of explosions echoing from within the village, his heart is tumultuous. Finally, when three figures gradually approach him, his previously anxious heart finds solace. Indeed, these little ones are a source of worry. Ling walks straight towards Uchiha Genbu, his expression as calm as ever. Teacher, the mission is complete. All 153 bandits have been apprehended without a single escape. Uchiha Genbu nodded, a mixture of pride and satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Ling even sensed a hint of compassion, a sentiment unexpected from someone of such formidable prowess. He patted Ling on the shoulder, smiling warmly. Excellent work. Achieving such a flawless performance on your first mission is truly commendable. You are all exceptional. Bea Ling hesitated momentarily, feeling a bit bashful before speaking. Teacher, Ling essentially handled all the bandits by himself. We did not contribute significantly. Oh? Uchiha Genbu raised an eyebrow, visibly surprised. Is that so? In that case, Ling has indeed performed admirably. Do not be disheartened, Ling and Winya. You will surely excel even more on your next endeavor. Yet, Ling interrupted her. Smiling as he said, we are companions, are we not? Ha. Ling was indeed correct. Let us refrain from speaking of unhappy matters, for the mission has concluded. Speaking of which, Ling, I must say, your performance in your first practical mission exceeded my expectations, remarked Uchiha Haruka. Thank you for the compliment, sensei. Since the age of 5, I have been resolute in my path as a ninja, Ling replied, his eyes gleaming with conviction. Uchiha Haruka pondered silently, wondering if the death of Ling's parents had catalyzed his growth. At such a tender age, bearing such burdens, one could not easily discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Let us rest in the village tonight. I shall take the night watch. Everyone should recuperate. As we will set off for Konoha early tomorrow, Uchiha Haruka announced. Thank you, sensei, Ling replied gratefully. 2 days later, the quartet returned to Konoha, weary yet unscathed. Upon reaching the mission hall, they settled their rewards, splitting a total of 10,000 Ryo among the 4 of them. Ling received his first hard-earned payment of 500 Ryo. For a C-rank mission, such remuneration was indeed generous. However, Ling was aware of the underlying intricacies of these assignments. Typically, missions targeting bandits during wartime were directly commissioned by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, whose wealth was unrivaled in the ninja world. Consequently, the daimyo's bounty would first be significantly reduced by the village before the remaining sum was disbursed to the ninjas who executed the task. For Uchiha Ling, who had just tasted the sweetness of earning, his spirits soared high. After departing the mission hall, he proposed to celebrate our first successful mission. How about I treat everyone to ramen? Sounds great. Kiba Arena replied enthusiastically, clapping her hands. Uchiha Haruka smirked, retorting, last time I treated you to barbecue. And now you're inviting me for ramen? But sensei, the ramen at that shop is truly delectable. If you prefer barbecue, perhaps you can treat us next time. Uchiha Haruka remarked, feigning ignorance to the previous statement. After a meal, Ling glanced at the 10 empty bowls before Haruka, seriously suspecting it was an act of revenge against him. Sensing Ling's piercing gaze, Uchiha Haruka waved his hands dismissively, saying, the ramen prepared by the owner is simply exquisite. I believe I've stumbled upon something remarkable. Indeed, the uncle's ramen is quite famous, Kibarina chimed in with a smile. In the absence of missions, I shall guide your training. Let us convene at the training ground tomorrow morning at 7, Uchiha Haruka proclaimed, pausing momentarily before adding for today. Let us call it a day. Everyone should return and rest well. Do not be late. Understood, sensei. See you tomorrow, they replied in unison. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Haruka, Ling chose not to return home but instead headed to the training ground. To his surprise, he encountered Obito, who was diligently training. Oh, this little rascal has undergone a transformation. Taking the initiative to train, Ling mused silently. Hey Obito, Ling greeted him. Oh, it's Ling. Have you returned from your mission? Obito's eyes lit up as he approached. Indeed, I just settled the mission rewards. I didn't expect you to be so proactive in your training. The sun must be rising in the west today, Ling teased, a smile gracing his face. Of course, I am putting in a lot of effort, Obito replied. His cheeks slightly flushed, then eagerly asked, Ling, was it exciting outside the village? Did you engage in battles with ninjas? Naturally, I single-handedly defeated 100 enemies, Ling said, his smile widening. Wow, cool. One day, I will be that formidable too. Now, I must continue my training, Obito declared confidently. Ling smiled, realizing that these slow-witted individuals were indeed a source of amusement. Chapter 21, Chakra Training. That evening, Ling returned home. System. How long does it take for the eyes to evolve? Ling inquired within his mind. Approximately 5 minutes for the evolution to complete. It seemed that in the original text, the evolution of the Sharingan could be accomplished in an instant, so why was it taking him so long? Ling felt a twinge of confusion. A breakthrough would be a more fitting description. The host evolves through the continuous growth of his eyes, not only enhancing their power but also significantly improving their potential. Are you referring to the abilities unlocked after activating the Manjiki and the potential to ascend to the Rinnegan? Very well, let us call it evolution instead of a breakthrough. In an instant, Ling's originally black pupils transformed into the single Tomo Sharingan, and he felt as though he were basking in sunlight. A warm sensation flowing through his entire being. A gentle stream of warmth coursed into his eyes, followed by wisps of golden energy radiating throughout his body. Ling could sense that every cell in his body seemed to tremble with exhilaration, chakra surging forth in a wild torrent. This pleasurable sensation compelled him to instinctively close his eyes. After 5 minutes, Ling felt a transformation in his eyes, and the changes coursing through him gradually subsided. As he opened his eyes, 2 blood-red Tomo began to rotate slowly around his pupils, emanating an otherworldly and potent aura. The double Tomo Sharingan has awakened. Ling clasped his hands together, feeling a significant enhancement in his strength and an impressive increase in his chakra reserves. System, display my current attributes. Ding. Name, Uchiha Ling. Strength, Jonin, Special Jonin level. Ability, Double Tomo Sharingan 215-1000. Techniques, A rank Spiraling Sphere, B rank Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. C rank, subsequent ordinary C rank ninjutsu, and even B rank will not be enumerated, as they do not contribute to word count. It suffices that everyone understands the character's chakra attributes. Simple ninjutsu can be used at will. Have I truly reached the level of Jonin? Ling felt a surge of excitement within. The evaluation of strength in the world of Hokage is quite ambiguous. For instance, only the 5 great ninja villages possess leaders who can be called Kage, alongside the audacious Star Hidden Village. However, those who attain Kage-level strength are numerous. In later stages, many exceptionally powerful ninjas still hold the title of Chunin. Yet, with the system's evaluation, he need not worry about misjudgments and can leverage this to gain a strategic advantage. The following morning, the trio arrived at the training ground. And soon after, Uchiha Jinba joined them. Teacher, will you be instructing us in ninjutsu? Asked Katano Rei eagerly. As a child of a civilian ninja, her understanding of training was rather limited. In her eyes, mastering any ninjutsu merely required study. However, Hinata Fumino, hailing from a prominent family, had already grasped the basics of training under her family's guidance. Upon hearing Rei's question, Uchiha Jinba chuckled and replied, "You have only learned the fundamentals at the Ninja Academy. There is much more to learn ahead." Noticing Rei's puzzled expression, Jinbu continued without prolonging the suspense. "Today, we will focus on chakra control. It is well known that utilizing ninjutsu consumes chakra. Take the shadow clone technique as an example. Given equivalent chakra levels, some can perform the technique 10 times, while others deplete their chakra after merely 5 uses. Why is that?" Seeing the children fail to grasp his meaning, Uchiha Jinbu scratched his head and explained. This is due to their rough control over chakra, leading to wastage. This not only results in ineffective ninjutsu, but also hinders prolonged combat. Thus, your first lesson will be to learn precise chakra control. Isn't chakra extracted through refining? How do we train it? Katano Rei inquired. You mean the tree climbing and water walking exercises, right? Hinata Fumino interjected. Uchiha Jinba nodded and said, Fumino, you and Ling have already practiced tree climbing and water walking, haven't you? Seeing both nod in agreement, he continued. However, Rei has a lower starting point, so you two will need to assist her more. The two agreed with a nod. Jinbu then led them to the back mountain, where a broad river and a small pond provided an ideal setting for water walking practice. Jinbu personally demonstrated tree climbing and water walking, detailing the essential techniques, primarily for Rei's benefit. Realizing the remarkable applications of chakra, Rei felt as though a new world had opened before her. She exhibited a commendable talent for chakra control, managing to reach the tree's summit steadily after just a few attempts. Ling mused that she indeed possessed the potential to become an excellent medical ninja. All right. Now let me elucidate the intricacies of chakra. Uchiha Jinbu's tone grew serious. Ling attentively listened, although he was well versed in the original text. He found his understanding of cultivation rather superficial. Chakra is a unique energy generated by the fusion of mental and physical energies within the human body, which can be refined through specific methods. The attributes of chakra are divided into 5 elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each individual is inherently attuned to one or even several of these elements, which can be assessed using chakra test papers. As he spoke, he took out several test papers and infused them with chakra, causing them to ignite spontaneously in the air. The ignition of the test paper upon infusion indicated that he possessed fire attribute chakra. Teacher, I saw you use earth style the other day. Are you not a dual attribute chakra user? Hinata Fumino inquired, somewhat perplexed. I originally possess only fire attribute chakra, however, upon reaching the level of a jonin, It is common for individuals to master 2 or even more chakra attributes, explained Uchiha Haru. Now, let us test what attribute of chakra we possess, Haru said. Extending the test papers to the 3. Teacher, I have wind attribute chakra, Hinata Fumino declared. Uchiha Haru silently retracted one test paper. Teacher, I possess both fire and wind attributes, Ling said slowly. Uchiha Haru, slightly exasperated, handed the last test paper to Kitahara Rei. After infusing her chakra into the paper, it became drenched, and she looked up at Uchiha Haru in confusion. Haru smiled and said, the wet test paper indicates that you have water attribute chakra. Possessing a specific attribute of chakra allows one to practice corresponding transformation techniques. The transformations of chakra can be categorized into 7 types: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, yin, and yang. Mastery of these transformations significantly enhances the potency of ninjutsu, and the fusion of 2 attributes creates new Kekkai Genkai, while the amalgamation of 3 attributes results in bloodline elimination. Teacher, my Byakugan and Ling Sharingan are not Kekkai Genkai. Also, what is the nature of the yin and yang attribute chakra transformations? Hinata Fumino inquired. Uchiha Haru responded confidently, both Byakugan and Sharingan are innate Kekkai Genkai. The Kekkai Genkai formed by attribute fusion is acquired later, with varying degrees of strength. As for the yin and yang attribute chakra transformations, yin represents mental power, and yin release can create forms from the intangible. Yang represents physical strength, and yang release can infuse life into forms. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique exemplifies the application of yang attribute transformation, while the Nara clan shadow techniques represent the transformation of yin attribute chakra. Chapter 22. Haru's Guidance. Afterward, Uchiha Haru elucidated the nature transformations of various chakra attributes, imparting a wealth of knowledge to Ling. However, his age remained a limiting factor. As a 9-year-old child, his chakra reserves were rather meager. Although his Sharingan and rigorous training allowed him to exhibit Jonin-level prowess, his chakra level still aligned with that of a Chunin. The most effective method to enhance his chakra quantity would be to transplant the first Hokage's cells, which would significantly amplify his chakra reserves and grant him formidable vitality, akin to an immortal cockroach. Yet, such aspirations were merely fanciful, as his current abilities rendered him incapable of acquiring such advanced enhancements. Additionally, he sought to complete the cultivation of chakra transformation, merging fire and wind to create the scorch-release Kekkai Genkai. This would not only augment his power but also significantly elevate his potential, resulting in a substantial increase in chakra quantity. However, given the current state of his training, it would undoubtedly be a monumental undertaking, far from completion in just a few years. Once Uchiha Haru concluded his teachings, each individual embarked on their own training. Hinata Fumino retreated to a secluded corner to practice gentle fist, as this child, rooted in taijutsu, was one whom Haru felt he could teach little. Kitahara Rei merrily played with water, and her ability to stand unsteadily in still water demonstrated her considerable talent. Uchiha Ling found a quiet space to begin training in chakra transformation. However, he found himself at an impasse, making no tangible progress. Footsteps approached. It was Uchiha Haru, who came to Ling's side and asked, Ling, are you encountering any difficulties in your training? Ling opened his eyes and, with a hint of helplessness, expressed, Teacher, I find myself at an impasse in my training of chakra nature transformation. I can distinctly sense that the chakra within me has undergone a change. The fire attribute has developed explosive power, and the wind attribute exhibits cutting and tearing effects. However, when I attempt to utilize ninjutsu, the results remain unsatisfactory. At this rate, I cannot fathom how long it will take to achieve the more complex nature fusion. Upon hearing Ling's words, Uchiha Yuenwu couldn't help but twitch his lips, inwardly lamenting. You're only 9 years old and already so extraordinary. How can you not be content? Many Jonin struggle to accomplish chakra nature transformation, and nature fusion is an even greater challenge. Otherwise, the Kekkai Genkai of the ninja world would not be so precious. Nevertheless, he patted Ling on the shoulder and encouragingly said, Ling, reaching this stage is already quite remarkable. You must understand that many individuals do not master nature transformation even upon becoming Jonin. Oh, teacher, I understand now. I didn't realize how challenging nature transformation training is. I thought it was due to my lack of talent. Ling sighed with a tinge of regret. Your talent is insufficient? Uchiha Yuenwu felt as though he might choke on his own words. How could this little rascal be so cunning and sardonic? Yet, he managed to muster a smile and continued, Ling, with your talent, you will undoubtedly master nature transformation. And perhaps you could even become a formidable wielder of 2 Kekkai Genkai. However, you are still quite young. Your chakra potential has yet to be fully realized. Your combat experience remains immature, and most importantly, your understanding of ninjutsu is still lacking. Ling raised her head and gazed into the eyes of Yuenwu. Her expression tinged with confusion as she inquired about his understanding of ninjutsu. At last, it seemed she could truly put on a fayade. After clearing his throat twice, Uchiha Yuenwu began to elucidate. Indeed, the comprehension of ninjutsu. Take, for instance, the transformation of fire nature. Your grasp of the fire release technique is inadequate. You have yet to delve deeply into the hand seals and the changes in chakra within your body. The concept of nature transformation is neither overly complex nor simplistic. With sufficient accumulation of knowledge regarding ninjutsu, mastery will naturally follow. Ling nodded in a semblance of understanding. In the original text, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was adept at wielding chakra of 5 different natures, effortlessly employing various ninjutsu in combat, earning him the title of the God of Ninjutsu. It is evident that the third possesses exceptional talent in ninjutsu, or perhaps his research into it is profoundly thorough. In this regard, he had no shortcuts to rely on. Only the option to diligently study the ninjutsu he had learned. Contemplating the impending years when his abilities would stagnate, he melancholically inquired, "Teacher, are you suggesting that I need to learn more ninjutsu?" Indeed, however, mastering the transformation of chakra properties necessitates a deeper study of ninjutsu rather than merely acquiring techniques. I have here 2 scrolls containing advanced fire release ninjutsu, which I shall entrust to you. Upon receiving the 2 scrolls from his teacher, Ling felt quite pleased. Although he had just accepted the scrolls, he unabashedly remarked, "Thank you, teacher. However, it would be even better if I could obtain a scroll for wind release ninjutsu." Ling, you must understand that one cannot overreach. Mastering multiple transformations is not a simple endeavor, especially when attempting to pursue 2 simultaneously, Yuan Wu patiently advised. Ling scratched his head in a somewhat vexatious manner and said, "Teacher, I find that I am progressing more swiftly in the mastery of wind attribute transformations compared to fire. So I would like to focus on completing the wind attribute transformations first." "What?" Uchiha Yuan Wu took a moment to steady his emotions, then produced 2 scrolls, remarking, "The teacher is not well versed in the art of wind release. Here are 2 scrolls containing basic wind release techniques. As you accomplish more tasks, you will be able to earn rewards from the village. The teacher cannot assist you significantly beyond this." Ling sincerely expressed his gratitude, recognizing that his mentor, Yuan Wu, held a genuine concern for him, not only due to familial ties, but also because of the connection with his father. "Teacher, is it possible for transformation in form to blend with transformation in nature?" Ling inquired further. "Oh, are you considering upgrading your spiraling technique?" Yuan Wu replied. "Theoretically, it is feasible. However, the spiraling technique involves rapid rotation of chakra, which should align harmoniously with the cutting and tearing aspects of the wind element." "Oh, does that imply that the fire element also has the potential for fusion?" Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fusion of wind release with the spiraling technique would yield an S-rank ninjutsu known as wind release, spiraling shuriken. What about the fusion of fire release with the spiraling technique? If one could incorporate the scorching release, Ling's thoughts are indeed quite beautiful. The fusion of the blazing release with the spiral sphere would undoubtedly surpass the power of the spiral shuriken, possibly becoming a formidable ultimate technique of S-rank caliber. Uchiha Yuan Wu was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he spoke. "Ling, you are truly a genius. If the fusion you speak of can be realized, it would undoubtedly result in an astonishing ninjutsu. However, my guidance on this matter is limited, and fusion is an exceedingly perilous endeavor that you must undertake on your own. Please prioritize your safety." Yuan Wu's expression grew serious as he cautioned, yet his concern was palpable. The practice of fusion is indeed fraught with danger. In the original work, Naruto suffered numerous injuries while attempting to merge wind release, not to mention the complications of integrating blazing release into the spiral sphere. Ling cracked a smile and said, "Rest assured, teacher, I am on the verge of mastering my mother's celestial technique. There will be no danger when the time comes." Chapter 23, A New Mission. In the following days, Ling first delved into the study of new ninjutsu, subsequently embarking on an exploration of its principles. The original martial arts master bestowed upon Ling several scrolls of ninjutsu, which included A-rank fire release, Great Fireball, B-rank fire release, Phoenix fire technique, B-rank wind release, Gale Palm, and C-rank wind release, Vacuum Wave. For Ling, C-rank ninjutsu could be performed after merely a few practice sessions. B-rank techniques required only 1 or 2 hours of effort, while A-rank ninjutsu demanded a span of 3 days for mastery. Ling devoted half of his time to mastering it. However, this mastery was merely superficial, as he remained in the dark regarding its underlying principles and intricacies. He commenced his studies with the most rudimentary C-rank ninjutsu, estimating that a thorough understanding would require 3 months, let alone the B and A ranks. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency, as the Third Shinobi World War was still 4 to 5 years away, providing him ample opportunity to strengthen himself. 7 days later, the trio arrived at the training ground. As per their usual routine, to their surprise, Uchiha Yuan Wu had already arrived, seemingly having waited for half a day. It appeared that something significant had transpired. Could it be a new mission? Observing Yuan Wu's furrowed brow, Ling speculated anxiously. Bail Ling and Wen Yi also sensed the somber atmosphere, prompting them to quicken their pace towards Yuan Wu. "Teacher, has something major happened?" inquired Bail Ling. Uchiha Yuan Wu sighed and replied, "Indeed, a mission has been assigned. It is an A-rank task." "Eh? Teacher, how could this be?" The first team, having previously undertaken a C-rank mission, was acutely aware of the peril associated with A-rank assignments. Yuan-Wu's frown deepened as he stated, "Tomorrow, we must head to the front lines. The decisive battle with Tsuchikage is imminent." "What?" Ling exclaimed in shock. While Hinata Wenya's expression turned grave, Ling inquired, "Teacher, isn't the war nearing its end? Why then is there still to be a decisive battle?" Yuan-Wu elaborated. "This protracted conflict has inflicted severe losses upon both sides. Tsuchikage is naturally unwilling to accept a fruitless conclusion, and this decisive battle serves as their final gamble. The village must exert its utmost efforts. The ramifications of defeat are burdens too heavy for us to bear." Ling, feeling somewhat disheartened, mused to himself that he initially intended to evade the Second War, focusing instead on cautious development to enhance his strength, and to make his move during the Third Great Ninja War. However, plans often falter in the face of reality, and what was inevitable has indeed arrived. Although he harbors no fear of war, his current abilities do not afford him the security required for survival. The battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, and even someone of Uchiha Yuan-Wu's caliber can only ensure his own safety. Thus, he is reluctant to confront the war prematurely. Nonetheless, the path of the strong is seldom devoid of obstacles. This time, Tsuchikage has mobilized nearly its entire military force. While the number of Konoha ninjas exceeds theirs, most of our shinobi, aside from the essential defensive units, must proceed to the front lines. Uchiha Yuan-Wu continued, "Very well, let us suspend today's training. Everyone should return and prepare diligently. Ling, please wait a moment. Farewell, teacher." After bidding farewell to Hinata Fumino, Ling hurriedly departed. "Ling, are you anxious about the impending war?" Uchiha Jinbu inquired. "No, as a ninja, I have long been prepared to head to the battlefield." Ling paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I did not expect it to come so soon. I had intended to train for a few more years, haha. The commander on the Sand Village side is Elder Chiyo, who holds great prestige in the village. 2 years ago, White Fang killed his son and daughter-in-law during a mission. She is likely the one most unwilling to cease hostilities with Konoha," Jinbu remarked with a hint of resentment. After a brief silence, he added, "Ling, you know that the family does not wish for you to go to war, and given that you are merely a genin, this can be easily arranged. However, I have not consented to that. Of course, if you insist, you may adhere to the family's wishes. What are your thoughts?" Uchiha Jinbu gazed intently into Ling's eyes, hoping that Ling would reconsider the decision to enter the battlefield at such a young age, yet he yearned for Ling to make a different choice. "Teacher, I unequivocally choose to go to the battlefield. My ninja way does not allow for retreat," Ling declared with unwavering determination. Jinbu smiled with relief and patted Ling's shoulder, saying, "You truly are the son of Usyk. Rest assured, even at the cost of my life, I will protect you." Ling chuckled. "I do not require the protection of a teacher. I shall wield my kunai to demonstrate the might of Uchiha Ling to those sand ninjas." "Ha ha ha, what a spirited lad. Very well, I must now attend the war council, such a bother." After Uchiha Jinbu departed, Ling remained alone in the training ground, practicing diligently, for no matter the time. Effort will always yield rewards. A rustling of footsteps approached, revealing the newcomer without any pretense of concealment. Ling opened his eyes and glanced behind him. Clad in a black and white kimono, with his right eye bound in gauze, his not-so-tall figure emanated an aura of intimidation. "What a diligent child you are," he remarked, a smile gracing his face. "Danzo, why has he come to seek me?" Ling was taken aback, yet he feigned a look of confusion and inquired, "May I ask who you are, esteemed elder?" Although Danzo held substantial power, he was not widely recognized within the village, which hindered his ability to garner the villager support and attain the position of Hokage. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to relinquish his authority over the root. Despite his silent dedication to Konoha, Danzo found himself largely unacknowledged, leaving him in a state of frustration. He firmly believed that a true ninja must exist in the shadows, selflessly contributing to the village. Upon hearing Ling's question, Danzo momentarily froze, then replied with a smile, "I am Danzo Shimura, an elder of Konoha, and a brother-in-arms to the third Hokage." "Oh, I see. May I ask what brings Elder Danzo to me?" "Child, your diligent training is undoubtedly aimed at avenging your parents. Is it not? How about joining my route? You will receive the finest training available. You are still young. This impending war poses great danger for you. I can ensure that you remain in the village. What do you say?" Danzo proclaimed confidently. "Elder, what exactly is the route? I have only heard of the Anbu." Ling queried, his expression one of bewilderment. At the mention of the route, Danzo's pride shone through. The route was an elite unit of ninja, even more formidable than the Anbu, specializing in intelligence, assassination, and combat, an essential foundation of Konoha. Consider this. By joining the route, you could one day become the deputy leader. Wielding tremendous power, he continued. Ling hesitated, inwardly cursing Danzo vehemently. Who would wish to join your route? Though Danzo possessed considerable abilities, his character fell short, appearing rather lackluster compared to the cunning third Hokage. His maneuvers, such as allying with Hanzo to eliminate Yahiko or collaborating with the Akatsuki during the Ninetales incident, seemed petty and trivial. The route's training methods relied on manipulating thoughts through ninjutsu, and Ling was resolute in his refusal to join such an organization. Chapter 24. Heading to the front lines. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Elder Danzo, you need not concern yourself with Ling's affairs. Ling turned to look. And the newcomer was a middle-aged ninja clad in the uniform of the Uchiha clan. With his hands clasped behind his waist, he exuded an impressive aura. It was none other than Uchiha Yusuke, the second elder of the Uchiha clan. Ling hurriedly distanced himself from Shimura Danzo and approached Yusuke, greeting him with respect. Good day. Elder. Ha. Ling, are you in the midst of training? You truly are diligent, Yusuke remarked with a cheerful smile. Having his plans disrupted, Danzo's expression darkened. And he sternly inquired, is the second elder attempting to obstruct the village's decision? He felt no remorse for using the third Hokage as a scapegoat, nor for imposing the village's righteousness upon others. Yusuke raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged as he retorted, oh, why do I sense that this is merely Danzo's own agenda? Shall we confront the third Hokage about it? Danzo faltered in his speech, wishing he could strike Yusuke with his cane. These detestable Uchiha were nothing but parasites undermining the unity of Konoha. He harbored a deep-seated resentment, vowing that one day they would be eradicated. With a disdainful huff, he ultimately turned and departed. Ling, that man is the elder Shimura Danzo, but he is exceedingly dangerous. You must be cautious around him and limit your interactions, Yusuke advised kindly. Understood, elder, Ling nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard from Jinbu that you are determined to go to the battlefield. Indeed, elder, I do not wish to retreat in the face of danger, especially since my parents perished in battle against the Sand Shinobi. I do not want to miss this opportunity. Ah, you share the same spirit as your father. The family shall not impede your decision this time. You are already a ninja, and it is prudent for you to make your own choices. Yusuke said with a benevolent expression. Thank you, elder. The following morning, beneath the Hokage building, nearly 5,000 ninjas congregated, ready to depart for the front lines in support of their comrades. Amidst the throng of ninjas, a palpable sense of restlessness permeated the air. At that moment, a solitary figure emerged slowly from the rooftop, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a pipe in hand and a dignified stature, he stood resolutely atop the building. The clamor below ceased abruptly, as all eyes turned towards the third Hokage, Shinobi of Konoha. His voice resonated, transforming the atmosphere into one of solemnity as an indescribable aura began to emanate. The esteem held for the third was indeed profound, and Ling could not help but reflect on this. What followed was a rallying call, an invigorating speech meant to bolster morale, which proved effective. As Ling sensed the earlier tension dissipate, for the preservation of our homeland and the future of Konoha, we shall surely achieve victory in this war. With his address concluded, the third Hokage smiled contentedly at the impact of his words. Soon after, the entire contingent marched forth with great resolve. Departing from the gates of Konoha and heading towards the battlefield, Ling mingled among the Uchiha clan's ranks, as the family had dispatched over 30 ninjas in total, forming a small contingent that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding shinobi. The pride of the Uchiha had indeed seeped into their very essence amidst this grand conflict. Only the Uchiha remained adorned in their family attire, while even the Hyuga clan donned the battle vests of Konoha. Ling gazed at Uchiha Jinbu beside him and inquired, Teacher, who is the commander on the front lines of this war? It is the third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, with Jiraiya serving as the deputy commander. They are both exceptionally formidable ninjas. Ling inquired with a hint of perplexity. You mean the esteemed 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha? But what of Lady Tsunade? Yuanwu replied vaguely. I'm not entirely certain, but it is said that Lady Tsunade has returned to the village for specific reasons and will likely not partake in this war. It appeared that both Cat Dan and Senju Rope Tree had perished. Ling surmised that Tsunade had succumbed to her fear of blood by this point. Teacher, the sand ninjas excel in the use of poisons and puppet techniques. Without Lady Tsunade's guidance, the casualties could be substantial, Ling remarked with a grave expression. There's no need for concern. We brought ample antidotes and medicines with us, Yuanwu reassured with a smile. Before departing, Princess Tsunade sealed her summoning beast, the slug, within a scroll. Should significant casualties arise, it will surely be summoned. Indeed, I have heard that Lord White Fang is also at the front lines, Ling continued to inquire. Yes, that is correct. Hatake Sakomo, known as White Fang, has been at the forefront since the war commenced. It is said he single-handedly vanquished 200 sand ninjas, truly a formidable warrior. Yuanwu replied. Ling pondered silently. Indeed, it is precisely because of his formidable strength and the immense prestige he accumulated during the war that he faced such tribulations post-conflict. The sight of 5,000 individuals hastening along their way was indeed a grand spectacle, with shadows flitting through the dense jungle as numerous ninjas stealthily traversed the branches. They took no respite except for meals and hydration, and even so, it took them a full 2 days and nights to reach the borders of the Land of Fire. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind lies the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, with the battlefield this time situated in the Land of Rivers. As Nagata remarked in the original text, the fates of these smaller nations are indeed beyond their control. The Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain are isolated, surrounded by the vastness of nature. Yet, following the establishment of the ninja villages and the outbreak of war, these small nations, encircled by the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the land of Earth have become battlegrounds for the great powers. At this moment, the border already housed 8,000 elite troops from Konoha, and with the arrival of reinforcements, a total of 13,000 Konoha ninjas gathered at the border. However, it was still not the time for the decisive battle. Both sides were continuously probing each other's strengths. Upon reaching the border, the 5,000 ninjas encircled the camp to rest and recover their stamina. The leading Jonin and elite ninjas convened in the tent to allocate the upcoming tasks. And Uchiha Haru was no exception. At this moment, Kataya Rei and Hyuga Fumino approached Ling half an hour later. Haru emerged from the tent, his expression grave as he approached the team. We had originally planned to swiftly engage in a decisive battle with the Sand Ninjas after the arrival of the reinforcements. However, we have just received intelligence that the Sand Ninjas' reinforcements have also arrived. It seems this battle will be quite arduous. Do not worry, teacher. We will surely defeat the Sand Ninjas, Rei declared resolutely. Uchiha Haru managed a wry smile and began to organize the forthcoming tasks. Their team's mission was to patrol the border. While combat was possible, the situation was relatively secure. Those seasoned ninjas with extensive combat experience had already entered the land of rivers, making it a task where they could encounter enemies at any moment. Of course, there were worse fates. A portion of the less capable civilian ninjas had been dispatched to the land of wind to gather intelligence, sent into the enemy's lair for reconnaissance. Their survival relied solely on fortune. Although their mission was somewhat less demanding, the battlefield was notoriously unpredictable. Should the enemy circumvent the land of rivers and breach the border, the consequences could be dire. Thus, the border patrol could not afford to be negligent. Each squad had completed their assignments and hurried to their respective mission locations. Follow me, Haru commanded, leading the three to their defensive post. Chapter 25. The Midnight Battle. The delineations of borders among various nations are often quite ambiguous. For instance, the land of water uses the ocean and islands as natural boundaries. The border between the land of fire and the land of rivers features a sparsely wooded area. At this moment, Ling and Fumino quietly crouched atop a lush tree, surveying their surroundings. The first squad split into two teams for patrol, with the less combat-skilled Kataya Rei paired with their teacher, Haru. Ling, this is the border, with the land of rivers situated in between. Do you think a battle will occur here? Fumino inquired, evidently anxious. It is unlikely that the Sand Ninjas will evade our ninjas in the land of rivers and directly breach the border. However, if they possess ninjas skilled in stealth, that could change the situation. To be cautious, we must remain vigilant and fortify our defenses, Ling advised. Ling was not optimistic about the likelihood of an encounter. The land of rivers was manned by experienced ninjas, making it exceedingly difficult for the Sand Ninjas to penetrate. Yet, he dared not be complacent. Should their defenses falter and the Sand Ninjas breach the border, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. While the Byakugan excels in reconnaissance, its prolonged activation burdens the user significantly. If confronted by an enemy and chakra reserves are insufficient, it would be quite embarrassing. Although the Sharingan may not match the Byakugan in scouting capabilities, it considerably enhances sensory perception, albeit at a substantial chakra cost. Contemplating this, Ling found himself yearning for Sage techniques. The sensory capabilities of Sage mode could only be described as extraordinary, with minimal energy expenditure, making it a formidable asset on the battlefield. As time trickled by, midnight approached swiftly. Due to their continuous journey followed immediately by mission execution, Ling felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet he steeled himself, scanning the vicinity with renewed focus. Whoosh! At that moment, a blue signal flare shot into the sky, trailing a brilliant tail. A signal from within the land of rivers. In an instant, Ling's weariness vanished, and when Yi also paused, his expression grave. The two exchanged a glance before swiftly joining their teacher, Yuan Wu. Teacher, is this a combat signal? Wen Yi inquired. No, it is merely an alert signal. It seems that enemies have breached the defenses of the land of rivers. We are likely to encounter conflict soon, replied Uchiha Yuan Wu, his brow furrowed. He then turned to Hinata Wen Yi. Wen Yi, I appreciate your efforts. Please activate your Byakugan and remain vigilant regarding the situation at the border. Understood. Wen Yi responded, promptly activating his Byakugan. Approximately half an hour later, a red signal flare shot into the sky at the border. It is a combat signal. Has a skirmish already erupted at the border? Wen Yi exclaimed. Teacher, we are also facing a significant number of enemies, he added, his voice tense. What? It appears that the adversary has come prepared. This could be a covert operation on their part. Regardless, we must intercept them, Yuan Wu stated. Wen Yi, how many foes are there, and what are their capabilities? Yuan Wu asked solemnly. There are 10 in total, 3 of whom are Jonin, while the rest are Chunin. Wen Yi replied, his tone serious. He continued, Teacher, I have observed through my Byakugan that they possess exceptional control over their chakra. They are likely skilled in stealth. Very well, send out a signal. The impending battle will not be an easy one, Yuan Wu declared, and with that, a red signal flare ascended into the air. Upon seeing the flare, the 10 Sand Shinobi recognized their exposure and ceased their concealment, charging directly towards the first squad. Listen carefully. I will exert my full strength to eliminate several of the Chunin opponents. I will handle the Jonin myself. When you engage one of the Chunin, and Ling. You will support when the teacher commanded. Ling, the remaining foes are entrusted to you. I have faith in your capabilities, Uchiha Yuanwu solemnly proclaimed, his aura akin to that of a true shadow. Worry not, my teacher. I shall make them regret ever infiltrating the land of fire, Ling replied with a calm demeanor, though his grip on the kunai was unyielding. Very well, everyone. If we can endure for just 10 more minutes, reinforcements will arrive. I am confident that we can achieve this, Uchiha Yuanwu encouraged. He then turned to face the Sand Shinobi, his hands a blur as he unleashed a flurry of shurikens, resembling twinkling stars hurtling towards the enemy. This was Ling's first encounter with the full might of a quasi-shadow. The speed and force behind the shurikens surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Yuanwu's hands were relentless, swiftly forming seals, as a colossal fireball roared towards the adversaries. The Sand Shinobi, however, were no mere novices. They deftly evaded the shuriken assault, and a leading Sand Shinobi quickly formed seals, unleashing a formidable water dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The clash of the water dragon and fireball produced a resounding impact, enveloping the surroundings in mist. Ultimately, the fireball prevailed, continuing its charge towards the Sand Shinobi. Yet, its power had significantly waned after the collision, allowing the Sand Shinobi to evade it with ease. Be careful, the leading Jonin shouted. Utilizing the cover of the mist, a figure suddenly materialized amidst the Sand Shinobi. It was Uchiha Yuanwu. With swift movements, two Chunin clutched their necks, eyes filled with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth beneath them. The sheer strength of a quasi-shadow could be likened to a massacre when dealing with Chunin. Yuanwu was confident he could eliminate 7 Chunin within 3 breaths. However, the opposing Jonin was not slow to react. 3 of them joined forces to obstruct Yuanwu's advance. We shall restrain him. You lot quickly eliminate those brats nearby, the leading Jonin commanded. 2 elite Jonin and a puppet master swiftly encircled Uchiha Yuanwu. Despite his formidable strength, Yuanwu found himself hard-pressed against the trio's onslaught. The remaining 5 adversaries, realizing the situation, charged towards Ling and his companions. Ha ha, a bunch of freshly graduated brats. These lambs living in peace shall meet their demise at my hands. The foremost Sand Shinobi Chunin accelerated toward Ling, who could clearly see the malevolent visage of his opponent. Ha ha ha, are you so frightened that you cannot move? Then stand there and await your death. The Sand Shinobi Chunin brandished his kunai, envisioning the scene of blood splattering. Unexpectedly, the figure before him vanished, and a gust of wind rushed past his ear. What? This is impossible. Yet the next moment, he found himself silenced, as Ling instantaneously appeared behind him, the kunai piercing through his clothing and unimpededly entering his heart. With a jolt of his hand, the arrogant Chunin's life was extinguished, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. The remaining Sand Shinobi Chunin, initially eager for the spectacle, now wore expressions of horror, unable to fathom that a mere freshly graduated brat could so effortlessly dispatch a Chunin. Everyone, be cautious. This brat poses a threat. Shinsei Taro. You two come with me to swiftly eliminate this brat. Tianxiang, the remaining 2 brats are yours. Upon the leader's command, he formed seals with his hands, and a scroll detonated, revealing a humanoid puppet amidst the ensuing smoke. Chapter 26, a series of dominant kills. As the Chunin puppet master subtly gestured, the puppet slowly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of venom interspersed with numerous fine steel needles. Ling did not dare to be careless, with his hands forming seals. He unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball instantly enveloped the incoming poison needles, the venom sizzling as it was incinerated. The fireball, undeterred, continued its relentless descent towards the puppet master. Earth release, earth flow wall. A voice echoed. Boom. The fireball collided with the earthen wall, sending debris flying and clouds of dust swirling into the air. What a perfect opportunity. Ling concentrated his chakra beneath his feet and, wielding a kunai, charged swiftly towards the puppet master. Be careful, he is coming, warned the CH Nin. Swish, swish, swish. Although the CH Nin puppet master could not see Ling's silhouette, he reacted swiftly, his fingers deftly dancing as the puppet's arms rose, unleashing a barrage of steel beads that rained down upon Ling. Damn it. The puppet's assault is too dense. I can't get close to the puppet master. Ling cursed inwardly, forming seals with his hands. The steel beads pierced through him as if penetrating a sheet of paper, and with a resounding bang, his shadow clone erupted in a cloud of smoke. As Ling landed, he immediately felt a pang of trepidation, prompting him to exert force beneath his feet and propel himself off the ground without hesitation. With a resounding crack, the earth fractured beneath him, revealing a sand ninja who, upon seeing Ling evade his ninjutsu, cracked a sinister grin. At that moment, another sand ninja emerged, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, thousand-faced wind. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. With 2 low shouts, a violent vortex materialized, emanating a menacing aura from the swirling wind blades. Soon after, a colossal earthen sphere surged into the vortex, slicing and crushing as it charged towards Ling with a fury-laden assault. Sensing an attack of A-rank caliber before him, Ling dared not underestimate it, and quickly formed hand seals mid-air. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, radiating a threatening presence, collided forcefully with the tempestuous vortex. The ensuing shockwave propelled Ling backward, forcing him to stagger for several steps to dissipate the explosive force. The two sand ninjas were not unscathed either. The ground was tossed about in chaos, leaving them adorned with numerous minute wounds. Taro, this fellow possesses formidable strength. If we do not create an opportunity, it is unlikely that the three of us can subdue him, the sand ninja known as Masanobu remarked solemnly. He then turned to the puppeteer, Ryo. Ryo, you shall employ your puppets to entangle him while we look for a chance to strike. Understood. Ryo, the puppeteer, responded. Then deftly maneuvered his hands as the puppets retracted their limbs and extended two enormous blades, glistening ominously as they were evidently laced with poison. I will direct the puppets to initiate the attack on him. You two must act swiftly, he declared before the puppets charged at Ling, wielding their lethal blades. Ling ran. Undaunted, unleashed several shuriken from her hand. Long, controlling the puppet, did not evade. He trusted the material of the puppet implicitly. Thud. The shuriken struck the puppet, producing a dull sound, yet the puppet maintained its speed, relentlessly advancing towards Ling. Ling furrowed his brow. The puppet's defenses were formidable, and relying solely on physical attacks would likely yield little effect. The most effective approach would be to eliminate the puppet master directly. However, that Ron was lurking behind. Accompanied by two sand shinobi who were eyeing him menacingly made the task seem daunting. Under such circumstances, the only viable option was to first dismantle the puppet. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, yet Ling did not hesitate. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. Ling let out a sharp cry. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fireballs flew towards the puppet, and Long, not daring to underestimate the situation, deftly maneuvered the puppet to disperse the flames. Simultaneously, earthen spikes, each over a meter long, erupted from the ground around Ling, prompting an attack from a sand ninja. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing only a mere clone in its place. He's charging at the puppet, shouted a mid-level sand ninja. Has he lost his mind, thinking he can compete in taijutsu with that solid mass? Haha. Another sand ninja laughed heartily. Taro, do not let your guard down. That kid is no ordinary foe. Cautioned a ninja named Masanobu, filled with uncertainty, realizing that engaging in close combat with a puppet was far from a wise choice. The puppet master Long wore a bewildered expression, yet his hands moved swiftly, directing the puppet to strike at Ling with its blade. Zing. Ling blocked the puppet's attack with a kunai, a spark illuminating the night sky. The puppet continued its assault, another blade sweeping towards Ling, who swiftly ducked beneath the strike. A smile crept across his lips as he declared, "It's over, Sharingan." A pale blue sphere spun rapidly in his left hand, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Long's expression changed drastically as he attempted to retract the puppet, but it was too late. He could only cross the puppet's arms defensively over his chest, praying to evade disaster. However, his hopes were in vain. The Sharingan crashed into the puppet's arm, breaking through it in mere moments and striking the puppet's chest. Crack. Boom. The puppet was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Its arms reduced to dust, and a gaping hole the size of a human head left in its chest, eliciting involuntary gasps from onlookers, regardless of their astonishment. Chakra surged beneath his feet as he sprinted towards the Nin puppet master. Damn it, stop him, Taro shouted, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a blade of wind from his mouth. Ling swiftly evaded the razor wind, sending a shuriken flying towards the puppet master Long. Deprived of his puppets, Long's prowess was utterly negligible. Not every puppet master possessed the extraordinary talent of a scorpion. Long felt an overwhelming heaviness in his legs. Despite his desire to evade, his movements were sluggish, and the shuriken pierced his neck, causing him to struggle briefly before succumbing to silence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens hurtled towards Ling, but he did not flinch. Instead, he deftly twirled his kunai, deflecting them one by one. Upon turning, he found Jin Shang and Tai Lang gazing at him with grave expressions. Ling paid them no heed and charged straight towards the two, with the troublesome puppet master vanquished. These ordinary Nin posed no obstacle to him. Ling formed seals with his hands, unleashing the fire release, grand fireball technique. A colossal fireball, 2 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Taro with a fierce roar. Cold sweat broke out on Taro's brow. He was only adept in wind-based ninjutsu, and fire held dominion over wind. Moreover, the disparity in their strengths was significant. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. He quickly expelled several wind blades and clumsily fled to the side. Boom. The fireball instantly engulfed the wind blades, and a violent explosion erupted from the ground. A crater, measuring 6 or 7 meters in diameter, appeared before him. Taro knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his right leg a mangled mess from the blast's aftermath. Several shurikens flew towards Taro, and he disregarded the agony in his right leg, throwing himself to the ground to evade Ling's assault. The intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Stop. A commanding voice rang out as Shinsei positioned himself protectively in front of Taro, his gaze fixed intently on Ling. Oh, do you think you can protect him? How laughable. Ling scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he advanced towards the two. Earth release, earth flow spears. Shinsei bellowed, and a barrage of earth spikes swiftly surrounded Ling. However, as a cloud of smoke billowed up, Ling vanished from sight. A clone. But where's his true self? Shinsei scanned his surroundings. Above. Damn it. He hastily formed hand seals, attempting to unleash his ninjutsu. Yet, it was too late. Ling had already completed his seals. B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, wind blade cut. A razor-sharp wind blade effortlessly sliced through Shinsei's throat, an expression of unyielding resentment flashing in his eyes before blood erupted, his headless corpse crashing to the ground. Taro stared in horror at the youth before him, desperate to flee, but the pain in his injured right leg forced him to crawl inelegantly on the ground. Swish. A shuriken was launched. Chapter 27, The Jonin Puppet Master. Having exhausted his chakra from the continuous use of ninjutsu, Ling retrieved a few soldier pills and swallowed them to regain his strength. At that moment on the battlefield, Winya and Kitayama-Rei were collaborating to confront a Chunin. Having established an overwhelming advantage, and it seemed the battle would soon conclude, Uchiha Jinbu was engaged in a stalemate with 3 Jonin, neither side managing to gain the upper hand. Observing this, Ling devised a plan and rushed towards the battlefield. The 3 Sand Shinobi Jonin were taken aback by the sight of a young boy charging towards them, only to realize their Chunin was nearing defeat, which filled them with rage and alarm. Damn it, that kid poses a threat. Kinji, we'll hold him off. You deal with that brat. One elite Jonin barked. Fine. My scorpion will tear him apart, Kinji replied, a terrifying grin spreading across his face, his expression twisted with malice, revealing himself as the Jonin puppet master. To pass. You must first get through me, Uchiha Jinbu declared, launching a kunai towards Kinji, but it was intercepted by another Sand Shinobi. Go now. We'll hold him back. That brat is too talented. We cannot allow him to grow. As Kinji charged towards Ling, Uchiha Jinbu felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Yet he was ensnared by the attacks of the 2 elite Jonin. Heh, judging by your attire, you must be one of the Uchiha brats, killing so many of us. You should feel proud, Kinji sneered, his face twisted with malice as he regarded Ling. Enough of your bluster. Those previous fools barely allowed me to stretch my legs. I hope you won't disappoint like them, Ling retorted coldly. Humph, you insolent brat. Once my scorpion twists off your head, let us see how defiant you remain. Kinji seethed, his hands twitching slightly as a massive 2-meter-long scorpion approached with deliberate steps. Its metallic sheen indicated a far superior defense compared to the humanoid puppets from before, and its enormous pincers glimmered ominously, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Ling cautiously wielded the kunai, remaining vigilant as the massive scorpion propelled itself with its 6 robust legs, swiftly leaping to a position directly above him. Ling's pupils contracted as he observed the astonishing swiftness of the scorpion. Its right claw lunged forth, swiftly aiming at him, but he interposed a shuriken in defense. At that moment, a sharp tail struck towards him, forcing Ling to retreat and evade the onslaught. Pfff, pfff, pfff. A barrage of steel needles erupted from the creature's compound eyes, leaving Ling with no choice but to continue dodging. Haha, little brat, weren't you quite arrogant? Why do you look so pitiful now? Hiranori mocked with hearty laughter. Damn it. Ling resolved not to linger any longer, activating the dual Tomo Sharingan in an instant. The world before him seemed to transform. The scorpion's rapid assaults appeared to slow to a crawl. He deftly sidestepped its strike, and with a swift hand sign, unleashed a wind release. Great breakthrough. A blade of wind shot forth from Ling's mouth. Thud. It struck the scorpion's head with the force of a collision against iron, leaving a white mark, yet failing to penetrate its defenses. Ling's heart sank slightly as he took a few steps back, his hands deftly forming seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A fiery dragon engulfed the puppet scorpion in an instant, and it took a full 3 seconds for the flames to dissipate. When the blaze finally subsided, the scorpion's body was charred black, with certain areas still ablaze, emitting thick smoke. Good, it was effective. The scorpion's movements were noticeably stiffer now. Ling activated his Sharingan and effortlessly evaded its attacks, seizing the opportunity to unleash another ninjutsu. Wind release. Wind cutter. Crack. A razor-sharp gust of wind sliced through the scorpion's right leg joint, causing its 2 legs to sever with a resounding snap. The scorpion lost its balance and could only manage a feeble defense. In that moment, Ling's figure flickered, and he charged directly at the puppet master. Once he eliminated him, the puppet would be reduced to mere scrap metal. Shinji, witnessing the effortless dismantling of his prized puppet, felt his expression darken. However, as he observed Ling rushing towards him, there was not a trace of panic upon his face. Ling sensed that the other party's demeanor was somewhat unusual. However, he did not hesitate and thrust the shuriken in his hand fiercely towards his opponent. Bang! A resounding clash of metal echoed, revealing a 2-meter-tall puppet that deflected Ling's attack with a short knife in hand. Haha. Do you really think I could become a superior puppet master just because of that scorpion? Shinji mocked with a chilling laugh. Humph, even if you summon another puppet, I will shatter it just like that scorpion, Ling replied coldly. Oh, my scorpion is far from easy to deal with. What? A shadow descended from the sky, and a sharp iron claw struck Ling's body instantly. Bang! A cloud of smoke billowed forth. Ling gazed ahead with a grave expression. Before him stood Scorpion, seemingly unscathed. Although the remnants of his severed leg were still visible, they bore little impact. The two puppets exerted immense pressure on Ling, yet he remained undeterred. With the aid of his Sharingan, he deftly evaded the oncoming assaults. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of fireballs rained down upon the two puppets. Scorpion wielded his iron pincers, cleaving through the flames, and then charged towards Ling. Ling did not dare to be careless. He concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet and leaped into midair. The Scorpion charged forward with ferocity, its tail swiftly sweeping towards him. In his hand, he wielded a kunai, mirroring the rapid motion of the Scorpion's tail. As soon as he landed, a fierce gust of wind rushed past his ear, prompting him to dodge instinctively to the side. Nearby, another humanoid puppet stood menacingly, brandishing a short blade. Damn it, at this rate, there would be no opportunity at all. The puppet master thrived in war of attrition. Ling cursed silently within himself, his gaze darkening as he made a resolute decision. Ling held the kunai tightly as he swiftly charged towards the Scorpion puppet. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of clashes in hand-to-hand combat, Ling seized the opportune moment to leap into the air. Spiraling sphere. A pale blue sphere of chakra rapidly took form and was forcefully directed towards his opponent. Kinji sensed the terrifying nature of this technique and his expression shifted. Gritting his teeth, he decided against dodging, instead moving his fingers in a swift sequence. In an instant, the Scorpion's tail shot forth. With the aid of his Sharingan, Ling could discern the general trajectory of the tail. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he exerted all his strength to twist his body aside, clearly hearing the sound of air being sliced. Fortunately, he managed to evade the strike. The spiraling sphere slammed into the Scorpion's back. Although its defenses were stronger than the previous puppet, it proved futile. With Ling's full-force strike, debris flew in all directions, dust enveloping the area, and a gaping hole the size of a basin appeared in the Scorpion's abdomen, rendering it utterly incapable of further combat. After this blow, Ling's chakra was nearly depleted. Gasping for breath, he swallowed several soldier pills. But before he could catch his breath, a flurry of blades surged towards him. Ling swiftly dodged the attack from the humanoid puppet. However, with his chakra exhausted, he could not defeat his opponent solely through taijutsu, leaving him with no choice but to buy some time. Chapter 28. The conclusion of battle. Boom. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a thick pillar of fire surged forth, instantly engulfing the humanoid puppet before Ling. The fire dragon flew past him, and he could feel the overwhelming power it contained. It must have been the fire release, great dragon fire technique. With a sizzling sound that was almost unbearable, the puppet became charred, many of its parts rendered inoperative, likely devoid of any combat capability. Kinji, witnessing the destruction of his puppet, was struck with both shock and fear. With both of his puppets incapacitated, it was akin to losing both arms for a puppet master, and he probably couldn't even handle a Chunin now. 3 figures darted out from behind him, all elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan, evidently responding to the signal flare previously sent up for assistance. The lead middle-aged ninja stepped forward and addressed Ling. You must be Ling. I've often heard about you from the clan. Indeed, you are an exceptional ninja. Ling humbly responded. Thank you for your kind words, senior. However, you should swiftly assist teacher Yuanwu. Those 2 sand ninjas are elite jonin. The leading jonin chuckled. Indeed. There are times when Yuanwu requires my assistance as well. I can only imagine how displeased he will be shortly. He then turned to the other 2 ninjas and declared. All right, let us aid Yuanwu. We must not allow those 2 rodents to escape. Yes, let us go. The 2 nodded in agreement. Ling. The rodent without claws is entrusted to you. Understood. With that, the 3 figures flickered and dashed towards the battlefield. The 2 sand jonin were already finding it challenging to contend with Yuanwu alone, and the addition of 3 elite jonin would undoubtedly exacerbate their predicament. Ling swiftly charged towards Shinji, who, upon the destruction of his puppet, had already anticipated his fate. Yet, as a ninja, he remained resolute in his belief in facing death. Whoosh. Several shurikens were hurled at Ling, but their speed and force left much to be desired. Ling effortlessly evaded the attacks and soon stood before Shinji. With a swift motion, the sharp kunai sliced through his throat, and Ling could distinctly perceive the terror and unwillingness reflected in Shinji's eyes. Ding. Acquired 90 points of negative energy. Double Tomo Sharingan, 305-1000. It appears that this puppet master was indeed an elite. The puppet master contributed 50 points of energy, which left Ling in rather high spirits. Over at Hinata Wanya's location, the battle had also concluded, with the Chunin succumbing to the combined efforts of the 2. Another battlefield had also seen its victor emerge. Unsurprisingly, the 2 sand ninjas were swiftly eradicated without causing any commotion. Ling, are you all unharmed? Yuanwu approached with concern. No. Teacher, but we may not be able to fight any longer. Our stamina and chakra are nearly depleted. There is no need for us to worry now. Let us return and rest. The remaining matters can be entrusted to those 3, Yuanwu remarked, gesturing towards the trio nearby. Hey, Yuanwu. It was I who saved you this time. You haven't thanked me yet. Quipped the leading ninja. Humph. With these 2 fellows, I could manage alone, Uchiha Yuanwu retorted coldly. All right, Ling, Winya, Ling, let us depart. Yuan Wu waved his hand and left without looking back. After the four had exited, the leader mused, Yuan Wu remains unchanged, as always. Indeed. Does he still not come to terms with the events of the past? Another sighed. It seems you owe him a debt of gratitude, one teased. Hey, I just saved his life. He didn't show any appreciation, did he? As Ling and his companions made their way toward the camp, Yuan Wu stood with his hands buried deep in his pockets, lost in thought. Teacher, are you injured? Ling broke the silence. How could I be? These few adversaries are hardly a challenge, Yuan Wu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Are you familiar with those three? Ling inquired further. Yuan Wu paused for a moment before responding. They are all elite ninjas from our clan. The leader, Yujin, is someone I once saved on the battlefield. Our relationship is relatively amicable. Then why? Ling began, but Yuan Wu chose not to elaborate, and Ling decided not to press further. It appeared that something significant had transpired during the war that had transformed this once proud Uchiha into his current self. Soon, the outline of the camp gradually came into view. Yuan Wu spoke, you all should rest. I will report the situation. Things may become unsettled from here on. Very well. Farewell, teacher. The three bid Yuan Wu goodbye and departed. The intense battle had taken its toll on Ling, who, upon returning to the tent, fell into a deep slumber until noon. With no tasks scheduled for the afternoon, Ling took to practicing in a corner of the camp. Indeed, combat is the finest means of enhancing one's abilities. Following this recent skirmish, Ling discovered that his chakra's nature had evolved, a most encouraging revelation. He then immersed himself in the study of ninjutsu. Are you Ling? A voice called out. Ling was taken aback. Someone had approached him without his notice. Although he was deeply immersed in his cultivation, he still maintained a certain level of vigilance, which sufficiently indicated the formidable strength of the other party. Ling opened his eyes and, upon rising, was greeted by a cascade of golden hair framing a youthful face. It dawned on him that this must be Minato Namake's. However, he pondered the purpose of this unexpected visit, for he was certain they had not been acquainted. May I inquire as to your identity? Ling asked. I am the disciple of Lord Jiraiya, Minato Namake's. Minato replied with a sheepish grin. Scratching the back of his head, he then produced a kunai from behind him and handed it to Ling. The decisive battle is imminent within the next few days. Take this kunai with you. Should you find yourself in peril, signal with a flare, and I shall come to your aid without delay. Ling reached out to take the kunai, which was heavier than the usual ones, shaped like a trident, etched with many incantations he could not comprehend. Was this the Flying Thunder God kunai utilized by Senior Watergate for space-time ninjutsu? Although Ling recognized the object, he still expressed his confusion by asking, Yes, as long as you carry this specially crafted kunai, I can transport myself to your side at any moment. Apart from the medical units and logistics command, young prodigies like you are also prime targets for the enemy. Many of them hold my Flying Thunder God kunai, Watergate explained. Thank you, Senior Watergate, Ling replied. Then called out in his mind, System, display the information of the person before me. Ding. Name, Minato Namake's strength, near shadow techniques. S-rank Flying Thunder God technique. A-rank second stage Flying Thunder God. Fire release. The attributes were quite succinct, apart from some basic fire and wind release techniques. The mere mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique placed one at the near shadow level. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed an overpowered existence, Ling mused inwardly. At this moment, Watergate appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, possessing strength that reached the near shadow level, and had already mastered the second stage of Flying Thunder God. In battle, he could completely restrain enemies of shadow level, truly deserving of the title of genius. Once he learned the sealing technique and mastered the Sharingan, he would undoubtedly become a formidable shadow. All this was made possible by the Flying Thunder God technique, which Ling greatly coveted. However, given their lack of familiarity and the fact that this technique was recorded in the sealing book, Watergate could not impart it to others. It seemed that all would have to wait until the sealing book was obtained. Chapter 29, the eve of the final battle. Hey, Watergate, you're here. I've been searching for you for ages, a voice tinged with complaint rang out. Ling turned towards the sound and was surprised to see Jiraiya. The newcomer appeared to be in his late 20s, with white hair cascading down to his waist, a signature lecherous smile on his face, and two red marks at the corners of his eyes, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. He was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. System. Display the information of the person before me, Ling commanded in his mind. Ding. Name, Jiraiya strength, shadow level, lower. Techniques, A-rank fire release, toad oil fireball. Fire release, great fireball, B-rank fire release. Fireball, earth release, yellow spring marsh, lion S main technique, ninja art. Needle Jizo, ninja art. Needle hell at this point. Jiraiya had yet to learn sage techniques, but his strength was already at the shadow level, though he was just beginning. Reaching this stage was no longer a matter of mere numbers. Oh, who is this little brat? Jiraiya casually scrutinized Ling, and although it was rather impolite, Ling sensed no malice, truly a childlike disposition. I am Uchiha Ling, and you must be the esteemed Jiraiya. I often hear tales of your exploits, Ling replied modestly. Oh, Uchiha Ling, I believe I've heard the old man mention you. The young prodigy who has ranked first for several consecutive years, Jiraiya remarked. Ling patted his head, exclaiming, "The great Jiraiya has heard of me. It is truly an honor for a junior like myself. Haha, this kid Watergate is also a genius." But he never ranked first in ninja school, Jiraiya laughed, oblivious to Watergate's resentful gaze beside him. Back in the day under the third Hokage, you were at the bottom of the class, Ling silently scoffed. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. "Thank you for the compliment, senior." Watergate twitched his lips and hurriedly interrupted Jiraiya, not allowing him to continue. "Teacher, what brings you to me?" Jiraiya replied, "Oh, the grand strategy has been formulated. But details still require discussion. The Jonin have all gone to the command post to deliberate on the battle plan. I've been searching for you. Let us hurry." "All right then. Ling, farewell. Remember to signal if you encounter danger," Watergate kindly advised. "Take care, senior," Jiraiya warned. "Kid, the decisive battle is imminent. Conserve your energy. And don't overdo your training." After the duo of Jiraiya and Watergate departed, Ling gazed at the flying thunder god kunai in his hand, solemnly stowing it away in his ninja tool pouch. The flying thunder god technique was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary Jonin might perish before they even realized what had happened. Watergate had earned the title of the Yellow Flash through this technique, and possessing this kunai was akin to having an extra life. The basic flying thunder god technique involves leaving a mark in advance, allowing the user to teleport to that location. The second stage of flying thunder god is even more practical in combat, by throwing a kunai inscribed with the technique S symbols. One can instantly relocate to the kunai's position to attack the enemy. Timing is crucial for this move. Moreover, there is the flying thunder god guiding thunder, which utilizes the technique to open a barrier, allowing attacks released within the barrier to be redirected to another flying thunder god kunai, making it an exceptionally powerful defensive ninjutsu. Regrettably, the flying thunder god technique demands high innate talent. Even the third Hokage, known as the Doctor, could not master it. Nonetheless, Ling remained keenly interested in learning this technique. Mastering the flying thunder god would grant him significant standing in the ninja world, providing not only exceptional combat capabilities but also an excellent means of escape and travel. After training late into the night, Ling returned to the tent. Yuanwu had not yet returned, likely still engaged in the war meeting. Kitano Rei and Hinata Fumino were busy organizing their ninja tools, clearly feeling the tension for the impending battle. The nighttime conflict had placed immense pressure on them. Their opponent was merely a chunin, a mere cannon fodder in the grand scheme of things. "Welcome back, Ling," Kitano Rei greeted upon noticing his return. "Yes, I went to train after waking up at noon. I saw you both sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you. Continuous travel and combat have indeed taken their toll," Ling explained. "Ling, you're still as diligent as ever. I feel like I'll never have a chance to surpass you," Hinata Fumino said, somewhat dejectedly. As Ling's rival at school, Hinata Fumino had decent strength, but it was merely average. The title of perennial second place would not be shed, especially after witnessing Ling's true strength, which made him realize that Ling had been holding back during their previous encounters. Effort is never too late. Once this war concludes, we should enjoy a long period of peace, then we can train together, Ling encouraged. "Though I may not surpass you, I will strive to become a great ninja," Hinata Fumino declared with determination. "That's great. I'll be studying at the Konoha Hospital, and I'll surely be able to assist everyone." Kitano Rei smiled brightly. "Hey, what are you all chatting about so happily?" Yuanwu's voice interrupted. "Teacher, has the war meeting concluded?" Ling inquired. "Yes, indeed. The intelligence operatives from the Land of Wind have been recalled, and the main forces from the Land of Rivers have retreated to the borders. Tomorrow marks the day of our decisive battle," Uchiha Yuanwu stated calmly. "Teacher, aren't you nervous?" Ling teased. "Haha, how could I not be? However, with White Fang and Orochimaru, two prominent figures present, victory is certain," Yuanwu replied confidently. "Oh, isn't Lord Jiraiya here? I saw him at the camp earlier," Ling asked, puzzled. "Lord Jiraiya is heading to the northern front to prevent a Wagakure from seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He has taken 3,000 ninjas with him, leaving nearly 10,000 ninjas on the front lines," Yuanwu explained. Yuanwu elucidated, "Isn't a Wagakure engaged in battle with Kumogakure? Moreover, the second Tsuchikage has just perished. How could they possibly spare the leisure to launch an attack against us?" The conflict between Iwagakure and Kumogakure was nearing its conclusion. Although the likelihood of an assault against them was minimal, vigilance was imperative. Should the IWA ninjas unexpectedly strike, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for their frontline combat. "Teacher, what about Lord Minato? Is he accompanying Lord Jiraiya?" Ling inquired with palpable concern. If both Jiraiya and Minato were to depart, only Orochimaru and Kakashi, two formidable figures, would remain on their side, while Suna would have Chiyo and her brother, the powerful Ei, leading them. This would inevitably render the battle even more brutal. "Oh, you refer to that golden-haired ninja? He hasn't graced the battlefield in years and was unaware that a new powerhouse had emerged from Konoha. It turns out he is Lord Jiraiya's apprentice," Yuanwu reflected. He continued, "Minato will remain on the front line, primarily to safeguard the medical unit and eliminate the enemy's elite forces." "Oh, have you met Lord Minato?" "Yes, I saw him during the war conference. I could sense the aura of strength emanating from him. Although he may not yet rival the Sannin, his youth suggests he may one day surpass them, Yuanwu said with a smile, speaking with confidence. He is destined to become Hokage, the man who sealed the Nine Tails. Chapter 30, Pre-Battle Arrangements. Teacher, for tomorrow's decisive battle, will both sides array themselves for a direct clash? Ling asked, somewhat perplexed. As ninjas operating in the shadows, he found it difficult to fathom tens of thousands of ninjas converging to engage in a confrontation akin to ancient warfare. Beyond that, he could not conceive of any other form of decisive battle. The previous skirmishes had merely involved one or a few squads clashing, allowing for cooperation among ninjas. The prospect of such a grand confrontation left Ling bewildered. Indeed, you youngsters have yet to witness the horrors of the battlefield, Yuanwu lamented before continuing, however. The overarching strategy has been established. When the time comes, Lord Orochimaru will initiate by summoning a summoning beast to seize the initiative, thereby significantly reducing our losses. Indeed, the summoning beasts are colossal and serve as formidable assets on the battlefield. What will our team's assignment be? Ling inquired. Uchiha Yuanwu paused momentarily before responding. I will engage the Suna ninjas on the front lines, while your task will be to remain in the rear to ensure the safety of the medical unit. What? Ling's expression shifted in surprise as he looked towards Uchiha Yuanwu. The latter chuckled wryly, scratching his head. This is not only the family's decision but also the command's arrangement. The first echelon consists of Jonin interspersed with elite Chunin, tasked with directly confronting the Suna ninjas. The second echelon comprises Chunin and seasoned Genin, responsible for unleashing ninjutsu to support frontline combat. Lastly, the logistics unit, primarily the medical team, is of utmost importance, with all newly graduated Genin assigned to this role. As their contribution on the battlefield is minimal, Ling's lips twitched slightly. This strategy was indeed quite commendable. It not only allowed the main forces to unleash their full potential, but also ensured the safety of the less skilled ninjas. As for the logistics department, they were merely there to observe, as the likelihood of the enemy breaching the first and second tiers was exceedingly low. Even if they did manage to break through, it would only be elite sand ninjas. The lower-ranked ninjas would merely face annihilation. However, with the medical unit equipped with Minato's flying thunder god Kanai, the final threat was effectively neutralized, allowing them to focus solely on their healing duties. Yet, Ling was not inclined to remain in the safety zone, waiting to return to the village post-battle merely to record an A-rank mission. He found it far more practical to engage in training back home. Teacher, you are well aware of my capabilities. I am more than capable of fighting alongside you. Hiding in the rear is simply not my style, Ling asserted, his tone resolute as iron. Yuanwu attempted to advise him. Ling, you must understand that the battlefield is not akin to solo combat. In such circumstances, even I cannot guarantee survival. Teacher, my ninja way has never known retreat. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have no reason to withdraw. Please allow me to fight on the front lines, Ling insisted, his expression unwavering. Sighing, Yuanwu replied, very well, but you must stay close behind me in case of danger, so I can assist you. Thank you. Teacher, Ling said, a smile gracing his face. Be cautious, Ling. Northwild Ling expressed concern. And when you cast a worried glance as well. Rest assured, I will be fine, Ling responded with a reassuring smile. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was even tenser than outside. Konoha could not afford to lose this war. A defeat would prolong the Second Great Ninja War, transforming it from a chaotic conflict among nations into a battle among the four major ninja villages eager to carve up Konoha. The elite shinobi within the tent engaged in fervent discussions regarding the battle strategy, bearing the heavy burden of their village's fate. Seated at the head of the table was a young man in his 20s, clad in a pale yellow kimono, his long black hair cascading down to his waist. His golden slit pupils exuded a faint aura of menace, accentuated by his jade earrings. It was none other than Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru still harbored deep feelings for the village. The formidable ninja, once a titan of the shinobi world, was determined to secure victory in this battle, not only for the village but also to avenge Tsunade. The bond between the three legendary ninjas spanned nearly 2 decades. And Orochimaru held a profound grudge against the Sand Village for the pain they inflicted upon Tsunade. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce glint sparked in Orochimaru's eyes, his chilling aura suffusing the tent with an overwhelming presence. The other shinobi instinctively recoiled, their eyes drawn to the head of the table. Save for one middle-aged ninja seated beside him. This was White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who bore a short blade and sported long white hair. A visage so kind that it belied his reputation as the Konoha White Fang, known for his mercilessness in battle. Report. A voice rang out before the figure even reached the tent. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. The messenger, a mere Chunin, trembled under the scrutiny of so many elite shinobi. Speak. Orochimaru's deep voice resonated. Sir, we have just received news that the Sand Ninja forces are consolidating towards the front lines, presumably preparing for a decisive battle, the messenger Chunin stammered, steeling himself to deliver the intelligence. Excellent. Are they so eager for death? Orochimaru's voice was cold and commanding. Convey orders for all ninjas to assemble and head to the land of rivers. I will personally lead this battle. Yes, sir. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru exited the tent, prompting the other elite shinobi to disperse and begin assembling their teams. Within a mere 10 minutes, nearly 10,000 ninjas gathered at the border, their formidable presence and grim atmosphere creating a striking spectacle. Observing the assembled forces, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and gestured for departure. Chapter 31. The Great Battle Commences. Upon learning of Konoha's troop movements towards the border, the Sand Ninja forces were not to be outdone. In such a decisive confrontation, the notion of launching a surprise attack was laughable. The extensive mobilization had long been detected by both sides' scouts. In response to Konoha's maneuvers, Tsuchikage rallied an impressive contingent of 8,000 to 9,000 ninjas to advance towards the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers had suffered the ravages of war since the outset, leaving many villagers displaced and countless refugees in their wake. However, the expansive plain served as an ideal battleground, and the unfortunate Land of Rivers would once again bear the brunt of conflict. Yet, neither Konoha nor Tsuchikage would spare a thought for its plight. This reflects the tragic reality of small nations. Major ninja villages engage in warfare for their interests and the facade of peace, entirely disregarding the impact on surrounding smaller nations. The Land of Rivers faced this fate, as did the Land of Rain. Yet, the Land of Rivers was merely a backdrop, lacking gifted individuals like Nagato, Yahiko, or Konan. Or else the ninja world might have witnessed the emergence of another Akatsuki. To conserve their strength for battle, both sides proceeded cautiously, and soon, two formidable forces met in the Land of Rivers. As the distance shrank to 100 meters, both armies halted simultaneously. Orochimaru stepped forward, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at the Sand Ninja ranks. From the opposing side, an elderly woman in her 50s emerged, Elder Chiyo. Her slightly stooped frame belied a formidable presence, akin to that of a mountain. Ha ha ha, has Tsuchikage no one left? You send a nearly buried old woman to command the fight? Orochimaru taunted, seizing the opportunity to undermine the enemy's morale. Humph, is this how Sarutobi teaches his disciples? Where are Tsunade and Jiraiya? Is it just you among the legendary three? Chiyo retorted, her expression one of disdain. However, she remained wary, knowing that the Sand Ninja had received word of Tsunade's withdrawal from the front lines, emboldening them to initiate this decisive confrontation. As an expert in poisons, she had seen her techniques thwarted by Tsunade's medical prowess, thus she regarded her with utmost caution. With a couple of disdainful chuckles, Orochimaru declared, "Against you, I alone am sufficient. Moreover, with White Fang at my side, today marks your demise." Upon hearing the name White Fang, Chiyo's fury surged uncontrollably, her face flushed, and her eyes emanated an insatiable killing intent. She hissed, "Oh, White Fang is here too. Then I shall avenge my son." A sinister laughter escaped Orochimaru's lips as he retorted, "Ha ha ha. You shan't have that opportunity." With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded, "Attack." Instantly, nearly 10,000 leaf ninjas surged forward like a relentless tide against the Sand Ninjas. Humph, Chiyo scoffed, bellowing, "Sand Ninjas, charge." Countless shurikens and kunai whirled through the air as the two torrents of fighters collided vehemently. Bang, bang, bang. Massive clouds of smoke erupted with thunderous roars as 6 colossal serpents, each measuring dozens of meters in length, materialized on the battlefield, swiftly devouring several unfortunate Sand Ninjas in their gaping maws. The sounds of crunching bones intertwined with the anguished cries resonated across the battlefield, striking terror into the hearts of many young Sand Ninjas, who stood paralyzed, their faces pale and legs trembling as they beheld the rampaging serpents. "Fear not, all Jonin. Utilize your ninjutsu to concentrate fire on the serpents." Chiyo's commanding voice finally snapped the Sand Ninjas back to reality. A cold chuckle escaped Orochimaru as he transformed into a mere afterimage, lunging towards Chiyo. "Shadow Shuriken Jutsu," he exclaimed, launching several shurikens that multiplied midair into dozens of projectiles. Chiyo, not daring to underestimate him, unleashed her full power, summoning a gigantic scroll behind her. With a resounding thud, 10 uniquely shaped puppets emerged before her. These were the renowned 10 puppets of Chiyo, known for their formidable strength. Each puppet, crafted by the puppet master Wenzuomon, wielded its own weaponry and offensive techniques, rivaling that of elite Jonin. "Puppet Jutsu, mechanized light shield," she declared, conjuring a pale blue shield that deflected the incoming shurikens. With a deft motion of her hands, a white-faced puppet morphed into a long sword, while a red-faced puppet brandished a blade, charging towards Orochimaru. "Ha! Serpent's Fury," he countered, sending several giant snakes towards the puppets. With swift precision, the puppets' blades cleaved through the serpents. "Humph! If you believe my puppets are so easily vanquished, you are gravely mistaken," Chiyo sneered, sending more puppets into the fray. Venomous Serpent Strike. Orochimaru's expertise in serpent-based ninjutsu was evident as more giant snakes coiled menacingly around the puppets. Despite the serpents being severed, Orochimaru merely chuckled, forming hand seals. Explosion. A deafening boom resonated as the corpses of the giant serpents detonated, sending several puppets tumbling. However, the puppets' defenses remained remarkably resilient, sustaining only minor damage. Chiyo tirelessly manipulated her puppets, directing them to assault Orochimaru once more. "Sister, distract him while I deliver the killing blow." An elderly figure emerged behind Chiyo, none other than Chiyo's ally, Ebizo. Be cautious. Orochimaru is a formidable foe, Chiyo cautioned. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light streaked across the battlefield, and the foremost puppet was sent hurtling backward, a gaping 3-centimeter wound marring its chest. Allow me to be your adversary, a calm voice declared, imbued with potent confidence. It was none other than Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang of the Leaf. A formidable figure renowned for his swordsmanship and taijutsu. Ebizo, slay him. Chiyo growled through gritted teeth, her eyes ablaze with vengeance. Ebizo acknowledged her command and charged at Kakashi. As fellow elite ninjas, determining the outcome of their skirmish proved arduous, their clash devolving into a stalemate. The ensuing conflict would ultimately hinge on which side could secure a decisive advantage. After years of warfare between the two ninja villages, both sides had unleashed their full might. Yet the prospect of mutual annihilation was unfeasible, as the presence of the 3 other great ninja villages loomed ominously, ready to capitalize on any weakness. Thus, the outcome of this war would rely on who falters first. The clash of nearly 20,000 ninjas was undeniably breathtaking, with countless shurikens and kunai hurled at one another, and an array of dazzling ninjutsu lighting up the battlefield. Mere minutes into the conflict, casualties became apparent, scattered limbs and severed arms littering the ground, blood pooling as if in a hellish inferno. However, the Leaf Village maintained an upper hand. The initially summoned giant serpents, having sustained heavy damage from concentrated attacks, retreated back to the summoning realm. Nevertheless, with the serpent's assistance, the Leaf gained the upper hand, bolstered further by the elite forces of the Leaf, leaving the Sand Ninjas in a dire state of casualties. Observing the overwhelming momentum of the Leaf Ninjas, Chiyo furrowed her brow, recognizing the intensity of their assault. Chapter 32. The Puppet Master's Brigade. The Leaf's offensive was extraordinarily ferocious. Thousands of elite jonin and skilled chunin surged forth like a sharpened blade, ruthlessly tearing through the ranks of the Sand Ninjas. This was a testament to the Leaf's strategic advantage, capable of forming a cohesive unit that effectively suppressed the Sand Ninja scattered team operations. In the chaos of battle, the coordination of small squads proved utterly ineffective against the barrage of ninjutsu unleashed upon them. Push back Orochimaru with the puppets, Chiyo commanded. The Puppet Brigade shall scatter and counter the Leaf's main assault. At her directive, hundreds of puppeteers surged forth from the beleaguered ranks of the Sand Ninjas, unfurling scrolls that revealed a dazzling array of puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of poisoned steel needles rained down upon the Leaf Ninjas. Everyone be cautious, evade, shouted the leading elite jonin. As the signature brigade of Tsunagakure, the puppeteers wielded significant impact in the war, their toxic strikes and exceptional defenses transforming these lifeless constructs into merciless machines of war. In an instant, over 100 ninjas fell victim to the poison needles. Some particularly unfortunate individuals met an immediate demise, while the survivors were left ailing. Those struck by the poison needles hastily ingested antidotes, while others begged for assistance. The antidote was a precious strategic resource. The ability to neutralize poison and to manufacture antidotes were two distinct matters. Due to the scarcity of materials, the Leaf Hospital had produced fewer than 1,000 doses of antidote, all of which were deployed in this decisive battle, primarily allocated to jonin and elite forces for unforeseen circumstances. After the puppeteers' initial onslaught, the Leaf's momentum faltered, allowing the Sand Ninjas to regain their morale and charge fiercely at their opponents. Fire style, great fireball technique. A voice rang out as a massive fireball hurtled towards several Sand Ninjas. With anguished cries, a crater formed in the ground, leaving those caught in the fireball's wrath utterly obliterated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the elite Sand Ninjas discerned the source of the attack. After all, it was easy to spot a young child amidst a throng of seasoned warriors. Ling deftly evaded the opponent's assault, retaliating by hurling several shuriken without concern for the outcome. As a Sand Ninja charged towards him, bang, 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 the kunai danced through the air, sparks erupting with intensity. This Sand Ninja was evidently a formidable elite among the jonin, his physical prowess surpassing Ling's. In no time, a few wounds marred Ling's body. With a swift motion, he forced back his adversary with a kunai, quickly forming hand seals. Wind release, wind cutter. A razor-thin blade of wind shot towards the opponent's throat. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted. It was merely a shadow clone. The wind blade lost its momentum, striking the several mid-ranking Sand Ninjas behind, sending blood spraying in an instant. One unfortunate Sand Ninja was cleaved in two. Such a swift clone. The thought flashed through Ling's mind as he swiftly maneuvered his body, the kunai slicing through the air. A flicker of surprise crossed the opponent's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a sinister smile as he launched a brutal kick towards Ling, who had no choice but to shield his chest with his arms. Bang! A sharp pain radiated through his arms, and a heaviness settled in his chest as he staggered back, fixating intently on his foe. Haha, Konoha truly is the cradle of geniuses. Even a mere child possesses such prowess. However, your path as a ninja ends here today, the opponent sneered, advancing with a kunai poised to strike. Fire release, great fireball technique, Ling shouted, leaping into the air as he unleashed 3 meteoric fireballs from his mouth. The elite Sand Ninja scoffed, quickly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth barrier. A massive stone wall erupted, the 3 fireballs crashing against it, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing into the air. Ling's gaze was fixed intently on the swirling smoke when, suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The ground split open, and 2 arms seized his legs with an iron grip, dragging him into the earth. "Haha, kid, you're still too green. Your time has come." The sand shinobi Janin erupted from the ground, his kunai thrusting towards Ling's head without hesitation. Bang! A plume of smoke erupted, and Ling vanished from the soil's grasp. "What?" The sand shinobi Janin gasped in shock. When a sudden sharp pain struck his mind, his formidable battle instincts kicked in, prompting him to swiftly raise his arms to shield his head. Swoosh! A wind blade sliced through the air, followed by a scream akin to that of a dying pig. A severed arm fell to the ground beside him. As the sand shinobi Janin clutched his mangled limb, convulsing violently, blood gushing forth like a fountain, Ling let out a cold laugh as the kunai in his hand swiftly pierced towards his opponent's chest. The sand ninja, having lost his arm, could no longer form hand signs and could only watch helplessly as the kunai tore through his clothing and plunged into his heart. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Yet Konoha still held the upper hand, although they suffered considerable losses due to the blockade set by the puppet masters. At that moment, a kunai hurtled towards a concentration of puppet masters. However, to a seasoned jonin, such speed was insignificant. A simple shift of movement could evade it. The puppet masters noticed the peculiar kunai, but disregarded it, swiftly dodging aside. A figure flashed by, golden hair glistening brilliantly in the sunlight, while piercing blue eyes exuded a murderous intent. With a swift sound, 2 puppet masters clutched their necks, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, as others recognized the unwelcome guest. It was the legendary Minato Namikaze of Konoha. One puppet master shouted in terror, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the formidable enemy. "What?" A sand ninja still bore a look of shock, but his mind was blank. In a flash, Minato threw his flying thunder god kunai, extinguishing the lives of numerous sand ninjas. Soon, dozens of puppet masters fell to his hands, leaving the remaining ones trembling in fear, desperate not to become the next target. As these puppet masters perished, the morale of the sand ninja ranks deflated like a punctured balloon. The surviving puppet masters lost focus, no longer able to control their puppets as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. The fleeting renaissance of morale dissipated instantaneously, prompting the Konoha ninjas to redouble their efforts against the sand ninjas before them. "Stay calm. The front line must hold. The puppet masters are clustered together. We must prevent a surprise attack." A sand ninja, evidently a respected elite, shouted. Yet, at that moment, a kunai flew towards him, akin to a death decree. He gripped his kunai tightly, eyes fixed on the life-reaping weapon. Where would he appear? From the front? The back? No. Where could it be? The sand ninja's mind raced. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a golden figure flashed past, then vanished in an instant. Gasping, he clutched his neck in a futile attempt to stem the blood flow, but it was all in vain. Chapter 33, The Situation Within Konoha's Ranks. A golden figure darted past. Minato took a moment to catch his breath. The recent battle had drained a considerable amount of chakra. Moments later, he brandished his kunai once more, rejoining the fray among the sand ninja ranks. Screams of agony echoed incessantly as Minato's kunai shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, now stained crimson with blood. Whether lower-ranked or elite, none could withstand Minato's onslaught. His speed was unparalleled, and foes often found themselves decapitated before they could react, resulting in yet another wave of casualties. "Quick, pull out the kunai from the ground." A sand ninja cried out in desperation. The panicked sand ninjas snapped back to reality, attempting to retrieve the kunai, but their hopes were naive. With a flash of golden light, each of Minato's movements claimed 1 or more lives, and soon a clearing emerged amidst the sand ninja ranks. Blood pooled like a river, bodies collapsed on the ground, and the sight of their fallen comrades and the seemingly invincible enemy caused some young lower-ranked ninjas to retreat in fear. In another part of the battlefield, Chiyo and Orochimaru were locked in fierce combat. Chiyo unleashed her full strength, deploying all her puppets, save for a lone bull-headed puppet that guarded her side. Observing the dire situation of the sand ninja ranks, Chiyo felt a pang of urgency, her hatred for Minato, the cause of this devastation, intensifying. Konoha is truly a cradle of genius, she reflected, first the legendary Sannin, and now Minato Namikaze. When will our sand ninja see a leader to guide the village to prosperity? Ha ha ha, old woman Chiyo, it appears your sand ninja are in dire straits. It seems you will all remain in the land of rivers today, Orochimaru taunted gleefully. Humph, this old woman still has some strength left, at the very least. I will knock out a few of your teeth, Chiyo retorted through gritted teeth. A scream erupted as Kageyama staggered back, clutching his chest. Age had taken its toll on him, and facing the formidable white fan proved to be his downfall. Kageyama, are you all right? Chiyo exclaimed, her heart sinking at the thought of losing her last remaining kin, especially after the loss of her son and daughter-in-law. As Kageyama was injured, her focus wavered, causing her puppets to falter momentarily. In the heat of a battle at the Kage level, such distractions had dire consequences. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru coldly commanded, Serpent's formation. Countless snakes erupted from his mouth, instantly burying Chiyo's puppets beneath the writhing mass. Startled, Chiyo quickly maneuvered her puppets to escape. Orochimaru smirked, weaving through the snake pile, becoming a blur as he lunged at Chiyo. Old woman, you should really focus on your own survival. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru grinned menacingly as several snakes lunged at Chiyo. Finding herself at a disadvantage, Chiyo gritted her teeth, remaining composed as she deftly manipulated her chakra threads. Her bull-headed puppet transforming into a blur to shield her. Boom. Dust filled the air as the defensive puppet was sent flying, a massive dent appearing in its chest. Bang. Orochimaru seized the moment, kicking Chiyo with force. She was propelled backward, but managed to regain her footing, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. If you desire this old woman's life, let us see if you possess the capability. Chiyo's expression hardened as she swiftly reconnected her chakra threads, her fingers dancing with purpose. 3 treasures collapse. Chiyo shouted, and 3 puppets surged forth from the snake pile, forming a triangular formation as a fierce whirlwind erupted. Not good. Orochimaru exclaimed, realizing Chiyo was preparing a powerful technique. Sensing the pressure of the approaching whirlwind, he wasted no time and burrowed into the earth. Seeing Orochimaru evade her attack, Chiyo felt a pang of regret, but continued to unleash her puppetry. Screams filled the air as 2 to 3 dozen Konoha ninjas were caught in the vortex. Their cries abruptly silenced as the overwhelming pressure and tearing force reduced their bodies to mere fragments. Blood rained down like a storm, saturating the battlefield with a pungent odor, causing many ninjas to feel queasy. The brutality of such a death was indeed disconcerting. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, his expression darkening at the horrific scene before him. Though he felt a sense of relief, having narrowly escaped the vortex. Humph, these old folks truly are troublesome. They still possess a few tricks up their sleeves, Orochimaru mused, feeling a headache coming on. With Chiyo's grand maneuver, the morale of the Sand Ninja slightly revived. They believed that as long as Elder Chiyo was present, victory in this war was assured. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Sand Ninja, the pressure on the Konoha ninjas intensified. Everyone must hold the line. A thick plume of smoke ascended, revealing a colossal slug that subsequently divided into hundreds of smaller slugs. The diminutive slugs crawled onto the injured Leaf Ninja, initiating their healing process, much to the delight of all the Leaf Ninjas. The Sand Ninja, struggling to maintain their ground, urged one another to intensify their efforts in battle. Long live Lady Tsunade. Victory for the Leaf, they exclaimed, their faces alight with joy and excitement. With the slug's assistance, healing was achievable unless a direct hit to a vital area occurred, significantly boosting the morale of the Leaf forces, who recklessly charged towards the Sand Ninja. Extinguishing the latter's recently gained momentum. How infuriating, it's Tsunade, Chiyo remarked, her expression grim and her teeth clenched. Despite the Sand Ninja having received intel that Tsunade would not be present on the battlefield, her summoning of the slug was an unforeseen twist that caught them off guard. Observing the unfolding scene, Chiyo sighed, lamenting the shift in fortune. Sister, we have suffered tremendous losses. If this continues, we may face total annihilation, which would spell disaster for both the Sand Village and the Wind Country, advised Elder Chiyo anxiously. As she maneuvered her puppets to fend off incoming attacks, she fell silent, reflecting on Elder Chiyo's words. In the heat of battle, both sides had been blinded by fury, failing to consider the dire implications of their actions. Should the Leaf and Sand villages inflict mutual destruction, it was certain that the Sand would face complete devastation while the Leaf would sustain significant losses. With the other 3 major ninja villages lurking ominously nearby, Chiyo understood that the Leaf village possessed deep-rooted strength, with many ninjas still remaining and Jiraiya having taken several with him. Ultimately, the Leaf would likely emerge unscathed, whereas the Sand village could find itself expelled from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. Contemplating this grim reality, her fighting spirit waned. This war, instigated by them, had yielded no fruitful results and instead had led to immense setbacks, filling Chiyo with a sense of deep dissatisfaction. Sister, we must prioritize the village and not act impulsively. Once our strength is restored, we can engage the Leaf again at a more opportune time. Elder Chiyo implored earnestly from the sidelines. The battlefield's dynamics became increasingly evident, with the Sand Ninja retreating steadily under the relentless assault from the Leaf, suffering grievous casualties. Chiyo's countenance reflected her inner turmoil. Defeat would not only mean facing pressure from their village, but would also likely provoke the Leaf's wrath post-battle. Chapter 34. A leisurely battle. Ha! Are you plotting your escape? Save your breath. You shall remain here today. Orochimaru sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. Humph. Do you think I fear you, Leaf Ninja? Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Chiyo retorted, her fury palpable, her expression wild. Manipulation technique, assaulting blades, she declared, launching several kunai, each tethered by strands of chakra. Ha! Orochimaru scoffed, unleashing shuriken that deflected the incoming kunai. Chiyo's arms moved deftly, sending a flurry of kunai like serpents towards Orochimaru. Vipers advance, he commanded, summoning massive serpents to intercept the kunai, severing the chakra threads. Sister, I shall assist you, Elder Chiyo shouted, preparing to join the fray. In a flash, a blinding white light surged forth, causing Elder Chiyo's heart to race as he narrowly evaded a lethal strike. Your opponent is me, declared Kakashi Hatake, wielding a short blade that shimmered with a pearlescent glow, positioning himself before Elder Chiyo. How detestable. Ling lingered at the rear of the main forces, casually tossing shurikens and employing ninjutsu. His accomplishments were commendable. He estimated that around 20 to 30 sand shinobi had perished at his hands. Although he could not rival Minato's swift reaping of foes, his prowess was nonetheless formidable. Naturally, in pursuit of the illustrious evolution of the Sharingan, he selectively targeted injured enemies. Those barely clinging to life, a practice commonly referred to as finishing off or stealing kills. Consequently, numerous elite jonin cast disdainful glances at this so-called kill-stealer. Yet upon realizing he was merely a 10-year-old child, they refrained from further comment. Ling continued to gleefully claim his victories after this battle. The coveted three-tomo Sharingan was within his grasp. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique, he proclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. In that moment, he transformed into a living artillery. Unleashing a barrage of fireballs that honed in on the sand shinobi with uncanny precision, Ling disregarded their anguished cries. This wave of ninjutsu claimed the lives of another 5 or 6 sand shinobi. "You little brat, your arrogance has reached its limit. Prepare to die." A fierce shout echoed. An elite jonin, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, felt a surge of rage and abandoned his current enemy, dashing towards Ling midway. Several wind blades were unleashed towards him. Ling swiftly evaded and retreated several steps from the front line. "Jishu, stop him!" A Konoha jonin shouted, launching several shurikens forward. "All right. Witness my power. Fire release, fireball jutsu." The Konoha ninja named Jishu, evidently a skilled elite, unleashed a fire technique that even Ling, positioned behind, could feel the searing heat from. The approaching sand jonin did not dare to underestimate the threat, hastily forming hand signs to execute his ninjutsu, earth release, earth flow wall. With a resounding boom, the earthen wall dissipated, and the two Konoha jonin engaged in fierce combat with their opponent. Nonetheless, this sand jonin was clearly a top-tier elite. Despite the 2-on-1 assault, he only appeared to be slightly at a disadvantage. "Captain Yuta, come quickly. We have a big fish here," Jishu shouted to his nearby companion. "All right, watch me." The captain, a member of the Hyuga clan, rushed over, though likely from the branch family. As the main family members would refrain from participating in such perilous warfare, the loss of their Byakugan would be a grave concern. In contrast, branch family ninjas had the advantage of sealing their Byakugan upon death, alleviating such fears. Upon arriving, Hyuga Yuta, with his fierce Byakugan eyes, raised his palm and aimed a strike at the sand jonin. The latter, recognizing the terrifying prowess of the Hyuga's gentle fist, recalled that one of his comrades had been brutally slain by a Hyuga ninja. He quickly dodged, throwing several shurikens in retaliation. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. After evading the shuriken attack, Yuta charged forward, delivering palm strikes in rapid succession, creating a disorienting flurry. The sand jonin continuously evaded, his kunai flying. Fully aware that a single hit could spell his doom, following in the footsteps of his fallen comrade. Wind release, wind blade. The sand jonin swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a rapidly spinning wind blade, which he hurled forward without hesitation. "Behold, fire release, great fireball jutsu." Jishu bellowed as a massive fireball soared into the air, colliding with the wind blade and erupting in a violent explosion. "Humph, die." Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Yuta scoffed, maintaining his stance and pressing the attack. "Captain, I'm coming to assist you, Yuta. Let us strike together." Jishu called to his teammate. All right. The two, wielding kunai, joined the fray, intensifying the pressure on the sand jonin, who inwardly lamented his dire situation. Moments later, numerous wounds appeared on his body, and a flicker of retreat crossed his mind. Just then, several shurikens flew at him from deceptive angles. The sand jonin's heart raced as he narrowly evaded the incoming shurikens. "You little brat, if you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. I'll tear you apart," he roared at the source of the attack. "Oh, you best survive first," Ling taunted, sending forth more shurikens. The sand jonin, already in a precarious position amidst the assaults from 3 jonin, was now pushed to his limits, and as he distractedly dodged the shurikens, Yuta seized the opportunity to unleash a palm strike toward his chest. Not good. The sand jonin, having just evaded the shurikens, was caught off guard by Yuta's sudden attack. His face paling in terror. Bang! Yuta's palm struck fiercely against his chest, halting the flow of chakra within him, as seen through the Byakugan. Feel my WR with a mocking expression, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Chiyo. "Lord Orochimaru, if we join forces to slay Chiyo, this war will come to an end." Minato spoke calmly, his tone filled with confidence, as if Chiyo were merely a feeble genin, ripe for slaughter. Chiyo's countenance darkened, knowing that Konoha was merely forcing her to retreat. Though she had contemplated withdrawal, their brazen declarations of intent to kill her stung. Go to hell, Sambsh Kai. Enraged, Chiyo, a renowned figure in the ninja world, was initially subdued by the younger Orochimaru, and now faced the even younger Minato, who audaciously proclaimed his desire to end her life. In her fury, Chiyo unleashed a spectacle more magnificent than before, as the winds whipped up sand and debris, mercilessly drawing in both living beings and corpses alike, reducing them to mere fragments, blood falling like rain. However, both Minato and Orochimaru were prepared. Minato deftly threw a kunai, ensuring he remained outside the whirlwind's reach, while Orochimaru, drawing on his experience, burrowed into the earth. "Chiyo, You seek your demise. Minato bellowed, witnessing the fate of his comrades. 4 flying kunai pierced the air, surrounding Chiyo. The greatest weakness of a puppet master lies within themselves. Alarmed, Chiyo hurriedly summoned her puppets back. With a flash, Minato's kunai sliced through, leaving a wound on the chest of the bull-headed puppet before her. Humph, Chiyo scoffed, directing her remaining puppets to attack Minato. Yet, at that moment, a surge of instinct compelled her to evade, as a kunai narrowly missed her head. Minato appeared behind her, shaking his head in regret. Missing this chance meant that she would be on guard, complicating future strikes. This was one of the drawbacks of the Flying Thunder God technique, as it could easily be countered if one was vigilant about the kunai in play, especially with Chiyo's numerous puppets for defense. Minato's abilities were rather specialized. Without mastery of the Sharingan, his offensive options were somewhat lacking. Orochimaru, keep those puppets occupied while I take my chance to slay Chiyo. Understood. Orochimaru replied, charging toward Chiyo amidst a swarm of snakes. Trapped between their assault, Chiyo internally lamented, hastily deploying a few puppets to block Orochimaru. The serpent's formation. Ultimately, the odds were against her, and soon Minato carved a gash across her back. Had her reflexes been slower, it could have easily struck her neck. Humph, Chiyo. It ends here. Orochimaru sneered, swiftly forming hand signs and slamming his hands onto the ground. With a resounding boom, a spectacular cloud of smoke erupted, revealing 2 massive, azure eyes gleaming within. Orochimaru, weren't you instructed not to disturb me? A thunderous roar echoed, as a colossal purple figure emerged. Instilling fear in even the lower-ranked shinobi, it was Orochimaru's summoning beast, the Great Serpent. Ha ha ha, the Sand Shinobi are fair game for you, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, accustomed to the serpent's demeanor. It has been too long since I enjoyed such a feast. Before the rumbling voice could fade, the Great Serpent lunged toward the Sand Shinobi. Its massive form and iron-hard scales allowed it to rampage without concern. Countless sand ninjas turned to dust beneath its onslaught, while its maw devoured several more. Everyone, do not panic. Concentrate your ninjutsu attacks. Attack now. The terrified Sand Shinobi refused to concede, unleashing a dazzling array of ninjutsu upon the Great Serpent, the violent explosions leveling the ground beneath them. Is that monster dead? A Sand Shinobi quivered, glancing toward a companion. It should be dead, right? No. Everyone be cautious. The monster is still alive. The massive figure surged forth from the dust cloud. Ha. Insects. Are you merely tickling me? The Great Serpent mocked, opening its gaping maw to devour the frightened Sand Shinobi. Chiyo watched in horror, her comrades falling one by one in an instant. Orochimaru, stop. We concede this war, she cried out, her voice filled with despair and anguish. This war was instigated by your Sand Shinobi. It is too late to seek surrender now, Orochimaru replied with a smile. The Great Serpent continued its rampage, claiming nearly 100 lives in mere moments, the cries of agony echoing throughout the battlefield. Chiyo, frantic, implored, Orochimaru, what must we do for you to cease your assault? That is not for me to decide. I am merely a commander on the battlefield, tasked with eradicating your Sand Shinobi, Orochimaru mocked coldly. Chiyo had never felt such humiliation before, but for the lives of her comrades and the future of her village, she had to endure this indignity. This war, we concede. We are willing to negotiate terms with the 3rd Hokage. Tell your men to stand down. Exhausted, she felt the weight of shame for being bested by someone so much younger. Minato hesitated. Lord Orochimaru, we have achieved victory, perhaps. Orochimaru exhaled deeply, his expression turning serious as he looked at Chiyo. I find it hard to trust your words. What if we withdraw, only for you to reignite the conflict? Chiyo, exasperated, retorted, fine. I swear in the name of the Sand Village that we have lost this war and will not retaliate against Konoha. Is that acceptable? Her teeth clenched in frustration. Excellent. Orochimaru clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face. In that case, let both sides withdraw. Within 5 days. Let your people come to discuss post-war reparations. Agreed. Chiyo, devoid of the strength to continue fighting, sighed heavily after a moment of silence and called out, all Sand Shinobi, retreat. What? Lady Chiyo, you cannot do this. We have not lost yet. We can still fight to the death against Konoha. The crowd of Sand Shinobi was incensed, unwilling to accept the harsh reality of defeat. Everyone, cease fire. We have lost this war. As she uttered these words, Chiyo felt as though she had aged a decade. Looking into the hopeful eyes of her comrades, she struggled to convey the bitter truth of failure. Orochimaru remained in high spirits, forming hand signs to return the Great Serpent to the summoning realm. He turned to the Konoha ninjas, declaring, everyone, cease fire. We have triumphed in this war. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Konoha shall prevail. Listening to the enthusiastic shouts of the Konoha ninjas, Orochimaru felt a surge of vigor as he personally commanded the battle, triumphing over seasoned adversaries. His heart brimmed with excitement. However, thoughts of Tsunade tempered his exhilaration. Orochimaru was not merely a gifted ninja. His prowess in leadership and strategy was equally remarkable. In the original narrative, he single-handedly established the Sound Village, which, while not on par with the great shinobi villages, was still commendable. In the subsequent Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru also achieved significant victories on the battlefield, demonstrating both strength and prestige worthy of the title of Hokage. Had it not been for his unethical human experiments and the ensuing transformations, he might have rightfully claimed the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Regrettably, being an idealist, his path was inevitably solitary, leading to the third Hokage's suspicions and ultimately allowing the position to be bestowed upon Minato Namikaze. Following this conflict, many came to recognize the prodigious youth, Ling. Despite some unpleasant incidents, his performance during the war was undeniably exceptional. Ling mingled within the ranks, his countenance alight with excitement, striving to immerse himself in the atmosphere of the moment. However, beneath this facade, a sense of melancholy lingered, having claimed so many victories in battle. He was on the verge of evolving his Sharingan to the coveted three-tomo, only for the conflict to be abruptly halted at a crucial juncture. With his double-tomo Sharingan at 965-1000, this decisive confrontation marked the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. And such opportunities for glorious conquest to amass energy would be scarce thereafter. Following Chiyo's concession, the conflict culminated in a victory for Konoha. Once the battlefield was cleared, the two factions departed the ravaged land of rivers, returning to their respective villages. 2 days later, Orochimaru and Jiraiya's forces returned to Konoha in succession. The third Hokage personally welcomed the triumphant ninjas, surrounded by a jubilant throng celebrating and eagerly gazing upon the heroes who had brought victory to their village. The third Hokage regarded his two disciples with a sense of pride. Orochimaru consistently displayed exceptional prowess. His command during this campaign was nothing short of outstanding. Had he not discerned Orochimaru's ambitions in his youth, the third Hokage might have readily passed the mantle of Hokage to him. Then there was Jiraiya, whose exuberant spirit had matured significantly through the crucible of war, evolving into a formidable force capable of standing on his own. Of course, there was also his apprentice, Minato Namikaze, known for his bravery, kindness, and devotion to the village, embodying the will of fire. Yet, upon seeing the silver-haired Kakashi Hitaki, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. White Fang was an extraordinary ninja, instrumental in securing their victory in this war. However, Kakashi's rising stature within the village began to stir a sense of unease. Primarily, Kakashi was not of the Hokage lineage. He was a clan ninja, the head of the Hitaki clan, which rendered the possibility of the third Hokage bestowing the title upon him implausible. Thus, while the air was thick with the joy of triumph, there were those who bore the weight of discontent. Shimura Danzo's expression could only be described as grim. He silently calculated the implications of Orochimaru's remarkable achievements. Given the third Hokage's demeanor, it seemed likely that the title of Hokage would soon be passed to him. Additionally, Minato had garnered considerable renown within the village. Although still quite young, the prospect of him becoming Hokage was not beyond the realm of possibility. And then there was Kakashi, the true powerhouse, whose standing in the village was rapidly approaching that of Sarutobi. Regardless, Danzo was certain that the Hokage position would never fall to him. Fueling his simmering resentment, his gaze flickered, fixed upon the individuals ahead, lost in his thoughts. Ling. A loud call pierced through the air. Ling followed the sound and discovered it was Obito, who at that moment was waving his hand, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at him. Ling's performance in this battle has already been relayed back to the village. Although it may not be particularly dazzling, it is remarkable enough for a 10-year-old child. The children at school regard Ling as their idol, dreaming of the day when they too can achieve glory on the battlefield and make a name for themselves. Ling merely smiled at the group of naive youngsters who had never experienced the ravages of war, their dreams of heroism only a fleeting fantasy. It would be on the battlefield that they would truly grasp the harsh realities of life. Following this, the Hokage's speech commenced. The third Hokage seized the opportunity to deliver a fervent oration lasting several hours, rendering Ling on the verge of slumber. However, observing the eager and passionate expressions of the surrounding ninjas, it was clear that even if the third Hokage commanded them to face death, they would do so without hesitation, a testament to his remarkable leadership. Chapter 37. Danzo's subtle maneuvers. Once the third Hokage concluded his address, there was little left for them, and the assembly of ninjas promptly dispersed. Sarutobi and the upper echelons of Konoha, along with the prominent figures involved in the conflict, hastily made their way to the Hokage Tower, presumably to deliberate on the distribution of spoils following the battle. However, these matters were of no concern to Ling. After bidding farewell to Hugawanya and Kitahira, he made his way directly to the Uchiha estate. Ling. Obito called out from behind him. You are quite the sensation now. Your classmates at school regard you as an idol. Ling slowed his pace and jested. What about you? Are you also my loyal fan? How could that be? I aspire to be the Hokage, and I shall undoubtedly surpass you in the future, Dato replied, striking a pose with his hands on his hips, a smug expression adorning his face. Haha, the future Hokage cannot even secure the top spot in school? Ling teased, ruffling his hair. Dato brushed Ling's hand away, pouting defiantly. I will certainly defeat Kakashi. After graduation, I too shall become a great ninja, even greater than the first Hokage. With that, he pushed up his goggles, revealing a dazzling smile, radiating confidence. Ling chuckled softly, casting a glance that conveyed a sense of condescension towards him. What kind of expression is that? I will undoubtedly succeed. When I become Hokage in the future, everyone will surely acknowledge me. Obito exclaimed, fervently swinging his arms. displaying his defiance. "Oh, is that how you perceive it?" Ling replied calmly. "Eh? What do you mean?" Obito inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Becoming Hokage is not as simple as it seems. It is not merely about attaining the title and gaining recognition. Rather, one must first earn the respect of others to truly become Hokage. Ling spoke earnestly. "Ah, that seems to hold some truth, Ling. Please, elaborate further." Obito scratched his head, trying to grasp the concept. "Let it be. I see no talent in you for becoming Hokage," Ling derisively remarked, quickening his pace. "How infuriating. I will certainly succeed," Obito shouted, pointing at Ling. Yet, Ling did not look back, hastening his steps, leaving Obito standing there, his mouth twitching in frustration. 2 days later, the delegation from the Sand Village arrived as scheduled. Although they had been defeated, the image of the great ninja village was still meticulously maintained. An imposing group of nearly 20 to 30 individuals was led by Chiyo. As for the third Kazekage, he would not seek discomfort in Konoha. As the strongest Kazekage of the Sand Village, it was better for his subordinates to handle the humiliation of negotiations following their defeat. Regrettably, according to the original narrative, the third Kazekage mysteriously vanished shortly after the war, the truth being that he was killed by Sasori. Ling could not fathom how a mere child could slay the mightiest Kazekage, yet this event sowed the seeds for the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Following the death of the third Kazekage, Chiyo took charge of the Sand Village. She was certainly aware of the circumstances surrounding the disappearances of both the third Kazekage and Sasori. She could hardly believe that her own grandson could commit such an atrocity. Yet she felt compelled to protect him. It was only after the rise of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, that the matter was gradually suppressed. It wasn't until Sasori employed the puppets of the third Kazekage that the truth was finally revealed to the world, leading to Chiyo's self-sacrifice to revive Gaara. Filled with guilt. What a melodramatic tale indeed. Ling noticed the Sand Ninjas team from a distance, while the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials of Konoha welcomed them at the village entrance, in stark contrast to the beaming faces of the Konoha residents. Chiyo's expression was so grim it seemed she could weep. Subsequently, both parties convened at the Hokage building to discuss reparations post-battle. Ling was unaware of the cost that the Sand Village would incur. However, if it were up to him, he would ensure they were severely punished. The negotiations stretched over 3 days, during which Chiyo and her entourage hurriedly arrived and departed. Yet, judging by her demeanor, it did not appear as though they had suffered significant losses. Was it possible that the third Hokage had let the Sand Village off the hook so easily? Ling pondered. Negotiations were a matter of utmost importance for the entire village. Apart from the third Hokage, influential figures such as Danzo Shimura, advisor Kohara Uchiha, and Hamura Mitokado possessed substantial authority in these discussions. Nevertheless, the third Hokage's influence remained formidable if he were resolute in sparing the Sand Village. The opinions of others would likely fall on deaf ears. Indeed, the third Hokage might well choose such a path, aiming for reconciliation through leniency. In the original narrative, following the initial battles against the Sand Village, he had also hastily concluded matters. The truth of the situation was beyond Ling's grasp, as unexpected events frequently occurred. "Have you heard? Although we defeated the Sand Village, our own ninjas suffered severe casualties," one villager remarked. "Indeed. There are many paying their respects at the memorial stone every day." Another added, "I hear the Hokage has let the Sand Village off with merely symbolic reparations." "What? That cannot be true," a villager exclaimed incredulously. As whispers spread like wildfire, within a few days, nearly every Konoha resident was aware of the situation. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was overwhelmed with the chaos, as the details of the negotiations were known only to the high-ranking officials. The Sand Ninja had swiftly returned to their village after gaining the upper hand, and it was unlikely they would engage in rumor-mongering that could provoke Konoha unless they were utterly foolish. Among those remaining, aside from Danzo, Ling could not fathom who would undertake such actions. "Bring Danzo to me," the third Hokage commanded, furrowing his brow. "Yes, Hokage-sama," replied a shadowy figure from the Anbu, vanishing in an instant. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage reflected, "Ah, my old friend, do you truly covet this position so desperately? Yet, your temperament may well usher in war. I cannot allow the village to fall into ruin at your hands." A knock resounded, and Danzo entered without hesitation. "Danzo, as the Hokage, I would appreciate a modicum of respect," the third Hokage stated, regarding him sternly. "Come now, we are old comrades. Do we really need to be so formal?" Danzo chuckled dismissively. "But what is it that you summoned me for? You know there are many matters to attend to en route. You must be aware of the implications of your actions," the third Hokage retorted, rising abruptly, his imposing presence bearing down on Danzo. Danzo remained unfazed, feigning ignorance with a smile. "Oh, what actions are you referring to? Sarutobi, you seem rather ill-tempered today. We have just achieved victory, have we not? Do not play coy. What is the source of the rumors plaguing the village?" The third Hokage demanded, exasperated by Danzo's provocations. As the village's leader, managing public sentiment was a task at which he excelled. For rumors to spread, they needed to consider his disposition. Beyond the Hokage's Anbu, only Danzo's root possessed such significant influence. The rumors regarding Naruto being the Nine-Tails reincarnation were also Danzo's schemes. Danzo, The Sand Village is akin to a wolf cub that cannot be tamed. If you allow them to escape this time, they will not be grateful. Instead, they will incite further conflict. Danzo's cane tapped sharply against the ground as he spoke sternly. So this is your doing. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, his voice low. Humph, I merely spoke the truth. The villagers deserve to know the facts. Danzo replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unyielding. The third Hokage paused, his gaze fixed on Danzo. His actions could be construed as overt maneuvers. As Hokage, he could not openly clarify matters, and besides, sparing the Sand Village was indeed a reality. The heavy losses endured by the village's ninjas were mere fabrications. Inflicting 1,000 casualties while eliminating 3,000 of the enemy could still be deemed a resounding victory. Yet, the villagers were indifferent to such calculations. They only recognized the loss of life in battle and the lack of adequate reparations following their triumph, viewing it as a failure on the Hokage's part. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage sighed. Danzo, war does not yield peace. Should we choose to decimate the Sand Village, it would lead to a perpetual cycle of vengeance. Humph, Sarutobi, how naive you are. Even if we spare them now, they will seek retribution once they regain their strength. You are the so-called hero of the shinobi. Has your time in the Hokage seat dulled your spirit? Danzo replied, his tone serious. Enough. I see through your machinations. How do you intend to resolve this situation? The third Hokage asked, his voice strained. Having held the position of Hokage for many years, he had indeed transformed significantly, making cautious decisions for the sake of the village. Let us downplay this matter. However, during this time, some unsavory sentiments have arisen, with individuals openly supporting Kakashi Hatake for the Hokage position. This trend cannot be overlooked, Danzo observed, fully aware of the threat to his ambitions. The third Hokage's brows knitted together. He found it challenging to deal with the situation regarding White Fang, a person of great merit and significant influence within the village. White Fang had been an outstanding ninja, contributing greatly to the village. But he was not the heir to the Will of Fire. Otherwise, passing the Hokage position to him would have been a fitting choice, the third Hokage lamented. Leave matters concerning Kakashi to me. If we suppress his reputation, the Hokage position will remain out of reach for him, Danzo assured. White Fang is a hero of the village, the third Hokage remarked, frowning. Do not worry. I am well aware of the boundaries, Danzo waved dismissively, confident in his abilities to navigate the intricacies of such schemes. Very well, you will handle this matter. But first, eliminate the influence of the rumors. The third generation represents the sunlit leaves, while Danzo embodies the roots shrouded in darkness. Though the two stand in stark opposition, they also engage in considerable collaboration, delegating certain unsavory matters to Danzo for resolution. It is precisely due to their mutual support that Konoha has firmly established itself within the ninja world as the foremost village. 3 days later, the rumors within the village gradually dissipated, as if they had never existed. These events held no significance for Ling. The day after the war concluded, their team embarked on their missions. The daimyo had issued a task to eliminate bandits, alongside dealing with rogue ninjas from the village and spies from other major ninja villages. The aftermath of the war presented an abundance of responsibilities. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the tasks involved mundane requests from villagers, such as catching cats and dogs. Following this conflict, Konoha's reputation as the leading ninja village became further entrenched, leading to an unceasing influx of assignments. A week later, after completing the day's bandit extermination mission, Ling finally gathered the energy required for the evolution of his Sharingan. Upon returning home, he witnessed the long-awaited transformation of his Sharingan into the three-tomo form. As he gazed into the mirror at the three-spinning tomo, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. He now possessed the confidence to survive the third great ninja war. Name: Uchiha Ling. Strength: Elite Genin ability, 3-tomo Sharingan, 1035 5000. The energy required for evolution into the Manjiki Sharingan is a staggering 5,000 points. However, he has 5 to 6 years before the next great war to enhance his abilities. Even if he cannot awaken the Manjiki, he will be close. It is noteworthy that, following this war, Ling's prowess has become widely recognized, and he has been officially promoted to Ch Nin by the village. Teacher, what mission do we have today? Asked Kitayama Rei, glancing at her companion Haru. Haru perused the mission list, stroking his chin as he replied, how about this task, investigating a merchant convoy? What is there to investigate about a merchant convoy, teacher? Let's continue with the bandit extermination. Missions that involve combat suit us best. Hinata Fumino expressed his discontent. Ling realized that since the war, he had transformed into a different person. After completing each mission, instead of returning to rest, he devoted himself to rigorous training at the training grounds. Naturally, Ling noticed his diligent practice because he himself was also engaged in relentless training. It seemed that his experiences on the battlefield had enlightened him, he mused. The transformation of Winya was indeed commendable. A genius could only become a formidable force through hard work, or else they would remain stagnant. Upon hearing Winya's words, Haru explained, this mission may involve combat, and we are likely to engage with ninjas. This merchant group is visiting our village for the first time. They intended to leave during our conflict with Tsuchikage, but were unable to do so due to village regulations. Based on our investigations, they might be intelligence agents from another village. Is it possible for merchants to come during wartime? Ling inquired, somewhat puzzled. Certainly, it is during these times that merchants often amass wealth. In fact, numerous large merchant caravans traverse between nations. This particular caravan is reported to be from the land of Earth, but it is peculiar that such a small group, merely a dozen individuals, could traverse the bandit-infested land of grass. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, they have not conducted much trade since arriving in the village, which does not align with the behavior of legitimate merchants. After listening to Haru, Ling nodded, sensing that this mission might prove to be more complex than anticipated. Very well. We shall accept this mission, Winya concurred. Haru then reminded them, yes, they are eager to depart the village. They plan to leave this afternoon. So we should follow them closely. Understood, Sensei. Chapter 39. Investigating the merchant caravan in the afternoon, at the entrance of Kanahagakur, a small merchant caravan was preparing to depart. A sight not uncommon due to the influx of caravans amidst the ongoing conflict. Those at the back, keep up. We are about to set off, called the leader. After registering at the gate, the group set forth from the village in a grand procession. Sensei, should we follow them? Winya asked, his excitement evident. Patience. If they are indeed intelligence agents, their counter-surveillance skills will be quite adept. Approaching them too early may compromise our position. They are numerous and travel in carts, making them a conspicuous target. We can maintain a safe distance behind them, Haru cautioned. Understood, Sensei. However, he hesitated for a moment before adding, Sensei, I have observed with my Byakugan, and they possess no chakra within them. Could we be mistaken? Haha, discerning whether they're ninjas is straightforward. Other ninja villages would be foolish to send their operatives here. If they truly are intelligence agents from another village, there would certainly be someone to assist them. It was evident that he was still a novice, having little experience with missions, which significantly affected his judgment. Ling nodded in agreement, stating, if they are not ninjas, then their presence is even more suspect. During the war, the land of grass was rife with chaos. It is indeed quite fortunate that this group could traverse safely from the land of Earth to our territory. He chuckled, you were quite right. The land of grass is infested with bandits, and rogue ninjas frequently roam. Caravans often employ ninjas or wandering warriors for protection during their journeys. However, we shall ascertain the truth by following them. The tranquil forest was occasionally punctuated by the melodic chirping of birds as the caravan moved steadily forward. The sound of hoofbeats echoing far through the woods. A group led by Ling trailed at a distance, treading lightly on the branches to avoid detection. Teacher, they have halted. Hinata Fumino murmured, utilizing his Byakugan to extend his line of sight for reconnaissance, a task well suited for him. Indeed, several dozen meters ahead. The merchant caravan gradually came to a stop, seemingly preparing for a brief respite before continuing their journey. All right, everyone halt and observe their unusual behavior. Yuanwu commanded in a low voice. The others nodded in response. Fumino's Byakugan had provided insights. This group appeared to be ordinary individuals. After halting, they merely consumed their rations and subsequently rested. Teacher, they seem quite normal, Kitayama-Rei hesitated to say. Yuanwu pondered for a moment, glancing at Ling Ling. What do you think? Teacher, this merchant caravan is peculiar, Ling replied calmly. Yuanwu's eyes brightened, signaling him to elaborate. This caravan does not resemble ninjas. However, their demeanor is far from that of typical merchants. Observe how they conduct themselves with stringent discipline during meals and rest. Ordinary merchant groups are usually preoccupied with profit, lacking the leisure to practice such discipline. Moreover, their communication is minimal. During monotonous travel, typical caravans engage in conversation to pass the time. Yet they remain silent throughout their journey, Ling explained slowly. Upon hearing his words, Yuanwu displayed a hint of approval. Ling's analysis was indeed insightful. It highlighted the caravan's peculiarities. You must learn to observe and uncover the truths hidden beneath the surface, Yuanwu advised. Understood, teacher. After hearing Ling's perspective, I too sense their strangeness. It seems this mission is not simple, Fumino acknowledged. There is one more detail that underscores their oddity, Ling continued. Oh? What else? Fumino was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this aspect. Notice how they face outward while resting, effectively preparing for any sudden incidents. Furthermore, two individuals remain on guard, likely responsible for vigilance. Ling analyzed further. Indeed, Ling makes an excellent point. It seems this caravan consists of spies cultivated by other villages. During wartime, our reserve forces are thin, prompting them to infiltrate for intelligence, Yuanwu asserted. Teacher, should we confront them? Fumino inquired eagerly. Let us wait. Once they make contact, we can strike decisively, Yuanwu decided. Due to the absence of ninjas within the caravan, no one perceived Ling and his companions trailing behind them. A day later, the previously dense forest began to thin. The prosperity of the Land of Fire can largely be attributed to this seemingly endless expanse of woodland. Legend has it that this forest was created by the first Hokage using wood release techniques. Ling merely smiled, although wood release is formidable. Creating such a vast forest would require years of effort. Soon, the outline of a small town emerged before them. The caravan entered the town for a rest stop. To prevent their contact from being present in the town, Ling and his group followed suit. However, the caravan did not venture out that night and hurriedly departed the following morning. Teacher, Do you think they might head straight back to the land of Earth? If so, we will miss our opportunity to act. Ling expressed his concern to Yuanwu. Yuanwu furrowed his brow. If the caravan returned directly to the land of Earth, any actions they took would equate to a provocation, potentially inciting a series of unnecessary troubles. Since they were civilians, not ninjas, and given their numbers, assassination would be impractical, with a high risk of exposure. Therefore, they must not be allowed to return to the land of Earth. Let us proceed to the land of grass. And regardless of whether their contact appears, we will strike decisively, Yuanwu concluded after deliberation. Understood, teacher, the others responded affirmatively. The atmosphere in the land of grass starkly contrasted with that of the land of fire. As they delved deeper, a palpable aura of hostility and chaos seemed to solidify around them. Although the war among the great nations had ended, skirmishes among the smaller countries continued unabated. The presence of Konoha in the land of fire effectively deterred bandits and rogue ninjas. In contrast, while the land of grass boasted the existence of the grass ninja village, the internal strife created a desolate ambience. Everyone, remain cautious. This land is not as forgiving as the land of fire. If you inadvertently provoke a formidable rogue ninja group, I cannot guarantee your safety, Yuanwu admonished with gravity. Understood, teacher. But when shall we act? The group inquired, their expressions serious. Ahead lies a town. Once we pass through it, we will be nearing the land of Earth. We shall act there. Yuanwu's gaze flickered with determination. Chapter 40. Trapped in peril as they had anticipated, the caravan slowly entered the small town, their faces reflecting a sense of relief as they neared their destination. Ling and his companions closely followed behind them, stepping into the desolate little town. The town lay in ruins, ravaged by war, its inhabitants having fled to safer havens, resulting in a dismal state where 9 out of 10 houses stood empty. The few remaining dwellings were mostly occupied by rebel bandits. This is a forsaken town. Ling had been walking for half a day without encountering a single soul, yet the instinct of a ninja alerted him to the presence of someone nearby, watching them. Wenya. Ling whispered urgently to his companion. Hinata Wenya nodded, activating his Byakugan. It was as if he had glimpsed something terrifying. His expression tightened, but he soon feigned nonchalance. Lowering his head. Teacher, we are in trouble. There are ninjas lurking in many of the vacant houses, no fewer than 20. We may be surrounded, Wenya said, his brow furrowed. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What should we do? We haven't provoked them. They shouldn't attack us, right? Kitayama Ling's complexion also paled at the thought. It's hard to say. I sense that things are more complicated than they appear. The merchant caravan has already entered the town. Yet these rogue ninjas have not yet engaged them, Yuanwu remarked, his voice low and troubled. He then turned to Wenya, asking, what is their strength like? There are 5 elite J-nin, one of whom possesses a chakra level comparable to that of our teacher, while the rest are all Ch-nin, with no genin among them. As Wenya spoke, Yuanwu's expression grew increasingly grave. The strength of these rogue ninjas was indeed formidable. Teacher, we should retreat. If an unexpected event occurs, we could be wiped out, Ling suggested after a moment of silence. Yuanwu's expression darkened. If it were only him, he would have confidence in breaking through the encirclement. However, with several students in tow, the stakes were much higher. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. Let us withdraw and return the way we came. Yet, before they could act, Ling's face contorted with concern. Teacher, I think it may be too late. Suddenly, figures sprang from the adjacent rooms, their movements synchronized as if they were a well-drilled unit. Yuanwu's gaze narrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Things may not end well. Stay close to me. We must break through. Ha ha ha. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the ninjas from Konoha. You must have followed the merchant caravan here. The leading rogue ninja jeered, laughter spilling from his lips. You are not ordinary rogue ninjas, are you? Ling questioned darkly. His tone laced with certainty. Oh, haha, you've seen through us. Hiroshi, come here. The leader beckoned, and a figure quickly approached. It was the head of the merchant caravan, who bowed respectfully before the rogue ninja leader. Captain Terra, is this how you execute your missions? Bringing Konoha's people right to your doorstep while they sleep on the journey? Captain Terra inquired, a note of disdain in his voice. Ah, Captain, we were vigilant the entire way. We didn't know how this happened. Hiroshi stammered, fear evident in his demeanor. That may be true. You are just ordinary people who cannot detect the enemy's presence. It is not entirely your fault, Terra replied flatly, seemingly forgiving their oversight. Why yes, thank you for your understanding. Hiroshi quickly bowed in gratitude. In an instant, Terra's fist struck Hiroshi's abdomen with brutal force, as a mere civilian. Hiroshi was no match for the strength of a ninja, and he was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground, weeping and wailing. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. I can't fathom how the village thought to train a group of ordinary people, forcing me to come to this godforsaken place as a rogue ninja. After waiting so long for your return from Konoha, you bring along a tale as well. Captain Terra scolded fiercely, turning to face Ling and his group. He laughed heartily, a glint of menace in his eyes as he said, you must be tired after following us for so long. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. At this point, if they still did not grasp the situation, they might as well be ready to meet their demise. The merchant caravan was a spy from the land of Earth, and these rogue ninjas were dispatched from Awagakure. It was no wonder that a group of ordinary people could traverse the perilous land of grass. How insidious of a Wagakure to disguise their ninjas as rogue ninjas. However, Ling and his companions needed to focus on how to escape. Ling, prepare yourself. We will break through, Uchiha Ling said calmly, fixing his gaze intently on the rogue leader. Terra, Sharingan. A strange wave of energy flickered into existence, causing the Wagakure captain to momentarily freeze before a sinister smile spread across his face as he bellowed, "Ha! You dare to make the first move? You are courting death." With that, he hurled a kunai at one of his own subordinates without warning. The unsuspecting rogue ninja had no time to defend himself. A flash of blood erupted as the unfortunate sand ninja fell to the ground, eyes wide open in shock, lifeless. "What are you doing, Captain Terra?" A sand ninja shouted, disbelief evident in his voice. "Bad news. The captain has fallen under a genjutsu. Everyone, help." Upon witnessing Terra's sudden attack, Wu cried out urgently, "Run. I'll cover you." Without hesitation, they gathered their chakra and fled. "Damn it, they are escaping. After them." A sand ninja shouted, gripping his kunai as he pursued Ling and the others, followed by a dozen more. The remaining ninjas channeled their chakra into Captain Terra, dispelling the genjutsu. What? Terra blinked, bewildered. "Captain, you are under the enemy's genjutsu," one sand ninja explained, struggling to find the words. Terra's gaze darkened as he looked at the corpse on the ground, his expression malevolent enough to instill fear. "Damn Uchiha. I will personally kill him," Terra roared. Yet, after his outburst of anger, he quickly regained his composure. Killing his own teammate would mean the end of his ninja career. As an elite Jainin and a division leader of the Anbu, this incident could lead to his dismissal, with far worse punishments awaiting him. The thought of this ignited a fervor within him. He had come to disguise himself as a rogue ninja, yet he might now truly become one. "No, I cannot return to the village. That would be a death sentence." Terra's mind raced as he surveyed the Nin before him. "Let us first eliminate the Konoha team. We can deal with this matter afterward," Terra spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Very well, let us assist Captain Shinosuke." One Nin nodded in agreement with his comrades. "Let us hurry," they said, turning to depart. But just as they did, a glint of malice flashed in Terra's eyes. Earth release, earth flow spears. Sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, accompanied by screams that abruptly fell silent. Beholding his handiwork, Terra's arms trembled slightly, and with a clenched jaw, he turned away without a backward glance. Chapter 41. Captain of the Wagakure Anbu Ling, take the two of them and go ahead. I will stay behind to hold them off. Uchiha Wu urged anxiously. "Teacher, that is out of the question. Teacher, we are in grave danger." Hinata Winya's face darkened. He continued, "The strongest Wagakure ninja has yet to show himself. During the crisis, I lost track of him." "What?" Yuan Wu was taken aback for a moment, but soon realized that the captain named Tian Yuan had easily fallen for his illusion, indicating that he was likely not the true leader. "Everyone, be cautious," Ling shouted. A massive earthen sphere hurtled towards them like a meteor. Boom. Thanks to Ling's warning, the group managed to evade the attack. But the earth ball crashed into a nearby two-story building, instantly reducing it to rubble. Clap, clap. A tall man wearing a mask approached, applauding as if he had discovered an intriguing quarry. "Teacher, it's him. His chakra is formidable and possesses an explosive quality," Wen Yi whispered, sweating profusely. Yuan Wu's expression turned grave. As a quasi-shadow level powerhouse, he was particularly sensitive to the presence of others of his kind, and the strength of this individual was undoubtedly on par with his own. "You are from the Anbu of a Wagakure, aren't you?" Yuan Wu spoke solemnly. "Indeed. I never expected that while carrying out such a mundane task, I would encounter something so entertaining," the man replied casually, exuding an air of confidence. Swish, swish, swish. IWA ninjas pursuing from behind soon surrounded Ling and his group. "Captain," one of the IWA nin greeted. "How is it that over 20 of you have failed to subdue them? What a bunch of inept fools," the man chastised calmly, as if devoid of any anger. He then inquired, "Where is Tian Yuan? Why has he arrived yet?" "Captain, Vice Captain Tian Yuan has fallen victim to their illusion. He may be on his way shortly." The IWA ninja responded, forcing himself to speak. "Humph, Tian Yuan is becoming increasingly incompetent. If it weren't for the circumstances, I would surely request Lord Tsuchikage to relieve him of his position," the masked Anbu captain thought bitterly, unaware that Tian Yuan had already defected, and he would not have the opportunity to suppress him. He then glanced at the individuals in the arena, a cold smirk spreading across his face. "Now I see. It's the illustrious Uchiha clan from Konoha. No wonder you managed to escape with such ease. There is also a young Uchiha and a Hyuga here. Haha. If I were to bring you back, Lord Tsuchikage would surely be delighted." Ling could sense the sinister visage of the masked adversary before him, who was flanked by at least 10 nin, 4 nin, and one formidable Kazekage level foe. His expression grew increasingly grave. "Haha. Although it would be preferable to bring you back alive, even as corpses, you would still serve well. Attack. Life or death is of no consequence." With the captain of the IWA ninja team bellowing this command, all the IWA ninjas surged forward like ravenous wolves. "Ling, provide cover for their retreat." "I will hold them off," Yuan proclaimed in a low voice. Without hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching himself at the masked Anbu leader. Understood. Ling did not waver. In this battle, where the disparity in strength was stark, both Wanya and Kataya had no hope of survival. Fleeing was their only option. They swiftly followed Ling, darting out of the encirclement formed by the IWA ninjas. Humph, none shall escape. Everyone, pursue those brats. I shall deal with this one. The IWA captain shouted to his subordinates. A throng of IWA ninjas, quick to respond, swiftly chased after the trio. Do not think you can get away. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yuan exerted all his strength, hurling a fireball the size of a house toward the inevitable path of the IWA ninjas. Boom. A massive crater. Several dozen meters wide, formed before them, with the surrounding structures reduced to ruins from the shockwave. Humph, mind your own business. The Anbu captain of the IWA responded with a disdainful snort, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon missile. A colossal Earth Dragon slowly emerged from the ground, unleashing a barrage of earthen projectiles aimed at Yuan. Yuan, refusing to underestimate the situation, activated his Sharingan. Sharingan, activate. The three Tomo spun rapidly as he deftly dodged the incoming attacks. You all, hurry and pursue those brats. If you let them escape, prepare for the village's punishment. The Anbu captain shouted to his comrades. The IWA ninjas, not daring to delay, stabilized their formations and continued their pursuit. Not so fast. Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing the IWA Anbu captain back as he attempted to break through to intercept them. Heh, Earth release, Earth flow wall. The IWA captain sneered, slamming his hands to the ground. A towering stone wall erupted, blocking Yuan path. Damn it. Fire release, flame bullet. Boom. The stone wall was shattered. But the IWA captain also closed in, throwing kunai aimed relentlessly at Yuan. With no choice, Yuan drew his kunai, engaging in a fierce struggle against his opponent. Curse it. I'm being delayed. Ling and the others are in danger. Damn it. Yuan heart raced, pushing his Sharingan to its limits as he fought desperately against his foe, aiming to reach his comrades swiftly. With all his might, Yuan exhibited terrifying prowess, overpowering the IWA captain in their physical confrontation, as the latter's strength did not lie in taijutsu, placing him at a disadvantage. Fire release, explosive flame bullet. The IWA captain pushed Yuan back, launching his ninjutsu first. A fireball, brimming with explosive energy, shot forth. Yuan, refusing to be careless, quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, smoke engulfing the area. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Yuan dashed in the opposite direction. Humph. Do you think that is all I am capable of? Observing Yuan evade his attack and retreat, the captain scoffed, pursuing him relentlessly. Stop right there. Lava release, fire flow wall. The IWA captain bellowed, his mask fracturing into shards as a horrifying crimson hue appeared on his face. A torrent of terrifying flames surged forth, instantly blocking Yuan path. A massive wall of blazing red fire took shape, the intense heat distorting the air around it, with dark flames swirling ominously upon its surface, emanating an aura of dread. Yuan expression shifted as his pupils constricted. The IWA captain was indeed a formidable wielder of a bloodline limit. Lava release, born from the fusion of fire and earth, wielded immense power in both control and attack. Gazing at the fiery barrier before him, Yuan resolve hardened, and without hesitation, he unleashed his own ninjutsu. Earth release, Earth Dragon bullet. A colossal earthen sphere crashed into the flame wall, instantly turning red from the intense heat. Boom. A violent explosion ensued. And as Yuan witnessed a breach in the fiery barrier, his heart leaped with hope, and he prepared to charge through. However, before he could act, the gaping hole was swiftly sealed. Ha, you cannot escape. My control over the flame wall is absolute. Any breach will be instantly repaired by the surrounding flames. Unless you can obliterate it in one blow, you will exhaust your chakra trying to escape. The IWA captain laughed heartily, brimming with confidence in his lava release. Yuan expression grew grave. This technique was indeed formidable. It would take several adept water release ninjas attacking simultaneously, or a singular powerful Kage-level user skilled in water release to breach it. It was no wonder the enemy was so assured of victory. Alas, it seems I cannot provide support for them. I hope they. Yuan heart sank as he fixed his gaze firmly on the enemy before him. Chapter 42, The Fierce Battle in the Shattered Remnants of the Small Town. Ling and his companions dashed forward, closely pursued by a dozen figures. Due to Wanya and Kataya still being Jinin, the distance between them and their pursuers gradually diminished. Ling's expression grew increasingly grave. It was only a matter of time before he would be pursued. If it were solely his own fate at stake, he might easily escape. Even considering a confrontation with the rock ninjas behind him, having been an orphan in his previous life, he had always possessed a somewhat callous temperament. And having resolved to betray Konoha, the bonds he shared with his teammates had become a mere jest, especially since they had only formed their team a mere fortnight ago. At this juncture, whether to fight or flee, abandoning the two of them seemed to be the most advantageous choice for himself. However, with a determined clench of his jaw, Ling commanded, "You two go ahead. I will stay behind to hold them off. What? Ling, we acknowledge your formidable strength. But there are too many of them, including 3 elite jonin. Staying behind could cost you your life. When you shouted urgently, indeed, Ling, we cannot abandon our comrade. Bei Yi Ling echoed with an anxious expression. If this continues, none of us will escape. Even if my strength pales in comparison to theirs, I can ensure my own safe retreat. It is settled, Ling asserted with unwavering resolve. Seeing that the two still wished to protest, Ling forcefully pushed them away. Hurry. Do not linger. He then turned to face the approaching Sand Shinobi. Sharingan, activate. 2 tomos swiftly began to spin, transforming suddenly into 3. This marked Ling's inaugural use of the 3-tomo Sharingan in battle. A powerful, yet invigorating chakra coursed through his body, and he could perceive the gentle whispers of the wind around him, as well as the staggered steps of his foes. All was remarkably clear. This sensation of mastery filled his mind with exhilaration, and an immense confidence surged within him. Ling roared, fire style, phoenix fire technique. Fireballs erupted from his mouth. Not directed at the leading trio of jonin, but rather at the 12 chunin positioned behind them. It is better to cripple a single finger than to injure all 10. Ling focused intently on the movements of 2 individuals, analyzing their trajectories and anticipated actions following the evasion of the first fireball. A cascade of thoughts surged through his mind as the fireballs, seemingly endowed with sentience, hurtled towards the ill-fated chunin. These rock ninjas were evidently seasoned warriors. Upon witnessing the concentrated assault, they promptly dispersed. The 2 chunin, marked by the fireballs, exhibited momentary surprise but remained composed, swiftly dodging the first projectile. However, a second fireball soon followed in rapid succession. A flicker of astonishment crossed their faces as they half-crouched to evade the second, which narrowly whizzed past their backs. Before they could exhale in relief, a third fireball approached with alarming speed, leaving them visibly stunned. Their eyes widened in horror as they could do nothing but watch the fiery projectile collide with them. The anguished cries echoed as the 2 engulfed in flames rolled on the ground, only for several more fireballs to rain down upon them moments later. In an instant, the 2 rock ninjas were reduced to charred remains. Damn it, that kid is formidable, a true genius of the Uchiha clan. Shinji, let us intercept him. The rest of you, pursue those 2 brats, barked a menacing rock ninja, clearly the leader among them. Understood, replied the ninja named Shinji. The 2 then brandished their kunai and charged towards Ling. If others wish to pass, they must first contend with me, Ling scoffed, gathering chakra beneath his feet and instantly teleporting in front of a chunin attempting to rush forward. Clang. The opposing ninja, taken aback by Ling's swiftness, briefly displayed surprise. Yet his reflexes remained sharp as a short blade met Ling's kunai strike. In that fleeting moment, as he raised his gaze, a glimmer flickered in Ling's eyes as the Genjutsu of the Sharingan activated. The rock ninja's expression froze, his movements faltering ever so slightly, a moment that, against the elite strength of Ling, was sufficient to determine life or death. Swoosh. The kunai in Ling's hand pierced effortlessly into the opponent's chest, blood gushing forth in a torrent. In the final moment, clarity returned to his eyes, yet it was too late. His body gradually crumpled to the ground, a flicker of boundless resentment shining in his gaze. Ling let out a soft snort, recognizing that the direct application of mental power through the Sharingan to create illusions placed a considerable burden upon herself. Illusions are, after all, a means of deceiving the opponent's senses to confound them. However, Ling had not studied the art of illusion, and could only employ the Sharingan in a rudimentary manner. It was akin to a stone. She was merely throwing it clumsily at her adversaries, while adept illusionist ninjas had crafted slingshots, or even firearms. The battle unfolded in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Ling unleashed a kunai through her illusion technique, and a middle-ranked rock ninja lost his life. The rock ninja, who had initially intended to charge forward, abruptly halted his advance, and even the several higher-ranked ninjas gasped in astonishment. It was indeed the 3-tomo Sharingan. Could this young prodigy be a reincarnation of a demon? The fierce-looking leader of the rock ninjas was momentarily taken aback, but soon, a frenzied, killing intent flickered in his eyes. You are quite the genius, little one, but today you shall meet your demise, he bellowed. Shinji, let us advance. A trace of solemnity flickered in Ling's eyes as his hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing a flurry of wind blades in an instant. Earth release, earth flow wall. The wind blades struck the earthen wall, stirring a tumult of soil and stone, which was soon reduced to mere fragments. Ling advanced with determination. Her kunai aimed at the known as Shinji. Humph. Earth release, hardening technique, Shinji declared, standing resolute against Ling's impending assault, neither flinching nor retreating. The kunai in Ling's hand effortlessly sliced across his opponent's chest, producing an unexpectedly resonant sound akin to metal clashing against metal. Shinji grinned maliciously, his movements unhurried as he retaliated, thrusting the kunai back towards Ling with precision. Ling swiftly retreated, yet at that moment, a jolt resonated within his mind. The anomalies on the ground became strikingly clear under the gaze of his Sharingan. In the fleeting moment of his descent, a pair of arms emerged from the ground, gripping his legs with an iron hold. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Sand Ninja leader, as he poised his hidden weapon to slash at Ling's throat. However, At that instant, his expression changed dramatically, and he retreated swiftly from Ling's vicinity. A resounding explosion erupted around Ling, and although the rock ninja leader had reacted in time, he was still swept away by the shockwave, landing awkwardly on the ground. Ling's silhouette flickered as he thrust a kunai towards the head of the rock ninja lying on the ground. At that moment, a sound slicing through the air echoed, and the rock ninja named Shinji launched a shuriken towards Ling. Ling had no choice but to abandon his offensive. He skillfully flicked the shuriken from his grasp, while the leader of the rock ninjas seized the opportunity to retreat. With a fierce gaze, he glared at Ling, realizing that he had indeed underestimated the 10-year-old boy. Having been injured by a clone rigged with explosive tags, Ling's expression was grave as he faced the onslaught of two elite jonin, struggling to find an escape. Little brat. I must admit you are quite the genius to have wounded me. However, I assure you, I shall not fall for your tricks again. And by the way, are your two companions as talented as you? The rock ninja leader sneered, malice gleaming in his eyes. Damn it. Ling's gaze shifted. Indeed. The rock ninja Chunin had already pursued Wenye and Bei Ling. Chapter 43. Fractured bonds. Given the speed of Wenye and Bei Ling, evading the pursuit of a jonin along with a group of Chunin was nothing short of a fool's errand. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling deftly tossed a few shurikens behind him to obscure their line of sight, and with unwavering determination, he pursued the rock ninjas without a glance back. Humph, little brat. You won't escape. The leader of the rock ninjas called out to his comrades, urging them to follow. Soon, Ling caught sight of the group of ninjas. It was not that he was exceptionally swift, but rather that the rock ninjas had halted their advance, now surrounding Wenyi and Bei Ling. Clearly, with their prowess, they were toying with Wenyi and Bei Ling, intent on capturing them alive. A fierce glint flashed in Ling's eyes as he immediately employed a ninjutsu technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing orb of fire erupted forth. Be careful. A loud shout echoed from behind. The leader and Shinji had already pursued closely. The fireball struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. However, the rock ninjas, alerted by the warning, deftly evaded the attack and turned to face Ling, the uninvited guest. Highly. This little brat is troublesome, come lend a hand. The others swiftly concluded their skirmish, declaring that the two young foes need not be captured alive but rather eliminated on the spot. The rock ninja leader bellowed with murderous intent. Highly. The third-ranked jonin among the rock ninjas, though not of elite caliber, was slightly inferior to his two companions. Without hesitation, upon hearing the leader's command, he charged directly at Ling. Ling, feeling helpless, could only defend against the onslaught of his adversaries. Soon, two more opponents joined the fray. With the aid of the Sharingan, Ling held his ground against three elite jonin, yet he found himself ensnared, helplessly watching as the IWA shinobi's Chunin advanced toward Wenyang and Bei Ling. Haha, kid. Worry about yourself. The fate of your two companions is already sealed, and soon you shall follow in their footsteps, the IWA leader sneered, his tone dripping with confidence. Damn it. If this continues, not only will I be unable to save them, but I too will be plunged into peril, Ling thought, anxiety swirling within him. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to devise a viable plan. Suddenly, a chilling scream shattered Ling's concentration. It was Wenyang's voice. His face contorted in agony, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood cascading down as a deep gash marred his back. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignited within him, and he ceased evading, opting instead for a reckless exchange of injuries. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Blood surged in his eyes as he discarded his kunai, unleashing the final brilliance of a ninja. An IWA shinobi, caught off guard, gazed at the boy charging at him like a famished wolf. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his kunai viciously at Wenyang. Splat. Blood erupted as the blade pierced flesh, but before he could revel in his success, Wenyang's hand struck firmly against his chest. He felt an overwhelming heaviness, chakra stifled within him. Wenyang's face twisted into a malevolent grin, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he remained undeterred, fixated on his foe. Die. Wenyang roared, mustering all his strength as his gentle fist relentlessly hammered into the enemy, the dull thuds echoing with the sound of shattering bones, leaving only those sounds in his world. The IWA Chunin spewed blood, his consciousness fading with each blow, an icy sensation enveloping him. Damn it. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Shouted another IWA shinobi, swiftly forming hand seals as a massive earth ball began to rise from the ground. Wenyang observed the ever-growing sphere, feeling the chill of blood loss seep into his bones. He lacked the strength to evade the impending assault. What a pity, my dreams remain unrealized. I yearn to savor that taste of freedom. Thoughts raced through his mind as a hint of relief graced his lips. Boom. The earth ball collided with Wenyang's chest, propelling him into a nearby abandoned shack. Wenyang. Bei Ling cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. Excellent, one down. Now, onto that brat, the IWA Chunin remarked, devoid of any emotion as he turned his gaze toward Bei Ling. Haha. No need to rush. You'll soon join your companions, he sneered coldly, advancing toward Bei Ling. Damn it. Ling's eyes flared with murderous intent as he clenched his teeth, resolute in his decision. His mind sharpened, fixating on the IWA jonin known as Highly. To break the deadlock, Targeting the weakest adversary became his optimal choice. Ling wielded the kunai with all his might, forcing back the two opponents. His Sharingan spun wildly, revealing countless possibilities for the next move that surged within his mind. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he charged fiercely at his adversary. In Kai's gaze, a flicker of panic was evident, but it was quickly replaced by a sinister grin as he lunged forward, thrusting the kunai in his grasp. Ling fixed his gaze intently on the swiftly flying kunai, his eyes meticulously tracing its trajectory. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shifted his body to the side. With a swift thrust, the kunai pierced deeply into Ling's chest, blood oozing forth as his complexion paled. Yet, with gritted teeth and unwavering resolve, his gaze remained steadfast. Ling extended his left hand, firmly grasping the opponent's arm, while his right hand wielded a kunai, aiming for the neck. Hailei's eyes narrowed as he beheld the impending kunai, desperately wishing to retract his arm to evade the assault. Yet, Ling's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him immobile, forced to witness the kunai glide across his neck. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, warm droplets splattering across Ling's face, yet he remained unfazed. After dispatching Hailei, he turned and charged toward the group of Nin. How infuriating! Shinji obstruct him. The leader of the Nin seethed with rage at the sight of one of his Nin being slain. Understood. Shinji responded, pursuing Ling with determination. The Nin leader wasted no time, hastily forming hand seals. Earth release, earth dragon bombs. A barrage of earthen projectiles surged toward Ling. However, thanks to the Sharingan in the distance, Ling effortlessly evaded the assault. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Ling unleashed a series of fireballs directed at the Nin besieging Rei Kitayama. Yet, the Nin, forewarned, swiftly dispersed, evading Ling's fiery onslaught. Ling rushed forward to support Ling. How are you? Due to the absence of medication, Ling could only hurriedly cram a few military rations into her mouth. But it was all in vain. Cough. Ling, you must survive. Ling struggled to utter her last words, her eyes gradually losing their luster. Ling gazed at the shuriken embedded in the chest of Ling, fully aware that she was beyond salvation. Not even Tsunade could rescue her in this dire moment. Gently lowering her lifeless form, Ling rose to his feet, his gaze steady and composed as he faced the adversaries before him. Chapter 44, Annihilation. 8 Nin and 2 Nin fixated their unwavering stares upon the young boy in the arena. Ling's expression remained tranquil, lost in thought, seemingly unaffected by the demise of his two companions. It was not merely the fleeting nature of their acquaintance that rendered him indifferent. He could distinctly sense the coldness within his own heart, as though the departed were merely strangers to him. Is this what one might call divinity? Is it a lack of compassion? Ling pondered, uncaring of the menacing group of rock ninjas surrounding him. This is your true nature. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ling harbored no aversion to this entity that understood his innermost self. Rather, he felt a sense of goodwill from it. Even a peculiar kinship. Ah, so it is my nature. But what about you? Ling inquired casually, fully aware that the entity would likely refrain from answering such a question. To his surprise, after a brief hesitation, a wave of emotions flooded his consciousness. I am you. Ling felt a sense of perplexity, somewhat at a loss, yet chose not to inquire further. In the fleeting moment of thought, the leader of the IWA ninja regarded the adversary before him with a weighty expression. Although merely a minor demon, the formidable presence of his opponent compelled him to respond with utmost seriousness. Wind release, Gale Cutter. The first to strike was Shinji, positioned beside the IWA leader, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades directed at Ling, wielding his Sharingan, effortlessly evaded his adversary's assault. However, the surrounding Nin swiftly joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of shuriken and a myriad of ninjutsu. With a resounding bang, Ling transformed into a cloud of smoke mid-air, while his true form rapidly approached the ranks of the IWA Nin. A kunai sliced through the air with precision. The eyes of a nearby IWA Nin widened in shock. He had not anticipated the opponent's astonishing speed. The kunai was now mere inches away, forcing him to hastily raise his own kunai in defense. Sparks flew as the two weapons clashed, and Ling's kunai, akin to a serpentine creature, danced with lethal grace, aided by the foresight granted by his Sharingan. Crimson blossoms of blood erupted from the IWA Nin's body as he broke into a cold sweat, his arm drenched in crimson, with a brilliant flash bearing down upon him. He realized, in that critical moment, he was utterly unable to defend himself. Ling deftly evaded his opponent's sluggish assault with a kunai, gliding it across the adversary's throat. Subsequently, he soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the back of a rock ninja attempting a sneak attack. The opponent, quick to react, hastily withdrew his arms to shield his chest. However, Ling's kick was far from easy to withstand. With a resounding thud, the sand ninja was sent hurtling backward, spilling a crimson spray of blood mid-flight. With swift precision, Ling formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a blade of wind that shot forth. Searing through the chest of his adversary, the wind blade drew forth a spurt of crimson blood, continuing its relentless path to carve a fissure into the ground beneath. Infuriated, the Earth users summoned their techniques. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Wind release, storm blade. A cadre of Nin, not daring to underestimate the situation, unleashed a barrage of jutsu, transforming the battlefield into a tempest of flying debris and swirling dust. As if the very ground had been plowed. Has he perished? Be cautious, there is no sign of him. The rock village Nin stood vigilant, when suddenly, a fireball descended from the heavens, hurtling towards them. Alarmed, they shouted, "Look out! It's coming from above, quick, evade." In a flurry of panic, several rocks Nin scattered. Boom. A violent tremor shook the earth, creating a gaping crater, where one unfortunate Nin was obliterated by the fireball. While the remaining few were left battered and thrown aside, gasping for breath amidst the chaos. Ling swiftly approached a distracted Nin, when suddenly, he felt a jolt coursing through his body, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the body replacement technique. The wooden substitute was instantly shattered by the spikes protruding from the ground as the formidable Nin, Shinji, advanced upon him in an instant. Enough of your arrogance, kid. Before the words had left his mouth, the kunai in his hand was already poised at Ling's eye level. Sharingan, with a piercing gaze. Ling's mental energy surged through his eyes, penetrating into Shinji's. The kunai in Shinji's grasp came to an abrupt halt before Ling, his arms straining with visible veins. While his eyes twitched uncontrollably as he desperately fought against the illusion, Ling seized the opportunity with alacrity, swiftly directing the kunai towards his opponent's neck. In the final moment, Shinji's eyes regained clarity as he swiftly retreated, attempting to evade Ling's assault. Swoosh! The kunai failed to pierce Shinji's throat, merely grazing his chest, leaving Ling with a tinge of regret. He then took a step back, vigilantly observing his adversary. "You have provoked me, boy." Shinji growled menacingly, forming a hand seal. Earth release, earth flow spear. Ling swiftly ascended into the air, yet through the gaze of his Sharingan, he perceived subtle disturbances beneath the ground. A wicked smile crept across his face as he plummeted downward. The earth split open, and the leader of the earth ninja erupted from the soil, exclaiming, "You didn't expect this, did you? Huh. Earth style, earth spike." A robust earthen pillar surged from the ground, hurtling towards Ling in midair. "Huh. Razed, perish." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ling's eyes as a sphere of chakra swiftly formed in his hand. He then forcefully pressed it against the earthen pillar, which began to crack at a perceptible pace. In an instant, Ling found himself before the earth ninja leader, unleashing the Rasengan with unyielding ferocity upon the opponent's chest. In a heartbeat, flesh and bone shattered, eliciting a horrendous scream as the foe was violently propelled against the adjacent wall, producing a deafening crash before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless and unresponsive, Ling gasped for breath, swiftly swallowing a few military rations. Beside him, Shinji widened his eyes, utterly stunned by Ling's lethal maneuver. The 5 Nin nearby dared not take a step forward, warily observing the blood-soaked figure in the arena. Ling, unwilling to ponder further, swiftly charged towards the last remaining Jonin. Dread filled him. How could this young man possess such terrifying power? His strength likely surpassed that of an ordinary elite Jonin. Shinji's thoughts raced as he glanced at the 5 individuals beside him and shouted, "Everyone, attack together. We must subdue him." The clash of kunai resonated as Ling and Shinji engaged in fierce combat. Having learned from previous experiences, Shinji dared not meet Ling's gaze, opting instead to hinder him from the outset, finding himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the other Chunin were not idle. Shurikens flew from their hands, disrupting Ling's movements. Ling swiftly repelled Shinji with a kick, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A robust column of fire surged forth, extending over 10 meters, engulfing 3 Chunin who were unable to evade in an instant, reducing them to ashes before they could even utter a cry of despair. Shinji, ever quick to react, utilized the substitution technique the moment Ling began his incantation. He then charged towards Ling, who abruptly ceased his fiery assault, his eyes narrowing upon the approaching Shinji. A cold smirk playing on his lips. This is bad. Panic surged within Shinji, but it was too late. He found himself ensnared once more in Ling's illusion. Ling swiftly formed several hand seals, then brandished a kunai towards the enchanted Shinji. However, Shinji, having gained experience, quickly regained his composure. He leapt back to evade Ling's assault. Sneering, "Well, kid, let's see what else you've got." His menacing gaze fell upon Ling, only to be met with an eerie smile. "Captain Shinji, watch out behind you," shouted the 2 remaining Rocknin, their voices filled with urgency. Yet, it was too late. A fine blade of wind sliced through Shinji's neck without resistance. His eyes widened in shock and despair. As his head tumbled to the ground, blood gushed from his severed neck, and his body collapsed with a thud. Behind him, a shadow clone swiftly dispatched the 2 middle Nin who stood frozen in place. Chapter 45, Conclusion. Ling inhaled deeply, expelling a breath of stale air. He then proceeded to scour the battlefield, delivering a final blow to ensure the demise of each Rocknin. He meandered towards a nearby room, the one where Hinata Fumiya lay. Blood stained the ground, and Fumiya lay quietly amidst the ruins. A faint whisper of Ling's voice echoed through the air. Ling Wen's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly cleared away the debris from his companion's body. When Ye's eyes fluttered open slightly, his breath failed. Yet he struggled to maintain consciousness. "I am sorry, I could not save you," Ling quietly observed the young man before him. This competitor who had been left far behind, this comrade. At that moment, Wenye's chest was entirely sunken, likely indicating ruptured organs. The gaping wounds on his back and chest allowed blood to flow at an agonizingly slow pace. Ling understood that death was inevitable. Hey, I have always thought of the day I could defeat you. It seems, cough cough. It appears that day will never come, when you spoke with an unsettling calmness. Devoid of fear in the face of death, as if conversing with an old friend, despite their limited exchanges. Ling, do you know? My father. He died protecting the clan. My mother raised me from a young age to heed the clan's directives. Wenye coughed up blood, then continued. I strived relentlessly to break free from this fate. I wished to seize control of my own destiny. Alas, it seems I shall not have that chance. There was not a trace of bitterness on his face. Perhaps death had granted him clarity. I too wished to truly experience the taste of freedom. Ling gazed at the young man ensnared in the vortex of fate before him. His eyes had lost their luster, and the curse mark upon his forehead gradually faded, leaving his eyes as voids of pure blackness. Perhaps, in that final moment, he found a semblance of freedom, Ling mused with a faint sigh in his heart. He was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Was it hatred? No. He did not know whether to despise those rock ninjas or to reproach himself for failing to save them. It was merely a sense of regret, perhaps. These pitiable souls, so cruelly toyed with by destiny. Had he not traversed into this world, he could only wonder what fate would have befallen his former self. Given this opportunity, one must surely strive to ascend to the highest pinnacle to avoid any lingering regrets. He lifted the lifeless body of Wenye and laid him beside Bea Ling. Ling simply tended to his wound before turning back towards the battlefield where Yuan Wu was located. A massive wall of flames stood before him, and understanding the original narrative, Ling recognized that this was likely a creation of the lava release, Kekei Genkai. It appeared that Yuan Wu had been intercepted by a formidable opponent, rendering him unable to assist the three of them in time. Ling Rao made his way to the rear of the battlefield, where Yuan Wu was locked in fierce combat with the captain of the Iwanin Anbu. However, neither could gain the upper hand against the other. Yuan Wu sought to break the stalemate to rescue his three disciples, but the Iwanin captain resolutely held him back. Fully aware that if his subordinates managed to eliminate those few youngsters, Yuan Wu would no longer pose a threat when they joined forces. Unfortunately, his calculations fell short, as the remaining Iwanin were unable to assist him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ling seized the opportunity and unleashed a fiery ball. The captain of the rock ninja team could hardly anticipate an ambush and was momentarily startled, swiftly evading Ling's assault. However, Yuan Wu's attack had already reached him, and he had no choice but to dodge the lethal strike, enduring a blow from the opponent's kunai instead. Brat, how could it be you? Upon recognizing the assailant, the rock ninja captain appeared flustered and angrily shouted, Humph. Ling scoffed, offering no reply, and then advanced rapidly toward him with a kunai in hand. Joined by Yuan Wu in their assault, under the combined onslaught of the two, the rock ninja captain gradually found himself at a disadvantage, yet slaying them would prove exceedingly difficult. Confronting such formidable adversaries at the quasi-shadow level, without overwhelming or restraining power, it was nearly impossible to eradicate them entirely, Ling mused, gritting his teeth. Are you waiting for your foolish subordinates? What a pity, for I have already dispatched them all. Humph, you shall follow in their footsteps, Ling proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Ling's words, both Yuan Wu and the rock ninja captain were taken aback. Over 10 elite ninjas had been utterly annihilated by this mere child before them. He hoped it was a jest, but after a brief skirmish, he sensed the opponent's strength, realizing that the annihilation of his team was not beyond the realm of possibility. The captain's countenance darkened. Their group of nearly 20, with 5 upper ninjas among them, had been reduced to just himself, while one Tianyuan had vanished without a trace. If this were a dream, it would undoubtedly be the most dreadful nightmare. Returning to the village would surely incur severe punishment. The adversary's words were evidently intended to intimidate him, and his fighting spirit waned. Continuing this battle would yield no favorable outcome. Damn Uchiha brat, I shall remember you. The rock ninja's assassination tasks will bear your name. The captain threatened in exasperation, before repelling the two and fleeing towards the land of Earth without a backward glance. Ling, those rock ninjas, I have eliminated them, Ling calmly stated, turning his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning slowly, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Ling Yuan Wu gasped in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. At less than 10 years of age, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, perhaps you are the first in the Uchiha clan's history, even surpassing our forefather, Uchiha Madara. Yuan Wu was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Teacher, Wenwei and Ling are dead. I apologize. I could not save them. There were too many foes, Ling continued, his tone remaining placid, as if recounting a trivial matter, as simple as eating or drinking. Wenwei. Yuan Wu sighed deeply, filled with self-reproach. I was too careless. This mission could have concluded sooner, and they would not have. Yuan Wu believed that Ling's eyes had evolved from witnessing the death of his comrades. Lamenting the fate of the Uchiha clan, he patted Ling's shoulder in comfort, saying, Ling, do not dwell on it too much. This is not your fault. Who would have thought the rock ninjas would be so treacherous, disguising village ninjas as traitors? I understand, teacher, Ling nodded, harboring no emotional turmoil over the loss of the two. The ninja world is cruel. Countless ninjas perish daily, those from Konoha and other villages alike. Wan Yue and Bei Ling were merely insignificant figures. Such is the fate of a ninja. Teacher, please do not report about my eyes to the clan. I beg you, Ling implored gravely. Very well, I shall not inform the clan's higher-ups, on your uncle's behalf, Yuanwu replied earnestly. Thank you, teacher. It is not advantageous to stand out. And Yuanwu understood this well. He was acutely aware of certain matters within the clan. If the higher-ups were to discover that Ling had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan, they would likely harbor their own trivial ambitions. Let us return to Konoha, he proposed. Chapter 46. The third Hokage's invitation. Yuanwu surveyed the ravaged battlefield, strewn with lifeless bodies, and marveled at Ling's extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength. The two began to clear the battlefield, severing the heads of the three slain upper ninjas and placing them into a sealing scroll. Yuanwu looked upon the two diminutive corpses with a pained expression, sighing as he stored them in another sealing scroll. Teacher, what is your perspective on death? Ling's voice inquired. Yuanwu was momentarily taken aback. He often felt as though he were conversing with a peer when faced with this less than 10-year-old student. Why would Ling ask such a question? I presumed that a strong figure like you would be indifferent to death. And what of your companions? Was that uncle named Yujin your comrade? Ling asked. Yuanwu fell silent for a moment, reflecting. Death. I suppose I have grown numb to it. Perhaps I have truly aged. There are many things I can no longer prevent, he replied with a vague chuckle. As for my comrades, in our early days, I was the sole survivor of our team. Yuanwu was engulfed in memories, a flicker of regret, or perhaps sorrow crossing his eyes. During the first great ninja war, being too young, he had done nothing. When the second war erupted, he was filled with excitement, eager to achieve great feats. Yet, as he spoke, his expression faltered. And with a sigh, he continued, reality dealt me a heavy blow. War is exceedingly brutal. During one mission, both of my teammates perished. And it was then that I saved Yujin's life. Ling chose not to pursue the matter further, displaying a disinterest in the past circumstances. And what are the teacher's ideals? He inquired, his tone calm, akin to conversing with an old friend. Haha, didn't I mention it last time? Yuanwu chuckled, scratching his head awkwardly. Ahem, as for my aspiration, I hope for peace to reign in the shinobi world, free from the scourge of war, Yuanwu stated earnestly. Indeed, a noble ambition. But given the current strength of our teacher, it seems rather insufficient, Ling jested, teasingly. You rascal, is it customary to belittle one's own person? Yuanwu sighed, rubbing his temples, then turned to Ling. And what about you? What are your aspirations? Ling pondered for a moment, then broke into a grin and said, Teacher, I shall reveal my aspirations to you in due time, hee. The little rascal, Yuanwu, cast a look of utter disillusionment. Haha, however, when the time comes, you must certainly assist me, teacher. Then you must first disclose your ambitions to me. Ling smiled but said nothing. Well, who am I to argue, being your teacher? 3 days later, Ling and Yuanwu beheld the silhouette of Konoha. They had set out as 4 but returned as 2, a poignant reminder of the transient nature of life. After registering their return, they proceeded directly to the mission hall, where the third Hokage's shadow clone was resting with closed eyes. Upon sensing their presence, he opened his eyes. Lord Hokage, Uncle Third. Oh, it's Yuanwu and Ling, the third Hokage said, a warm smile gracing his features. Wasn't your team comprised of 4 members? What happened? A grim thought flashed through his mind, already foreseeing the worst outcome. Indeed, as Yuanwu recounted the details of their mission, the third Hokage's expression grew somber, furrowing his brow. He spoke with a hint of menace. Humph. These rock ninjas are indeed treacherous. Clearly, they have forgotten the strength of Konoha. And this will provide an opportunity for us to bolster our resources. The elimination of rogue ninjas was a lucrative enterprise, yielding both fame and fortune, as both the black market and the villages of the rogue ninjas maintained records of their existence. The black market was also where the major ninja villages discreetly resolved their conflicts. Otherwise, such sordid elements would have been eradicated long ago. While rogue ninjas of elite jonin rank were scarce and formidable, there was an abundance of lower-ranked ones. Yuanwu revealed the bodies of Wenya and Kido Rei. The third Hokage sighed and closed his eyes again. He then comforted, such unfortunate children. Do not blame yourselves. I will ensure their families are taken care of. Alas. With another deep sigh, he briefed a nearby aide. Shortly after, a middle-aged ninja entered the hall, exchanged pleasantries with the third Hokage, and took Wenya's body away. He appeared to be from the Hyuga clan. Perhaps they would regard this branch member's death as just another loss among many. Moments later, a female ninja in a vest entered, her eyes bloodshot upon seeing Kido Rei's body. She was likely Rei's mother. The third Hokage offered her some words of comfort, and she ultimately left, weeping, with her child's body. Lord Hokage, we shall take our leave, Yuanwu stated as he bowed. Very well. For the next few days, refrain from accepting missions. Your team will be reassigned. The two exited the mission hall and strolled toward the Uchiha compound. Teacher, will our team be disbanded? Ling asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Fear not. It was the decision of the clan and the Hokage for me to instruct you. In a few days, 2 new teammates will be assigned. Do not fret. Rest well when you return, Yuan Wu reassured, patting Ling's shoulder. Understood, teacher. The following morning, Ling returned to the training grounds forest to practice. It is never too late to strive for excellence. If only Wanyo had displayed half the effort Ling exerted, he might not have remained a mere genin. Perhaps he could have survived. Yet, the world does not entertain hypotheticals. One must continuously strengthen oneself to face challenges with composure. Power is perpetually the most valuable asset. After an hour, Ling sensed an approaching presence and slowly opened his eyes, turning to see the third Hokage standing behind him. Somewhat surprised that he had been detected. Though he had not concealed his aura, even most elite jonin would struggle to perceive it. Indeed, a talented child. The third Hokage remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he approached Ling. You continue to work diligently. Now that the mission is concluded, take a few days to rest before resuming your training. Don't overexert yourself. Thank you for your concern, uncle. I shall not cease my efforts. The stronger I become, the safer my teammates will be, Ling replied firmly. Haha, truly a good child, the third Hokage thought to himself, concealing his musings behind a composed facade. Is there something you wish to discuss, Uncle Third? Ling inquired, puzzled. Although she knew she had caught the attention of the higher-ups, the Hokage was exceptionally busy, especially with the aftermath of the war requiring much attention. With a twinkle in his eye, the third Hokage asked, Ling, would you be interested in joining the Anbu? Chapter 47, Anbu. Ling was taken aback, yet maintained her composure. The Anbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, operated directly under the Hokage's command, signifying not only power but also authority. The fact that the third Hokage sought to recruit her indicated his trust in her abilities. The Anbu represented not just strength, but also influence. Due to the Hokage's suppression of the Uchiha clan, they had been relegated to a mere security force, coveting the Anbu's authority for quite some time. In the original story, Uchiha Fugaku valued Itachi not only for his exceptional talent but also for his position within the Anbu, where he served as a sub-commander, implying that the Uchiha could gain greater power. Unfortunately, Itachi's heart yearned for the village, which is why the Hokage treated him as an ally. The Uchiha leadership was limited in their vision, unable to fathom that Itachi, as one of their own, could ever betray the clan. Now, with Itachi yet to be born, it was Ling who cherished the village, and the third Hokage sought to draw her into the Anbu. Uncle Third, I must consult with teacher Yuan Wu regarding this matter, Ling said, feigning hesitation. Although her clan would undoubtedly agree with enthusiasm, there were matters beyond the understanding of an ordinary 10-year-old. Rest assured, Yuan Wu is an excellent teacher, and they will certainly approve. Once you have made your decision, come to the Hokage Tower to inform me, he replied with a smile. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Ling responded with a newfound sense of resolve. Haha, excellent. With that, the third Hokage turned and departed. Ling felt eager about joining the Anbu. The missions were more demanding and perilous, providing an opportunity for greater personal growth, beneficial for the evolution of her Sharingan. Furthermore, as the backbone of Konoha, the Hokage's direct force, the village's resources would naturally be directed toward the Anbu. Once part of the Anbu, she would no longer have to worry about strategic resources like ninja tools and medicines, and she could easily acquire various ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Should she make significant contributions to the village, she might even gain access to the formidable techniques contained within the sealing scrolls. Teacher, Lord Hokage has invited me to join the Anbu. When Yuan Wu heard Ling's words, he appeared momentarily stunned. Is that so? I had hoped to teach you myself, Yuan Wu said, a hint of regret in his voice. But you will always be my teacher, right? Ling smiled. Ah, of course. This is a good opportunity. There is little left that I can teach you. The Anbu is an excellent platform, and even fledglings must undergo trials to soar high in the skies. Yuan Wu gently placed a hand on Ling's shoulder, expressing his heartfelt encouragement. His feelings for this cousin's child were profound, transcending mere talent. I have informed the teacher. Well then, let us proceed to report to the esteemed head of the household, he stated. Soon, Yuan Wu led Ling to the grandest residence within the estate. Since Ling had devoted himself to rigorous training, he was not well known among the clan members, and the clan leader had barely seen him. Yuan Wu Dano greeted 2 Uchiha guards at the entrance, indicating that Yuan Wu held considerable standing within the clan. After all, the Uchiha valued strength. And in the absence of any shadow-level powerhouses, the semi-shadow-level warriors represented the pinnacle of their might. Oh, I wish to report to the clan head that I have brought Uchiha Ling with urgent matters to discuss, Yuan Wu stated matter-of-factly, foregoing any unnecessary pleasantries. Ling internally scoffed at the realization that his teacher possessed such an aloof demeanor, akin to those proud Uchiha. Before long, one of the guards who had entered to deliver the message returned, bowing respectfully. You may enter, esteemed ones. Yuan Wu nodded calmly and led Ling inside. Hey, isn't that Yuan Wu Dano's disciple? One guard whispered. Indeed, I have heard he is a prodigy, consistently ranking first in his entire grade for several years. The other guard replied in hushed tones. Ling stepped into the main hall and finally beheld the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Although he had encountered him a few times before, this was his first opportunity to observe him up close. The stern, taciturn, An imposing Uchiha patriarch depicted in the original work now appeared as a somewhat youthful figure. Yet he exuded a palpable aura of authority. With his eyes gently closed, he sat in the main seat, his angular face radiating an air of gravitas. To Ling's surprise, another individual was seated beside him, Uchiha Yusuke, the second elder, who had previously come to his aid. Upon noticing Ling and Haru entering, Fugaku opened his eyes and, with a faint smile, addressed them. Haru, you have arrived. And this must be Ling. It has been years. You have grown quite tall. A smile, albeit slightly benevolent, creased his face. Greetings, esteemed clan head and second elder, Ling respectfully acknowledged. Ah, Haru, what brings you to me? Fugaku inquired, shifting his gaze toward Uchiha Haru. I wish to report to the clan head that Lord Hokage intends to recruit Ling into the Anbu, Haru calmly relayed. What? Ling could clearly perceive the change in Fugaku's expression, and even Uchiha Yusuke beside him exhibited a turbulent shift in his demeanor, inadvertently emanating an aura of intensity. However, being the head of the family, Fugaku cleared his throat a couple of times and swiftly regained his composure, casting a proud glance at Ling before him. No one understood better than he the significance of this moment. The Uchiha clan had been in a state of decline for an extended period. Since the demise of Uchiha Madara, the clan had been devoid of formidable warriors, and thus they could only silently endure the oppression from the village. Now, with Ling's emergence and his inclusion in the Anbu, it not only signified a potential thaw in relations between the Hokage and the Uchiha, but also presented an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to reclaim its status as the foremost family in Konoha and even within the ninja world. Ling, did the Hokage personally extend the invitation to you? Although he made a concerted effort to suppress his emotions, Fugaku could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Indeed, esteemed head of the family, I have long yearned for the Anbu. I sincerely hope you will grant your approval. Ling feigned ignorance and implored earnestly. Very well. I consent to this matter. You should promptly report to the Hokage. Moving forward, ensure you develop well within the Anbu. And do not disappoint the expectations of the clan and the Hokage, Yama advised with grave sincerity. Understood, esteemed clan leader. I shall exert myself to meet those expectations. Ling responded solemnly. Ah, should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to consult Yama. He shall always be your mentor, he added with a smile, subtly reinforcing their bond. Very well, you may leave now. Yama, please remain for a moment, Fugaku concluded, issuing his dismissal. Yes, esteemed clan leader, Ling acknowledged. Knowing full well that the subsequent discussion was not one in which he could partake, he took his leave with a respectful bow. Go and inform the elder and the other elders that there is an urgent matter that requires deliberation. After Ling departed, Fujiyama gestured to a member of the supporting cast behind him, issuing a command. Chapter 48, A New Teammate. As Ling exited the Uchiha residence, he made his way directly towards the Hokage's office. He had long anticipated the family's reaction. Human ambition is insatiable. Greed is an eternal sin. The Uchiha clan had indeed become decayed, ensnared by the allure of power. Had they known moderation, they could have avoided the tragedy of extermination. Ironically, they placed their hopes for restraint upon Shursui and Itachi, two individuals who had seen through the veil of ambition. Upon reaching the door of the Hokage's office, a figure suddenly materialized before him, a member of the Anbu, donning a cat-faced mask. You are Uchiha Ling, are you not? The voice, slightly hoarse and devoid of emotion, suggested that his arrival was anticipated, as if the Anbu had been waiting for him. Yes, Ling replied softly, nodding. He silently marveled at the meticulousness of the Anbu's intelligence operations. Please, come in, the figure gestured, pushing the door open. Ling stepped inside, followed closely by the Anbu. The third Hokage was sorting through documents and turned his gaze towards Ling upon hearing the commotion. Ah, Ling, how goes it? Has your family consented to your joining the Anbu? His voice was warm and inviting. Yes, Lord Hokage. The family has granted their approval, Ling stated earnestly. Excellent. The third Hokage responded with a broad smile. After a brief pause, he addressed the Anbu, Kurosuke, from now on, Ling will be under your guidance. He is still a novice, so please extend your support. Understood, Lord Hokage, the Anbu replied in a formal tone, treating the matter as a duty. It appeared they were unaware of Ling's true capabilities. He chose not to elaborate, for concealing one's strengths is an art, revealing them gradually is the true path. Moreover, the training within the Anbu encompassed much more than mere combat. It included assassination, interrogation, intelligence gathering, and protection, among other facets. Ling had much to learn. It seemed this Anbu would be his captain henceforth, and he appeared to possess considerable strength. System, display the information on the individual before me, Ling commanded in his mind. Name, Nishi Kurosuke strength, Semi-Kage techniques, fire release, earth release, water release. It seemed the third Hokage was quite considerate of him. Typically, Anbu team leaders are of special jonin rank, and a Semi-Kage's strength would at least qualify as a squad leader, if not a division leader. Noticing Ling's gaze, Kurosuke turned to him. Senior, I am Uchiha Ling. I look forward to your guidance, Ling expressed humbly. Indeed, was Kurosuke's terse reply, and he fell silent thereafter. Very well, you may proceed, the third Hokage said. Kurosuke, Please take Ling to familiarize him with the basics of the Anbu. Yes, Lord Hokage. We shall take our leave now, Hirosuke said respectfully. The Anbu headquarters lay beneath the Hokage building, underground. After navigating numerous twists and turns, Hirosuke finally led Ling to the headquarters. Along the way, masked Anbu members passed by, casting curious glances at the newcomer but quickly returning to their tasks. When you retrieve your uniform, you will have the opportunity to choose your mask. It is imperative to maintain secrecy during missions. Once we return to the headquarters, there is no need to wear the mask. However, it has become customary, so most choose to keep it on, Hirosuke explained slowly. Ling nodded slightly. All right. Ahead lies our squad. Let us go and meet everyone, he remarked, gesturing towards the three individuals before him. Indeed, Ling replied, as the two strolled over to the trio. Hey, Captain, is this the new recruit? A rather charming little lad. He must have just graduated from ninja school. A boisterous voice exclaimed. The leader of the group, a youthful ninja, removed his mask, revealing a somewhat handsome face as he curiously scrutinized Ling Kangjie, also took off his mask and, with a resigned expression, rubbed his temples. You, could you not be so ostentatious? Haha, Captain, is this fellow indeed a new member? You grinned cheekily at Ling, disregarding Kangjia's admonition. What a fool, a subtle sneer echoed. Hey, how dare you malign me? You retorted, his fists clenched in irritation as he glared at the individual behind him. Enough of your squabbling. Have you completed today's mission? Kongjia inquired with a hint of exasperation. Of course. With me around, any task is a piece of cake, you replied, his face beaming with pride. You laggard. We could have returned half an hour earlier. A familiar voice chimed in once more. You spun around furiously. Let us first introduce ourselves to the new member. Cease your bickering. The final individual spoke coolly. The two others huffed in response and fell silent. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Ling's mouth, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to that of Naruto and Sasuke. Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Ling. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Ling humbly introduced himself. Oh, I remember now. Aren't you that Uchiha Prodigy who has topped the charts for several consecutive years? You exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. I've heard you performed remarkably well during the decisive battle against Tsuchikage. Enough, you. That's quite enough, came the captain's admonition. Understood, Captain, you replied, slightly deflated. Yet he turned to Ling with a grin, stating, I'm Kimura, and from now on, I shall be your protector. If anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. He puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Thank you, Senior, Ling responded with a skeptical glance, though you seemed oblivious. Continuing to beam with pride. Oh, so you are Ling. I've heard of you. I am Hyuga Natsuki, and I hope we can work well together, another individual. The one who had quarreled with you, introduced himself. Haha, I am the squad leader, Kogatujin. Since Captain Kai is occupied with his duties as a subordinate leader of the Anbu, I generally oversee the squad. Welcome to our new team member. The last individual spoke kindly. Please take care of me in the days to come, Ling replied with modesty. The group removed their masks. Kai, with his silver hair, appeared to be around 30, bearing an air of experience and resilience. Squad leader Kogatujin had a pleasant demeanor, suggesting he would be easy to get along with. Kimura, with his chestnut hair and carefree smile, exuded an unreliable charm, while Hyuga Natsuki maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unperturbed by external circumstances. Now that it seems everyone is acquainted, let us share our abilities, as understanding each other will facilitate better cooperation during our missions, Kai suggested. I'll go first. Hiki. I excel in fire techniques and genjutsu, with the Anbu codename Fire Tree. I'm quite formidable. Kimura boasted exuberantly. I specialize in wind techniques and swordsmanship. I've had the honor of receiving some guidance from Lord White Fang, enabling me to unleash wind blades through my swordsmanship. My codename is Darkblade. Kogatujin introduced himself with a hint of pride. I am proficient in taijutsu, particularly the gentle fist, and possess some insights into reconnaissance and trap setting. My codename is Bloodstone, Hyuga Natsuki stated calmly. Kai did not introduce himself, but turned his gaze toward Ling. Ling did not conceal his abilities and stated, I excel in fire release and possess a certain talent for physical techniques. Hey, Ling, isn't the Uchiha clan Sharingan the most formidable? How many Tomo have you awakened? Kimura called out with a familiar tone. You. Such secrets should not be disclosed. Karaka admonished from the side. Kimura stuck out his tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he laughed awkwardly. Ling paid no heed, smiling as she remarked, it's of no concern. My Sharingan has already evolved to the double Tomo. What? Zangai was taken aback. To awaken the double Tomo Sharingan before the age of 10 was an astonishingly terrifying talent. Indeed, it is a truly formidable gift. He replied with a hint of discontent. Ling was aware that he would report these matters to the third Hokage, thus he chose to withhold certain details. After all, if it were to be revealed that he had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, the third Hokage would undoubtedly be taken aback. Some truths are best unveiled gradually. Chapter 49, Trivial Matters. After examining the attribute panels of the 3 individuals through the system, Ling discerned their specific strengths. The squad leader, Koa Torito. and the unreliable Kimura. You were both elite jonin, while Hinata Natsuki held the rank of special jonin. However, his Byakugan bloodline limit rendered his combat capabilities challenging to assess. It appeared that this was indeed a formidable Anbu team, Ling mused. Well, since you have completed your mission today, you may now take your rest. I will take Ling to familiarize him with the situation, and starting tomorrow, you will accompany him on missions. You must take good care of him, understood? Kasuke waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. Understood, Captain. Leave it to me, Koha Torito nodded in response. One by one, the three departed. Ling. Those three will be your teammates from now on. Let me first introduce you to the Anbu's operations. Kasuke turned to Ling and said. The Anbu is a unit that answers solely to Lord Hokage, and the current captain of the Anbu is the esteemed White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. The Anbu operates in squads, with each squad consisting of 4 to 5 official members, led by a squad leader. 5 such squads form a division, overseen by a division leader. I am one such division leader, though I was previously the squad leader of this team, so I occasionally lead this squad directly. 3 divisions comprise a battalion, each commanded by a battalion leader, and there are 3 battalions in total, directly accountable to Captain White Fang, Kasuke explained slowly. Senior. Are there only a little over 200 members in the Anbu? Ling was somewhat surprised. In the original story, the Anbu may have been high-level cannon fodder. But with Konoha's ninja heritage, how could there be so few? Indeed, the official members of the Anbu number just so, yet there are many reserve members. Numerous elite chunin also serve as extraneous personnel within the Anbu, and in special circumstances, they undertake missions directly as Anbu, Kasuke clarified. Ah, I understand now. Ling thought to himself, realizing that these extraneous personnel were indeed the true cannon fodder. I see, Senior. Haha, when executing missions in the future, we shall refer to each other by our code names, so refrain from calling me Senior too often. Moreover, the Anbu does not rank individuals by seniority. Everyone contributes to the village. And you will come to understand this in due time. Yes, Captain, Ling responded earnestly. Now, let us proceed to collect your Anbu uniform and mask. That area is where supplies, ninja tools, and other strategic materials are stored, all provided free of charge. Kasuke indicated towards a nearby dark room. At the entrance stood 2 Anbu members on guard, but Ling sensed that the entire Anbu base was under constant surveillance, seemingly fortified with special techniques or barriers, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to infiltrate. Captain, the guards at the entrance greeted formally upon noticing their approach. Kasuke acknowledged and led Ling inside. To Ling's surprise, the interior revealed a bustling hub, a weapons department, a medical supplies department, and a logistics department, all operating in an orderly fashion and occupying a substantial space. Upon reaching the logistics department, an elderly gentleman sat at the front, merely glancing at Ling before retrieving a set of uniforms. It consisted of a standard black bodysuit, a grayish-white Anbu vest, and a black cloak. Will the size fit? Ling silently criticized, but upon unfolding the garments, he found them tailored perfectly to his physique. Youngster, choose your mask from the rack behind me, the old man's raspy voice called out. Oh, thank you, Senior, Ling replied, but noticing the man had turned away, he wisely shifted his gaze to the mask rack. Ultimately, he chose a red Oni mask, trying it on and finding that it did not obstruct his vision. All right, we shall take our leave now, Kasuke informed the elder before leading Ling out. That area is where missions are assigned. Kasuke pointed to another dark room, his demeanor growing serious. Every day, numerous missions arise, and each squad can voluntarily select appropriate tasks. However, there are times when urgent missions must be executed immediately, even requiring the involvement of us captains. He continued, when there are no missions, you may either take on tasks from the mission hall or train independently. Furthermore, the Anbu provides a monthly stipend, so you need not worry about your livelihood. I understand, Captain, Ling replied. That area holds the scrolls of ninjutsu. You can find most B, C, and D rank ninjutsu within. Additionally, there are many seniors' insights into training, which you may explore when time permits. However, high-level ninjutsu and forbidden techniques are not available here. To obtain them, one must contribute significantly to the village. This includes not only A-rank ninjutsu, but also the potential to glimpse the formidable techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals. Kasuke expressed a hint of yearning when mentioning the Book of Seals. For ordinary ninjas, joining the Anbu represented a chance for ascendance, offering the opportunity to inherit and learn advanced ninjutsu. Typically, common ninjas lacked mentors in the world of Hokage, aside from family inheritance. The most common means of learning ninjutsu was through master-disciple relationships. However, those lacking talent naturally had limited prospects for quality mentorship. It was no wonder so many sought to join the Anbu, as it provided these common ninjas with another opportunity, which fostered their profound respect for the Hokage. Today, take the time to familiarize yourself with the headquarters. Tomorrow, you will accompany them on missions. I shall take my leave now. Yes, Captain. Before long, Kasuke departed, and Ling wasted no time heading to the scroll storage room. Inside, it was quite well lit, with wooden shelves meticulously arranged, each displaying numerous scrolls without any apparent restrictions, allowing everyone to peruse them. However, mastering a particular ninjutsu was not an easy feat. The wisdom of not biting off more than one can chew was well understood. The higher the combat level, the more crucial it was to grasp the timing of tactics. Even C-rank ninjutsu wielded by shadow-level experts could leave a profound impression. He had already learned a considerable amount of ninjutsu, and he still needed to master fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique, and Sage Art, Super Toad technique. Yet, at this moment, he was in a crucial period of understanding chakra nature transformation, welcoming both fire and wind release ninjutsu for his studies, even if he did not train. Contemplating them would be beneficial. Moreover, he had begun to formulate ideas regarding the fusion of fire release nature transformation with ninjutsu. The Rasengan utilized the high-speed rotation of chakra as its form transformation, and combining the destructive power of wind release with the tearing force of Rasengan could yield a more terrifying spiral shuriken. If the compatibility of fire release nature transformation with Rasengan were low, could he not create a different form of chakra transformation altogether? This thought was firmly etched in his mind. He pursued explosive fire nature transformation to generate more intense destructive power, correspondingly. Could he devise a form transformation for a chakra sphere explosion? By highly condensing chakra, he could create a throwable high-pressure bomb, which, when fused with fire release chakra nature transformation, might allow him to create an S-rank ninjutsu. Regrettably, his experience was still lacking. Although he had pursued this endeavor, he had only succeeded in injuring himself thus far without making substantial progress. Of course, he had also grown wiser, dividing his shadow clone to assist in the development of new ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed before the revolution had even succeeded. Chapter 50. The first mission. Ling has now attained the prowess of an elite jonin, and he is confident enough to engage even a shadow without special abilities. However, what he currently lacks is not the foundation of physical techniques, but rather the accumulation of ninjutsu knowledge. Having lost his parents at a young age, and with his teacher, Master Yuan Wu, just beginning his instruction, he finds himself lacking in ninjutsu knowledge compared to the children of commoners. Although he prides himself on his considerable talent, the speed of learning ninjutsu and the depth of knowledge are two distinct matters. This is yet another advantage of those from noble families. Having been immersed in this world from an early age, their understanding of ninjutsu is far more profound. Ling has fallen somewhat behind in this regard. However, fortune smiles upon him as he has joined the Anbu. The mountains of accumulated training experience and ninjutsu scrolls will soon transform into nourishment for his formidable learning abilities. He estimates that by the time the Third Shinobi World War commences, he will have mastered the transformation of chakra nature. And with the added chakra obtained from his advancing age, his strength will undoubtedly reach the level of a Kazekage. Furthermore, during missions with the Anbu, he may unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, which will significantly amplify his power, positioning him as a formidable presence among the Kage. Of course, these are all optimistic scenarios. The future remains uncertain. For now, he can only focus on grounding himself, diligently training, and executing tasks, growing step by step. The scrolls within the dark chamber cannot be taken outside, so Ling selected a blank scroll to transcribe some basic fire and wind ninjutsu. He then concentrated on recording knowledge related to genjutsu, as his understanding of the Sharingan's genjutsu application is rather rudimentary. Mastering advanced genjutsu would provide him with a decisive advantage in battle. Additionally, he copied down the cultivation insights from predecessors, intending to ponder them later. To his surprise, he discovered techniques for sealing jutsu and knowledge of barrier techniques. Sealing jutsu is a powerful force in the Naruto universe, capable of containing even formidable entities like the Ninetales and Kaguya Tsutsuki. However, the sealing techniques he encountered were merely the most basic forms, capable of creating scrolls with a small space, reminiscent of Tintin from the original story. Nevertheless, Ling did not dismiss them and eagerly collected them. After spending several hours in the scroll storage room, Ling finally organized everything useful to him, and a wave of joy washed over him. The third Hokage truly is a benevolent individual, providing him with a significant opportunity. The coming years will be filled with endeavors, yet he finds joy in the process. If he can fully master this knowledge, his strength will undergo a revolutionary transformation. After training in the cultivation chamber for an entire afternoon, Ling returned to the Uchiha residence as dusk descended. Just as he was about to rest, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Ling sensed a familiar aura. Upon opening the door, she found Uchiha Jinba waiting. Teacher, what brings you here at such a late hour? Ling inquired, puzzled. After inviting Jinbu inside, he took a seat and remarked, Ling, have you already reported to the Anbu? Ling nodded slightly. Perform well in the Anbu, Yuan Wu said after a brief silence, managing a somewhat forced smile. Understood, teacher. Is this the clan's directive? Ling inquired, his tone resolute. Alas, your joining the Anbu has stirred quite a commotion within the clan. The higher-ups believe this is an opportunity for the family's resurgence. Although I have not disclosed your activation of the 3-Tomo Sharingan, your displayed talent is already sufficient for their attention. The clan desires for you to excel, striving for an early promotion. Should you ascend to the position of Anbu squad leader or even team captain, the family's influence within the village would significantly increase. Yuan Wu gazed intently at Ling. While he did not particularly agree with the clan's methods, he felt compelled to acquiesce to the greater good of the family. However, Ling's precociousness allowed him to form his own judgments, prompting him to speak candidly. Yes, I understand. I shall adhere to the clan's wishes, Ling nodded, feeling no discontent. His strength and talent would inevitably manifest. As long as he accomplished his tasks with excellence, promotion was merely a matter of time. Despite Ling's lack of dissatisfaction, Yuan Wu reassured him, you are a part of the Uchiha, so do not harbor any resentment towards the clan's arrangements. Remember, I will always be your teacher, supporting you from behind. Understood, teacher. I will commence my tasks tomorrow and will showcase a portion of my abilities. Ling nodded. Your mindset is commendable. I shall take my leave now. Ensure you rest well. After Yuan Wu departed, Ling secured the door, remaining indifferent to the clan's intentions. Early the following morning, Ling donned his Anbu uniform, engaged in a brief training session, and then made his way to the Anbu base. This marked Ling's first time shedding the Uchiha garb. To be frank, the Anbu uniform paled in comparison to that of the Uchiha, not to mention the Akatsuki's attire. Upon arriving at the Anbu base, the team leader, Koa Tujin, was already present in the mission room, alongside Hinata Natsuki, but there was no sign of Kimura-yu. Ling, over here. Koa beckoned. Captain, where is you? Ling inquired as he approached. Humph, that guy is always the last one to arrive. He is probably wandering about somewhere, Hinata mocked. Hey, how can you speak ill of me behind my back? I am the most diligent one in the team. A loud voice erupted from behind. Alright, now that everyone is here, let us select a mission, Koa interjected to ease the tension. The group approached the mission board, where only a scant few missions were listed, appearing far more perilous than those in the mission hall. There were tasks involving espionage in foreign lands, assassinations of certain rogue ninjas, and silencing witnesses. Captain, how about this one? Assassinate a rogue ninja within the Land of Lightning, you suggested, pointing at the mission board. Hey, Ling has just joined us and hasn't he yet developed. I think we should start with some simpler tasks, Koa countered. Fine. I was looking forward to making a grand entrance, you replied, somewhat disappointed. As long as you don't hinder our progress, Hinata taunted. Alright. I believe this mission is suitable. Eliminate a temporary intelligence outpost of a Wagakure at the border, Koha decided. Those outpost enemies are merely ch-nin. There are hardly any special j-nin, you quipped from the side. Koa dismissed his comment, stating, everyone, please review the mission details. Ling will stay outside to guard against any potential escapees. Ling inwardly felt slighted, realizing he was being underestimated. However, he did not refuse their goodwill. Newcomers were often regarded as burdens, and their intentions were undoubtedly well-meaning. Firstly, every novice must endure such a phase. With sufficient practice, growth would inevitably follow. Secondly, as a prodigy of the village, it was the Anbu's responsibility, influenced by the will of fire, to safeguard the future talents of the village. Well, since there are no objections, let us depart. However, be aware that missions can change unexpectedly. Exercise caution and prioritize Ling's safety, Koa warned. Chapter 51. The battle begins 2 days later, in a wooded area at the border of the Land of Fire, for figures lay in wait amidst the underbrush. The enemy south stronghold was in close proximity. Should they inadvertently alert their foes and allow them to escape, the mission would be deemed a failure. Do you see that small valley? Kazekage remarked, retracting his gaze and addressing the three companions behind him. Intelligence indicates that the rock shinobi's base is situated there. Captain, it appears there is nothing there. Are the rock shinobi concealed underground, or is there a barrier in place? Ling queried, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Indeed, the valley before them seemed unremarkable. In a border region, one would typically encounter either dense woods or valleys. And this one appeared ordinary with nothing particularly striking about it. If the intelligence is accurate, it must be here. Kazekage, conduct a reconnaissance, Tujin instructed. Then shifted his gaze to Hokage Natsuki standing nearby. Understood, Natsuki responded, activating his Byakugan to scrutinize the seemingly mundane valley ahead. Captain, there exists a small barrier enveloping the front of the valley. It appears the rock shinobi's intelligence outpost is indeed located here. Can you discern how many enemies are inside? Natsuki shook his head. The barrier obstructs the chakra fluctuations within, preventing any further information from being gathered. Very well, let us formulate our course of action, Tujin replied, turning to his companions who gathered closely around him. Given the uncertainty surrounding the enemy's stronghold, it was imperative that they strike with full force to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. HK, you shall employ a large-scale fire release. I will complement your efforts with wind release to obliterate the enemy's base directly. Afterward, UI and Kazekage will form a triangular encirclement to eliminate any surviving rock shinobi. As for Reimei, to prevent any straggling foes from escaping into the land of grass. You will lie in ambush ahead. Should any rock shinobi pass through, they will be your responsibility, Tujin articulated, casting a final glance at Ling, the smallest among them. Reimei was the codename assigned to him within the Anbu, and his details were duly recorded in the Anbu archives. Beneath Ling's mask, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The intelligence personnel stationed at the enemy stronghold were predominantly ch-nin and especially j-nin. Under the assault of the three of them, it was highly probable that Ling would find himself in dire straits. Kirito's arrangement was evidently made to accommodate Ling. Yet being treated as a burden was an unpleasant sentiment. Nevertheless, Ling did not refuse the kindness extended to him. He nodded and said, "Captain, I understand." "Yes, Ling. You should go ahead and take cover for now. If unexpected circumstances arise and the enemy is numerous, ensure you remain hidden and prioritize your safety," Kirito advised. "Understood." Ling replied with a nod before departing. In order to avoid premature exposure, he circled around the small valley, seeking refuge among the chaotic rocks, where he employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as a stone. With his prowess, only a ninja of the same rank who excelled in sensing could detect his presence. Should unforeseen events occur, he could strike first from the shadows and eliminate a few of the rock ninjas. Meanwhile, the other three began their operations, their figures darting forth to encircle the small valley. Mikamura Yu and Koga Kirito exchanged glances and simultaneously began forming hand seals, as if they had collaborated countless times before. A raging inferno erupted instantaneously, while Captain Kirito unleashed a barrage of wind blades into the fiery tempest. Everything transpired in an instant. Perhaps the enemies within the stronghold had already reacted, but it was too late. A thunderous roar echoed as debris flew, and the entire valley collapsed significantly, engulfed in flames. Even from 100 meters away, Ling felt the ground tremble violently. He held his breath, steeling himself for any unexpected developments. "Captain, my fire release technique is becoming increasingly refined. Those rock ninjas won't be roasted to a crisp, will they?" You exclaimed proudly. "Be cautious, it's not that simple," Koga Kirito warned, gripping a short blade that glimmered faintly with white light, his gaze fixed intently on the ruins. Kirito exchanged a meaningful glance with Hinata Natsuki, who understood and immediately focused on the wreckage. Once the barrier was breached, his Byakugan would come into play. "This is bad. Captain, there are still 13 rock ninjas alive, including one elite J-Nin and 4 specially designated J-Nin, with the rest being CH-Nin," Hinata Natsuki reported, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Damn it. Could it be that the enemy was in the midst of exchanging intelligence when we stumbled upon them?" Yu's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by the gravity of their situation. "Attention. They are about to move. We must do everything in our power to intercept them," Kirito commanded sternly. In a flurry of motion, several figures leapt from the ruins. And before they could react, a series of brilliant blade strikes appeared before them. 2 unfortunate CH-Nin were unable to evade and were cleaved in half by the razor-sharp air blades. "This is bad. It's Konoha's Anbu. Captain, you must go on. We need to relay the intelligence back to the village while we hold them off," one of the rock ninjas shouted. As the words left his mouth, several more figures materialized. "So, it's the famed Konoha Dark Blades," a nonchalant voice chimed, yet his body was tense, eyes locked onto Kirito, betraying his casual tone. The adversary wore a mask, indicating he was part of a Wagakure's Anbu, flanked by 2 other masked ninjas. "Captain, he is the only elite J-Nin among the rock ninjas," Hinata Natsuki whispered. Kirito nodded slightly, tightening his grip on the short blade, choosing not to elaborate further. The Wagakure Anbu captain wore a grave expression. Although he believed himself to be on par with the Dark Blades and their numbers were advantageous, engaging in a direct confrontation was hardly wise. "Cover us." He signaled to his 2 companions and shouted to the rock ninjas behind him, already moving several meters away, with the 2 Iwagakure Anbu closely tailing him. "You won't escape," Kirito bellowed, unleashing a flurry of wind blades with his short blade. Fire Tree, Bloodstone, blocked their path. Fire Release, Fireball. The fireballs, intermingled with chakra waves, surged towards the 3 rock ninjas. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth rose to intercept their assault. "Captain, you must flee. We will hold them off." The remaining 2 specially designated J-Nin charged towards the Konoha trio, accompanied by 6 CH-Nin. "This is bad. Ling may be in danger. You 2, hold them back." "I will pursue those 3 Iwagakure Anbu," Kirito commanded, his expression shifting urgently as he addressed his companions. Without waiting for a response, he dashed forward. "Stop him," one of the specially designated J-Nin from Iwagakure shouted. The 2 nearest CH-Nin, seeking to buy time for their comrades, charged directly at Kirito without hesitation. However, in the face of Kirito's prowess, they were no match. 2 swift arcs of the blade, and their heads fell to the ground. Without a backward glance, he pressed on. For at this moment, the failure of the mission was a trivial matter compared to the potential loss of Ling, which would be a far greater blow to the village. With urgency clawing at his heart, he concentrated his wind chakra at his feet, propelling himself forward with all his might. Chapter 52. I am merely passing through the 3 Iwagakure Anbu raced at full speed, yet the ever-approaching sounds behind them cast a shadow of dread over their hearts. "His speed is too great. We cannot shake him off," the Iwagakure captain remarked. The expressions of his companions darkened. If they were ensnared by the enemy, escape would be impossible, and the arrival of their comrades would only escalate the peril. "Captain, allow me to hold him off. You 2 go ahead," one of the rock ninjas declared solemnly. Though his mask concealed his expression, one could sense a resolve akin to a death wish within him. "Very well, Asuka. The village will not forget your sacrifice." The Anbu captain did not refuse, fully aware that Asuka's decision to stay behind was a path fraught with peril. The ninja named Asuka said nothing more, gradually slowing his pace before turning to unleash a jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground. Kirito dared not underestimate the attack. He leaped over the spikes, aiming his short blade downwards to cleave Asuka in two. To his surprise, it was merely a shadow clone. Kirito reacted swiftly, slashing behind him. A sound akin to metal clashing rang out as Asuka's kunai intercepted Kirito's strike. Though it lacked the strength to withstand it and was sent flying, a sense of foreboding settled over Kirito. He hadn't anticipated such a vast disparity in strength. Yet, if he could buy time for his captain, even death would be worth it. With that thought, several shuriken flew from his hand, but Kirito deftly evaded them. Kirito wished to avoid prolonging the encounter, yet Asuka clung to him like a stubborn burr. Humph! You shall not pass before I fall, Asuka declared fiercely. Having cast aside any fear of death, Kirito's heart sank slightly. Though he was stronger than Asuka, slaying him would require considerable effort. As Asuka was also a formidable member of Iwagakure's elite Anbu. The Iwagakure Anbu captain and another were racing with all their might. As soon as they entered the land of grass and located the disguised traitor, they would be safe. Reflecting on this, he could not help but admire the cunning of the Tsuchikage's plot. Watch out, you! Despite his relentless pace, a powerful instinct suddenly alerted him to the trap ahead. The captain of the Rock Ninja team changed his expression and swiftly turned to leave that area. Another member, Waifuku, although a bit slower to react, heeded his captain's warning and propelled himself into the air with a burst of strength. Boom, boom. The ground shook with a series of deafening explosions as the concealed detonating talismans were triggered, upheaving the earth within a 10-meter radius. Fortunately, the Rock Ninja captain had managed to escape the blast zone, albeit being slightly disheveled by the shockwave. Waifuku, however, was not as fortunate. Although he had evaded the epicenter of the explosion by ascending into the air, he was swiftly engulfed by the cascading debris, which hurled him violently to the ground, leaving him a bloody mess. Yet, he remained alive, howling in agony. Waifuku, the captain's pupils constricted, his gaze ferociously scanning the surroundings in search of the assailant. Claps of applause rang out, breaking the tense silence. His eyes immediately fixed upon the source of the sound, as a somewhat slender figure approached with measured steps. At this moment, Ling's mood was quite pleasant. He initially thought this endeavor would yield little more than a trivial experience, yet unexpectedly, a significant opportunity had presented itself before him. Indeed, with the intention of honing his skills, he was eager for a chance to act. Chuckling softly, he mockingly remarked that although his first attempt at setting a trap had not yielded ideal results, he hoped for understanding from his opponent. Crafting traps is a form of strategy, and he could not deny the exquisite sensation of orchestrating events from behind the scenes, controlling everything at will. Is it just you, little brat? Captain Yenrin inquired, his demeanor surprisingly calm as he sought to extract information from his adversary. Of course, I am usually quite lenient towards those who are about to meet their demise, Ling replied with a smile, showing no regard for the foe before him. Then perish. Before Captain Yenrin could finish his sentence, his kunai swiftly approached Ling's neck. His confidence surged. Judging by Ling's stature and voice, he appeared to be merely a child. Although he was uncertain why this young one had joined the Anbu, he remained self-assured in his own prowess. As the kunai neared, a flicker of caution crossed Captain Yenrin's mind. Could there be an ambush? Nevertheless, he steeled himself, fixating on the child before him, hoping to discern even a hint of fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, the clarity reflected in Ling's gaze was unyielding, and suddenly, 3 sinister tomo appeared within his pupils. Not good. It's the Sharingan. His pupils constricted in shock, followed by a moment of stupor as the 3 tomo were imprinted in his vision. After exerting myself fully, I have expended a fifth of my chakra, yet the outcome is quite satisfactory, Ling mused inwardly as he assessed the results before him. Illusions operate by deceiving the opponent's senses, and while Ling's earlier attempts had directly disrupted his opponent's perceptions, he had now advanced to crafting minor illusions within their minds. Undeniably, his talent was remarkable. Ling did not directly eliminate his opponent. Instead, he held a kunai against the neck of the Sand Village Jonin, gazing intently into the man's eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, he murmured softly. Suddenly, the IWA Ninja Jonin's eyes regained clarity, but he quickly clutched his throat, desperately attempting to articulate something. Though he had already lost the chance, blood mingled with air surged into his throat, escaping only as a series of garbled sounds. Ah, splendid, for an ordinary elite Jonin. The full application of illusionary techniques could now be sustained for 5 seconds. A smile graced Ling's face, as he felt a profound satisfaction with his progress in the art of illusion. Ling places great importance on illusion techniques. In the original work, high-level illusions are scarce. Yet whether it be Tsukuyami, Kitenkei Jin, or Izanagi, and even the ultimate infinite Tsukuyami, they all represent a terrifying caliber of existence. Although illusions did not shine during the battles against formidable foes, with the evolution of Ling's eyes and the accumulation of knowledge, he began to perceive the immense potential of illusions and their intrinsic essence of spiritual power. How could you be a ninja of the Uchiha clan? A piercing voice echoed, emanating from Waifuku, who lay fallen nearby. Ling turned to face the other party, clutching a shuriken in his hand. Is it so strange? The incredulous expression on the opponent's face revealed their disbelief. It appeared that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village had become common knowledge throughout the ninja world, as even the covert operations unit was aware of the absence of Uchiha ninjas. I apologize, but your information is outdated. With a light chuckle, Ling released the shuriken, which pierced directly into Waifuku's heart. The latter struggled momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Chapter 53, Astonishment. They are actually meanwhile, Kirito, upon hearing the resounding explosion, realized that Ling had engaged in combat, and his anxiety intensified. Ling was embarking on his inaugural mission, and should he encounter any misfortune, it would not only reflect his own negligence, but also signify a grave loss for Konoha. Contemplating this, his gaze sharpened, and he wielded his dagger with renewed vigor. Under the relentless onslaught of his adversary, Su soon found himself marred with wounds. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Perish! Kirito exclaimed, his demeanor transforming dramatically, as his short blade emanated an aura of terrifying potency. Alarmed, Su's expression shifted as he beheld the trajectory of the impending strike. The dagger was already mere moments from his face. His pupils constricted as he desperately attempted to raise his kunai in defense, but it was too late. The razor-sharp blade sliced through his skin in an instant, and instead of the expected chill of the weapon, he merely felt a fleeting sting before succumbing to unconsciousness. This technique imparted by Lord Haku is indeed formidable, Kirito thought, but alas, I have yet to master it fully. Exhaling a breath of frustration, he felt a searing pain radiate through his right arm. Unfazed, he continued onward, his dagger in hand, hastening toward the battleground where Ling was engaged. Upon arriving at a desolate ruin, he was momentarily struck dumb by the scene before him. The lifeless body of the Interrogating captain lay still on the ground. A gruesome wound across his neck, a decisive and clean kill. Another corpse of an Interrogating Anbu was left in a state of grotesque disfigurement, evidently having endured unspeakable horrors. The slender figure stood there, a mask obscuring his features, yet he must be at peace in this moment. I seem to have worried for nothing, thought Kirito with a hint of frustration. Captain, has the battle on your side concluded? Ling broke the silence, speaking first. There were some unexpected complications this time. I didn't anticipate the enemy's numbers would be so great, and the primary target has fled in your direction. I was concerned you might be in danger. But it seems you've managed to handle the trouble on your own, Kirito replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh. These two rock shinobi were in a hurry and fell into my trap. I too endured quite a struggle, Ling explained with a smile. I'd be a fool to believe that. Your attire is as pristine as when you emerged, and you claim to have faced a tough battle? Kirito thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. He laughed lightly and remarked, regardless, Ling's performance is indeed commendable. Captain, the battle on the other side should still be ongoing. Let us assist them, Ling suggested, steering the conversation away. All right, Kirito responded, secretly thinking, these two are so sluggish in their movements that they have been surpassed by a junior. Their expressions must be quite entertaining. Upon arriving at the rock shinobi stronghold, you and Natsushio were working together to besiege the last remaining jonin, seemingly intent on capturing him alive. The already weak rock shinobi was swiftly caught off guard by a strike from Hyuga Natsushio. The elite jonin was sent flying. Feeling his chakra unable to circulate, a moment of desperation flashed in his mind as he fiercely grasped a kunai, intent on taking his own life. Fire Tree, stop him, Natsushio shouted, aware that if the enemy succeeded in committing suicide, their efforts would be in vain. However, Yu was still 5 or 6 meters away, too far to intervene in time. Just then, a shuriken sliced through the air, deftly knocking the kunai from the enemy's hand. The rock shinobi's face changed as he reached behind to retrieve another kunai, but Yu had already arrived, delivering a swift strike that knocked him unconscious. Turning around, they saw Captain Kirito and Ling had arrived. Captain, have you resolved your enemies? Yu called out to Kirito. By the time I got there, Ling had already dealt with them all. What? Yu exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Natsushio also tensed, gazing in astonishment at the slender figure before him. The strength of that rock shinobi's Anbu leader was undoubtedly at the elite jonin level. For Ling to dispatch him without a scratch indicated his prowess could not be judged by mere appearance or talent. Indeed, it appears Ling is not just a prodigy. He has become a formidable force capable of standing alone. Perhaps we, his seniors, will soon find ourselves surpassed by him, Kirito said with a resigned smile. Waving his hand dismissively, I too set traps. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat them, Ling humbly replied, scratching his head. Not so easy. So, you mean it merely required some effort to defeat them? The others pondered Ling's words. Ling, you are truly a hidden gem, mused Miyukamura Yu, exhibiting a familiarity as he praised Ling, while not forgetting to jab at the nearby Hyuga Natsushio. As the strongest in our team, how does it feel to be surpassed by your junior? Natsushio retorted, unfazed, with a mocking tone. Of course, it means I must treat everyone to a meal, right Ling? Miyukamura Yu ignored Natsushio's jibe, beaming at Ling, who was merely a spectator to their banter. You two continue your bickering. Why drag me into this? Ling thought sarcastically. Much like Naruto and Sasuke, or Obito and Kakashi in the original tale, Miyukamura Yu and Hyuga Natsushio appeared to be at odds. Certainly. I know a ramen shop with excellent flavors. Let us go together once we return to the village. Ling agreed with a smile. Why ramen? I know a barbecue place. Why are you hitting me, Captain? Mukamura, you looked at Kirito with a mournful expression. Hey, know your limits. As a senior, you shouldn't take advantage of Ling. Kirito admonished, raising a fist before turning to Ling with a warm smile. Ling, disregard this fellow. Your performance today was outstanding. Upon returning to the village, I shall treat you all to a feast. Ling felt a sudden pang in his heart. Could it be that he too wished to rid himself of such unreliable notions? He continued, the ramen from that shop is truly delectable. Allow me to treat you this time. Ah, very well then. Next time, let you treat us all to barbecue. Kirito responded, not pressing further. Captain, you have no idea how heart-wrenching this is for me. You lamented. When you treat. I will ensure you understand the meaning of cruelty, Natsushu interjected, his icy demeanor sending a shiver down your spine. Chapter 54. Bonds 2 days later. The quartet finally returned to the village. Hey, after this mission, we must treat ourselves to a good rest, and then head to the bathhouse in the shopping district. It is quite the experience, you said, grinning foolishly. Ling and Kirito chose to ignore him, quickening their pace to distance themselves, signaling that they were strangers. Natsushu too wore a look of disdain, casting you a glance akin to that of a fool. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you wish to accompany me to the bathhouse? Only if you foot the bill. You replied, his expression serious. Ling's lips twitched at the front. Yet his expression was concealed behind the mask of a grimace, leaving no indication of the team's apparent unreliability. Fool, Shaoxing muttered under his breath, quickening his pace to catch up with the two ahead. Soon, they arrived at the underground base of the Dark Division. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall report our mission to the squad leader, Kirito remarked before stepping into a hidden chamber within the task hall. Ling did not remain idle. He approached the mission panel, only to find that the tasks from a few days ago had vanished, seemingly taken up or completed by other covert teams. A sparse selection of new missions had appeared, yet the quantity paled in comparison to that of a few days prior. Hey, Ling, tomorrow the tasks will be updated again. It's futile to look now, reminded you from the side. Oh, I see. However, I noticed the panel has significantly fewer tasks. If there are no new assignments, what will we do? Ling inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Hiki, you just joined. You wouldn't know, you replied, a smug expression on his face. Cough. Cough. Unable to tolerate the banter any longer, Shaoxing interjected. This is because the war has just ended, and there are numerous matters that require attention in the department, resulting in a heavier load of tasks. In time, this will alleviate. Eventually, there will be other arrangements for the village, such as village defense, border security, intelligence gathering, and so on. The flustered you shot a frustrated glance at Shaoxing, who merely disregarded him. Ah, I'm back. A voice resonated. It was their captain, Kirito. You. Can't you behave for once? Why are you causing trouble again? Kirito chided. Captain, I'm not the one causing issues, you lamented. This mission was executed splendidly. And we even captured a senior intelligence officer from the enemy. Each of us will receive an A-grade task record, Kirito continued. However, we will have our hands full in the days to come. Ah, what tasks? The war has just concluded. It should be much easier from here on out. U.S. bewilderment was evident. Kirito wasted no time teasing them, explaining, Lord Hokage has decided to eliminate the rogue ninjas in the vicinity. Starting from the borders of the Land of Fire, followed by the Land of Grass, the Land of River, and possibly even further. I see, Ling responded. Realization dawning upon him. It appeared that the third Hokage had indeed resolved to take action, dispelling his prior doubts. Eh, Ling, do you know something? Kirito inquired, noticing the change in Ling's expression. Oh, it's nothing, Ling replied with a somber tone, recounting the previous missions and the situation with the rogue ninjas from Awagakure. Damn, these IWA ninjas are truly shameless. You exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Ling, don't dwell on it. That is in the past. It is time for them to pay the price, Kirito reassured. It's all right, Captain. Let us not forget about dinner tonight. We'll gather at the entrance of the building. Ling waved his hand dismissively. Understood. I want to be late, you affirmed. All right then, everyone is dismissed. You. If you wish to visit the bathhouse, you better hurry. Opportunities like this will be rare after today, Kirito advised. Okay, I'm off now, Shaoxing you. That evening, in the bustling Konoha shopping district, the atmosphere was lively, a stark contrast to the strict curfew enforced during the war. Inside a Chiraka ramen, you exclaimed, Ling. This is absolutely delicious. Compared to ramen, barbecue is hardly worth mentioning. His exuberance drew disdainful glances from other patrons. You really can't keep your mouth shut when food is involved, Shaoxing scoffed from the side. We know every nook and cranny of this village. Yet we missed out on such a gem, you lamented, finishing another bowl. Hey, uncle, 5 more bowls, please. Ling called out. Coming right up. Ling, is this your companion? Uncle Ichiraka squinted, his tone as warm as ever. Yes, I just joined the squad, and I'm treating everyone tonight, so uncle, please give us a discount. Ling smiled. Of course, for you Ling, it's no problem at all, Uncle Ichiraka chuckled. Ling, do you come here often? Kirito inquired. Yes. I've been coming here since I was 5. Uncle is a great guy, Ling replied with a gentle smile. Oh, Ling. You're so lucky to enjoy such delicious food from such a young age, Yu chattered, stuffing his mouth with another bowl. Thus, amidst a mundane day, Ling, Yu, Xiaosheng, and Kirito grew closer, sharing insights about one another. Despite Yu's carefree demeanor, his childhood was not one of joy. He was a war orphan, found outside the village. Yet, he excelled academically, fortunate enough to escape the fate of being a war casualty, and instead became a member of the Anbu. One cannot deny the profound cohesion within Konoha towards its villagers and ninjas. While you may appear lackadaisical, his love for the village matched that of any native Konoha ninja. An ordinary ninja was Ling's assessment of him, yet it was precisely this ordinariness that rendered him more attuned to emotions and bonds. And not a Xiaosheng. A ninja from the Hyuga branch, possessed noteworthy talent. Not only could he employ the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but he had also mastered the air palm. Like many branch ninjas, his enlistment in the Anbu was orchestrated by the clan, specifically the main house, as joining the Anbu signified power. At just 17, he had already attained the strength of a special jonin, and with continued growth, he would undoubtedly become an elite jonin, though he remained unable to dictate his own fate. As for Captain Kirito, he hailed from a family of ninjas, the Kuga clan, which Ling had not heard of, suggesting it was a minor clan. Nevertheless, Kirito's talent was commendable. It was this very aptitude that allowed him to receive guidance from the legendary White Fang. Still young, he might advance further in the future, potentially emerging as a formidable figure, a pillar of his family. Through a mission and a shared meal, a fragile bond formed among the four, who would face trials and tribulations together in the coming years, confronting life and death as they struggled within the ninja world. Had Ling harbored no ambitions or ideals, living as an ordinary Konoha ninja, perhaps all would have continued on this path. However, he was not one to relish comfort. Fleeting peace merely breeds stagnation. Without aspirations, how is one different from a drifting fish? Furthermore, looming threats of clan extermination and formidable adversaries awaited him. As a Uchiha, he could neither evade nor wish to evade these fates. It was far better to control it all than to passively endure, with the advantage of having traversed time. If he could not alter the course of events or reach the pinnacle, it would be a grave disappointment. This was his ninja way. Chapter 55. Infiltrating the land of grass. Early the next morning, after completing a simple training session, Ling arrived at the Anbu base. Ling, you're here. Kirito and Xiaosheng were already present, but Yu was notably absent. Is he not here yet? Oh, you'll get used to it. That guy has always been like this. Footsteps approached. Ling, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm quite diligent, just a bit busy these past few days, haha. Alright, everyone. Let us see today's tasks, Kirito interrupted. Oh, are we starting the purge of rogue ninjas today? Where have all the other tasks gone? The panel displayed a wealth of information, primarily concerning rogue ninjas and their factions, some accompanied by photographs, while others lacked even names. The remaining tasks will be handled by the Chunin and Special Jonin teams. From now on, our duties will revolve around these rogue ninjas. Kirito explained, cool. From now on I shall strike fear into my foes, and the title of Fire Tree shall become renowned throughout the ninja realm. Yu, standing nearby, shouted with fervor, his face alight with excitement. Kirito, however, felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, pondering how his years in the Anbu had failed to diminish Yu's overzealous enthusiasm. Hey, don't be so optimistic. Those rogue ninjas possess formidable strength, some of whom might even pose a challenge to a squad captain. That is if it doesn't come to me taking action. Yu attempted to boast further, but fell silent as a figure approached. Captain. Kirito turned to greet the advancing silhouette, which belonged to none other than Squad Captain Sauka. The main task of the Anbu will soon commence, cleansing the rogue ninjas. I came to check on Ling, as he has just joined, and I fear for any unforeseen circumstances, Sauka stated with a gentle smile, his gaze shifting to the trembling Yu. Yu, what was it you just said? It seems you have great confidence in the mission, he remarked. Yu hurriedly waved his hands, his expression grave as he replied, No. For the upcoming mission, I will be fully prepared and will follow orders under your guidance, Captain. Enough with the flattery, Sauka interrupted Yu, then turned his attention to Ling. I reviewed your performance in yesterday's mission. It was commendable. However, do not let your guard down. The forthcoming tasks will not be easy. Ling nodded slightly. The movements of those rogue ninjas are unpredictable, and the information is scarce. This will require your own investigation. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After giving a few instructions to the others, Ska departed. It seems we must gather intelligence. Such troublesome tasks are the ones I detest the most. Why expressed with exasperation, baring his teeth. I suggest we take on this mission. There's a small team of around 5 rogue ninjas, led by a man named Morishima Shinichiro. Their strengths range from elite CH Nin to exceptional J Nin. Yes, that sounds promising. With our capabilities, we should be more than capable of handling them. Hinata Natsuki concurred with a nod. Ling, and you had no objections. Then let us set forth. Intelligence indicates they are located near a small town in the Land of Grass, and any further information must be uncovered through our own investigation. Once again entering the Land of Grass, the atmosphere remains bleak and tense due to the ongoing war. The chaos within the land is palpable. And with the impending Third Great Ninja War, one cannot predict when peace might be restored. The location of this group of rogue ninjas is a small town, which, although far more desolate than those in the Land of Fire, can still be considered a relatively stable area within the Land of Grass. As dusk gradually enveloped the town, the main commercial street retained a semblance of vitality. In the bustling throng of passers-by, for individuals disguised themselves to gather intelligence. Captain, this small town harbors numerous ninjas, making it quite challenging to locate our target. Hinata Natsuki activated her Byakugan, detecting at least several dozen chakra fluctuations during their journey. It is noteworthy that aside from various ninja villages, ordinary towns rarely exhibit traces of ninjas. However, in the Land of Grass, a haven for renegade ninjas, one might encounter several traders simply by strolling through the streets. We shall continue to probe for information slowly. First, let us find a place to rest. Kirito spoke softly after a moment of contemplation. The group arrived at an inn situated in the commercial district, securing a guest room. While Natsuki set up a simple barrier at the door. Natsuki, please share your findings from today. Yes, we traversed nearly the entire town to create a map. I discovered nearly 50 chakra fluctuations, predominantly at the Nin level, and many were solitary, Natsuki recounted slowly. Thanks to the presence of Byakugan, their team had a distinct advantage in intelligence gathering. Indeed, while many of these are renegade ninjas, we must remain focused on our mission objective, Kirito stated, producing paper and pen to sketch a rudimentary map of the town. Tomorrow, you and Hoshiki will continue to gather intelligence within the town, marking the approximate location of our target. Meanwhile, I will accompany Ling to the nearby underground black market in hopes of finding information on Mori Island Shinichir. With his likeness, the task will become considerably easier. Kirito outlined their forthcoming plans. Oh, Captain, does this town also possess an underground black market? Ling inquired, perplexed. There are many small black markets throughout the Land of Grass, most of which are interconnected. To my knowledge, there is one not far from here, Kirito explained. Understood. Ling nodded. At dawn, I shall depart with Ling. Given the unpredictable nature of our quarry, swift action is imperative. We will regroup at noon to exchange information before scattering to locate our target. Are there any questions? The others shook their heads. Very well, let us rest. We shall commence our mission at first light. The night passed without incident. With their plan firmly established, the following morning, Ling and Kirito set off towards the underground black market. Captain, is the underground black market similar in nature to the underground currency exchange? Ling asked. Although familiar with the original narrative, certain aspects had not been extensively elaborated upon. Oh, you are aware of the underground currency exchange as well? Kirito teased. Oh. During my last visit to the Land of Grass, Teacher Haru mentioned it, Ling chuckled, knowing full well that the other party would not inquire about Uchiha Haru. The underground black market operates similarly to the currency exchange, yet it is more public, primarily offering bounty on the lives of renegade ninjas and posting higher difficulty missions. The underground currency exchange, while tolerated by the 5 great nations, mainly deals with bounties on powerful ninjas from various villages, serving as a clandestine means for the ninja villages to resolve grievances. Naturally, many rogue ninjas find this quite intriguing, Kirito elucidated gradually. Oh. Is the captain also listed among the bounties at the currency exchange? Ling jested. Haha. Those who are bountied at the currency exchange are considered renowned powerhouses in the ninja world. As for me, Kirito replied with a smile, scratching his head awkwardly. Chapter 56. Clues to be bountied is a form of honor? Ling pondered silently. Observing a hint of regret and yearning in Kirito's eyes, Ling began to comprehend. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, neither justice nor evil serves as a synonym for honor, only power embodies the truth. Those who achieve renown in the ninja world, whether as a village leader or a rogue ninja, do so through formidable strength. Take for instance the later Scorpion, in pursuit of his puppet research. He wrought destruction upon cities and nations, his bloody hands likely capable of filling rivers with their crimson tide. Yet, it is precisely this that has forged his identity as a powerful figure, for when people speak of him, they do so with a mixture of dread and reverence. For he is the formidable red sand scorpion. Ling's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts as time trickled away, and the silhouette of a small town materialized before him. Ling. The underground black market lies ahead in that town. Once we enter, follow closely behind me and refrain from speaking, Toki said with a hint of seriousness. Understood, Captain. Ling responded in a low voice. The two arrived at a shop, steering clear of the crowd to reach the backyard. After clearing away some clutter from the corner, Toki gathered chakra in his palm and struck the ground, revealing a hidden passage. All right, let us descend. Yes. The secret passage was somewhat dim, winding downward. And Ling sensed that they had ventured more than 10 meters underground when a concealed door appeared before them. Ling could sense the fluctuations of the surrounding barrier, indicating that the passage was under surveillance. Retracting his gaze, he noticed that the dark door before him had already opened, and the two entered. A series of distinct footsteps echoed through the underground chamber, markedly evident in the silence. A cloaked figure approached, his hood obscuring much of his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. What brings you here? He inquired, his voice gravelly, reminiscent of a night owl in the wilderness. Toguro emanated a palpable aura, which the stranger evidently perceived. Yet his expression remained unchanged. "We are here to gather information regarding a group of rogue ninjas," he stated. The cloaked man handed Toguro a thick tome, then discreetly stepped aside. Toguro began to peruse its contents, with Ling leaning in closer. The tome was meticulously detailed, documenting names, abilities, and backgrounds of various rogue ninjas, ranging from the feeble to the formidable, with some classified as extremely dangerous. "Ah, found it." Toguro's gaze sharpened, and Ling followed suit. Morishima Shinichiro, elite jonin, rogue from a Wagakure. Proficient in earth release and taijutsu. He defected a year ago and formed a team with 4 other rogue ninjas, operating in the Land of Grass, robbing passing merchants and ambushing elite ninjas from various villages for bounty. Subsequently, Toguro pressed his image into memory, returning the tome to the cloaked figure. "Let us depart," he called to Ling, leading the way forward. Ling closely followed behind him, and the cloaked figure said nothing as he retreated. Upon their return to the inn, Yu and Xiaoxing had already arrived. Hearing the commotion and confirming their identities, Yu eagerly inquired, "Captain, what news? Have you discovered any information about the other party?" Kirito produced the portrait and asked, "What about you? What were your findings?" Xiaoxing replied, "We scoured the town this morning. All the elite Jonin-level ninjas and similarly capable teams are present here." He then produced 4 identical maps, each marked with numerous circles, indicating potential locations of the mission targets. "Excellent. Let us not delay. Memorize the portrait, and each take a copy of the map. There are 10 suspicious locations in total." Kirito meticulously outlined the subsequent tasks. Xiaoxing, adept at reconnaissance, was assigned 3 locations, while Captain Kirito took on 3 as well, leaving Ling and Yu with 2 each. It appeared that following their last mission, Ling had integrated into the team, and the others regarded him as a companion rather than a burden requiring special attention. Be cautious during the investigation. Be mindful not to reveal your identities. If any unexpected situations arise, signal with a flare. Once the mission is complete, regroup at the inn. After reiterating this instruction, Kirito made a gesture to dismiss, and the group swiftly departed the inn. Ling arrived at the first task location, where there was a shop and a restaurant nearby. After finding little of interest in the shop, he proceeded to the restaurant. Given that it was noon, the establishment was quite bustling, predominantly filled with ordinary patrons. However, 2 individuals in the corner exuded a distinctly different aura. "Owner, 3 skewers of meatballs and a bowl of red bean soup," Ling called out. He did not employ any transformation techniques to alter his appearance. At that moment, he merely resembled a 10-year-old child, unafraid of revealing his identity. "All right." Ling sat before an empty table, casting occasional glances towards the 2 individuals in the corner. As a ninja, he could distinctly sense the perilous aura surrounding them. They were undoubtedly seasoned shinobi of the highest caliber, battle-hardened and dangerous. Yet, from their profile, he could ascertain that they were not the individuals he sought, namely Morishima Shinichiro. Nevertheless, Ling remained cautious, for they could very well be members of the same faction. Before long, Ling's meal was served, and he dined while meticulously observing the 2. The ninjas were exceedingly vigilant, engaging in no conversation during their meal, which left Ling with little opportunity to glean further information. Suddenly, one of them abruptly turned his head. Scanning the area behind him, the instinct of a ninja alerted him to the presence of an unseen observer. Could it be that I misjudged the situation? He then turned back, and the 2 exchanged a brief but telling glance before simultaneously rising, settling their bill, and departing the restaurant. "Thank you for the meal." "I have finished," Ling said to the proprietor as he settled his own account. Once he noticed the 2 had moved a distance away, he stealthily followed in their wake. Upon reaching a secluded alley, the duo swiftly vanished into the narrow passage. Ling hesitated for a moment. Following the usual narrative deduction, it was evident that they had discovered someone was tailing them. If he were to enter, he would undoubtedly be spotted, potentially leading to perilous consequences. However, after a brief moment of indecision, he felt a sense of resignation. At this point, whether to proceed or not bore little significance. Regardless of whether they were the intended targets, the discovery of a follower indicated that the investigation had already faltered, and the primary subject, Mori Island Shinichiro, was certainly beyond reach. Without a second thought, he departed from the location and arrived at the second site of the mission. Regrettably, this was merely a street, and even if Mori Island Shinichiro had been present at that moment, he would have long since vanished without a trace. Ling let out a sigh, realizing that his experience in missions was still quite lacking. Had his gaze not been detected by the opposing side, perhaps there would have been a chance. Wasting no more time, Ling promptly returned to the rendezvous inn. By that time, Yu and Natsushige had already returned. Upon seeing the door open, the 2 directed their attention towards Ling at the entrance, and they exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Evidently, their investigative tasks had all ended in failure. They could only await the return of their captain, Kirito, to devise a new plan. Chapter 57. Movements. The group did not have to wait long before a distinct knock resonated from outside, and Kirito swiftly entered. "Ah, you all have returned. How did your intelligence gathering go?" The others sighed softly and recounted the details and results of their reconnaissance efforts. "Captain, did you find no leads either?" "Indeed. After visiting 3 mission locations, there were no traces of ninjas at 2 of them. The last one is a team operating in the Grass Ninja Village." Kirito's tone remained calm, undeterred by the brief setbacks. "Ah, how infuriating. I absolutely despise these troublesome matters. You lamented in despair. Well, since we have gathered information about the opposing side, as long as they remain in the town, we will eventually locate them. Let us call it a day for now and continue our investigation tomorrow. Kirito offered some words of comfort, and the group, lacking any better ideas, reluctantly acquiesced. 3 days swiftly passed, and they had thoroughly scoured the entire town, yet regrettably, no fruitful results emerged. It was not until the 4th day that Ling arrived at a location where he sensed fluctuations in chakra, an inn. It appeared to be similar to an ordinary inn. Yet Ling could still perceive a faint metallic scent within. If there were no formidable rogue ninjas present, this place might merely be a den of thieves. Ling Budong approached the front desk to reserve a room. Though he was not yet 10 years old, his height of 1.50 m, a result of years of rigorous training, made him appear to be around 12 or 13. Nonetheless, the sight of a young child arriving at the inn alone caused the innkeeper to show a moment of surprise, though he quickly masked his astonishment. Ling chuckled coldly to himself, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he slowly made his way to his chamber. Activating the Sharingan, 3 Tomo manifested in his eyes through the flow of chakra. After his departure, the innkeeper discreetly signaled to a nearby attendant, who understood and proceeded to carry a tray towards Ling's room. When Ling entered, he did not close the door. However, when the attendant arrived, the scene was entirely different. Ling Jing sat upon the bed in her chamber, gazing at the attendant peering curiously through the doorway, which only reinforced her intuition. With a swift gesture of her hands, a mirage transformed before her eyes, and a towering figure adorned with the headband of the rock ninja materialized within the room, none other than Mori Island Shinichiro. Although Ling was unaware of the details regarding his height, his visage alone sufficed. Shinichiro approached the entrance and, with a swift motion, flung the door wide open. A sound only the attendant perceived. Lord Shinichiro. Startled by the sudden apparition, the attendant's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively uttered a name. A faint smile appeared on Ling's face. At last, a significant clue had emerged. However, he realized, "You are not Lord Shinichiro. Who are you?" The attendant, sensing something amiss, shouted to attract attention. Yet, if anyone were present, they would notice the attendant's dazed expression as he fixated on the doorway, where a young boy sat inside. "I am not Shinichiro. Then who is?" A bizarre smile spread across the illusion's face, its eyes reflecting a pair of blood-red Tomo. "You." The attendant locked eyes with those Sharingan, and instantly fainted. In reality, the attendant's eyes fluttered shut, and he was about to collapse when Ling swiftly intervened to catch him. This attendant must possess some vital information. We cannot linger any longer, Ling mused to himself. With hands forming seals, he created a shadow clone to remain behind. Although the attendant had gone missing, the presence of a shadow clone would buy him some time. Opening the window, Ling swiftly departed with the unconscious attendant in tow, heading towards the rendezvous point at the inn. "Ling, is that you?" A few individuals stood dumbfounded as they watched him return, carrying someone. "Captain, I discovered crucial clues at a reconnaissance site," Ling explained, panting lightly. "Take your time, Ling." The other's eyes brightened at the prospect of a lead. "The place I investigated is an inn, but I suspect it serves as a small stronghold for rogue ninjas. After probing with an illusion, I discovered that this attendant is acquainted with our target, Morishima Shinichiro." Ling began to explain. "That's wonderful, Ling. Have you managed to ascertain the whereabouts of that individual?" Yu's face lit up with excitement at the thought of the mission nearing completion. "I was concerned that prolonged engagement might draw unwanted attention, and the creation of illusions requires considerable energy. I feared unforeseen circumstances, hence I chose to bring him back." Ling awkwardly smiled and explained. This fellow was merely a low-ranking ninja, and given his abilities, the illusion he created could only be unraveled if his chakra was depleted. However, he aimed to conceal his shortcomings and was not adept at interrogation, so he decided to bring the fellow back for safety. "So, your disappearance may have exposed your actions?" Kirito asked with a serious tone. "Captain, I left a shadow clone there to handle things. Our immediate priority is to extract information from him," Yu responded. "All right, Yu. We're counting on you. Interrogation is your forte." Kirito signaled to Yu with a glance. "Understood, Captain. Hiki, when it comes to illusion-based interrogation, I have great confidence," Yu said with a mischievous grin, dousing the situation with a cold splash of reality. The unfortunate ninja struggled briefly before gradually regaining consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an unpleasant visage, yet his mind was still foggy, and he quickly succumbed once more to Yu's hypnotic illusion. After a round of questioning, the group had gathered nearly all pertinent information regarding their target. The inn served as the rendezvous point for 5 rogue ninjas, all of whom were defectors from the Rock Village. Currently, they were all present at the inn, including the leader, Mori Island Shinichiro. Considering Ling's previous encounters, the group was increasingly certain that they were facing rock ninjas disguised as rogue ninjas. Captain Yu turned to Kirito, who nodded in agreement. "You stepped forward to eliminate the unfortunate low-ranking ninja. Now that we have pinpointed the target's location, our next step is to keep a close watch on the inn," Kirito instructed. "We must not delay. To prevent their escape, we should depart immediately." "Yes, Captain. Captain, there are 13 chakra signatures inside, with the strongest likely being at the elite shinobi level," Natching reported. To avoid detection, The group maintained a considerable distance, relying solely on Natsheng for surveillance. It seems the information is accurate. Continue scouting and report immediately if anyone departs, Kirito remarked nearby. Moments turned into minutes, and just then, Ling's expression shifted as he addressed the three around him. Captain, my shadow clone has vanished. It appears the enemy has made a move. Captain, one individual has left. It's an ordinary Jounin, not Mori Island Shinichiro, Natsheng called out. Should we follow? You inquired. Kirito pondered for a moment before deciding. Continue the surveillance. We will wait for the main target. Understood. Time passed, and soon it was afternoon, with the ninjas within the inn departing one by one. So, is Mori Island Shinichiro still inside? Yes, the one with the strongest chakra signature remains at the inn, Natsheng replied, then quickly added, Captain, he has just left. Follow him. They will likely regroup outside the town, and we shall catch them all at once. Chapter 58. The fisherman. As anticipated, Mori Island Shinichiro was the last to exit. After leaving the small town, he joined up with a few others. They exchanged a few words before departing at a leisurely pace. It seems they are preparing to take action, he whispered. Fearing premature exposure, the group trailed them from a distance. Captain, they must be aware of their exposure. Yet they still venture out. It likely won't be that simple. Ling pondered for a moment and reminded. Kirito furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and spoke. It has been quite a challenge to track their whereabouts this time. If we let this opportunity slip, they will be on guard, making it exceedingly difficult to capture them in the future. Indeed, I possess the Byakugan. As long as I maintain a safe distance behind them, exercising caution, we should encounter no trouble, Xiaxing asserted with notable confidence. The Byakugan enables one to perceive objects up to a kilometer away, although its efficacy diminishes due to obstacles. It remains effective within a range of 300 to 500 meters. Let us pursue them. We must not allow them to distance themselves, Kirito beckoned. Wait. Xiaxing called out sharply, sensing someone approaching from behind, their direction aimed towards our mission target. The group quickly concealed their presence, suppressing their auras. Indeed. Another squad of nearly 10 individuals emerged from the small town, hastening towards the previously encountered rogue ninja from IWA. Observing their forehead protectors, Kirito noted. They appear to be ninjas from Tsuchikage, though they likely are not rogue ninjas. Most rogue ninjas mark their forehead protectors with a slash, signifying their defection from their village. Thereafter, they wander the shinobi world without discarding their protectors. Ling had previously criticized this practice, remarking that wearing a forehead protector makes it easy to reveal one's identity. It was perplexing what they were thinking. However, this knowledge served their mission well, as understanding the adversary's identity facilitated their judgment of various matters. Captain, do you think they might engage in a fierce battle with the IWA ninjas? That would certainly be exhilarating, you interjected, grinning shamelessly. Indeed, it is quite possible. Let us hasten our pursuit. We may yet benefit from the fray, Kirito replied. What if Tsuchikage emerges victorious? Ling inquired. Then we shall eliminate them all, Kirito responded, his tone revealing a chilling intent. Events unfolded as they had anticipated. The Tsuchikage ninjas trailed the IWA ninjas ahead of them. However, lacking proficient reconnaissance ninjas, the distance between the two squads remained a mere 100 meters. Ling and his companions leisurely trailed 500 meters behind the Sand Ninja, a distance so great that, unless the adversaries possessed the Byakugan, they would be nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and half an hour later, the two factions clashed. The Rock Ninja and the Sand Ninja have indeed entangled themselves. Let us hasten to the scene, you remarked gleefully from the sidelines. Indeed. We must bide our time and strike once their skirmish nears its conclusion, Tong instructed sagely. Everyone, conceal yourselves, Xiaxing exclaimed, his expression shifting as he noticed another group approaching from behind, seemingly intent on the battlefield ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, the group leaped into the nearby thicket, employing transformation techniques to disguise themselves as a heap of rubble. The sound of footsteps approached, growing louder and nearer, suggesting the presence of 7 or 8 individuals. As the noise gradually receded, the 4 of them dispelled their transformations. Captain, it appears to be reinforcements from the Rock Ninja, one observed. Indeed. The Rock Ninja were notoriously cunning. They were fortunate to have the Sand Ninja scouting ahead for them. A sense of trepidation washed over them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. The Sand Ninja believed themselves to be the mantis, but alas, the Rock Ninja were merely luring them out. Without the Sand Ninja's blundering assistance, Ling and his group would have been unable to play the role of the final oriole. It seemed that victory would ultimately lie with the Rock Ninja. Upon their arrival, they planned to launch a concentrated surprise attack, while their foes were unprepared. Is that acceptable? Tong inquired solemnly, his gaze fixed on you. None could ascertain the remaining strength of the Rock Ninja. Although they were the ambushers, this battle remained perilous. Certainly, Captain, you replied, his demeanor turning serious. Ling, I recall you are adept at fire release, Tong continued, looking at Ling, who nodded in affirmation. When the time comes, I will give the command for you and you to unleash your fire release in unison, while I will utilize wind release to complement your efforts. Understood, Captain. Very well. Let us proceed with caution. The group swiftly arrived at the battlefield. which had transformed into a chaotic melee of nearly 30 combatants due to the arrival of the rock ninja reinforcements. The Tin Sand Ninja bold enough to confront the rock ninja head-on were still in a favorable position, predominantly consisting of Jainin, with 3 elite Jainin among them. However, the numerical advantage of the rock ninja proved overwhelming, leading to a 2-on-1 scenario, and soon casualties began to mount on the Sand Ninja's side. Nevertheless, in their desperate counterattacks, the rock ninja also sustained significant losses. Ling and his companions concealed themselves behind the 2 factions, who were now consumed by the heat of battle. Oblivious to the ambush lying in wait nearby, shurikens danced across the battlefield as the conflict raged fiercely. The Sand Ninjas, witnessing their comrades fall one by one, fought with renewed ferocity against their foes. Techniques from both sides were unleashed in rapid succession, creating numerous craters on the ground. However, Ling and his group remained at a safe distance, avoiding the chaos. The Sand Ninjas pressed on, managing to take down several rock ninjas, yet the losses were mounting. And the situation was dire. You, observing the scene with keen interest, couldn't help but voice your sarcasm. Enough with the hope of scavenging the spoils. It's time to make our move. Despite the Sand Ninjas' desperate efforts, the tide of battle remained unchanged. After a grueling 10 minutes, the Sand Ninjas suffered heavy casualties, with the rock ninjas losing 7 or 8 of their own, along with a few severely injured. Recognizing the opportune moment, Toru exchanged glances with his companions. At this juncture, the rock ninjas believed victory was within their grasp. However, the gravity etched on Morishima Shinichiro's face betrayed his unease. Sensing the risk of exposure, they had devised a strategy to draw out their enemies, enlisting another small team for support. Although the Sand Ninjas seemed to be on the brink of defeat, Shinichiro furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his apprehension. Suddenly, alarm bells rang out. Ambush. Everyone, take cover. But it was too late. A massive inferno, akin to the size of a building, erupted in the sky, its searing heat warping the air below. The faces of all present turned pale. Enhanced by wind release and the element of surprise, the flames descended rapidly, crashing down with devastating force. Only a few elite ninjas managed to react in time, employing the body replacement technique to escape. The ensuing cacophony of crackling flames and anguished cries filled the air, leaving a charred scent lingering. The severely wounded ninjas and those unable to flee were instantly reduced to ashes. Ultimately, only 4 rock ninjas survived, one of whom was gravely injured, a scene of utter devastation. The fire continued to blaze, and the surviving rock ninjas stared in horror at the scene before them, their eyes wide with anguish. Who dares? Show yourself. Morishima Shinichiro bellowed, rage and fear etched across his features. In response, a blade gleamed in the air, and Shinichiro, wary of the threat, evaded the attack, fixing his gaze on its source. Chapter 59. Cornered Beast, you are a member of Konoha's Anbu, the Dark Blade. Morishima Shinichiro exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock. Captain, it seems your reputation precedes you. Ling quipped from the side. Oh, come now, let us keep it low-key. It's merely a title, Toru replied with a light-hearted laugh. Since the legendary White Fang rose to prominence in the ninja world, an edict had circulated among the various ninja villages. Should one encounter White Fang during a mission, they were to abandon the task and flee for their lives, a testament to his formidable reputation. Toru, having been trained by White Fang, naturally embodied a similar swordsmanship style, and his moniker, Dark Blade, had become well known among the ninja villages, granting him a modest level of renown. Morishima Shinichiro's expression turned serious. He refrained from questioning how his adversary had arrived or why they sought conflict. Such inquiries held no value. The forthcoming outcome could only result in a fight to the death. Yet the circumstances left Shinichiro devoid of any confidence. However, as an Anbu member, he had no option to retreat, even in the face of certain doom. Toru did not afford the enemy a moment's respite. Signaling to his comrades, he charged towards Morishima Shinichiro, while Yu and Natsuki each selected their opponents, leaving the last gravely injured rock ninja for Ling. A subtle twitch graced the corner of Ling's mouth as he regarded the group before him. Nevertheless, he wielded his kunai and charged towards his adversary. No soul wishes for demise, and the Iwnin was no exception. Upon witnessing a mere child rushing towards him, a flicker of hope ignited within his heart. If he could eliminate this opponent, the other 3 would be preoccupied, granting him a chance to escape back to his village. In that moment, the outcome would be dictated by his own hand. The severely wounded Iwnin's expression twisted into a grimace, his thoughts racing. Ling appeared as though he had just embarked on a mission in the shadows, and indeed, that was the reality. The Iwa ninja felt a sense of confidence in eliminating such a minor adversary. However, when they truly engaged in battle, the pressure became overwhelming, and within moments, he was drenched in sweat. In terms of physical prowess, even at his peak, he might not have matched his opponent, let alone now, severely injured with dwindling chakra. This realization filled him with dread, not only in awe of his adversary's strength but also terrified of the fate that awaited him. You think it's so easy to take my life, little brat? He bellowed, thrusting a kunai directly at Ling's chest. Ling showed no fear as the kunai thrust towards the Expecting the adversary to deflect the attack, he was surprised when the opponent did not evade but instead displayed a reckless determination to engage in a mutual demise. The kunai surged forward relentlessly. Truly a novice lacking experience. They detected a flicker of panic in Ling's eyes, and a surge of delight filled his heart. He had finally found his opportunity. The kunai in Ling's hand paused momentarily. His opponent sought to perish together. But Ling was unwilling to meet his demise at the hands of a mere supporting character. After all, he possessed only the soul of an adult. And the transformation in mindset from 2 lifetimes endowed him with a calmness and rationality that surpassed that of others, allowing him to advance further and excel. However, compared to the seasoned elite of the Dark Division, his experience was still lacking, resulting in a slight delay in responding to his opponent's desperate gambit. Fortunately, such missteps were redeemable, serving to enhance his experience. Sharingan. As he witnessed the kunai nearing him, Ling unhesitatingly activated his Sharingan. Chakra surged from his body, a powerful wave penetrating the eyes of his adversary. The IWN's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Ling's eyes, yet it was too late. The tightly gripped kunai froze in place before Ling, unable to advance an inch. Without further hesitation, Ling swiftly slashed the opponent's throat. The earlier mistake leaving him little patience to toy with his foe. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating others invariably incurs a cost. Had he employed ninjutsu from the outset, the chakra-depleted IWN would have faced a fate of easy slaughter. As the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Ling did not linger. Transitioning his eyes to the double tomo and racing towards the battlefield where Shaoxing fought. The IWN had already engaged in fierce combat with the Sunanin, suffering considerable exhaustion. Naturally, he found himself at a disadvantage against his equally ranked opponents, Yu and Tongren. Shaoxing, despite his weaker strength, could only manage a stalemate thanks to his Byakugan and gentle fist technique. Swish. Shuriken sliced through the air, hurtling towards the IWN engaged with Shaoxing. The opponent flinched. Retreating to evade Ling's assault, temporarily withdrawing from the fray, his gaze now gravely fixed on the two before him. Ling, have you resolved your side? Shaoxing inquired, astonished to find himself surpassed by his junior. Though Ling's opponent was a wounded IWN, the swift conclusion of the battle spoke volumes of Ling's innate talent and prowess. Indeed, that fellow was injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had it so easy, Ling replied modestly. As a commendable youth of the 21st century, Ling was always courteous and humble, especially in the presence of seniors and elders. However, to Shaoxing's ears, this sounded like boasting. Effortlessly dispatching foes while maintaining a facade of humility, was that truly acceptable? Let us first join forces to eliminate the enemy before us, so we may assist Captain and the others, Ling suggested, redirecting his attention to the IWN. Agreed. The IWN's demeanor darkened at the sight of an additional adversary. Dealing with Shaoxing alone was already challenging, and now another one had joined the fray. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ling was the first to strike, launching a fireball directly at the Rock Ninja's elite. In such a fierce battle, direct ninjutsu attacks rarely hit the enemy, yet they can create opportunities. Whoever gains the upper hand first will dominate the encounter. With more emphasis on physical combat and the grasp of the situation, the Rock Ninja hesitated to confront directly and could only resort to the substitution technique to evade. If he had sufficient chakra, using ninjutsu to counter Ling's massive fireball would have been the optimal choice. Regrettably, in his current state, evasion was his only option. The fireball crashed into the ground, creating yet another crater in the pockmarked battlefield. As the Rock Ninja reappeared, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before Ling's kunai surged toward him. Helpless, he could only defend himself with the kunai in hand, trapped in Ling's rhythm. The Rock Ninja's defeat was inevitable, especially with Shaoxing providing support nearby. Bang! The kunai clashed together, and the Rock Ninja inwardly lamented, but before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his mind. Possessing only the double tomo Sharingan, he lacked the ability to create illusions and could only project a rudimentary mental force. This was still due to the evolution of his eyes through the system. In the original, the double tomo Sharingan could merely replicate ninjutsu. Yet in such a battle, a momentary lapse of focus could determine victory or defeat. Swoosh! A spray of blood erupted as the Rock Ninja instinctively turned his head at the last moment, leaving a gruesome gash on his face from the kunai. A sharp pain rendered him speechless, and he wisely chose silence. Casting a glare at the young adversary before him, as if he were a beast ready to devour him. I truly regret it, if this is all your capability. You'll soon reunite with your comrades, Ling sighed, expressing a tone of regret towards his opponent. The Rock Ninja's face contorted in rage. Yet a flicker of fear and despair crossed his eyes. The fleeting sensation of impending death left him profoundly shaken. Chapter 60. Desperate struggle seeing Ling initially at a disadvantage. Shaoxing contemplated intervening. However, in an instant, the Rock Ninja was sent flying back, bloodied, leaving Shaoxing astounded and unsettled. Even he could only hold his ground. He never anticipated that Ling could inflict such injury upon his opponent after merely engaging in combat. Humph, you think you can kill me? It won't be that easy. The Rock Ninja roared, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique. Activating his physical defense skill, The rock ninja advanced toward Ling with his kunai at the ready. Yet, Ling was not to be outdone. He formed hand seals, summoning a barrage of fireballs to hurl at his adversary. The relentless onslaught of fireballs forced the opponent to retreat, as the hardening technique could withstand most physical attacks, but offered little defense against ninjutsu. Moreover, the rock ninja's chakra was nearly depleted. How long could he sustain the use of ninjutsu? Indeed, as Ling continued to engage with ninjutsu, the rock ninja began to ease after merely 10 seconds. A cold smile flickered across Ling's face as he ceased to evade, thrusting the kunai directly at his opponent. The rock ninja Jonin, realizing that defense was futile, dispelled his hardening technique and began to engage Ling in a contest of physical prowess. The clash of kunai produced fierce sparks, and the Jonin's expression grew increasingly grim as his stamina waned. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. The Jonin's countenance shifted in alarm as he hurriedly dodged the incoming shurikens. A prime opportunity presented itself. Seizing the opportunity, Ling deftly thrust the kunai into the opponent's back, leaving behind a narrow, ghastly wound that appeared both fearsome and menacing. The rock ninja's complexion turned pale. The loss of blood rendered him increasingly weak, and he felt the specter of death drawing ever closer. The Sharingan. With Xiaosheng positioned behind him, Ling instantaneously activated his three-tomo Sharingan, only to deactivate it shortly thereafter. A surge of immense chakra transformed into mental energy, swiftly piercing through the adversary's eyes. Ling conjured an illusion of the battlefield, immersing it into the opponent's mind. At this moment, the adversary's subconscious had already been ensnared within the phantasm, leaving behind merely an empty shell. With a swift motion, hope did not descend upon the opponent's head. A flash of crimson light marked the end of this rock ninja's life. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Ling casually tossed a few soldiers' rations into his mouth. Though the recent battle had not exacted a significant toll, Ling perceived that the ordinary elite Jainin posed little threat to him as an individual, unless they relied on sheer numbers. In fact, they no longer exerted significant pressure upon him. Without pressure, there can be no progress. However, locating an opponent of Kazekage caliber proved to be a challenge. For even in Konoha, there were scarcely more than 20, and those who wandered the ninja world at such a level were exceedingly rare. As for powerful individuals of true Kage strength, he was aware of a few. Yet, their movements were shrouded in mystery, and he lacked confidence in his ability to defeat them, let alone escape from their grasp. Putting aside such thoughts, Ling approached the bewildered Xiaosheng. Let us assist those two first. You help you, while Shinja Morishima shall be my responsibility along with the captain, Ling commanded with a tone that brooked no argument. Understood. Xiaosheng, without much hesitation, hurried off to assist you. After witnessing Ling's prowess, he had long abandoned any notions of seniority. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. What earns respect is prestige, and prestige can only be derived from formidable power. Without hesitation, Ling charged directly into the battlefield where Kirito was engaged. It must be acknowledged that the leaders of the Anbu teams possess remarkable skills. Kirito had mastered the flagwood blade technique, and Morishima Shinichiro's proficiency in earth release techniques was equally impressive. Moreover, his chakra consumption was not particularly high, allowing the two equally matched opponents to exchange blows with vigor. As Ling surged toward him, Morishima's heart sank slightly. He was acutely aware of the battlefield's dynamics, although he recognized that their side faced overwhelming defeat. The scale of such a collapse still caught him off guard, with the instigator being that young rogue. In no time, Ling joined the fray, and under the combined assault of the two, Morishima gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Ling, well done, Kirito exclaimed, praising his comrade. Having not witnessed Ling's true prowess during their last mission, he was astonished to see him swiftly eliminate two elite Jonin. Haha, it's mainly because they were too weak. The main threat was drawn away by you, Captain, Ling jested with a hearty laugh. You rascal. All right, let us join forces to take him down. Kirito responded with exuberance. Morishima's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he felt the mounting pressure and silently lamented his predicament. He was no ordinary opponent, and Morishima understood that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. To seize a glimmer of hope, he resolved to take a perilous gamble. Earth release, hardening technique. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he lunged toward Kirito. Kirito's short blade aimed fiercely at Morishima's eyes. The hardening technique offered no reinforcement to vulnerable areas. And even with the hardening, Kirito's swordsmanship remained formidable. Nevertheless, Morishima chose not to use a kunai for defense. Instead, he forcefully twisted his body, raising his left arm to shield himself. A sound akin to a dull blade striking wood resonated as blood began to flow slowly. Morishima's complexion blanched instantly. Yet he gritted his teeth, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Earth release, earth prison technique. Ling's expression subtly shifted as a fireball erupted from his grasp. But it was somewhat too late. A massive earthen wall had already formed, encasing the two within a semicircular earthen prison. Bang! The fireball struck the surface, causing the earth to tremble slightly, yet it remained unyielding. Kirito's expression hardened as he swiftly drew his short blade, creating a significant crack in the wall. However, it was only a moment before it restored itself to its original state. A furrow formed on his brow, sensing the challenge ahead as he prepared to unleash the full extent of his sword technique. "Captain, wait a moment. Allow me to give it a try," Ling interjected, interrupting his movements. When it comes to breaching defenses, nothing is more effective than the Rasengan. The earthen wall before them was reminiscent of the earth release barrier described in the original text, in comparison to the previously encountered scorch release wall. This earthen barrier was but a mere trifling obstacle. Although it could absorb chakra for maintenance and repair, breaking through its defenses instantaneously rendered it inconsequential. Both Ling's Rasengan and Kirito's full-force sword technique could dismantle it. Nevertheless, Ling intended to take action himself, not only to demonstrate his strength to Kirito, but also to showcase his talent to the third Hokage, which would greatly benefit his own plans. "Oh, then go ahead. I shall watch with great interest." Kirito did not refuse and stepped aside. Facing the earthen wall, Ling channeled all his chakra, concentrating it in his right hand. "Ling, it is easier to break through from behind the semicircle," Kirito advised. When employing the earth prison technique without a barrier, the caster cannot leave and must continuously supply chakra. The defense is naturally stronger in proximity to the caster. "Thank you for the reminder, but it is unnecessary," Ling replied. Spiraling sphere. The pale blue orb of energy had already taken shape in his hand as Ling stepped forward, forcefully pressing the spiraling sphere against the earthen wall. Crack. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, creating a large breach in the earth prison. The tremendous force mixed with debris sent Shinichiro flying. Thud. Shinichiro crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a gasp as he spewed a mouthful of blood. Covered in blood and in a disheveled state, his wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 61. Transition. As the caster, Shinichiro, was propelled backward, the earth prison instantly collapsed into ruins. Ling Weiwei gasped for breath, while Kirito gazed at the boy before him with astonishment. The technique that Ling had just executed undoubtedly surpassed the prowess of a typical A-rank ninjutsu, and he had never witnessed anyone in Konoha employing such a technique. "Ling, where did you learn this Rasengan?" Kirito inquired, attempting to calm his racing heart as he turned his gaze towards Ling. "Captain, this technique is my own creation. Even Teacher Wu is aware of it." Ling replied with a faint smile. "What?" Kirito's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the immense difficulty of inventing a ninjutsu. Ling, at merely 9 years of age, had managed to conjure such an extraordinary technique, which could only be described as monstrous. Ling was acutely aware of the formidable challenges inherent in the creation of ninjutsu. His research into explosive chakra spheres had reached an impasse. The reason he was able to perform the Rasengan was due to the existence of a detailed methodology in the original text. However, the ability to conjure the Rasengan from nothing was beyond his capabilities. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but admire the true geniuses of the world. Kakashi, who birthed the Chidori and Raikiri. Orochimaru, the genuine prodigy of ninjutsu, who pioneered snake techniques, refined the reanimation jutsu, and invented cursed seals in the impure world reincarnation. And of course, there was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, whose Flying Thunder God technique ushered in the fourth Hokage for Konoha, alongside the reanimation jutsu and shadow clone technique. While others were still laboriously mastering ninjutsu, Tobirama had already begun to manipulate the very fabric of space and life itself. In comparison to them, Ling possessed a strong capacity for learning, but not for creation. Even now, the mere mention of space-time ninjutsu and those forbidden techniques left him feeling overwhelmed. Chakra is indeed a wondrous energy. It can manifest as water or fire, yet it can also traverse dimensions and reverse life and death. Ling firmly believed that this matter would undoubtedly reach the ears of the third Hokage, given the formidable nature of the Rasengan, a technique of his own creation. The third would surely seek a means to acquire the information from the sealing scroll. This would not only allow for an early understanding of the scroll's contents, but also enable negotiation. The Rasengan could certainly not be offered without due compensation. Casting aside these frivolous thoughts, Ling turned his gaze towards Shinichiro, who was half kneeling on the ground. "It seems your performance has come to an end, regrettably." "It did not amuse me," Ling taunted condescendingly. Enraged, Shinichiro's face flushed with humiliation from being belittled by a mere child. However, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath. Has he truly lost all capacity to retaliate? Ling held several shurikens in his right hand, aiming at his opponent's neck, head, and heart. Whoosh! Shinichiro awkwardly rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Ling's attack, but the ensuing fireball left him no chance to catch his breath. Earth release, earth flow wall. Struggling to stand, Shinichiro struck the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise. Boom! Unfortunately, the hastily erected defense was shattered in an instant by the fireball. The explosion's shockwave sent him flying once more, and in midair, he coughed up blood. This time, he could no longer rise. He lay on the ground, convulsing, his wide eyes reflecting a flicker of fear and unwillingness as he watched a shuriken hurtling towards him, his vision growing increasingly blurred. With Shinichiro's demise, the current mission was effectively concluded. Meanwhile, under the assault of Yu and Natsuo, the last remaining Idongin Jonin found himself in a perilous situation. Ultimately, he was struck by Natsuo's palm, and within moments, he was overwhelmed and slain. "Captain, the mission target has been eliminated." Ling's performance was truly impressive, a real eye-opener. Kirito remarked with a sense of admiration. I was merely fortunate to take down a few enemies. Indeed, pure luck, haha. Ling, I never expected you to be so hidden in your talents. What does that make me, the strongest in the team? You replied, raising an eyebrow in a self-satisfied manner. You boast without batting an eye, don't you? Natsuo scoffed derisively. I see you are merely envious of my excellence and my charming appearance, you retorted playfully. All right, let us proceed to clean up the battlefield, Kirito interjected, halting their banner. After securing Shinichiro's head in a sealing scroll, the group tidied the area before returning to Konohagakure. This mission was deemed successful, as they had managed to avoid injuries while reaping the benefits. 2 days later, they returned to the village, facing the monotony of their mission-laden lives. Time flowed swiftly in the world of shinobi, especially during an era of peace. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed. The great nations emerged from the shadows of war, flourishing in peace and prosperity. Following extensive efforts to eradicate rogue ninjas, the countries of Grass and River had seen a significant improvement in stability. Iwnin village, sensing the tide turning, hastily recalled its scattered forces. However, having tasted the rewards of such endeavors, Konoha did not relent. The eradication of rogue ninjas not only provided substantial funding but also served as effective training for the ninjas, thus ensuring the continued existence of such missions. Nonetheless, the remaining rogue ninjas capable of surviving the onslaught were mostly of Jonin caliber, causing progress to slow considerably. After enduring rigorous training for over half a year, Ling's growth was markedly evident. His combat instincts were remarkably strong, and after numerous battles, his experience skyrocketed, making him increasingly adept at utilizing ninjutsu and timing. Moreover, he had completely mastered the ninjutsu he possessed, including fire release, great dragon fire technique, and sage art. Consequently, he became the sole healer in the team, also taking on the role of an ADC. His proficiency in Jinjutsu had also reached new heights, however. The limited Jinjutsu scrolls in the Anbu's public collection hindered his training, suggesting that only the evolution of his eyes might lead to further breakthroughs. Notably, he had successfully invented an explosive chakra sphere. The challenge lay in controlling the chakra within him. The chakra of the natural world was volatile, and the chakra within was equally unruly, making it prone to explosion during the compression process. Therefore, this technique required exceptional chakra control, and with Ling's formidable mental strength, his mastery of Jinjutsu had allowed him to achieve precise control over his chakra. Ling named this technique Shattering Bomb. It is a throwable technique with destructive power surpassing that of the spiral sphere, though it poses a risk of self-injury when used at close range. Consequently, Ling has acquired the strength to confront those of quasi-shadow caliber, yet he has yet to encounter an adversary of such prowess. Current attributes: name, Uchiha Ling strength, elite Jonin, quasi-shadow ability, 3 Tomo Sharingan, 2157 5000, techniques, A-rank spiral sphere, shattering sphere palm ninjutsu, fire release. Wind Release Chapter 62. The turn of events due to his youth, Ling's body has not fully matured. Although he benefits from the chakra amplification brought about by the evolution of his Sharingan, his chakra level currently only reaches that of an average elite Jonin. Thus, his age remains the primary limitation on his strength. Even if he were to cease training, he would naturally reach quasi-shadow status by the age of 15 or 16. However, the notion of not training is inconceivable. Shaoxing, on this mission, I managed to eliminate 3 foes. What do you think? You exclaimed, his face radiating eagerness for praise. Hey. Ling single-handedly dispatched 2 leaders. As a senior, do you really have the audacity to boast about taking down 3 lackeys? Shaoxing retorted, unperturbed. As a normal person, how can I be compared to a freak? You said sulkily, then shifted the topic. Speaking of which, Ling has been here for over half a year, and our missions have never failed. You ravenous mouth, can't you utter a few kind words? Shaoxing shot back, gesturing dismissively. Hee, I'm merely praising Ling. You humorless buffoon, you replied. Ling's performance can only be described as extraordinary. It is high time he received a promotion. Shaoxing scratched his head, pondering. Promotions in the Anbu are determined by strength and accomplishments. Seniority holds little value here, as long as one is exceptional. Even a mere child can become a captain or even a squad leader. Oh, that seems to be the case. Ling, what do you think? You said, equally perplexed. Hey, you too, do you wish for Ling to leave? Kirito interjected, a hint of frustration evident. Of course not. We are comrades. How could we possibly separate? Right, Ling? You replied, turning his gaze to Ling. Indeed, even if I become a captain in the future, I will apply to return. We are comrades, after all, Ling said with a gentle smile. He then inquired, Captain, shall we continue to eradicate rogue ninjas? They are hiding more deeply now. It took us half a month just to find clues this time. Of course. The Anbu currently has no other missions, aside from eliminating rogue ninjas. We are left to guard the village. Ling, you wouldn't want to languish in the village, would you? Kirito explained with a smile. Naturally. I yearn to grow stronger at every moment, Ling asserted with determination. I think staying in the village isn't so bad, you muttered from the side. You. What did you say? Oh, nothing. I said I can hardly wait to embark on the next mission. You quickly corrected himself, raising his voice. Then, let us practice with Ling for 2 hours at the base, Kirito suggested. Upon returning to the Anbu base, Kirito promptly went to report the mission. However, today seemed to bring unexpected changes as he emerged shortly after entering. Captain, why are you out so soon? Oh, the squad leaders are absent. I heard they went to attend a Hokage meeting. All the leaders of the Anbu above squad leader rank have gone, Kirito explained. Could something significant be about to occur? Ling inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face. That remains uncertain. The ninja world has only just settled. There shouldn't be any substantial upheaval. We need not concern ourselves with the specifics, Kirito reassured him. Understood, Captain. Ling no longer pondered excessively. When the time was right, knowledge would inevitably reveal itself. After sparring with you in the training room at the base for half the afternoon, or rather, playfully dominating him for that duration, Ling returned to the Uchiha estate. The family's awareness of Ling's performance after joining the Dark Division has become evident, though the details of the missions remain classified, albeit relatively so. Ling's remarkable performance has undoubtedly pleased the family, resulting in an increased focus on him. Although the reasons for his lack of promotion remain unclear, astute observers can readily discern Ling's potential. Early the next morning, Ling concluded his routine training session and made his way to the dark base. Upon arriving, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, markedly different from the norm. It felt as though there were many more people present. A sense of impending significance hung in the air. And Ling furrowed his brow as he hastened towards the assembly point for his squad. Tujin had already arrived early, yet his expression was far from favorable. He appeared somewhat dazed, even failing to react when Ling approached him. Captain, what has transpired? Ling broke the silence. After a brief moment of distraction, Tujin responded, Ling, you're here. Wait for the two of them, he added with a sigh, his gaze dimming as he seemed lost in thought. Soon, Xiaxing also arrived. Acutely aware of the abnormality, yet upon meeting Ling's gaze, he opted for silence and joined the ranks. Hey, what is going on? Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? As if we are on the brink of war? Yu's exuberant voice rang out. However, upon noticing the stares from others, Yu sheepishly retreated. Captain, what is the situation? Lord Baya has abandoned his mission, resulting in severe losses for the village. Tujin grimly articulated the cause. What? Yu gasped, but swiftly sealed his lips again. Disbelief etched across his face. Ling was taken aback. Was White Fang truly contemplating suicide? He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Observing Kirito's expression, Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. White Fang had imparted his swordsmanship to him, thus serving as a mentor to Kirito. In the world of Naruto, aside from familial bonds, the connections forged between comrades and mentors run profoundly deep. The occurrence surrounding White Fang was undoubtedly distressing for Kirito. Regrettably, this was merely the beginning. The news of White Fang's mission failure had only begun to circulate within the Anbu. Once the rumors spread to the village, it was likely that White Fang would be facing his imminent demise, leaving Kirito at a loss as to how to confront the situation. Ling Xiren was acutely aware that this was the handiwork of Danzo. However, it was evident that the third Hokage was involved, if not directly consenting, for otherwise. It would have been unnecessary to address the failure of the mission in the meeting. Ling harbored no acquaintance with the legendary White Fang, Ataki Tsukumo. Yet he felt profound sympathy for this tragic figure. As a formidable shinobi of the highest caliber, Tsukumo had rendered countless contributions to his village, only to be betrayed in the end, resulting in a heartbreaking demise by his own hand. Although the third Hokage intended merely to diminish his reputation, it is likely that the village's actions left Tsukumo disheartened. Otherwise, a shinobi of his stature would not have succumbed to mere whispers of gossip. Regrettably, his death did not awaken the village from its stupor. In the ensuing turmoil, the legendary Sannin departed one after another, leading to a significant decline in Konoha's strength. A fate intertwined with the village's own missteps. Ling found himself powerless to prevent Tsukumo's tragic fate. The dual might of the village's two leading figures conspired against him. And as long as Ling remained in Konoha, he could do nothing but turn a blind eye. Moreover, the events had already transpired. And apart from his reputation as a prodigy, Ling possessed little influence within the village, rendering him helpless to intervene. Ling sighed softly, contemplating the cruel twist of fate that had befallen White Fang. It was indeed a pity for another prodigy, a young lad named Kakashi. Chapter 63. Rumors as fierce as tigers. A sound of footsteps approached, and the squad leader, Sujiro, strolled towards them. He placed a hand on Kirito's shoulder. His expression a mixture of complexity and concern. Do not dwell on it too much. No one could have foreseen such events. Lord White Fang, sigh. Kakashi Hitaki, as the captain of the Anbu, had maintained a commendable reputation among the members of the organization. And the recent mission had gone awry solely in the pursuit of rescuing a comrade. Understood, Captain, Kirito nodded, though his countenance remained unchanged. Well, for the next few days, you shall patrol the village and refrain from hunting down rogue ninjas. Your current condition is not suited for undertaking critical missions, and with Ling in the team, any error due to unfit status would lead to even greater losses. Yes, Captain, Kirito acquiesced without protest. Although Ling was reluctant to remain in the village, he did not refuse. The death of White Fang had occurred just days ago, yet the Earth continued its relentless rotation. Captain, do not dwell on it too much. Time will inevitably heal all wounds, Xiaoxing comforted from the side. Indeed, why not have you treat everyone to some ramen? Ling suggested, attempting to divert the conversation. You scoundrels! I just treated guests last time. You retorted indignantly, but upon meeting the gazes of the two, he begrudgingly managed to smile and amended. Just kidding, it's merely ramen. Well then, you all go ahead. I shall patrol and check on Lord White Fang, Kirito said with a forced smile, a hint of weariness on his face. The group fell silent, choosing not to speak further. As anticipated, rumors began to spread throughout the village, akin to wild grass, claiming that White Fang's abandonment of his mission had led to grave losses, with the encouragement of those with ulterior motives. This narrative became the topic of post-meal discussions among the villagers in the following days. The entire Hidden Leaf village seemed to be enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Although no one dared to voice extreme opinions due to White Fang's reputation, complaints were rampant. Even the allies saved by White Fang joined in the chorus of grievances rather than expressing gratitude for their lives being spared. The unfortunate elite shinobi, Hataki Sakumo, had not visited the Anbu for several days, spending his time languishing at home, yet the village remained indifferent to his plight. Ling found the situation rather ludicrous. The village has suffered tremendous losses? Are these villagers unable to afford food? Or are they compelled to contribute financially for warfare? At this moment, the reputation of White Fang had plummeted drastically. Had the village chosen to cease its actions, perhaps the tragic fate of White Fang could have been averted. However, it was evident that Danzo was not so benevolent. Driving White Fang to ruin brought him a far greater sense of satisfaction than mere physical confrontation. The villagers' opinions had not waned. Instead, they intensified, and the Anbu had no means to quell the rumors or apprehend the instigator. How infuriating! Who is it that is scheming against Lord White Fang? Kirito's visage contorted with rage, his eyes aflame with fury. Ling and his companions stood silently to the side, their thoughts unspoken. As for the answer, Kirito was well aware, for as a ninja of his clan, his perspective was undoubtedly elevated. He could easily discern who was capable of stirring public opinion in the village and suppressing White Fang. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. The clan held greater significance than his own mentor. Should he take any action, it was likely that the small Koga clan would face annihilation. Captain, do not dwell on it. The truth will eventually be revealed, Ling spoke, aware that this was merely a form of consolation. Xiaoxing, also a ninja from a prominent family, understood the situation well enough, but Yusin, with her straightforward nature, indignantly proclaimed, "Rest assured, Captain, this must be the work of other villages stirring the pot. We shall eradicate them decisively." Kirito managed a wry smile, choosing not to respond. After completing his physical training, Ling took a few breaths and released the sealing technique he had placed upon himself. Nowadays, he no longer needed to bind his legs during training. The sealing technique had become more efficient, restricting chakra and adding weight to his limbs. Suddenly, he heard a series of slicing sounds, and in an instant, a shuriken struck him, though it merely hit a shadow clone. His true form materialized a short distance away, grasping the assailant. "Oh, it's Obito. Have you finished school so early?" Ling remarked, looking at the young boy before him. Hey, Ling, you're incredible. You dodged my attack so easily," Obito exclaimed, flailing his arms in excitement. "You haven't told me yet. School should still be in session, right?" "The material there is far too simple. I have no desire to remain," he declared proudly. Unlike the initial Naruto, Obito had excelled academically under Ling's guidance, consistently ranking second in class, with only Kakashi surpassing him, thus shedding the title of the underachiever from the original narrative. "Ling, did you know? I defeated Kakashi. In yesterday's sparring session, I came in first," Obito exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Oh, really? That's impressive," Ling teased, though he felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared his mentorship had borne fruit. However, Obito's expression was not one of pure joy. After a moment of hesitation, he said, he seemed preoccupied yesterday and didn't use his full strength. Moreover, he didn't come to school today. A sense of melancholy washed over Obito, overshadowing his earlier excitement about defeating Kakashi. Indeed, they are a pair of love-hate rivals. Ling mused inwardly. He patted Obito on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Regardless, a victory is a victory. Do not overthink it. How about we go grab some ramen?" "All right. What is the matter regarding White Fang, true?" Obito asked, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Oh," Ling replied, somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he ambiguously responded, "It should be, but who truly knows?" "Hey, what kind of answer is that?" Obito stomped his foot, exclaiming in frustration. Ling chuckled, tousling Itachi's soil-streaked hair, and exclaimed, "Oh, you little rascal, do not inquire so much. In time, you shall comprehend. Let us indulge in some ramen." With that, she disregarded Itachi's forlorn gaze and strode ahead. At the Yao ramen shop, Itachi hesitated before saying, "Ling, shall we pay a visit to Elder White Fang?" "Oh, are we to see Kakashi?" Ling discerned his concealed intentions. "Wherever could you have gotten that notion?" Itachi stammered in protest, "I'm merely..." Ling fell into a momentary silence. He had no particular bond with White Fang. Although they had glimpsed each other's presence on the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi, there had been no genuine interaction between them. Ling, despite his reluctance to become entangled in matters concerning White Fang, considered that with Obito providing cover, a visit to this soon-to-be fading powerhouse might not be unwise. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Hokage residence tomorrow, Ling replied with a faint smile. Chapter 64. A visit and an inn. The Hokage estate was situated in the eastern part of the village, though its expanse was not insignificant. It paled in comparison to the Uchiha clan, appearing rather minuscule by contrast. The clan may have been sparse in population, yet due to the presence of White Fang, a figure of immense strength, it was renowned throughout the village. Ling and Obito arrived at the entrance of the Hokage family early in the morning. After explaining their intentions to the servant at the door, they patiently awaited their response. Will Kakashi's father meet with us? Obito inquired softly. I'm not sure. Let us wait and see, Ling replied. Just then, the same servant emerged again. Please come in. The head of the family cannot personally greet you. I hope for your understanding, he sighed. It's quite all right, Ling responded with a smile, leading Obito through the gate. Though the residence was modest in size, it exuded a certain elegance. Crossing the corridor, they entered the main hall, adjacent to a training ground. At that moment, a figure was practicing swordplay within the courtyard. Kakashi. Upon spotting Kakashi, Obito's eyes lit up, and he waved enthusiastically, calling out, Kakashi, over here. Kakashi paused, turning to face the source of the voice. He exhaled softly. Striding over, Obito, what brings you here? Noticing the indifference in Kakashi's tone, Obito's expression turned anxious as he clenched his teeth and said, I came with Ling to pay a visit to Elder White Fang. Elder Ling, Kakashi greeted Ling politely, then added, in that case, I will summon my father. As Kakashi's voice echoed, attention was drawn to the entrance of the main hall, where a silver-haired ninja clad in a vest stood. The group approached the main hall. Elder White Fang, they addressed him. Lord White Fang. The last time they had seen Hokage Tsukumo, he had been the embodiment of vigor and authority. Nearly a year had passed, yet time had etched signs of age upon his visage, and unlike the weariness of the past, a hint of sorrow now resided in his eyes. So you are Ling. I have heard about you from Torin. Indeed, you possess extraordinary talent, Hokage Tsukumo remarked, regarding the young man before him with unreserved praise. Thank you for your kind words, Elder, Ling humbly replied. White Fang then turned his gaze to Obito. You are Kakashi's classmate, correct? Why don't you and Kakashi go play outside? Yes, Elder, Obito replied, feeling the subtle yet palpable presence of authority, which compelled him to behave more respectfully. Ling and Baya arrived in the main hall, where a pot of tea had already been brewed and placed upon the wooden table. The two knelt and seated themselves on either side. Ling was not eloquent, and he preferred to let the host take the lead. He remained silent, quietly savoring his tea. If given the chance, I would love to personally teach you the art of swordsmanship, Baya suddenly remarked. Ling was taken aback, yet maintained a facade of composure, expressing gratitude for the elder's generous regard. Haha, your talent undoubtedly surpasses that of Kirito. There are scarcely a few in the village who could rival your prowess. The elder, with no need for modesty, reassured Ling, my judgment has never faltered. Baya turned his gaze towards Ling, his eyes revealing an inscrutable depth, as if capable of discerning the very essence of one's heart. Ling, naturally, placed his trust in Baya's discerning eye. In the original narrative, he had previously remarked that Might Guy could surpass Kakashi, illustrating his remarkable ability to perceive the extraordinary in those deemed as underachievers. Ling gazed steadily at Hokage Tsukumo, his eyes calm and devoid of any evasion. Senior, the rumors circulating in the village are inconsequential. They are merely whispers, he stated. White Fang's expression remained unchanged, casually affirming the sentiment. However, upon meeting Ling's gaze, a gentle smile graced his face, recognizing the remarkable nature of the young boy. Have you already discerned the truth? Hokage Tsukumo inquired, maintaining his composure. Indeed, you are a perceptive child, he replied earnestly. Has the senior made a choice? Haha, if Kakashi possessed your level of insight, I would feel reassured, White Fang said with a note of relief. My apologies. There's no need for that. As long as you can make the right decision, that suffices. His countenance bore no trace of animosity, perhaps only a hint of regret. You are a great ninja. It is a pity for Kakashi. He is an exceptional child and will undoubtedly make the right choice, White Fang asserted confidently. I understand, Ling remarked with a hint of melancholy. Thank you for your guidance. Senior. Haha, I haven't taught you much. It was merely a senior's musings shared with a junior. A smile illuminated his face as he retrieved a scroll from behind him. Regrettably, I could not teach you in person. This is a technique from our clan. I hope it flourishes in your capable hands. Ling remained silent for a moment before accepting the scroll. Very well, let us proceed outside. Ling nodded and followed closely behind Baya. As he gazed at the figure before him, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Ling's heart, ultimately manifesting as a long sigh. Haha, do not be so pessimistic at such a tender age. It is a pity that you will no longer partake in the battlefield to vanquish foes. However, my young friend, would you care to engage in a friendly sparring match? I would be most delighted. Ling left the Hokage residence around noon, with Obito following closely behind. his eyes aglow with admiration. Ling, you are truly remarkable. You managed to spar with Lord White Fang for such an extended period. What about Kakashi? Ling deftly shifted the conversation. After all, White Fang was a ninja of unparalleled strength, particularly skilled in taijutsu. Their morning exchange could be likened to White Fang imparting techniques to Ling. What a magnificent ninja, Ling mused internally. However, upon mentioning Kakashi, Obito's expression turned somber. Do not worry, you are comrades, and he will return in due time. The following morning, the whispers throughout the village had vanished without a trace. As if the event had never transpired, the village returned to its serene atmosphere, yet within the Anbu base, the mood was palpably tense. White Fang had taken his own life. His body lay peacefully in the room, discovered by Kakashi at the earliest opportunity. A seismic upheaval rippled through the upper echelons of Konoha, though the news was swiftly contained. The third Hokage might feel a sense of regret, sorrow, or perhaps even a hint of relief. The Anbu continued to operate with unwavering focus, and Konoha steadily progressed in its peaceful environment. White Fang's demise stirred little disturbance. The villagers remained oblivious to the fact that the hero of Konoha had vanished, and even the stories of the Hatake clan gradually faded from public consciousness. Ling mourned White Fang's passing as well. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely one morning, the bond shared between gentlemen is delicate yet profound. He was a commendable elder and a true powerhouse. The path of the strong is not dictated by others, but is instead a journey guided by one's own convictions. White Fang was a man of deep emotions and steadfast promises, embodying his ninja way. Ultimately, he adhered to his principles, and even amidst universal condemnation, he would not regret his choices. Ling was filled with profound emotions. He resolved that even if it meant standing against the entire shinobi world, he would see his path through to the end. In the past, he may have hesitated, but a senior had imparted to him the wisdom of making choices. Until we meet again, Elder White Fang. Chapter 65. The third Hokage summons. Upon hearing the news of White Fang's suicide, Kirito was rendered speechless for an extended period. He found it inconceivable that such a towering figure, his mentor who had taught him the art of the blade, had chosen to end his own life. For the first time, he felt disillusioned with the village's actions, yet he felt powerless to change anything, resorting to spending his days in a tavern, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. As anticipated, 3 days later, Kirito's position as a squad leader was rescinded, and he was expelled from the Anbu, relegated to the status of a mere genin. On that same day, reeking of liquor, Kirito and his companions received the disheartening news together. However, Kirito's expression remained unchanged. It seemed he had been awaiting this moment. His eyes were clouded with confusion, disregarding the consequences and future that lay ahead. Yu's face was a canvas of mixed emotions, yearning to articulate something, yet he was silenced by Natching. Natching's expression was heavy with sentiment. As a member of the branch family cursed with the burden of a caged bird, he understood better than anyone how arduous it was to forge one's own path. Kirito, as a family ninja, was acutely aware of the significant repercussions his choices could impose on his clan, yet he was ultimately free. The Anbu, acting as mere messengers, stood like wooden stakes, and Kirito forced a wry smile before departing the Anbu base without a backward glance. His unsteady gait betrayed an overwhelming sense of desolation. The Anbu agent turned to Ling and stated flatly, "Anbu Raimu, the Hokage summons you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately." His tone was devoid of emotion, merely relaying the Hokage's command, after which he left without further ado. Ling glanced at Yu and Shashin, said nothing, and turned to follow their footsteps. Why was the third generation summoning him at this time? Ling pondered incessantly. Was it because he visited Baiba? No, that seems unlikely. Such matters would never be openly addressed. Could it be the position of captain in the Anbu? Ling's performance surely warranted a promotion, especially now that Captain Kirito had been dismissed, making this possibility quite substantial. Ling ceased his contemplation as the Hokage office came into view, for the Anbu base lay directly beneath the Hokage building, rendering the issuance of orders and security measures exceedingly convenient. "Come in," resonated a robust voice. Ling pushed open the door and stepped inside, while the shadowy figure of the Anbu closed the door behind him, choosing not to follow. Ling sensed the subtle fluctuations of energy surrounding the building. However, within the confines of the office, only the presence of the third Hokage was discernible. "Ah, Ling, you have arrived," the third Hokage remarked with a benevolent expression, his deep-set eyes obscuring the thoughts within. "Lord Hokage." Ling bowed respectfully before standing still in place. "It has been over half a year since you joined the Anbu, has it not?" Reporting to Lord Hokage, "It has been 274 days, Ling replied in a composed tone. "Indeed," the third Hokage mused for a moment. "Are you accustomed to working with your teammates?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I am doing well in the Anbu," Ling responded. "Oh, that is good to hear," the third Hokage said, taking a puff from his pipe. "By the way, are you aware of what transpired with White Fang?" His expression turned somewhat melancholic as he casually inquired. Ling was taken aback, yet maintained an expression of calmness. Indeed, the demise of Lord White Fang was a significant loss for the village. He allowed a hint of sorrow to cross his features before continuing. "I visited Elder White Fang a few days ago, and who would have thought?" A sigh escaped his lips. These matters could be uncovered with a modicum of investigation, and by voicing them himself, Ling could quell the third Hokage's suspicions. "Oh, you have a cousin who is classmates with White Fang's son, correct?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. Like me, he is an orphan and possesses remarkable talent." Ling replied with a faint smile. "Haha, I'm aware. He and Kakashi are of the same grade, one second and the other first. Both are exceptional children." The third Hokage chuckled, though he found Kakashi's situation quite troublesome. The village bore an undeniable responsibility for White Fang's death, and with Kakashi's extraordinary aptitude, if guided well, he could become a pillar of support for the village. Conversely, if he harbored resentment, it could spell disaster. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he continued, "Your team leader, Kirito, has not been in the best of states lately. I shall allow him some time to rest. You are aware of this, right?" "Yes, Lord Hokage," Ling replied, lowering his gaze. It was prudent to limit his involvement in this matter, for the more he spoke, the more he would raise the third's suspicions. "I have noted your performance on recent missions. I would like you to take over as the team leader. Is that agreeable?" The third Hokage's eyes narrowed, his face radiating warmth and trust. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall not betray the village's trust," Ling assured solemnly, exuding determination. "Haha. I hear you have developed a powerful jutsu named the Sharingan," the third Hokage inquired, his tone affirming rather than questioning. "Why are you being so stingy? Using the position of a mere team leader in exchange for my Sharingan? This position is rightfully mine," Ling thought to himself in exasperation. However, he could not refuse. The third Hokage's intentions were crystal clear. He was awaiting the offering of the Sharingan. Ling felt a profound sense of resentment as he gazed at the third's beaming face. "Yes, Lord Hokage. This jutsu, a ninjutsu without hand signs, is immensely effective in battle, and I am willing to dedicate it to the village," Ling proclaimed, embodying the noble spirit of serving his village. As he spoke, a pale blue orb materialized in his right hand, its resplendent exterior radiating an aura of destruction. In an instant, shadows appeared, surrounding Ling enough. "You may leave. There is no danger here," the third Hokage waved dismissively, his thoughts already captivated by the ninjutsu, the Sharingan. Renowned as the ninjutsu doctor for mastering the majority of jutsus in the village, he could truly appreciate the extraordinary nature of the Sharingan. Indeed, it is a formidable technique. The third Hokage generously praised. After a moment of silence, he seemed to feel a pang of guilt for having elicited such a powerful jutsu through the mere position of team leader. Perhaps he genuinely wished to cultivate a bond with Ling, bestowing upon this 10-year-old boy an extraordinary level of trust, despite his Uchiha lineage. After a brief contemplation, the third Hokage benevolently stated, "I cannot take such a powerful ninjutsu from you without recompense. Come with me." With one hand behind his back and the other holding his pipe, the third Hokage led the way out of the office. Ling followed closely behind him, her heart filled with secret delight. The third generation was indeed impressive. As anticipated by Ling, the two arrived at a hidden chamber where the third generation performed several hand seals to unlock the door. Gazing at the heavy stone door, which was nearly half a meter thick, Ling inwardly marveled, realizing that the chances of sneaking in were exceedingly slim. Reaching the stone door would require considerable time, and there was also a warning barrier outside. Thus, unless Konoha descended into chaos, attempting to steal the Book of Seals would be akin to a futile dream. Unless one possessed extraordinary power. Chapter 66, The Book of Seals. Ling and the third Hokage stepped into the dimly lit chamber, where a scroll towering half a person's height lay in the center. The Book of Seals. A flicker of greed flashed in Ling's eyes, but it was swiftly quelled. To seize the Book of Seals now would be tantamount to courting death, though he considered himself no weaker than the average quasi-shadow. The third Hokage was not merely a quasi-shadow. He was a formidable shadow-level warrior, his strength classified as intermediate shadow level by the system. Additionally, the third possessed a diverse array of abilities, making it uncertain whether even a shadow-level upper-tier fighter could contend with him successfully. Unaware of Ling's gaze, the third Hokage smiled as he unfurled the scroll. It contained powerful techniques from the original texts, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, though all were sealed away, leaving only names that emanated an aura of mystery. "Ling, please record the detailed information of the Sharingan at the end," he instructed. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Ling replied, taking up his pen to write in the empty space at the bottom. He meticulously detailed the principles of the Sharingan and the training methods without concealing anything, writing each word with care. After completing his task, he glanced at the third Hokage. After all, it wouldn't be long before Minato invented the Sharingan, so there was no need for deception or shortcuts. "Haha, be sure to sign your name at the end. This is your honor," the third Hokage said. Ling did not hesitate and signed his name at the end. The third Hokage briefly glanced over the document, forming several hand seals, the characters gradually becoming indistinct until they coalesced into the prominent words of the spiral sphere, accompanied by intricate sealing patterns. At this moment, Ling was convinced that the sealing book which Naruto had stolen in the original story was undoubtedly a counterfeit, or rather, something the third intended to bestow upon Naruto. Both the location of the sealing book and the method to unravel the seals were far beyond the comprehension of a mere child like Naruto. The notion that Naruto could evade so many Anbu and search for it within the Hokage building was utterly absurd. If all of this had been orchestrated by the third, it would indeed make sense. After all, it would only be natural to provide a bit of assistance to one's own grandchild. Well then, what jutsu do you wish to learn? You may choose anything from the scroll, the third said, narrowing his eyes and speaking kindly. Akin to a benevolent elder showing care for a younger generation, Ling had already made up his mind about what to learn, the Flying Thunder God technique. The techniques listed in the sealing book were diverse, including Shadow Clone Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, and even the Sage techniques of the Senju clan. However, in terms of practicality and enhancement of combat prowess, the Flying Thunder God was the most significant at this moment. Mastering this technique would allow him to traverse the vast ninja world with ease, boasting unparalleled speed in both evasion and confrontation. Truly a remarkable ability within the realm of Hokage. Hokage-sama, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Ling stated respectfully. Oh? A hint of surprise flickered across the third's face, and after a moment of contemplation, he advised, Ling, you must understand. Even I have not mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. In the entire village, only Minato possesses this skill. It is exceedingly difficult. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? Once you make your choice, there will be no opportunity for alterations, even if you struggle to learn it. Hokage-sama, I have made my decision. If I can master this technique, I will become stronger and be able to aid my comrades, just like Senior Minato, Ling asserted resolutely. Haha. Very well, I shall not press further. If you have any doubts, you may seek guidance from Minato, the third said with satisfaction, performing hand seals to release the seal on the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, commit the content to memory, and remember, do not share it with outsiders. Understood, Hokage-sama. He took out a prepared blank scroll and meticulously transcribed the information on the Flying Thunder God technique with utmost discretion. Ling had anticipated the complexity of mastering this technique. Otherwise, the renowned village of Konoha would not have Minato as its sole practitioner. The scroll contained merely an understanding of space, and judging by the handwriting, Minato had likely contributed significantly as well. However, after transcribing it, Ling found his mind a muddled haze, utterly failing to grasp the essence of what had been conveyed. The most crucial aspect of this technique lay in its comprehension. To learn it, one must understand the connection between space and chakra. Failure to do so would indicate a lack of talent. Following this, one could teleport using the technique, typically inscribing it onto kunai or other media. Yet, these were minor details. Without an understanding of space, even the most beautifully inscribed technique would be of no use. It seemed he would have to delve into it gradually in the future, Ling thought to himself. Hokage-sama, I have completed it. The third acknowledged. Once again sealing the Flying Thunder God technique and returning the sealing book to its place. Now, let us depart. After that, there was little else to discuss. And Ling took his leave from the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. Come here. After a moment, he called out sharply, and instantly, a figure appeared before him. Summon Minato. Yes. The third took a few puffs from his pipe, a smile appearing on his face. If this young lad sought Minato's counsel, it would forge a connection between them, which would ease his mind. Before long, Minato arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. You called for me. His voice held a hint of youthful innocence, as it belonged to Namikaze Minato. It has been quite some time since the war with the Sand Shinobi. Your performance has been evident to all. I regret that I have not had a suitable reward for you. The third spoke with a benevolent tone, gazing fondly at his pupil. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. Serving the village is my duty, Minato replied with earnestness. Haha, no need for such formality. Today, I have acquired an exceptional jutsu. Let me show it to you. The third jested. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Minato felt a twinge of curiosity, for the Flying Thunder God technique was pre-etched with the seals, allowing its use without hand signs. Hence, he was revered as the Yellow Flash. Utilizing jutsu, even a fraction of a second spent forming hand seals could disrupt the flow, leading to a somewhat singular style of combat. The two moved to a secure chamber, where the third expertly unfolded the sealing book, pointing to the final spiral sphere with a smile. It is this technique. Take a look. With that, he unsealed it, revealing the information on the spiral sphere before Minato. Minato scrutinized it carefully, his expression shifting between seriousness and astonishment, ultimately exclaiming, "What a genius idea." Upon seeing the final signature, he chuckled softly. So it was Ling who came up with this. He truly is a prodigy. Minato, how about it? Does this jutsu assist you? Indeed, Hokage-sama. Acquiring this technique will remedy the shortcomings I have faced all along. Ling has truly been a tremendous help, he replied. Chapter 67. The initial study of the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique triumphs through speed, lacking in sheer attacking power. During the previous encounter with Chiyo's puppets, Minato felt a sense of helplessness, yet he believed that mastering the spiral sphere would allow him to shatter them effortlessly. Haha. It seems Ling's jutsu has been of great assistance to you. The third laughed heartily, but he wishes to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. I hope you can assist him. Of course, but this technique requires deep understanding. There is not much I can teach him. That is all right. He is an exceptional child. Perhaps he might grasp it, the third remarked, showing his confidence in Ling. Then, I shall not hold back. In the original narrative, Minato was an altruistic individual, having once imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to his bodyguard team. Unfortunately, their talents fell short, requiring 3 of them to barely execute it together. As a Hokage, he undoubtedly excelled, loving his comrades, wielding immense strength, and sacrificing himself to protect the village. He was a radiant figure, possessing ideals for which he was willing to lay down his life, ultimately adhering to his ninja way. Regrettably, his choices led his own son to endure a tragic childhood, leaving one to ponder the morality of his decisions. When Ling arrived at the Anbu base, Yu and Natsushio were still waiting at the spot. Ling, what does Lord Hokage want with you? Yu called out boisterously upon seeing Ling's figure. Lord Hokage has appointed me as the team leader. Our squad shall remain united, Ling replied with a grin. Cool, a 10-year-old team leader. Ling, you are the first among the Anbu. Yu teased. Natsushio also cast a congratulatory glance. We are comrades, after all, but it is a pity about Kirito. Mentioning Kirito brought a slight gloom to everyone's mood. Alright, let's not dwell on that. From what I gather, Lord Hokage indicated that Kirito is merely taking a temporary rest and will surely return, Ling reassured them with a smile. That is truly wonderful. This month, let us patrol the village and take a good rest. In a month, we will venture out to execute our missions, Ling outlined the plan. With the acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, Ling needed time to study it. Moreover, once missions commenced, there would be little time left for training. Although he possessed a solid foundation, his age still afforded him opportunities for growth, making him place great importance on cultivation. This thought reminded him of Kakashi, who, having graduated early, allowed himself to be numbed by missions, thus neglecting his training and squandering his considerable talent. By the time the original plot began, he was still at a half-baked level, struggling even against Zabuza. Even now, Ling was confident he could easily defeat Zabuza, for his overall strength had surpassed that of his opponent, and Zabuza's silent assassination techniques would be no match for Ling's formidable mental prowess. Now that you are the team leader, you must treat us to a meal, right, Natsushio? Yu exclaimed, pulling Ling back from his thoughts. Natsushio chose not to respond, which made Yu a bit irritated. Ling was certainly not one to be stingy with such a trivial amount of money, generously offering, choose between ramen or grilled meat. It's entirely up to you. By the time they returned to the Uchiha estate, the afternoon had already set in. Ling sought out his mentor, Haru, to share the news of his promotion to squad leader. Afterward, Ling retreated to his room, retrieving the Flying Thunder God scroll. The Flying Thunder God technique, conceived by Senju Tobarama, is a space-time ninjutsu that enables instantaneous movement through the use of specific formulas. This technique resembles summoning jutsu, albeit with spatial coordinates inscribed through sealing techniques. The practitioner must employ reverse summoning to transport themselves to the designated coordinates. Generally speaking, summoning techniques are not particularly arduous, and reverse summoning does not necessitate personal execution. During the summoning of a spirit beast, the practitioner forms the necessary hand seals, and the spirit beast utilizes reverse summoning to arrive. Once one has mastered the summoning technique, as long as their chakra is sufficient, complications are minimal. However, the Flying Thunder God technique presents a challenge 100-fold greater than summoning a spirit beast, as the summoning technique requires prior engraving of coordinates, and the practitioner must personally engage in reverse summoning to traverse to their own location. In essence, they become the summoning beast, necessitating a profound comprehension of spatial dynamics. If Minato were to learn of Ling's ability to grasp such intricacies, he would likely be astounded. Yet, these insights stem from Ling's experiences in a past life, amalgamated with the current context of the Flying Thunder God technique. Ling possessed little knowledge of necromancy and had only scratched the surface of sealing techniques, let alone his comprehension of spatial concepts. The aspiration to master the Flying Thunder God technique felt like an arduous journey ahead, causing Ling to feel somewhat overwhelmed. However, he was grateful that time was still ample. The following morning, Ling continued his routine training as usual, though he had recently seen little of Obito, seemingly due to the events surrounding Kakashi. Ling, a voice called out, and before he could react, a kunai was hurled towards him. Instinctively, Ling sidestepped to evade the shuriken. Yet a shock coursed through him. It was not Obito's voice, but seemingly that of Minato. In a fleeting thought, he swiftly kicked backward, and indeed, Minato's figure had already materialized behind him. Minato adeptly dodged Ling's kick, brandishing a shuriken poised at Ling's neck. Suddenly, a puff of smoke enveloped them, revealing a look of satisfaction on Minato's face. Minato-sensei, what brings you here? Ling's voice resonated from behind. Despite his calm tone, he was genuinely astonished. Had Minato not called out to him moments ago, he would have been utterly oblivious. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed remarkable. Oh, I heard from Lord Hokage that you had begun your training in the Flying Thunder God technique, so I came to check on you. Minato's voice was ever so cheerful. Indeed, Sensei, witnessing your prowess with the Flying Thunder God on the battlefield has left me quite envious, Ling exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Though his expression soon turned somber as he continued, however, I didn't anticipate the complexity of this technique. Haha, this technique demands much from its user. It requires mastery of numerous advanced concepts and rigorously tests the practitioner's reflexes, Minato clarified. He then produced several scrolls, stating, "These contain some of my insights, along with knowledge of sealing techniques and summoning jutsu. I hope they prove beneficial to you." "Thank you so much, Minato-sensei." Ling expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Just as he had lamented the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato arrived like a timely benefactor, and Ling felt profoundly appreciative. "Not at all. Your Rasengan has been immensely helpful to me as well," Minato replied nonchalantly, turning the gratitude back toward Ling. It seemed that the third Hokage had entrusted the Rasengan to Minato, thus returning it to its rightful owner. However, Ling felt a twinge of discomfort at the acknowledgement. Trading the Rasengan for the Flying Thunder God seemed to favor him, as once Minato perfected it, the value of Ling's Rasengan would diminish. "Regardless, I am still grateful to you, Sensei," Ling said with a genuine smile. "I will surely master this technique. Haha, I look forward to your success. When that time comes, our collaboration will render Konoha even stronger." Chapter 68. The concept of sage techniques. After handing the scrolls to Ling and exchanging a few pleasantries, Minato took his leave. Ling had lost the desire for training. After a brief session of simple exercises, he hurried back to the Uchiha residence. Once inside, he securely closed the door and retrieved the scrolls bestowed upon him by Minato. The scrolls comprised 3 in total, each containing profound insights into sealing techniques, summoning jutsu, and Minato's intricate understanding of space. Ling felt a surge of joy at the timely assistance provided by Shuemin. Through his words, Ling understood that the third generation still held a considerable trust in him, which would be immensely advantageous for future endeavors. Ling intended to commence his studies with summoning techniques, followed by sealing arts, both of which represent advanced powers within the world of Naruto. Given Ling's innate talent, he was confident in his ability to master these disciplines. The mere mention of summoning techniques conjured images of the 3 notable summoning beast congregations from the original narrative: the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku, the Serpent clan of Ryuchi Cave, and the Slug clan of Shikatsu Forest. The combat prowess of these summoning beasts is formidable, especially the larger entities, whose contributions on the battlefield are undeniably significant. Establishing a contract with any one of these clans would substantially enhance Ling's combat capabilities. However, his primary interest lay not in the beasts themselves, but in sage techniques. Both the Toad and Serpent clans possess sage arts, and it is presumed that the Slug clan also has a sage known as the Slug Sage. Mastering sage techniques and entering sage mode would exponentially amplify his strength. With such power, even the audacious act of seizing the Book of Seals and defecting from Konohagakure would seem feasible. In sage mode, all facets of one's physical capabilities would be augmented severfold, the potency of techniques would be significantly enhanced, and the body would become revitalized, substantially diminishing the sensation of pain when injured. Furthermore, the exceptional sensory perception and recovery abilities would endow the practitioner with heightened combat awareness. Nevertheless, at present, he lacked the means to access sage techniques. Firstly, he had no access to the summoning scrolls of the 3 clans, and secondly, he did not possess the unwavering confidence necessary to achieve a flawless sage mode. In the original work, Jiraiya's sage mode was not without its flaws. It was characterized by a brief duration and necessitated either preparation time or assistance from a sage summoning beast. Ling was not inclined to pursue a half-baked sage mode. Drawing from the wealth of experience from his previous life, he discerned that achieving sage mode necessitated not only formidable spiritual strength but also a vast reservoir of chakra. To enter sage mode, one must maintain a delicate equilibrium among physical prowess, spiritual energy, and natural energy. A lack of robust spiritual power could easily render one susceptible to the volatile forces of nature, while insufficient chakra would preclude entry into sage mode. Although the Uchiha clan possessed chakra levels exceeding those of ordinary ninjas, the difference was not as pronounced as one might assume. It was only after integrating Hashirama's cells that Ling felt confident in his ability to attain a flawless sage mode. The Senju clan, too, harbored innate talents that were not inferior to those of the Uchiha, deserving of their lineage as descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Their chakra was potent, their vitality resilient, and they were naturally predisposed to mastering sage arts. However, as the ninja world evolved, the Senju clan had dwindled in numbers, perhaps now reduced to the solitary existence of Tsunade. The Uchiha, who inherited the sage's eyes, had also seen a significant decline, facing the grim prospect of a potential extinction. "I shall be reborn from your ashes, surpassing the once mighty Sage of Six Paths, and upend the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki," Ling vowed silently. As time flowed steadily by, a month later, Ling had already mastered the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique. Though he could not yet inscribe the seals in the heat of battle, he could only replicate Minato's method of engraving them onto kunai. His comprehension of spatial manipulation had also advanced significantly. Having lived in an era of explosive knowledge in his previous life, Ling possessed a modicum of insight into spatial dynamics, coupled with Minato's experiences, leading him to sense that he was on the verge of mastering this extraordinary technique. The ninja world remained tranquil, as if the 5 great nations had acclimatized to an era of peace. However, a noteworthy piece of news emerged from Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki had graduated. A prodigy from the start, Kakashi had entered the academy at the tender age of 4, and now, just a year later, he had graduated, astonishing all. It was said that the third Hokage himself had bestowed upon him the Genin headband. Although Ling had not witnessed this event firsthand, he learned of it later from Obito. Yet, Ling paid little heed to this development, viewing Kakashi merely as another fallen genius. In the ninja world, such individuals were abundant. And had he not been a supporting character in the original narrative, Ling would have been indifferent to him. Unfortunately for Obito, upon hearing of Kakashi's early graduation, he fell into a despondent state, contemplating graduating early himself to form a team with Kakashi. However, the clan disapproved, and Ling took it upon himself to offer a few words of counsel. Although Obito's current strength surpassed that of his peers, neither Ling nor the clan would engage in any form of undue facilitation. With the death of the captain of the Anbu, the organization continued to function seamlessly, as a new captain rose from the ranks of the subordinates. This, however, bore little relevance to Ling, who, as the youngest team leader in the Anbu, began leading his own small team on missions. Though their squad consisted of merely 3 members, with Ling as the super ADC, SHU as the premier support, and Y, a versatile shinobi skilled in genjutsu and ninjutsu, they consistently completed their missions to eliminate rogue ninjas successfully. Their small team quickly gained a reputation within the Anbu, and the title of Ling Ning began to resonate throughout the ninja world. Upon returning to the Anbu's mission briefing room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with Ling's aura evolving into that of a formidable warrior. This was not solely due to the confidence born from a succession of victories, but also the commanding presence of a leader and the mastery of a transcendent mindset, all coalescing in this 12-year-old youth. Indeed, Ling had now reached the age of 12, having spent 7 years in this world. His psychological maturity akin to that of one in their 30s. Noteworthy is the fact that Ling had completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and could employ it adeptly in combat. He recalled Minato's astonishment when he first acquired this technique. As for the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, it was not particularly difficult. However, it demanded exceptional reflexes, lest one inadvertently teleport into the midst of adversaries, thus becoming ensnared. With Ling's exceptional mental acuity, he had nearly mastered the second stage, though he had yet to deploy it in a real battle. Currently, it was the 41st year of Konoha. The previous year, Kakashi had ascended to CH Nin at the age of 6, leaving his peers astounded. Meanwhile, Ling, due to his outstanding performance during missions, had been exceptionally promoted to J Nin, becoming the youngest J Nin in the village at the mere age of 11. This record was unlikely to be surpassed, as Kakashi had only achieved the rank of J Nin at 12 in the original storyline. The clan was thoroughly pleased with Ling's accomplishments, and the third Hokage was equally delighted. The higher-ups of the clan sought to leverage Ling as a conduit for power, while the third Hokage regarded him as an exemplary ninja devoted to the village, thus supporting his advancement. Regrettably, Ling held no interest in such matters. He was determined to carve his own path, feeling constrained by both clan and village. Chapter 69. Investigation. The 3 stood before the mission board, surveying the sparse information displayed. "Captain, what about this one?" Y inquired, pointing to a task. A small Anbu squad from the Land of Rivers was annihilated while purging rogue ninjas. The enemy is suspected to be a lone, formidable rogue ninja. Ling pondered internally, due to the deceleration of their elimination efforts. Their squad had been tirelessly working for 2 years but had not vanquished many rogue ninjas. Ling had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of his full strength. "Very well. Let us proceed with this one. We shall retrieve his head," Ling commanded with a resolute tone. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, safety was significantly assured. While his offensive capabilities included the Sharingan and the Crushing Sphere, not to mention potent genjutsu, regardless of the adversary, Ling felt ample confidence in his ability to dispatch them with certainty. "Understood, Captain." Y and SHU replied, their faces brimming with confidence. After their extensive collaboration and shared experiences, they believed that as long as their captain was present, they could conquer any foe. Ling Weiwei nodded, placing her hands on the shoulders of the 2 individuals. In a moment of shimmering light, everyone opened their eyes again, now finding themselves in a dense forest. "Wow, Captain. Your Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable," Yu exclaimed in excitement, his voice barely above a whisper. "Be quiet, or you might attract the enemy," Xiaosheng retorted, casting an exasperated glance in his direction. Ling has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to an extraordinary degree. During numerous missions, he has inscribed the seals of this technique in various concealed locations. The entirety of the ninja world, encompassing the Land of Fire, the borders, the Land of Grass, and the Land of River, falls well within his teleportation range. The Flying Thunder God technique truly stands as a formidable and game-changing ninjutsu. The distance of teleportation does not affect chakra consumption significantly. Only when transporting objects does it incur substantial chakra expenditure. In most instances, the seals remain intact in the original narrative. Only when Obito transformed into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki did he erase the 4th Hokage's seals. "Captain, all is normal in the vicinity, no ninja presence detected. Summer has activated his Byakugan and conducted a swift reconnaissance." Ling nodded and retrieved a map, specifically that of the River Nation. He pointed to a particular location and said, "Very well, Our next step is to infiltrate the small town where our target was last seen. This marks our current position, and we should arrive around noon. Let us depart. The two companions nodded in agreement and silently followed Ling on their journey. The surroundings of the river nation were relatively pleasant, characterized predominantly by grassy plains and shrubs. Although its resources paled in comparison to those of the Fire Nation, they were significantly better than those of the Wind Nation. Thus, despite having endured the ravages of war, the region had managed to recuperate over the span of 3 years, positioned at the confluence of several nations. The River Nation witnessed a steady flow of merchant caravans. Upon their arrival at the small town, they found the streets bustling with activity. They casually selected an inn, securing the door and establishing a minor barrier. Ling turned to Xiaosheng, saying, "You shall be responsible for scouting any suspicious targets, documenting the formidable ninjas present in the town." Ling then began to assign the subsequent tasks. "Understood. I will sketch the map," Xiaosheng replied with a nod. You. Accompany me to investigate the site of the previous skirmish and see if we can uncover any clues." "Yes. However, Captain, considering the objective has already eliminated our Konoha ninjas, could it be possible that they have vacated the town?" You inquired, a note of confusion in his tone. Ling pondered for a moment, not entirely dismissing this possibility. However, the intelligence had only arrived yesterday, and the likelihood that our target remains within the town is quite high. "Understood, Captain. Then let us set forth now. We shall reconvene at the inn after completing our investigation." The death of 3 elite shinobi within the town undoubtedly caused a considerable commotion, and with a little inquiry, Ling and you swiftly located the site of the confrontation. Before them lay a desolate street, alongside a small building reduced to ruins, prompting you to gasp in astonishment. The area within a 20-meter radius had been nearly obliterated, suggesting the use of some exceptionally potent jutsu. Although you excelled in fire release techniques, he humbly acknowledged that even at full strength, he could not achieve such devastation. "Captain, it appears our target is formidable. No wonder we have yet to find any complete bodies among our fallen comrades," you remarked, his expression darkening. Ling gazed upon the ruins before him, lost in contemplation. The metallic scent of blood had dissipated, yet several dark crimson stains remained clearly visible on the ground. "You know, the mission mentioned that one individual was missing," he mused. "Indeed, the squad leader has vanished without a trace, yet the rest of that team of ninjas was reduced to mere fragments. Perhaps their remains were intermingled and thus overlooked." You replied with a calm demeanor, though his tone bore a hint of melancholy, exuding an air of sorrow for the fallen. The life of a ninja is fraught with peril, especially for those in the Anbu. Death may descend at any moment. One could be sharing laughter one moment, only to be decimated the next. Let us not dwell on it too much. The intelligence personnel are unlikely to miscount the numbers. It seems the squad leader's body is truly missing, or perhaps the perpetrator has taken it away, Ling reassured, beginning to analyze the situation. "Ah, that is quite plausible. The squad leader possessed considerable strength. He may have been abducted to claim a bounty. Well, it appears we are drawing closer to the truth. Let us return for now and await Xiaosheng's arrival, then investigate the nearby bounty exchange." Upon returning to the inn, Ling did not linger idly. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to the village of Konoha. How convenient, he thought to himself with a sense of admiration. Upon locating the intelligence chief of the Anbu, Ling inquired about the whereabouts of the bounty exchange, then made his way back to the inn. "Captain, what news?" "There is indeed a bounty exchange in this town, located beneath the casino. We can approach the casino owner directly." As dusk fell, Xiaosheng returned to the inn. "Captain, I found no suspicious individuals, but there is a place enveloped by a barrier that I could not investigate." It must be a casino," Ling asserted confidently. "Indeed. I too sense something amiss. It does not resemble a typical casino," Xiaosheng replied, puzzled by Ling's knowledge. That establishment serves as an underground bounty exchange." "The casino is merely a fade," Ling elucidated, subsequently outlining their next course of action. "We suspect that the perpetrator may have slain the Anbu ninja for the bounty. So we shall first gather intelligence at the exchange." He then produced 2 kunai, instructing, "Keep these Flying Thunder God kunai safe, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I shall be able to arrive promptly." "Understood." The 2 exchanged glances, one of them accepting a kunai. "In that case, let us depart." With a nod, they vanished from the inn, heading towards the bounty exchange. Chapter 70. An unexpected encounter. The commercial street at night was ablaze with lights, the air filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. After the 3 of them employed their transformation technique, they strolled down the street, resembling 3 wandering ninjas. Soon, a casino emerged before them, where shouts occasionally echoed, appearing much like an ordinary gambling establishment. Ling exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 and was the first to step inside, followed closely by Yu and Xiaosheng, who maintained a brisk pace. The casino was bustling with over a dozen individuals, and the atmosphere was vibrant. However, Ling felt a subtle sense of oppression, sensing something amiss. Upon entering, Xiaosheng immediately rolled his eyes, possessing a transformation technique that rendered the crowd unperturbed by exposure. "Captain, it appears that all these individuals are ninjas," Xiaosheng remarked, his expression shifting as he leaned closer to Ling. "Understood. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Our priority is to locate the casino owner, Ling replied, his demeanor remaining composed. A young man, resembling a lackey, approached them, greeting the trio with familiarity. You seem new to the town. Care for a game or two? He proposed, but before he could finish, Ling interjected. We are here to see the casino owner, he stated plainly, a subtle aura emanating from him. Unfazed. The lackey clasped his hands and responded, the owner is in the back courtyard. Please, follow me. He proceeded to lead them with ease. Stay close. Ling signaled to the others. They traversed the main hall and arrived at the rear courtyard, where, as Ling had anticipated, the lackey revealed the entrance to a concealed passage. Gentlemen, the owner awaits in the secret chamber below, he said, stepping aside to allow them entry. Ling descended first. The interior was not particularly dim, and the sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the vast corridor. Captain, there is an exceptionally terrifying chakra below, far surpassing that of Captain Sanjie. Xiaoxing's expression shifted, and he whispered urgently to Ling. Ling paused momentarily, yet remained undaunted, continuing onward. Could it be a chakra far surpassing that of Zhang? Surely. It must be a shadow-level powerhouse lurking below. Who could it possibly be? Ling pondered silently. Do not worry. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must leave at once. What? Captain, we will not abandon you. We will fight alongside you, you exclaimed anxiously in a hushed tone. I possess the flying thunder god technique. Once you escape, I shall teleport to your side. Rest assured, I shall be unharmed, Ling reassured them. Very well. Captain, do take care. Haha, do not dwell on the negative. Perhaps no battle will ensue. Before long, the passageway culminated in a dim chamber, revealing itself before the trio. An iron door stood ajar, and without hesitation, Ling pushed it open. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ling recognized it as the underground exchange, resembling the dark, damp, and chilling atmosphere as depicted in the original text. Upon hearing the commotion, a figure approached with measured strides, much like the individual Ling had encountered during his last visit to the black market. This newcomer was cloaked in black, tall and slender, exuding an ominous aura. Captain, it is not him, Xiaoxing whispered from behind. Ling nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon the figure cloaked in black before him. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The raspy voice of the shadowed figure emerged, a hood obscuring half of his face, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes visible. We have come to gather some intelligence and hope for your cooperation, Ling stated, almost in a commanding tone, without any pretense of courtesy. Oh, and what sort of intelligence might that be? It is worth noting that the bounty information from the exchange is not publicly disclosed, the cloaked individual replied, his tone somewhat ominous as his eyes cast a shadowy glare at the group. Are you aware of the recent incident involving the assassination of Leaf Village's Anbu? Ling met the other's gaze unwaveringly, refusing to be intimidated by his presence. You are ninjas from the Leaf? The black-clad figure's brow furrowed, his demeanor shifting slightly. You need not concern yourself with the details. Do you know or do you not know the circumstances surrounding this matter? Ling pressed, his own aura radiating a formidable presence. The black-robed man was not particularly formidable, and he was compelled to take a step back under Ling's imposing aura, yet his gaze remained fixed intently upon Ling. Ling believed that the expression on the other's face must be ashen, yet he remained indifferent. I am not privy to this matter. The deceased members of the Konoha Anbu are not included in the bounty. You have mistaken the person. The figure in the black robe huffed softly, speaking in a low tone. Is that so? Let us examine the bounty records. Ling pressed on, adopting an unyielding demeanor. Do not overstep your bounds. The exchange is not a private organization of Konoha, the black-robed man retorted sharply, and Ling could sense his barely contained fury. Are you attempting to provoke Konoha's authority? Ling remained unfazed. The man's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his head, lost in contemplation. The existence of the underground black market and the exchange was merely tolerated by the 5 great ninja villages. Their purpose was to discreetly resolve disputes and engage in unsavory dealings. Confronted with Ling's relentless pressure, he found himself unable to refuse. Yet his eyes betrayed a struggle as he thought of the individual within, whom he dared not mention. Are you seeking me? A calm voice resonated, strikingly clear in the dark chamber below. Ling's gaze sharpened as he cautiously turned toward the source of the sound. The newcomer, his head bound in a cloth, possessed a towering presence that exuded an aura reminiscent of a mountain. A distinctive scar adorned the forehead protector of Tsuchikage, and his eyes glimmered with an unexpected emerald hue. It was Kakuzu. A sudden shock coursed through Ling, his expression shifting momentarily, yet he swiftly regained his composure. At present, the Akatsuki was merely a rudimentary organization, and he had yet to be fully initiated into its ranks. Thus, he was merely a bounty-seeking rogue ninja. Encountering Kakuzu took him by surprise. But given his inclination towards profit, the assassination of a member of Konoha's Anbu was indeed within his character. You are the one who has slain members of Konoha's Anbu, are you not? Ling inquired calmly, his spirit ignited with determination as he gazed at Kakuzu. Upon recognizing his adversary, Ling comprehended that this mission was destined to fail. First, Kakuzu was a seasoned shadow-level ninja of formidable strength, possessing 5 hearts that rendered him nearly immortal. With Ling's current prowess, dispatching him would prove exceedingly difficult. he would likely have to rely on the Flying Thunder God technique for containment. Second, Ling harbored intentions of defecting from Konoha to join the Akatsuki, and naturally, he would harbor no significant malice towards a future comrade. Displaying the information of the individual before him: name, Kakuzu abilities, Earth Grudge Fear Strength, low shadow level techniques, wind, lightning, fire, water. Earth released the Earth Grudge Fear technique not only endowed Kakuzu with 5 hearts, but also granted him access to the chakra nature of each heart's original owner, allowing him to wield all elemental ninjutsu at will. More crucially, he was nearing 70 years of age, a long span that had honed his combat skills and instilled within him a calm and composed battle awareness. However, Ling felt no fear. It had been long since he had experienced true combat. Armed with the Flying Thunder God technique, he was eager to engage Kakuzu in a fierce battle. Chapter 71. Intense Combat with Kakuzu. You all must escape directly to the relay station. I will join you shortly, Ling whispered to his 2 companions beside him. You hesitated slightly, but Natsushin's expression hardened as he replied in a low voice. Understood. Captain, please be cautious. Oh, are you discussing how to save your own skins? Kakuzu's voice was calm, yet it exuded a potent confidence. Ling clenched his jaw at the enemy's mockery. Go now, he commanded, unleashing a fireball from his mouth. Such trivial tricks, Kakuzu muttered under his breath. He deftly evaded the fireball and hurled a box towards a nearby cloaked figure. Keep my money safe. Before his words had fully left his lips, a blur surged towards Ling. With a swift motion, Kakuzu leaped over Ling's head, his foot pressing down. Tentacle-heavy fist. His body, altered by Earth Grudge Fear, had transformed into a deadly weapon, and his fist hurtled towards you and Natsushin, who had retreated to the doorway. Be careful. Wind release, Gale Cutter. Ling shouted, as Kakuzu's hardened fists, empowered by Earth Release, struck with a force rivaling Tsunade's monstrous strength, capable of shattering bones on impact. The wind blade sliced through the air with astonishing speed, striking the black tentacles. Shoo! A sickening sound echoed as the severed tentacles reconnected. However, you and Natsushin had already dashed through the doorway. Kakuzu halted, turning to face Ling. You have let my prey escape. His brow furrowed, and a murderous intent surged forth, warping the very air around him. Sharingan. As 3 tomos spun within his eyes, Ling dared not underestimate his opponent and prepared to unleash his full strength. Oh. Uchiha Ninja. I see you've employed a transformation technique that holds no significance. Release. The Anbu's ghostly mask materialized upon Ling's face, his slightly diminutive frame exuding an aura of danger. You are the Anbu's Ling Ming, are you not? Kakuzu did not rush into action, his gaze as tranquil as still water. To think that a powerful figure like you would recognize my name, how fortunate indeed, Ling quipped, as if they were old friends reunited after a long separation. Devoid of any tension. Of course, your head is worth 5 million Ryo. Kakuzu growled, his right fist poised before Ling swung his short blade with precision. A ripple enveloping the edge. An inch longer, an inch stronger, moreover, with the exquisite knife skills of White Fang. Close combat with a blade proved far superior to the use of shuriken. Over the past 2 years, Ling had nearly mastered the Kiki blade technique, granting him not only greater agility in battle but also enhancing his physical abilities through Kiki's rigorous training methods, rather than meeting the attack head-on. Kakuzu deftly evaded Ling's short blade, his left fist lashing out like a tendril towards Ling Bang. Though Ling raised his short blade defensively across his chest, he was still propelled backward by Kakuzu's overwhelming strength. Before he could even touch the ground, another tendril transformed into a claw, lunging toward his chest. Damn. The dragon claw technique. Ling mentally scoffed, his hands moving swiftly to grasp a shuriken. Oomph, I shall claim your heart. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened, as if he could already envision the joy of seizing the heart. Whoosh. A shuriken sliced through the air, hurtling toward him. It was no ordinary shuriken. Ling finally noticed a change in Kakuzu's expression. In a flash, utilizing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, Ling appeared before Kaku, bringing his short blade down with ferocity. Sizzle. The sharp blade struck as though cleaving through leather. Kakuzu's free right hand instinctively raised to shield his head. Dark crimson droplets cascading down. Quite impressive. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique of Senju Tobarama? Kakuzu inquired, not an eyelash twitching, his interest peaked. In an instant, Ling felt a surge of emotions as his gaze fixated on Kakuzu before him. It appeared that certain memories had been stirred within you. He jested with a faint smile. Humph. Kakuzu's eyes glinted with a relentless murderous intent as he swept the leg toward Ling. During the assassination of the first Hokage, Tobarama had indeed been present, and he was well acquainted with the Flying Thunder God technique. Due to his advanced age and past encounters with the first Hokage, Kakuzu held a significant reputation within the underworld of shinobi. However, no one relishes using failure as a badge of honor, even if their former adversary was Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. Indeed, the inability to suppress his murderous intent is a glaring flaw. Ling mused silently, although Kakuzu maintained a composed demeanor. His inability to restrain his bloodlust was undoubtedly a considerable weakness. A brilliant flash of blade light shot forth, and Kakuzu deftly evaded by shifting his body. His right fist striking relentlessly toward Ling, with unwavering resolve, repelled the tentacle strike. However, as Kakuzu's left arm soared toward him once more, Ling had no choice but to brace himself and endure the blow. Wind release, pressure damage. Observing Ling's exhaustion and fending off the relentless attacks, Kakuzu wasted no time. Unleashing a formidable advanced wind technique, Ling face stepped back, swiftly forming hand seals. Huh? Is that not my ninjutsu? It is the Sharingan. Kakuzu's expression shifted slightly. Yet he realized that his opponent was a Uchiha ninja, fully aware that the Sharingan could replicate ninjutsu. Let us see to what extent you can wield it. Kakuzu snorted softly, intensifying his chakra output. Beneath the ferocious tornado, the ground within a 10-meter radius trembled violently, with cracks even appearing in the surface above. Damn it. I cannot perform earth release. It would be rather embarrassing to be buried alive. Ling felt a surge of anxiety. Yet his hands moved with precision as chakra surged forth uncontrollably. Before him, a colossal tornado began to take shape. The two tornadoes collided, with Ling's smaller vortex gradually dissipating. Yet Kakuzu's larger one lost much of its potency as well. Flying Thunder God. A kunai had already embedded itself into a distant wall, and in a flash, Ling evaded the wind-based attack. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, two heavy fists came crashing down upon him. Ling's heart raced with trepidation as she hastily sought refuge. A thunderous roar erupted. The wall trembled violently, revealing a vast, web-like indentation. Ling fell to the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath, while Kakuzu's relentless assault continued. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth. Fire release, head hardening. A vast ocean of fire engulfed the dim chamber, and the fireballs on the ground rapidly expanded, threatening to consume Ling entirely. However, he did not evade. Instead, he retrieved a scroll from behind him. With a sharp clap of his hands, Ling swiftly formed hand seals. Invoking the sealing technique. Fire sealing method. This was the sealing technique imparted to him by Minato, which included not only the fire sealing method but also the 5-element sealing, the Bagua sealing, and the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Confronted by the boundless sea of flames, Ling couldn't help but feel the drawbacks of lacking a water affinity. It would have made the situation far more manageable. Nevertheless, the fire sealing method was commendable. The technique capable of sealing even the flames of Amaterasu effortlessly absorbed Kakuzu's head-hardening attack, leaving nothing behind. However, Ling's expression remained unchanged. Kakuzu's advantage in ninjutsu was overwhelming. Augmented by the modifications of his body through the Earth Grudge fear, rendering his physical prowess formidable as well. After such a prolonged struggle, Ling found himself consistently on the defensive. If this continued, he would be left with no opportunity to counterattack. He could no longer afford to be passive. Otherwise, he would be left without any chance at all. Shatter Sphere. In Ling's hand, a deep blue orb of light took shape, containing a vast reservoir of power that even he found astonishing. With a swift and forceful flick of his arm, he unleashed the fragmentation sphere. Wielding it with all his might, its destructive capability was nearly on par with S-rank ninjutsu. Ling did not dare to be careless. He swiftly retreated from the dark chamber. "Jidu, enjoy yourself slowly. I shall await you outside," he mockingly remarked while ensuring the door was firmly shut behind him. Without a backward glance, he dashed into the outside world, contemplating how this maneuver might very well obliterate the entire ground beneath him. He thought with a hint of ruthlessness. However, with the presence of the Earth Grudge fear, Jidu was far from an easy target. Chapter 72. The True Earth Grudge Fear. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated, first muffled, then deafening. Although Ling had dashed several dozen meters away, the ground's violent tremors made him feel as if an earthquake of magnitude 18 had struck. Several rooms of the casino were utterly devastated by the shockwave, and the ninjas inside were desperate to grow additional legs as they frantically attempted to flee. While a few unfortunate ninjas were buried beneath the debris, Ling took a few shallow breaths, retrieving several military rations and popping them into his mouth. The previous battle had drained him considerably. However, for Kakuzu, it was likely just a warm-up. Not only had he not utilized his chakra, but he had also refrained from summoning the Earth Grudge fear. Another arduous fight awaited. Ling's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the sunken ground. Crack. Bang. Countless thick, several meter-long tentacles burst forth from the ruins, revealing a terrifying silhouette on the surface. It was Kakuzu. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes remained calm, still. Ling sensed the murderous intent boiling within him. The black tentacles writhed rapidly, inducing a wave of nausea, while Kakuzu's injuries healed as if they had never existed. Aside from his tattered clothing, he appeared to be in perfect condition. Kakuzu removed his outer garment, exposing his grotesque and fearsome form to Ling. The 4 masks of the Anbu were seemingly stitched onto his back. "You have enraged me, little brat. I shall tear you to shreds," he growled, and a multitude of black tentacles surged from his mouth. The masks on his back appeared to possess a life of their own, writhing incessantly, as if something was about to erupt. Here it comes, the true form of the Earth Grudge fear. Ling felt a weight in his heart as he tightly gripped his short blade. Whoosh. Not feeling secure enough, he embedded 4 shurikens nearby. Even if he couldn't withstand the onslaught, he could still evade with the Flying Thunder God technique. Ah! Kakuzu roared deeply as countless black tentacles erupted from his back. 4 dark creatures detached from Kakuzu's body, adorned with face masks that were both sinister and grotesque, sending chills down one's spine. This must be the secret technique of Tsuchikage. The Earth Grudge Fear Kakuzu. Ling calmly regarded the monstrous adversary before him. Ling could distinctly perceive the change in Kakuzu's expression, a clear indication of his astonishment at being recognized. As an ancient being nearing 70 years of age, most of his contemporaries had long since departed from this world. Even the third Hokage might not be aware of his existence. The audacity of this young imp to know his identity ignited a deeper fury within him. "You insolent child," he mused. "Though I am unaware of the source of your knowledge, my desire to eliminate you has intensified." With a thunderous roar, the four dark creatures flanking Kakuzu scattered, charging towards Ling. Wind release. A colossal gust of wind surged forth, cleaving through the ground as it bore down upon Ling. With a swift motion, Ling arrived at the location of a flying thunder god kunai. Before he could catch his breath, a raging inferno surged towards him, the searing heat causing his expression to shift. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling teleported to another spot. While Kakuzu had already devised a strategy to counter the flying thunder god technique, simply guarding the kunai on the ground. Whoosh! Evading an attack from a dark creature, Ling hurled a flying thunder god kunai. Kakuzu, observing the kunai hurtling towards him, remained unfazed, his form gradually transforming into earth and sinking underground. The two dark creatures before him unleashed a torrent of lightning and water ninjutsu, their range not only encompassing the path of the kunai but also threatening several kunai behind him. Two other creatures, embodying fire and wind attributes, directed their ninjutsu towards Ling, unleashing torrents that engulfed the entire area. Although Kakuzu possessed 5 elemental attributes, he could use only one at a time. However, after employing the Earth Grudge Fear technique, he could wield all 5 ninjutsu simultaneously. The coordinated assault of the dark creatures rendered even typical shadow-level warriors powerless, truly a testament to Kakuzu's longevity of 70 years. Faced with Kakuzu's relentless bombardment, Ling felt a prickling unease. Another kunai flew forth, this time ascending into the air. Unable to confront them head-on, he opted for a strategic retreat. Whoosh! In an instant, Ling soared to a height of over 10 meters, gazing at the dazzling ninjutsu below with a sense of trepidation. Boom! A violent explosion resonated. The tremors felt throughout the little town. The area within 100 meters was reduced to rubble. However, by the time the battle commenced, half the town's residents had fled, none daring to linger to witness the spectacle. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon of earth erupted from the ground, massive earthen spheres hurtling towards Ling in the air. Thanks to the assistance of his Sharingan, all the spheres missed their target, allowing Ling to land on the ground, warily surveying his surroundings. Crack! The earth suddenly split apart, and spikes of soil erupted from below. Bang! Ling was instantly pierced like a hedgehog. Yet it was merely a shadow clone. His true form had already ascended into the air. Shattering sphere. Ling realized that although he possessed numerous ninjutsu, many were rendered ineffective in this high-level confrontation. He hurled a sphere of light towards one of the dark creatures on the ground, teleporting to the side. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed, the ground sinking further within a radius of several dozen meters, a large pit forming before him. In the pit, a black creature with only half its body remaining writhed, recovering rapidly. Not dead yet. Ling furrowed his brows, reflecting on how difficult it was to contend with Kakuzu given his current abilities. The vitality of Earth Grudge Fear was astonishingly robust. In the original story, Naruto had to destroy its cells with a Rasengan to prevent regeneration. It seems you have no other means left. Kakuzu's calm voice resonated. A figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was Kakuzu. Hey, you can't defeat me either, Ling teased. A mere bug that only knows how to flee. Kakuzu expressed a hint of regret, lamenting that the 5 million Ryo before him would remain unattainable. Ling felt a tinge of melancholy. This evasive combat was not in keeping with his character, yet he found himself devoid of viable options. Konoha's Anbu Ling Ning, consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall claim your head in the future, Kakuzu declared with a menacing tone. The normally rational Kakuzu, disinterested in a battle that bore no resolution, was unfazed. For dark monstrosities gravitated towards him, gradually merging with his being. Let us anticipate our next encounter, Ling mused, a smile gracing his lips. Although this skirmish had not been particularly gratifying, the next meeting could very well herald the emergence of allies. With a disdainful snort, Kakuzu departed without a backward glance. After Kakuzu's departure, Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware that Kakuzu still had some hidden techniques up his sleeve. In the original narrative, Kakuzu had once integrated a black monster into his own body, significantly enhancing his power. However, due to the destruction of the Earth-Water Mask, he had only managed to fuse 2 attribute monsters. Ling speculated that if Kakuzu were able to completely merge with the Earth Grudge Fear, his strength would undoubtedly surpass what was depicted in the original text. Unfortunately for Kakuzu, he encountered Ling, who, with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, stood invincible. Thus, continuing the battle held no purpose. Ling felt a sense of frustration. He had yearned for a thrilling match, yet faced with an adversary like Kakuzu, he found himself at a loss. With the coordination of 4 Earth Grudge Fear monsters, Ling could only maneuver defensively to maintain his unbeaten status. Alas, his means felt somewhat inadequate, he sighed inwardly. Chapter 73. Spiraling shuriken in the inn of a small town in the land of rivers, you paced anxiously back and forth. While Xia Sheng sat nearby, his expression grave. Xia Sheng, we must seek out Ling. You suddenly declared. Are we to walk into our demise? Did you not hear the commotion? Even this inexperienced trimmer. If we go, we will not only be unable to assist Ling, but will also become a burden to him, Xia Sheng analyzed solemnly. Feeling a strong sense of helplessness at being unable to support their teammate. Yet, you was about to voice another thought when a figure abruptly appeared in the room. Both men tensed with vigilance, only to realize it was Ling. I have returned. Ling's complexion was somewhat pale, the continuous use of advanced ninjutsu having drained his chakra. Captain, are you alright? Haha, I am fine. With the flying thunder god, my opponent cannot detain me. Captain, who is this formidable enemy? Both inquired with concern. They're all aware of Ling's prowess. Although he has concealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, even the strength he has displayed is not inferior to that of Suk. Ling had never failed in a mission before, but this time he encountered a setback, indicating the formidable strength of the enemy. I'm not entirely certain. I only know that the rogue ninja hails from Tsuchikage, possessing the rare ability to wield jutsu of 5 different elemental natures. Ling did not disclose specific intelligence regarding Kakuzu. What? The two were astonished. The ability to utilize jutsu of 5 attributes was known only to the 3rd Hokage. Although Tsuchikage is not among the 5 great shinobi villages, its prowess ranks it among the leading minor villages, as evidenced by the presence of a Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails. However, Tsuchikage has maintained amicable relations with Konohagakure, and its strongest ninja was thought to be only of mediocre skill. It is surprising that such a terrifying rogue ninja could emerge. Enough of this. The enemy has already departed. Let us return and report our findings, Ling stated, feeling little desire to linger. Very well, Captain, would you like to rest for a moment? You inquired with concern. It's nothing. A bowl of ramen upon our return will suffice, Ling replied, smiling at you. You truly are the master of routines. You thought to himself, internally rolling his eyes. The flying thunder god technique does not consume much chakra, but transporting others alongside oneself significantly drains it. Thus, it is best suited for solo missions during wartime. Otherwise, with such an overwhelming advantage, Konoha would be nearly invincible against other villages. Oh, Ling, are you implying that the enemy's strength far exceeds your own? Kuruka asked, taken aback. Ling's prowess was palpable to him. It was a subtle instinct shared among the strong. He had not anticipated that the youthful boy from a few years past had ascended to such heights. However, the enemy's strength exceeded Ling's by a considerable margin, complicating matters significantly. It seemed that only a handful of prominent figures in the hidden Leaf Village could hope to subdue this adversary. Indeed, the captain of the squad confirmed that the opponent was a rogue ninja from the village of the waterfall, skilled in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Characterized by red skin and green eyes, towering in stature, and adorned with a mask and headscarf. Ling briefly reported the information about Kakuzu before taking his leave. As for whether Konoha could locate Kakuzu, that was nearly impossible. Given Kakuzu's low profile, few in the shinobi world were familiar with him. Even if they managed to discover his whereabouts, the cautious Kakuzu would not hesitate to eliminate any threats. Moreover, the onset of the Third Shinobi World War loomed near. And at that juncture, Konoha would certainly not have the luxury to provoke another formidable adversary. Early the next morning, Ling rose with the dawn. The fatigue from yesterday's battle having dissipated entirely, he ventured to a clearing in the woods behind his clan's territory and commenced another day of training. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Haru. Ling, you are as diligent as ever, Haru remarked warmly. Good morning, Master Haru, Ling replied, offering a brief bow. I heard about the failure of your mission yesterday. Are you uninjured? Haru inquired with genuine concern. Of course not, Master. You know I possess the flying thunder god technique. If I wish to depart, no one could detain me, Ling responded with a notable confidence. That is reassuring. Haru nodded in relief. Is there anything else you require? Recently the casualty rate among the clan's operatives on missions has increased significantly. Exercise caution. It may herald some impending upheaval in the shinobi world, Haru advised with a hint of melancholy. Understood, Master. I will remain vigilant, Ling affirmed. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Do not overexert yourself in your training. Ling was already well informed of the message that Haru brought. As a member of the Anbu, he was quite aware of the village's circumstances. Ling speculated that Orochimaru had begun to take an interest in the Sharingan. In this era of peace, with Orochimaru's formidable energy, it would be effortless for him to meddle in missions. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had swiftly elapsed. The ninja world remained enveloped in tranquility, as if it had been graced by the blessings of peace. Even those small nations ravaged by conflict gradually found stability. However, Ling understood the original narrative. This was merely the calm before the storm of war. The relentless hustle throughout the ninja world only intensified the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Ling was acutely aware that the Third Great War was imminent. A slightly frail youth stood in the training ground, panting heavily. In his hand, a pale blue orb of light materialized, gradually flattening with the infusion of chakra, creating a tearing aura that made the air hum ominously. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The boy's palm turned slightly red, trembling under the wave of ninjutsu. Without hesitation, he flung it forward. Boom. The shuriken-shaped ninjutsu struck the ground a short distance away. Half of the training ground, spanning several dozen meters, was engulfed in chaos. The training dummies, surrounding trees, rocks, and every visible object were obliterated by the tremendous spherical explosion. At last, who had perfected this technique? Ling gasped for breath, but his heart swelled with exhilaration. 2 years had passed, and at 14 years of age, Ling's height of 1.70 m made him appear akin to a seasoned ninja. The quantity of chakra within him had surged under rigorous training, with his formidable mental strength and physical energy generating a chakra far exceeding that of his teacher, Yuanwu. The transformations of his fire and wind attribute chakra had all been completed, and fortuitously, he had acquired earth attribute chakra last year. With Yuanwu's guidance, he had become adept at utilizing earth release ninjutsu. Today, he had mastered the S-rank wind release secret technique, the spiraling shuriken. Gazing upon his creation, he felt immense satisfaction. Although this technique was taxing as a secret weapon, it would invariably yield unexpected results. Displaying his current attributes, name, Uchiha Ling strength, shadow level, lower, abilities, 3 Tomo Sharingan, 3,895 5,000, Konoha swordsmanship techniques, S rank, flying thunder god technique, A rank, Razed, fragmentation sphere, palm sage art, fire release, A, wind release, S, earth release, A. In the upcoming Third Great War, I shall assume the role of the protagonist. Chapter 74. Prelude to the Third Great War. It seemed that Tsuchikage was on the brink of unrest, the flames of war with Konoha ready to ignite, Ling mused. By now, the third Kazekage should have been eliminated by Sasori, leaving the village leaderless. Although chaos had yet to erupt, it relied heavily on Chido's leadership. However, it was unlikely they could maintain that control for long. With the staunch support of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and given that Konoha had not exploited them post-war, Tsuchikage had fully recovered through the years, even growing stronger. The one-tailed Jinchuriki within the village had stabilized. And while there was no historical record of a Jinchuriki participating in battle, they would disregard such matters in the pursuit of victory. Yet, these developments bore little relevance to me. In the original storyline, Konoha had triumphed decisively over Tsuchikage, and with my presence, there should be no alterations, Ling contemplated. Currently, his Sharingan's evolution was alarmingly slow. The peaceful environment offered few opportunities for him to engage in combat. Many missions adhered strictly to protocol, as in the Anbu, where mission priority reigned supreme. Now, aside from eliminating rogue ninjas, most tasks revolved around intelligence gathering, with scant opportunities for battle. Thus, he yearned for the war. Should he unlock the Meijiki Sharingan, the threats of the current era would diminish significantly, despite Ling's already formidable strength. If he found himself encircled or besieged by multiple shadow-level or quasi-shadow-level opponents, his only recourse would be to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for escape. Only by awakening the Meijiki could he muster the confidence to seize the Book of Sealing, thereafter brazenly fleeing Konoha amidst the onslaught from the 3rd and 4th Hokage, Elite Anbu, and even Danzo and the root forces. While he could directly use the Flying Thunder God to escape, fleeing was not in his nature. He had other plans, necessitating immense power. The Third Great War was his opportunity. Ling, are you once again researching some formidable ninjutsu? A voice interrupted, belonging to Uchiha Yuanwu. Observing the wreckage and debris before him, he appeared taken aback. Yuanwu was a competent teacher, having not only imparted earth-release ninjutsu over the years but also alleviated some familial pressures, allowing Ling to distance himself from politics. Yes, teacher Yuanwu. I have succeeded in mastering a highly potent ninjutsu, Ling replied with a gentle smile. As he spoke, a pale blue orb of light manifested in his hand. Yuanwu's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Was that not the Razed? However, within moments, his eyes widened as a wave of terrifying energy emanated from Ling's hand, and a massive shuriken radiating light materialized. This is, teacher, I have succeeded. The concept of merging wind release with the Razed was indeed viable. Ling grinned, pride evident in his tone. I have named it the spiraling shuriken. As the momentum of the spiraling shuriken reached its zenith, Ling concentrated, fixating on his palm. Seal. The gathered chakra gradually dissipated, and the shuriken exploded, all the chakra seamlessly returning to Ling's body. Ling exhaled softly, recalling that unleashing ninjutsu demanded considerable mental energy. Ling, your control over chakra has become remarkably refined, enabling you to achieve this level. Yuanwu marveled, reflecting that Ling had likely surpassed him. Indeed, teacher Yuanwu, it appears that I possess considerable talent in this aspect. Ling chuckled. This was all thanks to the 3rd Hokage. Although the initial mission involving Kakuzu had failed, it did not diminish Ling's excellence. The 3rd Hokage had invested significant effort into his training, while his rank had not elevated. He had still been rewarded with several illusion technique scrolls, even including the dark techniques from the Book of Sealing. This technique could obscure the enemy's vision, robbing them of all light, with an effective range of 10 meters. However, Ling believed that as long as his mental strength could break through, the range would undoubtedly expand significantly. This technique could forcibly ensnare opponents in an illusion, unlike the Sharingan, which required direct eye contact. within the technique's range. All would be affected. Of course, Ling's current level of illusion techniques was extraordinarily high. His mental strength could independently launch attacks, creating illusions or releasing techniques without needing to make eye contact with the enemy, albeit with reduced power. The illusionary capabilities of the Manjiki were referred to as eye power among the Uchiha, yet Ling felt mental strength was a more fitting term. However, apart from Ling, no one else could reach his level. These unique abilities stemmed not only from the advantages of his transmigration but also from systematic assistance. He believed that upon acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan, even if faced with the risk of eye strain or blindness, he would certainly fare better than his kin. After all, one was an evolution, while the other represented a breakthrough, with disparities in both power and growth potential. Ling gazed at the figure of Yuanwu before him, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. He could distinctly sense the support he had received over the years, not merely as a mentor, but as a family member. This bond had firmly entwined their lives. His teammates, Yu and Shashing, and perhaps even Kirito, had also cultivated a deepening connection over the years. Though there existed a bond with the third Hokage, it paled in comparison to the pure emotions shared with his comrades. The third's connection was more a reflection of his status as a genius of Konoha. Ling felt no sense of belonging to the village, let alone any ties to Konoha itself. Teacher, the ninja world is on the brink of turmoil. Do you sense it too? Yuanwu observed Ling with a sense of reassurance, pride swelling within him for Ling's accomplishments, both in strength and perspective. The tranquility of recent years was but an illusion, and the atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly oppressive, whether it was between them and Tsuchikage or among the other major ninja villages. The grudges born from the last war were due for resolution. Alas, chaos seemed unavoidable. Do not worry, teacher. Konoha will prevail, and we shall endure. Ling replied with a gentle smile. The upcoming missions may be quite demanding, and I might not return to the clan very often, he added. I understand. Just take care of yourself. The third Hokage's seasoned intuition was sharp. Ling was aware of the impending Third Great Ninja War due to his familiarity with the original narrative. Yet the third sensed the unrest through his acute awareness of the shifting tides. Recently, the Anbu had begun expanding their ranks, ceasing operations against rogue ninjas, and the returning Anbu members were gradually regrouping. The mission board had seen an increase in tasks, primarily focused on gathering intelligence, with the Land of Wind being the most prominent, though other nations were also involved. The third had evidently anticipated the forthcoming conflict. It was better to prepare in advance than to be caught off guard when it arrived. Of course, had Shimura Danzo been in charge, as an extremist representative of the Hawk faction, he would have likely already initiated a strike against Tsuchikage. Chapter 75. Intelligence Gathering. After bidding farewell to Yuanwu, Ling arrived at U.S. doorstep. Knock, knock. Krikyu opened the door to find Ling standing there. Captain, it's rare to have a day off. Surely there isn't an urgent mission? Yu inquired, his head drooping in a dejected manner. Haha, not at all. It's something good, Ling teased before continuing. I'd like to treat you all to ramen tonight. What do you think? Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds great. But I hope I won't be paying again, he replied skeptically. Of course not. I'm off to fetch Shashin now, so don't be late, Ling cautioned. As evening descended upon Konoha's bustling commercial district, the streets shimmered with vibrant lights, a scene of prosperity and life. Ling arrived at the ramen shop, where Yu and Shashing had already gathered early. Ling, what prompted you to treat us to ramen today? Yu inquired eagerly, a hint of skepticism on his face. Haha. Given the urgency of our recent missions, it's only fitting we gather and unwind, Ling replied. Is that so? Yu remained doubtful. All right, the ramen has arrived. Let's indulge first. As they began to eat, Shashing asked, Ling, is there something on your mind? Oh, why do you ask? Ling teased, glancing at him. This isn't your usual demeanor. Haha. Indeed, Ling replied, pausing momentarily before whispering, or maybe on the horizon. What? Both were taken aback, though they soon regained their composure. Well, the frequency of missions has certainly increased. It seems the ninja world is on the verge of upheaval, Shashing remarked wistfully. Having participated in the Second Ninja War, they were acutely aware of the war's brutality. Captain, are we to engage with Tsuchikage? Yu inquired. That seems likely. Our enmity with them runs deep, Ling responded vaguely. Tomorrow, we shall venture to Tsuchikage to gather intelligence. We must ascertain the situation in their village to better prepare for the battle ahead. I knew the captain was so kind-hearted. Is this a farewell meal? Yu muttered under his breath, only to be met with a punch to the head from Shashing. Yu, can't you say something nice for once? Hiki, Yu chuckled, scratching his head. No need to worry. With Flying Thunder God, I will be safe, Ling reassured them. For others, infiltrating the enemy's stronghold would be a perilous endeavor, but Ling's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to escape swiftly if discovered. The following day, the trio accepted the mission to gather intelligence in Tsuchikage. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, they quickly arrived at a concealed location in the Land of Rivers. First, we shall enter the town and seek out a caravan returning to Tsuchikage. Ling meticulously outlined the plan. Understood. The third Kazekage had been missing for quite some time, and it was likely he had perished outside. Tsuchikage would undoubtedly go to great lengths to suppress any news. Ling was certainly aware of the news. It had been a long time since the shadow of the village had graced their presence. Merely capturing a few villagers from the sand-hidden village would suffice to obtain this information, which would, in turn, skillfully mask his foresight. However, the most crucial details pertain to the timing of the Sand's assault on Konoha and the distribution of their forces, information that was not disclosed in the original text, necessitating personal investigation. The individuals privy to such intelligence were undoubtedly the village's high-ranking officials, Chiyo, Eyes, and the village elders. The three of them arrived at a town on the border of the Land of Rivers, conveniently close to the Land of Wind. Any merchant convoy returning would predominantly hail from the Wind Country. Before long, they identified a modest merchant group consisting of a dozen individuals who were resting in this last town along the border. The group stealthily approached. Yashing, conduct a reconnaissance, Ling commanded. Understood. Yashing activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Captain, the merchant convoy comprises 18 individuals, including 5 ninja bodyguards, while the rest are ordinary civilians. Among the 5, there is 1 elite J-nin, 1 special J-nin, and 3 CH-nin, all of whom are from the Sand. Very well, let us target those 3 ninja, Ling instructed. Captain, if we replace 3 of the ninja, will the remaining 2 notice anything amiss? Y expressed his concerns, knowing that transformation techniques could not replicate another's memories. Do not fret. I have my methods. When the time comes, you 2 need only remain silent, Ling replied with confidence. Why? Can you create an illusion to induce a mild state of hypnosis? Ling inquired. Glancing at Y. The others will pose no problem, but the elite J-nin may perceive something, Y cautioned. Good, you craft the illusion, and I shall handle the leader. Let us proceed together. The entire merchant convoy was at rest, and the 5 ninja occasionally scanned their surroundings, displaying a commendable level of vigilance. Yet, YS illusionary prowess was formidable. The scenery remained that of the quaint town, appearing utterly normal, yet the illusion had already taken effect. The moment Y initiated his technique, Ling focused intently, a fleeting crimson light flashing in his eyes as an immense surge of mental energy penetrated the mind of the Sand Ninja leader. Within the leader's consciousness, a blood-red tomo manifested, instantly inundating Ling's mind with a torrent of valuable information, akin to peeling layers from an onion, an exploration of memories. This marked a significant advancement in Ling's ocular prowess, enabling him to delve into the memories of those with inferior mental strength. However, the toll on his mental energy was staggering. After employing this technique, Ling's complexion turned pale, both his chakra and mental reserves severely depleted. Act swiftly. Eliminate the 3 most formidable Sand Ninjas and employ transformation techniques to infiltrate. With a sharp command, Ling surged forward. Crack. He effortlessly snapped the neck of one adversary, turning his gaze toward Yashing. With a powerful strike, Yashing shattered the skulls of the 2 special J-nin beneath his palms. Captain, hurry. Such a widespread illusion cannot be sustained for long. Ling nodded, and a scroll materialized in his hand, instantly encapsulating the bodies of the 3 individuals within. With swift hand seals, he transformed into the visage of the Sand Ninja leader. Similarly, the 2 companions assumed the appearances of distinguished special jonin. This entire sequence transpired within a mere 5 seconds, and when the illusion dissipated, the remaining 15 individuals noticed nothing amiss. The 2 individuals exchanged a knowing glance, fully understanding each other. Given the circumstances, it was perhaps wiser for them to remain silent about the other's appearance. Ling possessed the memories of others. Thus, he comprehended the identities of the 5 individuals with clarity. The 3 deceased were originally part of an elite team, while the 2 mid-level ninjas were merely supplementary additions. The caravan was not affiliated with the village, but was a merchant group operating within the Land of Wind. After escorting them, they were to report back to the village, which would facilitate their infiltration. With this thought in mind, he waved his right hand, issuing a direct command to continue their journey. The ordinary individuals naturally dared not defy the orders of the ninjas, and the 2 inexperienced mid-level ninjas remained silent. The procession slowly resumed, advancing into the territory of the Land of Wind. Chapter 76. Success. An endless expanse of desert unfolded before their eyes. They had arrived in the Land of Wind. The site was dominated by golden sands, and although summer had yet to arrive, the desert during the day was unbearably scorching, with the sun seemingly suspended directly overhead, scorching the sandy sea. However, the nights brought an intense, bone-chilling cold, and the drastic temperature fluctuations posed a lethal threat to the unprepared ordinary folk. The entire Land of Wind was enveloped by the desert, and its harsh environment, coupled with scarce resources, rendered this nation one of the weakest among the great countries. Yet, calamity often harbors fortune. As a result, few nations dared to invade the Land of Wind, for such endeavors would yield little reward for great effort. And the domestic conditions provided a natural barrier. The fierce winds howled, sweeping through the sand, as the weather in the desert was erratic and capricious, with sandstorms occurring frequently. In the face of nature's formidable power, the technique of wind release appeared somewhat insignificant. Ling and his companions strolled leisurely across the sandy terrain, their footprints gradually swallowed by the shifting grains. Suddenly, a few figures flashed into view, materializing before them. It was the border defense troops of the Sand Ninja. Yu and Natsushin's bodies tensed, ready to draw their hidden kunai at a moment's notice. Ling maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the situation. This was merely a routine inspection, and quite a relaxed one at that. The sand ninja was not particularly adept in this regard. Is it Captain Shanshankin? Inquired a leading ninja adorned with a sand village forehead protector. Indeed, we have just returned from a mission, accompanied by a merchant convoy, Ling replied steadily, his expression unchanged. The other party clearly accepted Ling's words, as the border patrol was well informed of the village's activities. After all, with no war currently in progress, both defense and inspections had grown lax. Otherwise, they would have found themselves ensnared in the bloody fog of the mist village. He gestured behind him, and the hastily arriving sand ninja swiftly departed once more. Ling let out a breath and shouted, "Let us continue our journey." The group hastened with their goods, tirelessly pressing on until they finally arrived at the capital of the Land of Wind by evening, a pivotal point for their caravan. "We are immensely grateful for your protection." Esteemed ninja, expressed a plump middle-aged merchant at the forefront, smiling warmly at Ling. As he spoke, he retrieved a small red pouch from his person, a fleeting look of concern flashing in his eyes. "This is but a token of appreciation. I hope you will not refuse it. When one possesses wealth, one should not act in an ungentlemanly manner." Ling, with an air of composure, accepted the bag containing a thick stack of silver notes. He murmured. "With our task now complete, it is time to take our leave." Having spoken, Ling led his companions towards the hidden sand village. "Being a ninja is truly impressive," exclaimed a youth with a sharp chin and a gaunt face, his expression filled with envy. Indeed, the esteemed ninjas possess the ability to hear from all directions. "Do not speak lightly of them," the rotund merchant scolded from behind. Quite right. Unburdened by the merchant caravan, the distance to the village was not far from the capital. With their full speed, the group arrived at the hidden sand village within a few hours. The three of them employed a transformation technique, allowing them to remain undetected by ordinary jonin. Whether entering the village or reporting their mission at the task hall, no one noticed their presence. They were cautious not to appear too frequently before the sand shinobi and, after parting ways with the two chunin, proceeded directly to an inn. "How wonderful! I didn't expect our infiltration to be so effortless," Yu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Do not rejoice too soon. The sand shinobi's Anbu are patrolling everywhere in the village. We must exercise caution in our subsequent actions to avoid exposure," Ling cautioned. "The village elders should be aware of the arrangements for the conflict, so our task for tomorrow is to seize the opportunity to abduct an elder," Ling outlined. "Oh, won't that lead to exposure? Moreover, if an elder goes missing, the arrangements for the conflict will likely be altered to prevent unforeseen circumstances," Yu analyzed, taken aback. "There's no need to overthink it. We can simply interrogate for intelligence in Tsuchikage," Ling explained with a calm smile. "Then it's settled, but it all rests on your shoulders." "Captain, I have learned from this sand shinobi's memories that there are 3 elders in the village, each residing in." Ling retrieved a concise map of the sand ninja village, pointing to 3 red dots that marked locations in close proximity, all situated at the heart of the village. This operation must be executed with utmost stealth. Should the hidden sand village become aware, the entire plan would be rendered futile. "Understood, Captain." The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, the group discreetly surveyed several buildings in the village center. By midday, a middle-aged ninja clad in a kimono emerged from one of the structures. The image in Ling's mind confirmed it was Elder Kazekage. "The target has appeared. Xiaoxing, ascertain whether anyone is following," Ling whispered. It was all a precaution. In Konoha, neither elders nor the legendary Sannin would ever have Anbu trailing them, for the powerful are profoundly protective of their privacy. "Captain, there are no ninjas in pursuit," Xiaoxing reported, retracting his Byakugan. "Very well, I shall take over from here. To avoid exposure, you two should return to the inn. I will rendezvous with you after completing the mission." "Understood." Once the two departed, Ling briskly advanced ahead of Kazekage, leading him to a secluded alleyway. Ling's eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, and a tremendous mental force surged into the mind of his opponent. Success! A flicker of joy ignited within Ling's heart as a small-scale illusion was meticulously crafted. As anticipated, the individual gradually wandered into the alley where Ling stood, his expression vacant and dazed. Another wave of powerful mental energy shot forth. Ling's complexion paled slightly, yet the memory probe had succeeded. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Ling's figure vanished and reappeared at the inn. Elder Otegukigo stood in a stupor, turning back to the original street. After taking a few more steps, his eyes regained their clarity. Nevertheless, the scene before him remained indistinguishable from his surroundings, and he remained completely oblivious, continuing with his affairs, entirely unaware that his memories had been stolen. "Ling, how did it go? Did you succeed?" "Yes, I have obtained the opponent's memories," Ling explained slowly. "The third Kazekage of Tsuchikage has not been seen in the village for quite some time. The higher-up suspect he may have been murdered, and the pressure within the village is mounting. Hence, Tsuchikage is likely to initiate war to divert the villagers' emotions." "What? The Kazekage is dead? I remember he was still alive during the Second Shinobi World War, and there had been no news of him in the shinobi world." His expression shifted in surprise. The disappearance of a village leader was a grave matter. If mishandled, it could lead to unrest, potentially resulting in Tsuchikage's expulsion from the 5 great shinobi villages. No wonder they are plotting for war. Indeed, that is the situation. Recently, tasks have been increasing, likely due to Tsuchigage's heightened activity. With spies being dispatched en masse to our Konoha, Ling analyzed. From the Elder's memories, I learned that Tsuchikage is currently consolidating its ninjas to handle trivial tasks, likely planning to launch an offensive within a month. We must prepare swiftly and relay this intelligence back, you asserted. Agreed. But the disappearance of our 3 sand ninjas could bring unnecessary complications. Let's first accept a mission from the sand ninjas task hall. By then, whether they live or die, they will not be able to investigate, Ling strategized. Excellent idea. Chapter 77, The Gathering of Great Figures. Having concluded matters concerning the Land of Wind, Ling and the others returned to Konoha in the blink of an eye using the Flying Thunder God technique. You two should return first. Such significant news will likely draw the Hokage's personal attention, Ling directed. Understood, Captain. After sending you and the others away, Ling made his way directly to Kazekage. It was evident that the recent workload in the Anbu had increased significantly, and as the squad leader, Kazekage appeared busier than ever. Oh, Ling, have you completed your mission? Kazekage inquired upon seeing Ling's arrival. Captain, I have uncovered crucial intelligence. The 3rd Kazekage of Tsuchikage has gone missing. Ling recounted the details regarding Tsuchikage and their impending attack on Konoha. Kazekage's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened to Ling's report. He hastily asked, "Is this information credible?" "Yes. I obtained it by probing the memories of a high-ranking sand ninja. There should be no issues," Ling assured him. Kazekage furrowed his brow, trusting that Ling would not lie about such an important matter. He understood Ling's capabilities. As a master of illusion techniques, probing memories was within Ling's purview. Much like the mountain clan of the village. Ling, this intelligence is vital. It must not be leaked. I shall report to the commander immediately. And there may be routine inquiries afterward, so be prepared. Such intelligence warranted an immediate report to higher authorities. Kazekage instructed Ling and hurriedly departed. The efficiency of the Anbu was remarkable. Within half an hour, a feline-faced Anbu appeared before Ling. "Anbu Reime. The Hokage summons you," the figure announced, standing still, awaiting Ling's response. "Let us proceed." Ling gestured and made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, the 3rd Hokage was pacing back and forth, calmly smoking his pipe, unfazed by the impending war. "Ling, you have arrived," the 3rd Hokage exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sound of the door. "Hokage-sama." The 3rd Hokage glanced at the Anbu escort and instructed, "You may leave." "Yes, Hokage-sama." In a swift motion, the Anbu vanished, clearly an elite member. "Ling, what intelligence have you uncovered?" The 3rd Hokage inquired eagerly. With his keen perception of the shinobi world, he understood that war was inevitable. However, as a proponent of peace, he hoped Konoha would not be engulfed in flames of conflict. "Yes, Hokage-sama. After infiltrating Tsuchikage, we learned of the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance. Currently, the atmosphere in the village is extremely tense. To gather more valuable information, I located a sand elder and utilized illusion techniques to extract this intelligence," Ling recounted, bowing his head as he detailed the mission's progression. "You were not exposed, correct? I mean, that sand elder did not realize your actions?" "Indeed. Thanks to the advanced illusion techniques you imparted, Hokage-sama, and with the assistance of my Sharingan, he was completely unaware," Ling stated confidently. "Very well. In that case, to ensure comprehensive preparedness, it is imperative to strengthen border defenses," the 3rd Hokage murmured, deep in thought. Ling stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting. Now that he was aware of the pre-war arrangements made by Tsuchikage, he need not concern himself with the remaining logistics. War was inevitable. Konoha could not remain passive, and the planning for the impending conflict must be prioritized. The 3rd Hokage pondered these matters. "An afternoon meeting will be convened, and your participation may be required," he remarked. "Understood, Lord Hokage," Ling replied. "Please take some time to rest. You shall be notified shortly." After a simple lunch, Ling returned to the Uchiha residence. Recently, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan had been quite pleasant. This was not solely due to Ling's progress, which had afforded the family greater influence, but also because the clan leader, Fugaku's wife, was nearing childbirth. Uchiha Itachi was soon to be born. Ling held a deep admiration for this character. A pivotal figure in the original narrative, both the inheritor of the Will of Fire and the harbinger of the Uchiha massacre. From the perspective of a formidable individual, Itachi was undoubtedly a powerhouse, not merely in strength but also in character. However, Ling found Itachi's ninja way seemingly at odds with his own ideals, which left him somewhat troubled. What am I fretting about? As someone well-versed in the original story and possessing the mindset of a 30-something shadow-level ninja, should I really be wary of an unborn child? Ling chuckled to himself in self-mockery. Due to the Hokage's meeting scheduled for the afternoon, Ling refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to remain at home. It was true that he should not typically attend such meetings. However, as the discoverer of crucial intelligence, his detailed explanations were necessary. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage held him in high regard, which warranted his exceptional inclusion in this gathering of notable figures. As the clock approached 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a knock echoed through the house. Upon opening the door, Ling was greeted by Uchiha Fugaku. "Greetings, head of the family." Ling bowed respectfully. Haha, well done. The third Hokage has spoken highly of your contributions, Fugaka said, a hint of a smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor, though it quickly returned to its usual gravity. All thanks to the family's nurturing, Ling replied with a polite smile. Let us proceed. The third Hokage has summoned a meeting to discuss matters of war. Yes. When the two arrived at the Hokage Tower's conference hall, many had already taken their seats. However, an unusual silence pervaded the room. No one was conversing. Ling surveyed the area and realized that all present were heads of prominent clans. Ling consciously stepped aside, and the prominent figures around him took notice of the young ninja, yet chose to remain silent. Fukuyuki ambled to the front row and settled into an empty seat, which appeared to have been intentionally reserved, with only a scant few individuals surrounding him. As a member of the Anbu, Ling is well acquainted with the prominent figures in the village, though it is merely Ling who can recognize them. The individual clad in gray and white kimono is Hyuga Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Seated beside him is Fugaku. Not far off are the elder generations of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, still youthful in appearance. The head of the Akimichi clan is the corpulent Akimichi Choza, while the Nara clan is led by the future renowned intellect of Konoha, Nara Shikaku. The head of the Yamanaka clan, an expert in intelligence, is Yamanaka Inoichi. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are regarded as the prestigious families of Konoha, whereas the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are considered top-tier families, their capabilities proving invaluable during times of war, often sought after by successive Hokages. Numerous other large clans also exist, each possessing individuals with strength comparable to that of a Kage, forming the backbone of the village. Before long, several others entered, their presence distinct from the long-established politicians. They were the true powerhouses, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Regardless of their strength, reputation, or status, they were destined to be the commanders in the impending conflict. The initial arrivals comprised Konoha's notable figures, with the true high-ranking officials entering last. First among them was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who strode in with a commanding presence, his aura imposing as a mountain. Following him was Danzo Shimura, whose eyes bore the ferocity of war, exuding an air of danger. Behind them were two middle-aged ninjas, the esteemed advisors of Konoha, one bespectacled, Mito-Gaiden, and the other, Tsunade's former teammate, Shizen. As they took their seats, the upper echelons of Konoha gathered, poised for a meeting that would determine the fate of thousands of ninjas. Chapter 78, Danzo's Provocation Ahem. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting, declared the third Hokage, casting a sweeping gaze across the room, briefly resting his eyes on Ling but not lingering. Upon hearing this, the attendees adopted serious expressions, tension palpable in the air. The third Hokage nodded slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. Since the Great War 4 years ago, the ninja world has enjoyed a lengthy period of tranquility. However, certain villages now seek to disrupt this long-awaited peace and reignite the flames of war. Pausing to observe the grave expressions of those seated, he nodded again and continued. According to reliable intelligence from our Anbu, the Kazekage of Tsuchikage has recently gone missing, creating immense pressure within the village. Consequently, the higher-ups of Tsuchikage aim to provoke a conflict with us, Konoha, for the sake of peace in our village. We cannot remain passive. The title of the foremost ninja village is not merely a hollow accolade. Indeed, Tsuchikage is but a defeated foe of ours. Propped up by a couple of elderly figures, this time, we must ensure they are decisively vanquished, interjected a flippant voice, that of Orochimaru, who wore a slight smirk. Unbothered as he offered his scornful remarks, Ling Weiwei turned to face the other party. Aside from Shimura Danzo, if anyone in the village still yearned for war, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru must have embarked on his own research. However, just as Ling was unable to evolve his eyes, Orochimaru, who could not engage in rampant slaughter, found it impossible to obtain sufficient experimental materials. Moreover, given his capabilities, he could not escape the command position in this war. When the time came, the Uchiha ninjas would be able to mobilize openly, making the acquisition of the Sharingan rather effortless. Noticing Ling's gaze, Orochimaru turned to him, his eyes revealing an unmasked sense of aggression, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. Orochimaru had always harbored a keen interest in geniuses, particularly those possessing the Sharingan, which he was currently studying. Their gazes clashed in the air, yet Ling did not flinch. A faint smile graced his face. Orochimaru spoke truthfully. Tsuchikage was akin to a wolf cub that could never be tamed. We should have expelled them from the 5 great shinobi villages during our last encounter. Now, having forgotten their past humiliation, they dared to attack Konoha, truly seeking their own demise. A voice thick with murderous intent echoed in the conference hall. Who else but Shimura Danzo? If the third Hokage represented the Dove faction, then Danzo was undoubtedly the Hawk. Both were exceptionally gifted individuals. When Hashirama and Tobirama selected their successors, they had differing opinions on the two. However, at that time, Konoha had just weathered a war and needed to focus on recuperation, thus choosing the conciliatory Sarutobi Hiruzen, while still allowing Danzo to provide support. It was a form of political balance, one might say. Danzo, what the shinobi world requires is peace. If we annihilate Tsuchikage, Konoha will become the target of collective enmity, and the other villages will unite against us, the third Hokage advised, furrowing his brow. Sarutobi. It is precisely because we have shown them too much mercy that Tsunagakure dares to repeatedly offend us. At this rate, does our status as the foremost in the shinobi world not become something that everyone can disregard? Danzo did not relent upon hearing the third Hokage's warning. Expressing his frustration with a scowl, Danzo, the third Hokage felt overwhelmed, recognizing that he had little recourse with this old comrade. After all, ideological beliefs are the most challenging to alter, and not everyone possesses Naruto's persuasive eloquence. Now, with war imminent, let us first discuss the arrangements for the impending conflict. Sighing, the third Hokage took a step back. He beckoned Ling to approach, saying, Ling, please share the specific intelligence with everyone. Yes, Ling responded earnestly, swiftly moving to stand before the third Hokage. Upon hearing the third Hokage's address, many in the audience displayed expressions of understanding. Ling's reputation as a genius was well known throughout the village. However, what truly piqued their interest was his entry into the Anbu. The Hokage had actually recruited an Uchiha into the Anbu, prompting many clan heads to gaze at Ling, eager to discern what set him apart. Some even glanced inadvertently at Uchiha Fugaku, contemplating that with Ling's advancement in the Anbu, the formidable Uchiha clan might soon ascend to become Konoha's foremost power. Danzo's expression shifted, still haunted by the memory of this failed recruitment of a genius, particularly since that genius belonged to the Uchiha clan. His attitude toward the Uchiha was no different from that of his mentor Tobirama, marked by hostility. Although Danzo harbored ideals, or perhaps ambitions, and had strived for them, he was ultimately a man of grand aspirations but limited talent, unable to conceal his thoughts. He was overly petty, both toward the Uchiha and in the broader context of the shinobi world. Thus, he could never become a true powerhouse, merely a pure ninja. According to the intelligence I gathered with my team, Ling paused, disregarding the imposing auras of the many dignitaries around him, his expression calm. The prominent figures in the hall also displayed approval, retracting their oppressive presences. The mere fact that he could remain unfazed by the formidable auras of numerous elite shinobi revealed that this young man was extraordinary, both in strength and temperament. Fugaku, too, exhibited a proud expression, astonished that Ling had managed to grow to such heights in just a few short years. My child will surely be just as exceptional, he thought, a gentle smile emerging on his face as he contemplated the child his wife carried. Ling continued with a confident demeanor. The disappearance of the Sand-Hidden Wind shadow has prompted Chiyo and other high-ranking officials to plan an assault on our Konoha in a month. Recently, the Sand Ninjas dispatched on missions have gradually retreated, and numerous spies have begun infiltrating our land of fire to gather intelligence. Ling methodically relayed the information he possessed. Wait a moment, the intelligence you speak of is merely one perspective. It could very well be a fabrication from the enemy. If we mobilize a substantial number of ninjas to defend the borders and Sand-Hidden refrains from attacking, the expenditure of manpower and resources would not come to naught. We cannot take this risk. A cool, detached voice emanated from the front, belonging to Shimura Danzo. Ling silently noted his lingering resentment over the previous rejection. His expression remained unchanged, adorned with a facade of respect as he replied, Elder Danzo, this intelligence was gleaned from the memories of a senior elder on their side. Unless Chiyo distrusts even the elders within the village, the information is unlikely to be erroneous. Could it be that the decisions of the village would be concealed from you? Elder Danzo? Finally, Ling retorted without a trace of fear. Danzo's face turned a shade of iron, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Being so publicly humiliated by a junior was intolerable. Yet, recognizing that he had instigated the conflict, and with Ling being affiliated with the third Hokage, he restrained his fury. Mindful of the many witnesses present, Danzo was clearly intent on making things difficult for Ling, and the various clan heads, astute as they were, perceived the underlying motives. However, they maintained a stoic demeanor, silent and observant, offering no support, even as they remained intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chapter 79, Memory Extraction. With a somber expression, Danzo elaborated. My intentions are solely for the benefit of the village. Should the intelligence prove inaccurate, Konoha would face significant repercussions. You claim to have accessed the memories of the opponent. To my knowledge, only the Yamashiro clan possesses such an ability. Moreover, only the head of the Yamashiro family could extract the memories of an elder. The information you obtained might have been deliberately disclosed by them. Initially, it was merely an attempt to trip Ling up, but with Ling's blatant disregard for his authority, Danzo decided to confront him head-on. Do you doubt my abilities, Lord Danzo? Ling maintained a calm facade before jesting. If that is the case, I can demonstrate right here. Let us select a powerful ninja, and I shall extract his memories, or perhaps Elder Danzo would like to try it himself. Ling spoke with unrestrained disdain, showing not the slightest regard for Danzo. Given Danzo's temperament, reconciliation between them was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, Ling was unperturbed, whether concerning strength or status. Although Danzo was the leader of the root, wielding immense power, he could not extend his influence over Ling of the Anbu. Furthermore, lacking both a transplanted Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, Danzo's abilities were still merely at the quasi-shadow level. His power could at most be a source of annoyance. Incapable of inflicting any substantial harm, Danzo was not one to endure mockery easily. His face darkened to a near-drenched pallor, and the cane in his hand creaked ominously. At that moment, the third Hokage intervened, attempting to mediate. Ling, Elder Danzo is acting in the interest of the village, without ulterior motives. The intelligence you have gathered is highly valued by the village. Ling responded with a bow, his expression resolute and earnest. I understand, Lord Hokage. But the tides of war shift rapidly. It would be a grave loss for the village if such crucial intelligence were to be questioned, potentially causing us to miss an opportune moment. Ling's tone, laced with veiled criticism, nearly twisted Danzo's mouth into a grimace, his fury barely concealed in his eyes. If you dare, bring forth someone to test whether your genjutsu is indeed adept enough to extract memories. He hissed, his voice low and filled with exasperation. The third Hokage found himself in a predicament, torn between two individuals he held in high regard, one a promising genius, the other an old comrade. He fervently wished to avoid conflict between the two. Very well, if Elder Danzo is inclined, I shall gladly oblige, Ling thought, a silent smirk gracing his lips. Danzo, in a fit of anger, had unwittingly agreed to this challenge, and it was likely he would find himself embarrassed once more. I shall determine the candidate, Danzo conceded, his frustration momentarily subsiding, though he felt compelled to proceed. Very well, even if the individual is a fool, I shall extract whatever knowledge he possesses, Ling replied, exuding an air of confidence. Bring him forth, Danzo commanded sharply. A masked ninja appeared silently, presumably one of Root's operatives. Danzo whispered a few words into his ear, and the ninja retreated. Observing Ling's calm demeanor, Danzo felt a flicker of anxiety, but the thought of the person he had summoned provided him with some reassurance. The conference room remained enveloped in a persistent silence, with no one daring to interrupt this brief interlude, not even the third Hokage. After a moment, the door swung open, and a ninja wearing a fox mask entered. Danzo signaled to him, and the ninja nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, this is the one. No need for extensive investigation. Simply extract all his mission records from the past year, Danzo instructed in a solemn tone. Understood, the ninja replied. Ling chuckled softly, producing a blank scroll. Display current character information. Name, Yamanaka Uchiha Strength, Elite Jounin Abilities, Mental Perception Techniques, Ninja Art, Mind Body Switch Technique, Ninja Art, Mind Disturbance Technique, Mind Reading Technique. So he belongs to the Yamanaka clan, Ling mused, realizing that Danzo intended to utilize the Yamanaka clan's mental abilities to counteract Ling's memory extraction. He recalled a character from the original story named Yamanaka Fu, who had also entered the route, indicating that a precedent had been set long before him. Yet, it was indeed a case of overestimating one's capabilities. Ling approached the individual before him without hesitation, taking measured steps. Instead of directly employing his mental prowess, he fixated his gaze upon the pair of eyes concealed beneath the mask, the three Tomo Sharingan. In an instant, Ling's eyes transformed, revealing three blood-red tomos swirling within his gaze. As an extraordinary wave of energy surged into the pupils of his opponent, the moment Ling unveiled his Sharingan, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, a 14-year-old possessing the three Tomo Sharingan. No, it might have manifested even earlier. After all, when Ling was merely 9. Fugaku had heard whispers of him already awakening a pair of Tomo. Yet, he had been preoccupied with the authority of the Anbu and had not delved deeply into the intricacies of Ling's abilities. Nonetheless, pride and joy predominantly filled his heart. The more gifted Ling became, the greater the advantage for the Uchiha clan. To Fugaku, it mattered not how exceptional Ling was, as long as he bore the Uchiha name. He was kin. The third Hokage also felt a jolt of surprise, astonished at the remarkable growth Ling had achieved. Initially, he had noticed Ling for his fervent dedication to the village, and as Ling consistently excelled academically, showcasing his extraordinary talents, the thought of nurturing him further began to take root. Although he refrained from considering passing the mantle of Hokage to Ling due to his Uchiha lineage, he firmly believed Ling would become a pillar of strength for the village. The three Tomo Sharingan Ling demonstrated today was truly astounding, rivaling even the legendary Uchiha Madara. In contrast to the contemplative demeanor of the third Hokage and Fugaku, the others held less complex sentiments, their eyes betraying envy while grappling with trepidation towards this prodigious Uchiha clan. Ling, however, had no time to observe the expressions around him. He was intensely focused on utilizing his mental prowess against Yamashiro Yuichi. Indeed, the Yamashiro clan showcased abilities akin to Ling's mental capabilities. Regrettably, they lacked the understanding of enhanced training. As Yuichi fell into his stupor, Ling wasted no time, unleashing a formidable wave of mental energy through his Sharingan, directly penetrating Yuichi's consciousness. Unlike the previous encounter with the Suna Elder, Ling faced fierce resistance here, as a peculiar energy of equal caliber obstructed his mental intrusion. Humph! Ling scoffed inwardly, amplifying the output of his mental force, the Sharingan in his eyes spinning furiously. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, Ling's mental energy surged forward, swiftly breaching Yuichi's defenses and infiltrating his mind. A Tomo-shaped orb coalesced, resembling a deity of exalted stature, extracting threads of knowledge from Yuichi's consciousness. Success. A cold smirk flickered across Ling's face, yet he dared not lose focus, meticulously extracting a year's worth of mission experiences from Yuichi's mind. Moreover, he uncovered significant intelligence, such as the fact that Danzo had developed a technique to eradicate the tongue of malice, establishing the root as his private militia. A faction known as Akatsuki had emerged within the Rain village, steadily gaining strength over recent years and establishing itself as a formidable force in the Land of Rain. With a sigh of relief, Ling retracted his mental energy, releasing the control of his Sharingan, though his complexion had paled somewhat. In stark contrast, Yuichi's condition was far more dire. Having clashed with Ling's mental force, he appeared unsteady upon regaining consciousness, and it seemed the Yamashiro's secret techniques would be beyond his reach for the foreseeable future. Observing their states, Danzo furrowed his brow, realizing that the worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Chapter 80. The Arrangement of War. Ling cast a mocking smile at Danzo, extracting a brush to begin inscribing words upon the scroll. Danzo's expression darkened as he glanced at Yamamoto, who dared not meet his gaze and lowered his head, fearing the countenance hidden beneath the mask was one of distress and trepidation. Humph. Danzo let out a soft huff, awaiting Ling's response, fully aware of the predetermined outcome. At last, Ling put away the brush, offering a serene smile as he turned to Danzo. Elder Danzo, please take a look. Without uttering a word, Danzo accepted the scroll, scrutinizing each line of text, his visage growing increasingly grim. Halfway through, he lost interest, dismissing it with a cold snort, saying, "Indeed, a prodigious youth. I have faith in your abilities. The accuracy of the intelligence is beyond doubt." With that, he disregarded the expressions of those present and returned to his seat, closing his eyes as if to drift into a realm of contemplation. The rift had been established, and one could believe that if the opportunity arose, Danzo would not hesitate to strike from the shadows. However, Ling, ever the cautious individual, would not leave any openings for him to exploit. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat twice, drawing the attention of the assembly back to the matter at hand. Very well. We need not dwell on the validity of the intelligence. Let us arrange our military strategies. Yes, Lord Hokage. With Tsuchikage poised to launch an offensive in approximately a month, the border defenses must remain vigilant. The third pondered for a moment, addressing the crowd below. What are your thoughts? After a brief silence, Orochimaru was the first to speak. Since we have a month, we cannot deploy too many shinobi. Otherwise, Tsuchikage may alter their plans upon discovering our intentions. However, necessary defenses are imperative. I propose we bolster the Anbu's defensive measures. The third nodded in agreement, turning to one nearby. Hear you. I entrust this matter to you. Please finalize the personnel swiftly, and ensure they head to the border for defense by tomorrow. Show no mercy to spies from other nations. If capture is unfeasible, eliminate them on sight. The third's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, embodying the formidable presence of a shinobi leader. Understood. A middle-aged shinobi clad in an Anbu mask responded. Likely the newly appointed captain of the Anbu, with abilities at the threshold of an elite level, acceptable enough in Ling's eyes as he observed his superior. The shinobi dispatched on missions outside the village should also begin to return. I suggest we gather the shinobi 25 days from now to head to the front lines. By then, Tsuchigage's forces should be assembled, poised for action. If they wish to adjust their plans, it may be too late. Perhaps we could even launch a counteroffensive. Orochimaru continued, demonstrating his impressive tactical acumen, aligning with the third's thoughts. Indeed, but our primary focus should be on defense. The Land of Wind is not to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, the third continued, in this war, we must achieve not only victory but a resounding triumph, to deter those who harbor ulterior motives. Quite right. The position of the Land of Fire is exceedingly appealing. If we suffer significant losses in this conflict with Tsuchikage, it could spell disaster. Jiraiya added, his disdain for war palpable after experiencing the Second Great Ninja War. Yet, for the sake of the village, he was resolved to exert every effort to secure victory in this battle. Orochimaru, you performed admirably in the last conflict with Tsuchikage. This time, you shall face this old adversary. I appoint you as the commander on the battlefield. The third looked at Orochimaru with fervent anticipation. The latter bowed slightly, confidently asserting, yes. I will make Tsuchikage regret their decision to attack Konoha. Jiraiya shall serve as your deputy. Is that agreeable? Rest assured. Jiraiya thumped his chest in assurance, albeit with a hint of annoyance at being placed beneath Orochimaru. Tsunade, during this time, please focus on developing antidotes at the Konoha hospital. We cannot afford to leave our rear vulnerable during the war. I trust you to safeguard it. The third cast a somewhat regretful glance at the only female shinobi present. Tsunade's reputation in the village was undoubtedly on par with Orochimaru's. Her medical ninjutsu was a lifeline for frontline shinobi, earning her the gratitude of countless individuals. Furthermore, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a true heir of the Senja lineage, deserving of the title. Alas, the loss of her lover and brother had deeply affected her, leading to her developing a phobia of blood, rendering her unable to fight alongside her comrades, and thus unfit to become Hokage. The third sighed inwardly, feeling powerless in this regard, hoping only that Tsunade would soon emerge from her shadow. I understand. Tsunade replied with unwavering resolve, her demeanor exuding strength that rivaled both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Ling cast a lingering glance at the figure of Tsunade before her. The absence of a diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead indicated that the Yin seal had yet to be fully unlocked. This technique possessed remarkable potential, as it could store chakra and, during combat, release the seal to yield a sudden influx of chakra. While Ling remained uncertain about its capacity to harbor sage chakra, this did not diminish her intrigue towards the Yin seal. It seemed plausible that she could embark on her own research. Ling contemplated this notion in her mind. Meanwhile, the war strategy meeting unfolded with fervor, yet it bore little relevance to Ling, aside from the initial selection of high-ranking officials. The remainder of the assembly primarily involved the heads of various clans deliberating on personnel arrangements. Ling stood by, listening with indifference as various prominent figures engaged in fierce debate, each vying for their families to secure more positions or find personnel for specific roles. The atmosphere was so intense that it resembled a bustling marketplace. After several hours of vigorous discussion, the strategic arrangements for the impending conflict were largely finalized. The overall commander was Orochimaru, with Jiraiya as the deputy commander, Nara Shikaku serving as the strategic advisor, and Yamenka Inoichi as the intelligence officer. There were no objections to this arrangement, as the prowess and prestige of these individuals were well recognized. Leading the entire force was not a matter to be decided lightly by the third Hokage. Konoha was prepared to mobilize a staggering 10,000 shinobi to the front lines, which included 500 medical ninjas. However, the primary strength would come from the clan members. Although they constituted a smaller proportion, their unique techniques granted them an incomparable advantage in terms of effectiveness. In addition to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans also dispatched a contingent of their shinobi. Surprisingly, Uchiha Fugaku was quite proactive in this endeavor, sending numerous clan members to join the fray, earning the admiration of the third Hokage and various clan heads. Given the defensive nature of the upcoming conflict, it was anticipated to be prolonged, and Konoha was well equipped for a drawn-out battle. The logistics and reinforcements had all been meticulously arranged, and the village stood ready to reclaim its status as the foremost ninja village. Chapter 81. Onward to the battlefield. Ling, wait a moment. After the meeting concluded, as everyone began to disperse, the third Hokage called out to Ling, Lord Hokage. There is no need for such formality, the third Hokage replied kindly, noticing Ling's tense demeanor. Danzo is also acting with the village's interests in mind. His inquiries are routine, so do not take them to heart. Yes, understood. Seeing the conflicted expression on Ling's face, the third Hokage inquired, oh, do you have a conflict with him? Reporting to Lord Hokage, several years ago, Danzo invited me to join the route, but I declined. Ling replied candidly. I see, the third Hokage acknowledged, understanding why Danzo might create trouble for Ling. It was indeed characteristic of him. Very well, you may leave for now. For the time being, remain in the village, and when the war commences, you will join the main forces at the front. Lord Hokage, are we, the Anbu, to fight alongside the main forces on the front lines? Ling asked in confusion. In his understanding, once the war began, the Anbu's role would primarily involve intelligence gathering and assassinating key enemy ninjas, rather than direct engagement in frontline battles. Indeed, the other tasks will be delegated to Danzo's route. The third Hokage replied with a faint smile, a peculiar glint in his eye. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave. Ling bowed and exited the conference room. Perhaps the third Hokage was also dissatisfied with Danzo's actions, as he had brazenly sought to recruit individuals from Ling's faction by assigning tasks to the route. It could be seen as a measure to curtail Danzo's authority. As for the outcome, he would remain unaware. But since the Hokage had instructed him to stay in the village, he was content, as there was little to gain from being at the border except sunbathing. Furthermore, fighting alongside the main forces on the front lines would allow him to better fulfill his role as an ADC, transforming into a true battlefield harvester. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Ling found that Fugaku had already vanished, presumably convening a family meeting to discuss the forthcoming war. In the ensuing days, Ling did not remain idle. He diligently completed his daily patrol duties and dedicated the remainder of his time to training. At present, he had completed the nature transformation of his wind and fire chakra, mastering the S-rank wind release, Razed Shuriken with a flawless execution, far surpassing Naruto's earlier half-hearted attempts. Drawing from his experience with the Razed Shuriken, he also made rapid progress in mastering the fire release, Great Fireball technique, believing he would soon grasp another S-rank fire technique. However, his training in elemental fusion encountered another bottleneck. The combination of wind and fire was expected to yield a new bloodline limit, Scorch Release. Ling attempted to cultivate this for some time, yet regrettably, all efforts ended in failure. Ling no longer pressed the issue, perhaps the time had yet to arrive, and his understanding of the ninjutsu was still insufficiently profound. It is no wonder that the instances of bloodline limits in the ninja world are so scarce. The elimination of bloodlines is an endeavor only that Tsuchikage would undertake. As days passed, the atmosphere within Konohagakure grew increasingly tense, with many shinobi speculating that significant events were on the horizon. Indeed, with the piercing cry of an eagle echoing through the village, all the jounin convened a meeting. and news of impending war began to circulate. Ling did not go. He remained in the Uchiha manor. A few days prior, the clan leader's child was born, named Itachi, symbolizing loyalty, bravery, and the fearless Yatagarasu. Ling also went to pay a visit to the clan leader, where he encountered Itachi as a child. The petite infant was utterly adorable. Unlike other newborns who typically cried incessantly, Itachi remained remarkably silent, his bright, expressive eyes shimmering with intelligence. Fugaku, too, sensed Itachi's extraordinary nature, and a smile lingered on his serious face for quite some time. Tomorrow, they would be heading to the battlefield. Ling maintained a calm demeanor, yet he felt a stirring of excitement within. Ling, a voice called out. It was Uchiha Bido. Hey, you're still as loud as ever. When will you finally become a true ninja? Ling jestingly teased, observing the furious expression on Dato's face. He couldn't help but find it amusing. I am on the verge of graduating, and soon I shall take to the battlefield, making those sand ninjas aware of my prowess. Dato, brimming with confidence, wore an air of audacity. Oh, you were privy to the news of the war? Of course, it was teacher Yuan Wu who informed me. He even praised me, saying I would become an exceptional ninja, Dato exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with pride. Due to their amicable relationship, Ling requested teacher Yuan Wu to guide Dato in his studies, and Yuan Wu readily agreed. Teacher Yuan Wu is merely deceiving you. How could you take him seriously? Ling scoffed. Nonsense. Teacher Yuan Wu would never lie to me. Ling pondered. Is Dato about to graduate? Time indeed flew by swiftly. He still vividly recalled Dato's first day at school. Calculating the time, there were still 2 months remaining. Yet, he wondered if they would participate in the conflict against the Sand Village. As newly graduated novices, their early missions were primarily for training. And given Konoha's significant advantage in the war against the Sand Ninjas, the village would not deploy the younger generation to the front lines. However, as the situation deteriorated, and Konoha found itself besieged, such considerations would soon be cast aside. Even freshly graduated 10-year-olds would be thrust into the chaos of battle. The following morning, 5,000 Konoha ninjas gathered solemnly beneath the Hokage building, their faces grave as they awaited the final command. This parting might mean that some would never return. Yet fear was absent. They were elite ninjas, bolstered by the will of fire, fully prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Amidst the throng, Ling found himself accompanied by Yu and Shashin, with the ninjas of the Anbu blending seamlessly into the crowd, devoid of their masks, resembling ordinary ninjas poised to serve their village. As a figure emerged atop a building, the murmurs within the ranks gradually subsided. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivered an impassioned pre-battle address, infusing the atmosphere with an air of solemnity, as each face reflected an unwavering resolve to embrace death if necessary. Advance! With the final resounding shout, the entire contingent departed from Konoha in an orderly fashion, resembling an unstoppable dragon. Upon reaching the border, the forces of Tsuchikage were also nearing readiness. The onset of war was inescapable, having expended considerable human and material resources. It was unlikely that even the third Hokage would grant leniency to Tsuchikage should there be no gains. Konoha possessed a substantial advantage in this conflict, boasting 4 formidable shadow-level ninjas, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and of course, Ling. Following his mastery of the Rasengan, Minato rightfully ascended to the ranks of shadow-level ninjas. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato also earned the title of Battlefield Harvester, thus equipping their side with 2 formidable harvesters, coupled with Jiraiya and Orochimaru's summoned beasts. Tsuchikage stood little chance against Konoha. However, it appeared that Raza of Tsuchikage was beginning to reveal his prowess, destined to become the 4th Kazekage. Wielding magnet release and gold sand in combat, he too represented a formidable harvester, and in a large-scale battle, Raza's abilities could be utterly terrifying. Chapter 82. The Deployment of Tsuchikage. In merely 3 days, the Grand Army of Konoha had reached the border. Orochimaru and the other high-ranking officials of war walked at the forefront, gazing at the once bloody battlefield with a sense of nostalgia. Stop. Set up camp. Orochimaru commanded with a sweeping gesture of his right hand, his voice deep and resonant, carrying far and wide, causing the entire troop of ninjas to stiffen. Moments later, dozens of ninjas sprang forth, each unleashing scrolls that erupted into a flurry of tints, creating a serpentine formation spanning thousands of meters. Truly, scrolls are an essential item for home and travel, Ling mused, recognizing that while this was but the most rudimentary of sealing techniques, few ninjas possessed the skill to master it. Very well, everyone, take a moment to rest in place. Those whose names I call, assemble at the main tent, Orochimaru bellowed, calling forth numerous ninjas, each a leader from various clans, along with several high-ranking members of the Anbu. Leading the way, Orochimaru and a few companions made their way to the largest tent, closely followed by those summoned. Ling had no other tasks at hand, so he casually chose a small tent and exchanged a few words with the 2 others before stepping outside. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face, Kakashi. Although he referred to him as a familiar acquaintance, they had not met often. In Konoha, Ling had only a handful of familiar faces, including a few teammates and his clan members, Obito and Rin. The rest were merely significant supporting characters from the original story. He had anticipated that Kakashi would also join the battlefield. However, given that he graduated early and had several years of mission experience. It was only fitting for him to be summoned for combat. "Hey, Kakashi," Ling called out as he approached. Hearing his name, Kakashi turned to the source of the voice. "Ling-senpai," Kakashi greeted him awkwardly. "I never expected to see you on the battlefield. You've changed quite a bit over the years," Ling remarked, adopting the demeanor of an elder. In truth, Kakashi's appearance had not changed much. He still possessed that charming youthful visage, complemented by his mask, making him quite the heartthrob. However, his aura had shifted significantly. While he previously exuded an air of aloofness, he now seemed somewhat despondent. Ling had heard whispers in the Anbu about Kakashi's situation. Though he had performed well on missions, he had become indifferent to the lives of his comrades, leading to isolation from his teammates. "Aren't you in the Anbu? Why are you here on the front lines?" Kakashi asked coldly, his expression suggesting he wouldn't press further if Ling chose not to elaborate. Were it not for his understanding of Kakashi's personality, Ling might have felt compelled to reprimand the young man for his arrogance. "It's a decision made by the village," Ling replied, withholding further details. And Kakashi did not inquire further. "Those three must be your teammates," Ling said, gesturing towards the trio of young ninjas inside the tent. "Oh," Kakashi nodded. "It seems your rapport with them isn't particularly harmonious," Ling observed, noting Kakashi's reluctant expression. He continued, "Haha, Obito is about to graduate too. Perhaps you'll be placed in the same squad." "Is that so?" Kakashi replied, his expression remaining unchanged, though a flicker of light appeared in his eyes. His voice gradually softening. Despite their separation over the years, Obito and Rin frequently sought out Kakashi to reminisce, and their bond remained intact. "All right, I must take my leave. The war could commence within days. Be cautious on the battlefield," Ling said politely before turning to depart. Kakashi remained silent for a moment, leaning against the tent as he contemplated his life. The death of his father had profoundly impacted him, shattering the beliefs he had held since childhood. Those who cannot complete their missions are useless. This phrase was indelibly etched in his mind, serving as a form of self-medicating. Yet, years of missions, coupled with the rejection from his comrades and his internal struggles, left him in turmoil. Had he truly been wrong about his father? What should I choose? Kakashi found himself increasingly lost. Soon, the meeting concluded. As the Anbu squad leader, Ling received orders from the commander to advance into the land of rivers and prepare for the impending arrival of the Sand Ninja. Without hesitation, Ling left behind a Flying Thunder God technique mark at the camp and instantly transported himself along with Yu and Natsushio to the borders of the land of rivers. Observing the sudden disappearance of the trio, many Konoha ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. "Captain, that was a space-time ninjutsu, wasn't it? I believe it's called the Flying Thunder God technique," a young ninja remarked to a companion. "I know, that's the Flying Thunder God technique. But it seems only Lord Minato can perform it in the village," a middle-aged ninja laughed heartily. "You kids should hurry to the land of rivers. We certainly can't use the Flying Thunder God technique." "Yes, Captain." However, the middle-aged ninja harbored doubts. The one who had just performed the technique didn't seem to be Minato. Upon arriving in the land of rivers, Ling and his companions went into hiding, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Sand Ninja. Meanwhile, in Tsuchikage, after receiving intelligence from their scouts, the villagers were shocked to discover that the enemy had appeared at the borders, disrupting their plans. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, they issued orders to mobilize. A massive army of thousands departed from Tsuchikage, with the leading 2,000 troops forging ahead. Tsuchikage understood that this war would not yield a swift resolution. They could only engage in a prolonged struggle against Konoha, seeking advantageous opportunities before ultimately confronting each other in a decisive battle. The duration of this conflict remained uncertain, perhaps a month, perhaps a year. The battlefield was ever-changing. But thoughts of the Jinchuriki within their village provided Chiyo with a sense of reassurance. Simultaneously, as Tsuchigage's forces advanced, Konoha's intelligence operatives received word, and flocks of messenger hawks soared into the sky. The Sand Ninja have assembled over 8,000 shinobi for the front lines, with the leading troops numbering 2,000. Expected to reach the land of rivers around 5 in the afternoon. The information quickly reached the camp, and upon reading the contents of the letter, everyone's expressions turned grave. War is finally upon us. The atmosphere in the command tent grew tense, with Commander Orochimaru, Vice Commander Jiraiya, and Advisor Narashikaku, along with nearly all senior military officials, gathered. "Orochimaru, what do you think? Should we strike first against the Sand Ninja's 2,000 troops?" A white-haired ninja, Jiraiya, initiated the discussion. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, withholding immediate response. Konoha's forces in the land of rivers numbered just over 1,000. Although comprised mainly of Jonin and elite Chunin, it was unlikely they could match the strength of the Sand Ninja's leading troops. "Shikaku, what is your opinion?" Orochimaru redirected the question to Narashikaku, who, despite appearing somewhat inexperienced, had earned his position as a war advisor through merit. Orochimaru recognized Shikaku's exceptional qualities. Unlike Jiraiya, who only displayed sclera and pupils, Shikaku's eyes shimmered with intelligence. Chapter 83. Deliberation. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, all eyes turned to Narashikaku. Unfazed, Shikaku closed his eyes for a moment in silence before speaking. "This war will undoubtedly last a long time. As the frontline battlefield, The land of rivers is our primary concern. We must gain the upper hand to better defend against the Sand Ninja's advances. Indeed, Shikaku is correct. The Sand Ninja approach with formidable intent. If we can deliver a significant blow at the onset, this war will become much more manageable. Orochimaru concurred with a faint smile. Then what are we waiting for? Assemble the frontline troops. Let us engage the Sand Ninja in battle. Our border forces can also regroup for reinforcements. Jiraiya exclaimed passionately. Fool, you wish to engage the Sand Ninja head-on? Only someone with your thick skull would entertain such an idea, Orochimaru muttered disdainfully. Orochimaru, what did you say? Jiraiya's eyes flared with indignation. Ignoring him, Orochimaru continued. Shikaku, how do you propose we proceed? This war should primarily focus on defense. Therefore, we need not clash directly with the Sand Ninja's advanced troops. Our ninja are most familiar with the terrain of our borders, allowing us to maximize our combat effectiveness. Thus, I suggest we shift the battlefield to the border between the Fire Nation and the Land of Rivers, Shikaku boldly analyzed. Many present displayed expressions of astonishment at the suggestion of moving the battlefield to the Fire Nation's border, a significant concession to the Sand Ninja. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, reluctant to make a decision. He looked at Shikaku and said, Go on. If the battlefield approaches our borders, both the supply of materials and reinforcements will be exceedingly convenient. Conversely, the Sand Shinobi forces in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind are hindered in their transportation, making their material support utterly inferior to ours. Thus, the longer the war drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for us. After hearing Lugio's analysis, Orochimaru nodded, and the others appeared enlightened, as if this reasoning resonated with them. Does this mean we should withdraw our forces from the Land of Rivers and disregard the Sand Shinobi's vanguard? Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a twinge of regret at the prospect of letting this opportunity slip away. Of course not, Lord Jiraiya. Lugio flashed a smile at Jiraiya and continued his analysis. The Sand Shinobi must be aware of our forces' circumstances, which is why they dared to send 2,000 of their vanguard into the Land of Rivers. If a conflict arises, our main forces will be at the border, while their main forces will not be far from the battlefield. Thus, even our reinforcements would be futile. Therefore, our troops in the Land of Rivers should primarily engage in harassment, launching ambushes to exhaust the morale of the Sand Shinobi, and then we can fight while retreating, regrouping with the main force. Wonderful. This way, the Sand Shinobi will be unable to confront us directly and will be led by the nose, inevitably suffering a decline in morale. Lugio articulated this so clearly that even Jiraiya understood, and he couldn't help but cheer in excitement. But what if the Sand Shinobi do not pursue us and stop instead? He scratched his head, pondering, before posing the question. Haha, they have no choice in the matter. If the Sand Shinobi halt, we shall assist them by employing ninjutsu to harass them, Lugio remarked with a mischievous smile. The individuals present shivered slightly at his words. The strategy was indeed quite shameless. If Ling were here, she would surely marvel at this perfect embodiment of the tactic of retreating while the enemy advances and harassing them while they are stationed. Excellent. Orochimaru laughed heartily, applauding the plan, declaring that the Sand Shinobi would suffer greatly this time. Lord Orochimaru, time is of the essence. We must dispatch someone to the Land of Rivers to assemble the troops immediately, for in a few hours, we shall encounter the Sand Shinobi forces, Lugio reminded. I believe we should send Minato, Orochimaru suggested after a moment of contemplation. That sounds good. Minato's flying thunder god technique can teleport directly to the Land of Rivers, and his presence will ensure a smoother operation, Lugio concurred. Minato, is that acceptable to you? Orochimaru turned to the blonde ninja, who was none other than Namake's Minato. The others glanced at the young ninja, who seemed to shine with a brilliant light. In truth, Minato should not have been present at such a meeting. However, he had recently been promoted to Jonin, and with his formidable strength and rising reputation, his participation in such discussions was not unwarranted. Leave it to me. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, Minato declared with unwavering confidence. Haha, splendid. The forces in the Land of Rivers are temporarily entrusted to your command. You are far more reliable than your foolish teacher, Orochimaru chuckled heartily, handing a wooden tablet to Minato while disregarding the furious glare from Jiraiya beside him. Minato offered an awkward smile, sensing that the praise may be somewhat misplaced, and turned to his teacher, Jiraiya. Hee, go ahead and give it your all. Jiraiya grinned widely, flashing a thumbs up. Then I shall set off. Minato straightened his expression, and with a ripple in the air, a golden figure vanished from the tent. In an abandoned town within the Land of Rivers, dilapidated houses lay scattered, and cobwebs filled the corners, clearly neglected for quite some time, seemingly left unrepaired since the last Great War. However, this place remained a vital transportation hub. The team led by Ling was on patrol, as the military movements of Konoha had once again plunged the Land of Rivers into chaos. A tempest was approaching, reminiscent of previous turmoil. The inhabitants of the Land of Rivers were fleeing in droves. Aside from the capital, which retained some semblance of life, the other towns were largely deserted. The brutality of war was undeniable. Small nations found themselves helpless, caught in the crossfire of two powerful countries, forced to endure hardship and displacement. Captain, it has been several days. Has the Sand Shinobi not mobilized yet? You grumbled from the side. Let us continue our patrol. If there is any information, Our scouts will relay it to us promptly. We shall be prepared for battle when the time comes. Konoha's 1,000 troops were dispersed across a significant portion of the land of rivers, allowing for swift assembly in response to any developments, making it convenient to either engage or retreat. Suddenly, Ling sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space nearby. With his exceptional mental acuity and understanding of spatial phenomena, he was able to detect a faint trace of spatial energy. There is someone over there. Let us investigate, Ling whispered. Although he was currently one of the few in the ninja world capable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu alongside Minato, he knew that caution was paramount in these extraordinary circumstances. He advanced swiftly, adept at controlling his chakra, ensuring that even the Sharingan would struggle to detect his presence. Upon arriving at the suspicious location, a figure emerged, golden-haired Minato Namikaze, who appeared to have left behind a flying thunder god technique seal. Chapter 84. Let us launch an ambush. Minato-senpai. It has been a while. Ling greeted with a smile and a wave. Oh, Ling. What a surprise to encounter you here, Minato replied, scratching his head in astonishment. Indeed. Our team is responsible for this area. I sensed a spatial disturbance nearby, and it turned out to be your flying thunder god technique, Ling explained. Minato's expression brightened at Ling's words. I didn't realize you had made such significant progress. It seems your mastery of the flying thunder god technique is now on par with mine. Not at all. Without your guidance, I would have struggled to grasp its intricacies. Ling humbly replied, a smile gracing his lips. In truth, Ling's proficiency with the flying thunder god technique had reached remarkable heights. Whether it was precise teleportation or the two-step flying thunder god, he could execute them with effortless precision, with the knowledge of sealing techniques imparted by Minato. His ability to guide lightning with the flying thunder god had also improved considerably. While he was uncertain about his capacity to redirect a tailed beast bomb, he was confident that he could easily manage techniques of similar destructive power, such as the Razed and the spiral shuriken. Ling subsequently inquired, Senior Mizukage, has the Sand Village made a move? Indeed, the intelligence indicates that the Sand Ninja, under the leadership of Chiyo and Eyes, have already departed from their village. A vanguard of 2,000 is swiftly approaching the land of rivers. War is inevitable. Shall we engage them in the land of rivers? However, we only have 1,000 men, Ling expressed his concern. That is not the case. We shall reveal the specific arrangements once the troops have assembled. Mizukage replied before signaling with a flare. Half an hour later, the dispersed leaf ninjas in the land of rivers gradually converged, and dozens of team leaders gathered together. After Mizukage elaborated on the headquarters directives, everyone grasped the current situation. Observing the bewildered expressions of the gathered individuals, Mizukage continued. Our primary objective henceforth is to harass the vanguard of the Sand Ninja. Therefore, our numbers need not be large, but they must be elite. Understood. Very well, everyone. Return to your units and concentrate the proficient fire and wind release, Shinobi, Mizukage commanded. Yes. The group responded in unison and promptly dispersed. Ling returned to the team, and the two quickly surrounded him. Captain, how is it? Are we going to engage in a battle with the Sand Ninjas? You eagerly inquired. Indeed. But only a portion of us will remain, primarily to conduct harassment attacks. A decisive confrontation will not take place, Ling gradually elucidated. Oh, I thought we could have a grand showdown. You feigned disappointment, pouting slightly. Such a pity. I did not recommend you for this. You shall accompany the main force back to the camp, Ling teased with a smile. Captain, you ground his teeth and pointed at Ling. But upon seeing the other's smirk, he realized he had been played. However, Captain Minato mentioned that we need ninjas proficient in fire and wind techniques. So it seems they are preparing for a concentrated assault. Xiaoxing, what about you? Do you wish to return? Ling turned to Hinata Xiaoxing, who stood nearby. I can perform the empty palm technique, which is also a long-range attack. Of course, I shall remain and fight alongside you, Xiaoxing declared resolutely. Notably, after several years, Xiaoxing had grown into an elite jonin, and with the combination of his Byakugan and empty palm technique, his combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of his peers. Hey, you. Don't expect this great one to assist you on the battlefield. I am quite busy, with so many sand ninjas waiting for me to eliminate. You scoffed at Xiaoxing. Nostrils flared. As long as you don't hold us back, I will be grateful, Xiaoxing replied with calm composure, clearly accustomed to use incessant chatter. All right. If you have the energy to argue, you might as well rest a little more. We will be engaging in several waves of battle, and if your stamina runs low, it would be quite embarrassing, Ling interjected, waving his hand to halt their quarrel. Oh, I know. This great one is brimming with energy. Ling turned his head away, no longer gazing at him. After a short while, the ninjas from each team had been selected, dividing the 1,000 into two groups. Among them, there were more than 150 upper ninjas skilled in wind and fire release techniques, with nearly 100 specializing in fire release, representing a significant proportion. Ling silently criticized, noting that even the esteemed Hokage were not particularly adept at the art of fire release. It was the ordinary ninjas who excelled in this technique. In the chaos of ninja warfare, the range and lethality of fire release, when combined with wind release, were unparalleled, as the wind served to amplify the flames, creating a most spectacular and devastating effect. A coordinated effort by dozens of fire release ninjas could envelop an area of 100 meters. producing a scene both awe-inspiring and immensely powerful. Even with Ling's current abilities, a full-force fire release could cover approximately 50 meters, underscoring the notion that sheer numbers equate to strength. However, when an individual possesses formidable power at a higher echelon, as exemplified by Madara in the original narrative, a single fire release technique could extend to several hundred meters, a true spectacle to behold. Moreover, the sage art of Hashirama Senju, with its thousand-handed Buddha, could transform an entire kilometer into ruins under its full might. Such godlike power, if unleashed on the present battlefield, would undoubtedly result in overwhelming dominance. Numbers would bear no significance, and even the mightiest of shadow-level warriors would prove ineffective, rendering tailed beasts as mere obedient pets. After indulging in thoughts of these formidable techniques, Ling couldn't help but contemplate his own Susanoo. Commanding a mech across the battlefield would undoubtedly be a splendid experience. However, he had yet to awaken his Mangeki Sharingan, and utilizing Susanoo in such a conflict was simply out of the question. Should the third Hokage discover the extent of his extraordinary abilities, it would likely disrupt his peace of mind. The third nurtured him for two reasons: his profound love for the village and his exceptional talent. Yet both must remain within the bounds of the third's control. No leader would permit a subordinate to possess greater strength than themselves. Much like Uchiha Shursui from the original narrative, another prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, despite his deep affection for Konoha. The terrifying genjutsu known as Kodo Amatsukami would render others wary of his presence. To Ling, the so-called strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, merely represented a more intricate application of mental prowess, heavily reliant on the caster's abilities. Could one truly manipulate the will of someone as formidable as Kage Otsutsuki? Certainly not. Moreover, Ling's silent acquisition of such immense power would surely raise suspicions regarding his motives in the eyes of the third. Ling was not yet ready to reveal his intentions. Although he found the feeling of constraint disagreeable, having spent 9 years in this world, he could afford to wait another 5. When the time was right, he would soar freely like a bird in the sky. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, he recognized that his foremost priority was steady development, particularly in light of the impending conflict. Minato surveyed the elite group of over 100 selected ninjas and nodded to himself, reassuring that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, losses would be minimized. The remaining personnel were instructed to return to the main base at the border, where arrangements would be made for them. Addressing the assembled troops, Minato issued his commands with a steady voice. Upon hearing Minato's orders, no one protested. A few leading ninjas stepped forward, rallying a large contingent as they set off towards the border. Chapter 85. Pre-battle warm-up. Next, everyone was instructed to rest in place. Ling, let us go scout for information on the sand ninjas. Minato called out to the group before turning to Ling. Certainly. The two swiftly reappeared at the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind. Minato-senpai, even standing here, I can sense the murderous intent carried by the sand ninja forces, Ling jested. Is that so? It seems the sand ninja troops are not far off. Minato replied with utmost seriousness, seemingly oblivious to Ling's jest. How far can the sand ninja be? How can one sense anything at this distance? Ling mused. Minato-senpai, shall we wait here for the sand ninja to arrive? Indeed, the land of rivers is vast, and we do not know which path they will take. We must ascertain their route before laying an ambush, Minato elucidated. Very well, the terrain here is not conducive to concealment. If a large number of sand ninja appear, they will undoubtedly be easily spotted, Ling remarked with a relaxed demeanor. Indeed, in such an open environment, ambushing would be of little use, as even the Konoha side could not evade the enemy's surveillance. Thus, the outcome of the battle would hinge upon the superiority of their respective tactics. Sparse clusters of towering trees dotted the field, providing a suitable hiding place for Ling and Minato among the foliage, not only concealing their presence but also affording them a broader view. Minato-senpai, someone is approaching, Ling whispered. Yes, it should be scouts from the sand ninja, Minato replied quietly. In the distance, several stealthy ninjas advanced through the tall grass, drawing closer to the tree where the two concealed themselves. What do you think? They might possess knowledge of the sand ninja's route. Should we take action? Ling inquired, looking to Minato, who held the decision-making power. With an impassive expression, Minato contemplated the pros and cons. Come now, Minato-senpai, make a decision swiftly. Even if the sand ninja realize we are lying in wait, they 1T retreat. They are certainly aware of our situation. We cannot hide indefinitely. Very well, let us eliminate these scouts then. Minato responded somewhat awkwardly, as if he had overcomplicated the matter. With a swift motion, 2 kunai sliced through the air in brilliant arcs, aimed at the approaching sand ninja. Incoming attack. Take cover. Upon hearing the sound of slicing air, the sand ninja team became instantly alert, drawing their weapons in preparation for the impending assault. The kunai hurtled towards one of them, and as his expression shifted, his combat instincts kicked in, prompting him to evade instinctively. The kunai narrowly grazed his head, the rush of air resonating ominously close to him. Phew, that was close. Even a captain could hardly execute such a degree of precision, he thought, still on edge. However, before he could fully relax, a sudden, intense pain seized him, causing his pupils to constrict and his complexion to pale dramatically. When did that happen? His mind raced in turmoil. Hadn't he already evaded the attack? In his final moments, a dark figure flashed past, the image of long black hair seared into his memory. With a flick of his wrist, Ling shook off the blood from his kunai, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he swept his arm, causing the weapon to arc through the air once more. Meanwhile, without a glance at the lifeless body that lay behind him, Minato hurled his own kunai, succumbing again to the thrill of the harvest. In the fleeting moment of his movement, he noticed that Ling had already darted ahead, prompting a reflection on Ling's remarkable talent in a battle where speed reigns supreme. Even the slightest disparity can prove fatal. Although Ling had merely outpaced him by a fraction, had they been adversaries, life and death could have hinged upon that instant. Fortunately, Ling was an ally, a skilled ninja capable of safeguarding Konoha, and Minato found himself smiling inwardly. Unbeknownst to Ling, Minato's intentions were elsewhere as he relentlessly struck down the sand ninjas. The 8 adversaries, all of mid-level and special Genin strength, stood no chance against Ling's flying thunder god technique. With but a single move, he could swiftly seize their very lives. These foes served as nourishment for the evolution of his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Minato, the wave wind of Konoha, was ensnared in a fierce competition for kills with Ling, whose prowess had thoroughly overshadowed him. This is the flying thunder god technique. We must flee. We stand no chance. Faced with insurmountable foes, the remaining sand ninjas were nearing the brink of collapse. Hope, akin to a flickering flame, persisted in their hearts, sustaining a formidable belief as long as a glimmer remained. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming power that rendered escape futile and left them at the mercy of their enemies, despair was an inevitable fate for any soul. With a swift motion, Ling severed the neck of another sand ninja, his gaze quickly fixating on the last remaining foe on the battlefield. At that moment, Minato had also dispatched an enemy and directed his attention towards the solitary sand ninja desperately attempting to flee. Thus, from the initial 8 adversaries, only one remained. Ling had claimed 4 lives, while Minato had taken 3. The disparity in their prowess had become starkly evident. Ling dared not linger for a moment. Each second represented a vital reserve of strength. Having already lost 3 to the water gate, he felt an acute sense of loss and would not permit the final one to be taken away. With a swift motion, a kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at the fleeing sand ninja. In a mere half-second, Ling could have drawn the kunai across his throat. His figure vanished in an instant. Grasping the flying kunai as if it were a reaper's scythe, poised perilously close to his adversary's vital spot. A gentle touch would suffice. Ling, wait. An untimely shout pierced the air, reaching Ling's ears and compelling him to halt his impending action. The sand ninja, sensing the cold steel of the kunai against his neck, trembled in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Ling held the last head in his hand, a visage full of resentment as he approached Tsuchikage. Surely, he would not desire an equal distribution, for that would be utterly unreasonable. Ling's gaze was fixed intently upon Tsuchikage, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. An awkward smile spread across Tsuchikage's face as he absent-mindedly brushed his hair, sensing that he had committed some grievous misdeed. What was the meaning behind Ling's piercing stare? Ling, do not kill him just yet. We still require information, Tsuchikage implored, his voice tinged with reluctance as he observed Ling's resentful expression. Ah, thank you for the reminder, senior. I almost overlooked that, Ling replied with a smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, embodying an innocent demeanor. Humph, you may as well give up. You will never hear the intentions of the two from me, said the sand ninja, his face contorting with fervor as he spoke passionately about his noble cause. With a swift motion, Ling struck the ninja's face with a kunai, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. The humiliation was palpable, and the ninja's chest heaved with rage, clearly on the verge of a breakdown. He glared furiously, only to meet Ling's mocking expression and his strangely captivating eyes. Sharingan. All set. A hint of relief washed over Ling's face, for extracting memories from a ninja of this caliber was a trivial task. Ling, so then,